Chapter 1. The Perilous Existence. I am utterly famished, so starved that I lack the strength to even pry my eyelids apart. Ruan Tang distinctly remembers having just enjoyed a hearty meal, yet after a mere slumber, she awakens to such ravenous hunger. Could it be that she has slept for an entire century? With great difficulty, she forces her eyes open, revealing a pitch-black ceiling above. Her skeletal hands, little more than skin and bone, grasp at the ground beneath her, only to find a bed of straw and rigid animal hides. Where on earth am I? Suddenly, a sharp pain pierces her mind as a wave of unfamiliar memories crashes over her. Ruan Tang comes to a profound realization. She has traversed into another realm. She finds herself in an ancient epoch, one rife with danger and scarcity, where sustenance is a constant struggle. An extent of peril? Not only could a rabbit claim your life, but even a tree poses a lethal threat. What accursed fate! What kind of terrifying and fantastical world has she entered? Despite the knowledge that she is the daughter of a tribal chief, Ruan Tang feels no sense of security, for she is starving. How can the daughter of a chief be reduced to such a state of deprivation? What are the others? With immense effort, Ruan Tang rises from the ground. She must find food, lest she succumb to starvation once more. Casting a glance at her fellow tribespeople, motionless on the ground, Ruan Tang knows they are not dead, they merely conserve energy, hoping to endure until the males of the tribe return from their hunt. Yet, who knows when they will return? What if she cannot hold out until then? Despite the omnipresent dangers outside, she must venture forth to seek something to quell her hunger. With her hand bracing against the cave wall, she steps out into the pungent air of the mountain cave. The outside air is refreshingly crisp, and her eyes are met with a panorama of verdant trees teeming with life. Indeed, it is alive, for those trees have seemingly become sentient. They lash out with their branches, punishing any who dare to pluck their fruits. Many females in the tribe have met their demise under such assaults. Ruan Tang swallows hard, trembling as she exits the cave. If she avoids gazing at those fruits, surely she will be safe. Tang, hurry back inside, it's dangerous out here, calls out a limping female carrying water in a leaf. Aunt Hua, I am so hungry, Ruan Tang replies, fully aware that Aunt Hua has no food to offer, otherwise she would not be gathering water to stave off hunger. With a sigh, Aunt Hua extends the leaf toward Ruan Tang. Drink this water. Ruan Tang shakes her head. She knows Aunt Hua has traveled far to retrieve this water, and she cannot simply consume it. Seeing Ruan Tang's reluctance, Aunt Hua reassures her, just hold on a bit longer, the chief, and the others will return soon. Yet her words lack conviction. The males of the tribe are unpredictable in their return from hunts. Sometimes they are gone for 3 or 4 days, other times for 7 or 8. This time, it seems particularly prolonged. Aunt Hua, we'll just take a short walk nearby. Ruan Tang cannot place all her hopes upon the males. It was such reliance that led to the original owner's demise from starvation. Aunt Hua scans the surroundings. They are still within the tribe's territory, where danger should be minimal. Then return quickly, she urges before retreating into the cave. Ruan Tang watches her frail figure disappear, a deep frown marking her brow. The struggle for survival in this ancient era weighs heavily upon her. There are few females in the tribe, and their strength pales in comparison to the males, leaving them unable to participate in the hunts. The tribe's sustenance relies solely on the sporadic efforts of the males, while the females can do little but risk their lives for a handful of fruits. This feeling of uncertainty, of living on the edge of survival, is profoundly unsettling, just as it is now. Thus, she must take action. Ruan Tang gazes at the distant grasslands, where she perceives movement and hears rustling sounds, indicating the presence of prey, perhaps rodents or rabbits. Yet, she dares not pursue them, for the rodents and rabbits here appear to have undergone genetic mutations, each one colossal in size. And size is not their only concern, they're also capable of attacking. Such aggression may not pose a threat to the adult males and females, but for her, a mere juvenile, it is perilous. So, Ruan Tang must abandon that avenue of sustenance. Turning her gaze toward a nearby river, she knows there are surely fish within. However, she possesses no tools, and to attempt to catch fish with her bare hands would be folly, for their size and ferocity are formidable. Heavens, are you conspiring against me? Ruan Tang longs to release a cry of despair to the sky. She moves slowly, finally coming to rest upon a patch of tender grass. Crouching down, she picks up a relatively sharp stone and begins to dig into the earth. Her hunger hampers her speed and strength. After a long while, she manages to excavate a small pit. With gritted teeth, she perseveres. Her delicate hands are scraped by the stone, blood seeping from the wounds. Yet, Ruan Tang does not relent. Her survival until today hinges upon this moment. At last, she strikes something. With a surge of joy, she expends her remaining energy to pull forth a tender root, collapsing onto the ground in the process. Ignoring the pain in her back, she inspects the root in her hand. Yes, it is indeed a root. In moments of dire hunger, anything is palatable. Moreover, this root is edible, though its taste may leave much to be desired. Ruan Tang pays no heed to such trivialities. She shakes off the dirt and shoves it into her mouth. If she does not consume something soon, she is certain to perish from starvation once again. A bitter, earthy, and metallic taste fills her mouth. Yet Ruan Tang continues to chew and swallow the unpalatable root. Finally, something resides within her stomach, alleviating the relentless pangs. Feeling a flicker of energy, she contemplates sitting up to continue her foraging. This meager morsel will not suffice. However, her vision blurs, and she collapses back to the ground. When she regains her senses, the surroundings have transformed entirely. Where am I? Could it be that I have unearthed a toxic root, consumed it, and subsequently traversed into another realm? Ruan Tang struggles to maintain her composure. She surveys her surroundings. The space is not expansive aside from the blinding whiteness. She can see everything within her line of sight. In this limited area, there lies a 2-acre plot of land, a pristine river, a spring, and a colossal tree that pierces the heavens. However, the land appears barren, likely incapable of sustaining any plant life. The river flows abundantly, yet not a single fish can be spotted. The spring occasionally bubbles forth water, but it seems on the verge of drying up entirely. The leaves of the great tree have turned yellow, cascading down like rain. Ruan Tang is overcome with a singular sentiment. This place is devoid of vitality, poised for obliteration at any moment. Chapter 2. A Celestial Being. A sudden thought to rescue this place springs forth in Ruan Tang's mind. Yet she quickly chuckles at the absurdity. She can hardly manage to fill her own belly, let alone tend to something governed by the laws of nature. Leaves continue to flutter down. One drifts before Ruan Tang. She reaches out to catch the leaf, sensing something profound, and offers a rueful smile. "I'm sorry, but I cannot save you." The great tree sways slightly. Ruan Tang feels a pulse of ancient energy. This tree has existed for a long, long time, long enough to defy quantification. For reasons unknown, her gaze is drawn to the spring, which radiates a vibrant life force. She strides forward, scooping some water in her hands, and approaches the towering tree. With utmost care, she pours the water at its roots. Perhaps it is merely a trick of perception, but it appears the leaves are falling less frequently. Ruan Tang continues to gather water from the spring, bringing it to the great tree. She cannot recall how many times she repeats this action until the spring runs dry. Standing beneath the towering tree, she gazes upward. The leaves still fall, yet less so, and she senses a hint of vitality and emergence from the depths of desolation akin to tender spring grass breaking through the earth, resilient and flourishing. Suddenly, the space trembles as if the very heavens are collapsing. Ruan Tang struggles to maintain her footing. Before she can ponder the situation, she is flung away, and upon opening her eyes again, she finds herself back at the spot where she had been digging for roots. Ruan Tang lies dazed on the ground, momentarily unable to comprehend the situation. A burning sensation spreads across her chest, prompting her to glance down. An intricate pattern has manifested upon her chest. Is this a totem? Their tribe is known as the Winged Tiger tribe, with the winged tiger serving as their totem, and they revere the beast god. All individuals awaken their bloodline between the ages of 10 and 12. A later awakening signifies a lack of innate talent. However, it was only in this final year that Ruan Tang experienced her awakening. Those who awaken their bloodline acquire abilities derived from the tiger, which may manifest as strength, speed, or versatility. The awakening of the bloodline is not a singular event under certain conditions. It can occur multiple times. Yet, the criteria for such subsequent awakenings are quite challenging. Even her chieftain, her father, has only awakened twice. It is said that reaching a certain level of awakening allows for transformation into a beast. The thought of a person morphing into a wild beast is somewhat chilling. Fortunately, this transformation is exclusive to males, who are thus referred to as beastmen, while females are designated as sub-beasts. Before long, the burning sensation in her chest dissipated. Ruan Tang gazed at the small tiger design adorning her skin and mused that the tattoo was rather unique. So what abilities had she gained? Ruan Tang felt nothing and lacked the inclination to explore further, as her stomach began to growl fiercely once more. A single root could hardly suffice to sate her hunger, especially one devoid of any energy. Now that she had awakened her bloodline, she was in even greater need of sustenance. Undeterred, Ruan Tang continued her relentless search for roots. After a considerable amount of digging and consuming, she finally managed to quell her hunger, feeling more grounded as a result. Yet, she was acutely aware that this was far from sufficient. What she truly required was energy, not merely a full stomach. Energy must be derived from prey, and given the tribe's capabilities, the variety and level of prey they could hunt were not particularly high. Nonetheless, it would allow them to grow reasonably well. Whether or not they could achieve a second bloodline awakening remained uncertain. Ruan Tang fixed her gaze upon a patch of grass for a while, just as she was about to step forward. Suddenly, a faint scent of cedar wafted through the air. Instantly, she felt invigorated, and as she followed the fragrance, she found herself momentarily spellbound. The exquisitely chiseled features before her seemed to be a masterpiece crafted by the heavens themselves. He exuded an effortless elegance and nobility, his piercingly cold eyes rendering that elegance almost aloof, as if nothing in this world held any significance or, indeed, was worthy of his regard. After a considerable pause, Ruan Tang finally regained her senses. He approached with an elegance that made his steps seem as light as if he were treading upon clouds. Surely, this must be an ethereal being. In that instant, Ruan Tang realized who he was. He was the shaman, the only shaman in the tribe, tasked with ceremonial duties and holding a status that even surpassed the chieftains. Few within the tribe had laid eyes upon the shaman, for he spent most of his days secluded within his cave, emerging only during significant events. Yet, it was said that he possessed extraordinary beauty, albeit his body was somewhat frail. To what extent was he frail? One glance at how he was wrapped snugly in a garment of pristine white fur made it evident. Even in the height of summer, when she, clad in a simple skirt of animal hide, felt beads of sweat forming, he was enveloped in his plush attire. He lowered his head and leaned closer to Ruan Tang. His strikingly handsome face hovered mere centimeters from hers, allowing Ruan Tang to feel the chill of his breath. How could a person's breath be so cold? He extended a long, elegant hand toward her. Ruan Tang felt a surge of panic and, shutting her eyes, stammered, "Shaman." "I." The figure before her remained silent, prompting Ruan Tang to cautiously open her eyes. She found him intently observing the area over her chest, his eyes, reminiscent of a cold pool, reflecting a hint of confusion. Following his gaze downward, she noticed his alabaster fingers gently tapping the totem on her chest. A wave of icy sensation surged from that point, coursing through her body, compelling her to shiver involuntarily. In an instant, Ruan Tang felt her cheeks warm with a faint blush. She was not clad in garments. Though her physique appeared to be that a mere 12-year-old, her actual age was indeed in her 20s. It was rather embarrassing to have such an exquisite finger brush against her chest. It seemed imperative that she procure some clothing post-haste, for animal hides. They were not only scarce, but also stifling, making them utterly unsuitable for the sweltering summer. Within her tribe, many individuals lacked even a simple wrap around their waists. A scene that one could easily imagine. Observing that he was fixated on her totem, Ruan Tang inquired with a hint of confusion, "Shaman, is there something amiss with my totem? Is there a difference I should be aware of? Otherwise, why did the shaman not appear when so many others in the tribe awakened their bloodlines?" C pressed his cool lips together and raised his gaze to Ruan Tang, uncertain if it was merely her imagination. She felt that his inky black eyes momentarily transformed into a brilliant gold. The speed of a change was so swift that it left one questioning reality. Ruan Tang indeed believed it to be a mere illusion. Chapter 3. The enigmatic shaman C leisurely withdrew his extraordinarily beautiful hand, yet his gaze remained locked onto the individual before him. His already profound eyes deepened further, resembling a terrifying abyss that could ensnare one within its depths, rendering them incapable of escape. Ruan Tang struggled to suppress a rising sense of dread, yet the source of this trepidation eluded her, despite the fact that he appeared ethereal, akin to a transcendent gentleman. She could not shake the feeling that he resembled a devil more than anything else, as I clearly noticed the flicker of fear in Ruan Tang's eyes. He lowered his long, curled lashes, concealing the abyss beneath. Was it truly an abyss? Ruan Tang pondered, wondering if there might be something lurking within. Surely, such emptiness was not natural. Your innate abilities are rather unique. C.S. lips, resembling cherry blossoms, parted slightly. Ruan Tang's mind was set abuzz. The sound of his voice was so melodious, deep, and rich like a cello, that she yearned to hear more. What makes them unique? Ruan Tang took some time to collect herself, attempting to sense something, yet felt nothing at all. As I remained silent, but the faintest crease appeared on his brow. "Are you feeling warm, shaman?" Ruan Tang blurted out, then quickly realized her faux pas and shook her head. "No, I meant to say I noticed you were sweating." C continued to gaze at her in silence. Growing anxious, Ruan Tang wondered if he doubted her sincerity. In a moment of impulsiveness, she reached out her small hand to dab at his forehead, aiming to wipe away the bead of sweat for him to see. The sweat was successfully wiped away, quietly resting on Ruan Tang's fingertip. However, it was not the crystalline droplet she had envisioned. Rather, it was somewhat murky, tainted by her grimy fingers. Suddenly, Ruan Tang lifted her head, a sheepish smile spreading across her face. A dark fingerprint appeared on C.S. fair forehead. "Ahem, my apologies, I didn't mean to. Would you like me to clean it?" As she raised her soiled hand, Ruan Tang's face flushed with embarrassment. "Perhaps it's best not to. It will only smudge more." To her surprise, C responded affirmatively. Ruan Tang was momentarily taken aback. Not only did he not chastise her, but he actually desired her to continue assisting him. This shaman was quite different from the rumors that had circulated. It was said that shamans despised others touching their belongings, let alone their person. Seeing C's expression devoid of jest, Ruan Tang diligently wiped her hand on her waist apron to ensure it was clean. Only then did she rise on her toes to gently erase the smudge from his forehead. In a place unseen by Ruan Tang, a flicker of astonishment crossed C's eyes, but it vanished as quickly as it had appeared. Just as Ruan Tang was retracting her hand, beads of sweat once more adorned the shaman's brow. Was it the heat? Yet moments ago, he had appeared to tremble from the cold. How could he now seem so warm? There was something amiss with his body. Was it a thyroid issue? Or perhaps an adrenal dysfunction? Inadvertently, Ruan Tang found herself falling into the grips of her professional instincts. While she pondered, C suddenly grasped her wrist, his brow darkening slightly after a moment. "Let go. I can wipe it myself." His tone was flat, devoid of any discernible emotion, yet it carried an undeniable authority that was hard to resist. Ruan Tang was uncertain of the shaman's intentions, yet complied and resumed her task. C's brow knitted further. Without regard for whether Ruan Tang had finished, he straightened up. The sensation was gone, to be it passive or active contact. It had vanished. Why was that? Was it due to the recent awakening, rendering him unstable? Just as Ruan Tang was about to voice her inquiries, C extended his other hand. Ruan Tang's gaze fell upon the red fruit resting in his palm, and she hesitantly asked, "Is this for me?" C nodded. Ruan Tang's heart leapt with joy. This shaman was remarkably generous. Simply for wiping away a bead of sweat, She was being rewarded with a fruit. She had longed to taste the fruit's flavor, curious about what kind of produce could grow from such a miraculous tree. While she had eaten fruit before, it had mostly been wilted and tasteless. Never had she experienced anything flavorful. However, this fruit felt fresh, and she could sense a surge of energy emanating from it. What a fortifying treasure! She could hardly believe that such a splendid fruit was being offered to her. Yet, C's hand remained outstretched, clearly unwilling to retract it until she accepted. Ruan Tang reached out to take it, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, shaman." This marvelous fruit was too precious to consume immediately. She resolved to save it for when hunger struck. However, C's gaze remained fixed on her hand as she attempted to withdraw it. Ruan Tang felt uneasy under his scrutiny. Was he having second thoughts? Energy will dissipate, C reminded her. Finally, Ruan Tang understood. He was looking out for her, urging her to consume it directly. Energy acquisition was not an easy feat. How could she allow it to gradually fade away? Thus, she promptly took a bite that a wave of pure energy flooded into her, gently coursing through her limbs, and Ruan Tang felt utterly revitalized, so much so that she could not resist closing her eyes in bliss as I quietly observed the changes occurring within Ruan Tang. A flicker of ethereal light danced within the depths of his dark eyes. As time passed, C's expression grew increasingly grim. There was nothing, absolutely nothing. The glimmer in his eyes was ultimately consumed by darkness. Once Ruan Tang finished the fruit, she felt as if she had been reborn. She opened her eyes, searching for C. "Shaman, where are you?" Yet he was no longer present. Had he departed? She had yet to express her heartfelt gratitude. This fruit was undeniably invaluable, perhaps even more precious than the finest game, for its energy was abundant enough to nourish her body without concern for overwhelming it. Ruan Tang cast a glance at the cave where the shaman had been, silently vowing to repay him in kind. This fruit was of utmost significance for her survival in the days to come. She felt her strength had increased significantly, and her body felt considerably lighter, even more robust than that of a human in her past life. How could she squander such a remarkable physique? Ruan Tang gathered several sturdy branches and sought a relatively sharp stone, settling upon a large rock to sharpen the branches. After all, a stone was no knife, and it took her quite some time to fashion a pointed twig that it seemed she needed to craft a proper blade, either a stone knife or a bone knife, post-haste. Fortunately, having filled her belly and replenished her energy, these tasks did not exhaust her. Chapter 4. The starving ghost reborn. As Ruan Tang finished sharpening the third branch, she heard a rustling sound nearby. Someone was emerging from the cave. "Oh, you have food? Hand it over." The boy's fierce voice pierced the air. Ruan Tang looked up to see the intruder. It was Yi, an orphan from the tribe. Aged 12, his father and mother had perished 2 years prior, leaving him with a younger sister who had yet to awaken her bloodline. For 2 children without parental protection, merely surviving was a stroke of fortune. Ye's eyes resembled those of a ravenous wolf, fixed intently on Ruan Tang, as if he would pounce upon her should she refuse to yield her food. "What ability have you awakened?" Ruan Tang, unfazed, questioned him why he seemed taken aback by her unexpected inquiry, momentarily at a loss for words. "I don't know," Ruan Tang mused, pondering if he, like her, was unable to sense anything. Strength. The knight lowered its voice, still fixated on Ruan Tang with those piercing eyes. Ruan Tang's gaze brightened slightly, her dark orbs momentarily resembling the brilliant stars in the night sky. Knight found himself in a state of disbelief once again. "That I can ensure you are fed. But you must assist me with a task." Ruan Tang glanced at the 3 sharpened twigs she had crafted, remarking, at this moment, "Only this brave youth who has ventured out of the cave is worthy of collaborating with me." Knight, with disbelief etched across his face, exclaimed, "You want me to be fed? How is that even possible?" "Indeed, I can also ensure your sister is well fed. There are plenty of roots. Your sister's needs are inconsequential. However, if everyone in the cave were to emerge and dig, the available roots within a safe distance would likely be exhausted in no time." Ruan Tang lowered her gaze, seemingly lost in thought. Knight swallowed hard, hastily responding, "What must I do?" "Patience. First, you must eat your fill." With that, Ruan Tang crouched down, using a stone to dig up edible roots. Point 1. 2, 3. After unearthing around 7 or 8 roots, Ruan Tang finally paused. She shook the dirt off one root, stood up, and presented it to Knight. Before she could utter a word, Knight snatched it from her and stuffed it into his mouth, a starving ghost reincarnated. Ruan Tang clearly forgot her earlier demeanor. After devouring one root, Knight grabbed the remaining roots on the ground, ignoring the dirt still clinging to them, and shoved them in his mouth. It was only after consuming all 8 that he felt a sense of satiety. "Are you full?" Ruan Tang asked, her arms crossed. Knight nodded and then shook his head. Ruan Tang understood that while he felt full, he lacked energy, much like herself moments ago. However, she had no means to produce such precious fruits. "If all goes well, we can eat even more." Ruan Tang could only offer him this reassurance that Knight's eyes sparkled with hope. "That we can eat more?" "Help me sharpen these branches," Ruan Tang said, handing him the stone knife. Knight looked at the sharp branches in confusion, uncertain of Ruan Tang's intentions. These branches were hardly capable of harming prey. Without further inquiry, he sat down to whittle the branches, realizing that since she had ensured his meal, he must fulfill his part of the bargain. As Ruan Tang continued digging for roots, she remained committed to her promise of feeding his sister. Knight, glancing at the newly unearthed roots, felt an irresistible urge to eat more. "If you're hungry, eat. Only when you're satiated can you work with vigor." He hurriedly grabbed 3 or 4 more roots and stuffed them into his mouth. After finishing these, he genuinely felt full and no longer craved more. Yet he found himself wishing to hide the remaining roots. He truly wanted to avoid experiencing hunger again, especially since his sister had yet to eat. Ruan Tang, feeling fatigue from her digging, realized that the stones she had were not as sharp as Knight's. After unearthing about 10 roots, she decided to stop. Throughout this time, Knight had been covertly observing her. He discerned which roots were edible, leading him to believe he could dig for them in the future. With this newfound confidence, he seemed less anxious and worked even harder. Through their combined efforts, they eventually finished sharpening dozens of branches. Ruan Tang gathered the branches and moved toward the nearby thicket. Knight hesitated, aware of the potential dangers lurking there, perhaps poisonous snakes. "We shouldn't venture too far ahead." Ruan Tang understood that the denser the foliage, the greater the risk, so she dared only approach the sparser areas, even if it meant a significantly lower chance of acquiring prey. Knight contemplated for a moment, grasped some roots, and followed Ruan Tang's lead. She found a relatively concealed spot and dropped the branches onto the ground. "Help me dig a hole. It must be substantial. Otherwise, the prey will escape at a moment's notice. That I could not manage such a large hole alone. So had Knight not emerged, I would have sought a partner in the cave. However, this would risk exposing my ability to find food, and then the tribe would compete for my resources. What does it matter that I am the chief's daughter? In this world, it is survival of the fittest. If you can seize it, then you are capable. If you are robbed of it, then you lack the means." Knight hesitated to relinquish the roots in his grasp, compelling Ruan Tang to tempt him further. "If all goes well, we could soon feast on the large-toothed rabbit or the fire spirit mouse." Ruan Tang spoke cautiously, aware that these genetically mutated creatures posed a significant challenge, and she held no guarantee that her trap would ensnare them. After all, one must not overestimate their ambitions. "Look, this is becoming quite engaging, isn't it?" Ruan Tang smiled as she joined him in digging the pit. "Will we really be able to eat the large-toothed rabbit and the fire spirit mouse?" Knight inquired eagerly, saliva pooling in his mouth. He could hardly fathom the prospect of consuming such elusive prey, knowing they were notoriously difficult to catch. Even the females of their tribe might struggle to catch one, let alone the males, given the speed and cunning of these creatures, which prefer to hide rather than be captured. Spending time pursuing them seemed less productive than hunting larger game that could offer more energy. "If we exert ourselves a little more, we can succeed," Ruan Tang said, choosing her words carefully. One must not paint a picture too grand, lest it shatter their resolve. Knight automatically disregarded her initial comment and threw himself into the task with renewed vigor. Chapter 5. The enigmatic seedling. Ruan Tang felt utterly exhausted, on the verge of collapsing. She could not help but internally lament the exaggerated mutations in the local fauna, which necessitated such a large trap. Although capturing a prey might yield several satisfying meals, the cost was undeniably steep. "Let's resume digging tomorrow." Ruan Tang glanced at the dimming sky. In ancient times, nights were perilous. She feared that by the time they procured meat, they might lose their lives instead. Night gazed longingly at the unfinished pit. So, does this mean we will not have the large-toothed rabbit or fire spirit mouse tomorrow? We'll have to settle for roots for the next couple of days. Ruan Tang did not instruct Night to keep their venture a secret from the tribe, for she trusted that he would not divulge. The person who frequently faced hunger would only grow more fearful of its pangs. Until he could assure himself of not suffering from hunger regularly, he would never risk revealing this information. Ruan Tang had no immediate plans to disclose their endeavors, as her trap's success was still uncertain. However, she did not intentionally conceal it. She would let the tribe discover it for themselves. I end this perilous era. All she could do was this. Ruan Tang dug up a few more roots to satiate herself before returning to the cave. Night followed suit, planning to find an excuse to bring his sister out of the cave for food. Upon their return, Ruan Tang and Night drew no attention from those around them, as most were in a half-asleep state, conserving energy and prolonging their endurance. Ruan Tang found a relatively clean corner and lay down once more. To be honest, the stench within the cave was unbearable. Many chose to relieve themselves where they lay to minimize movement, resulting in an amalgam of unpleasant odors. Upon her father's return, she would surely discuss hygiene matters with him. Ruan Tang made a concerted effort to ignore the odors and close her eyes. Reflecting on the events of the day, the awakening of her bloodline, the emergence of the shaman, the energy fruits, the mysterious space, and the colossal tree. What intrigued her most was that strange space she had encountered earlier. What was that place? An alternate dimension. Ruan Tang, having read her fair share of novels, recognized the telltale signs of various golden fingers, and the scene she had witnessed bore an uncanny resemblance to those depicted in stories. How could she re-enter? Ruan Tang attempted several times to return to that place, but failed each time. Was her method flawed? As she pondered, exhaustion overcame her, and she drifted into slumber. Perhaps the day had truly worn her out. Ruan Tang awoke feeling weightless and, curious, looked down to find her feet did not touch the ground. She was entirely suspended in midair. Had her soul somehow left her body? Ruan Tang glanced around, her heart brimming with delight. It was that otherworldly space. Yet this realm seemed to have transformed somewhat. The land, the spiritual springs, and the rivers remained unchanged. The only alteration was that the ancient, majestic tree, which exuded an aura of antiquity and perpetually shed its leaves, had remarkably shrunk into a sapling. Ruan Tang floated over, circling the young tree several times. This is the spot. But what could have happened? How could such a grand tree have diminished to such a small size? Ruan Tang could discern that this sapling belonged to the same species as the former towering tree. Although she could not identify the exact variety, the essence emanating from them was identical. This essence was soothing, as if every cell in her body were awakening. Suddenly, the sapling swayed, releasing a surge of vibrant life. The once dry spring began to intermittently flow with water again. The parched earth seemed to recover slightly, and even the narrow river widened a bit. Ruan Tang couldn't help but exclaim in wonder. This sapling was truly miraculous. May I give you a name, little sapling? She mused. How could such a sentient tree go without a name? The sapling swayed once more, seemingly in agreement. Your leaves remind me of the Bodhi tree I've seen. How about I call you little Bodhi from now on? Ruan Tang stroked her chin thoughtfully. The sapling shook once again, appearing quite fond of its new name. Ruan Tang beamed with joy, floated over to the spring, cupped some of the spiritual water in her hands, and poured it onto little Bodhi's roots. Perhaps it was her imagination, but she felt that little Bodhi had grown a little. Clearly, everything in this space was interconnected. Ruan Tang wished to continue her exploration of this realm, but was abruptly roused by someone shaking her awake. Upon opening her eyes, she found he staring at her anxiously, evidently concerned about Dia Tu and Hualing Shu. Ruan Tang glanced around. Had she merely been dreaming? No, it was not a dream. She could feel the unique vitality of little Bodhi resonating within her, suggesting that her consciousness had indeed entered that realm. She would seize the opportunity to study it further, yearning to access it at will. Little Bodhi needed her nurturing. However, for now, she needed to resolve her immediate predicament. Ruan Tang climbed to her feet and, alongside Yi, leisurely exited the cave, resembling someone who had been starved for an eternity. The occupants within the cave remained utterly still, too lethargic even to open their eyelids. Ruan Tang and Yi successfully made their way out. They first approached the riverbank to drink some water. Although the river was crystal clear and free of pollution, Ruan Tang knew that it still harbored numerous bacteria. If she continued to drink it over time, she might end up with parasites in her body, or perhaps she already had, as she occasionally felt a twinge of stomach pain. Thus, she needed to boil some water soon. If only they could catch some fish from the river. Yi gazed longingly at the fish swimming about. We can do it. As long as we devise a plan, Ruan Tang had long been craving the fish from the river. She had heard that the fish here contained high energy, some even surpassing the prey they typically hunted at Yi's eyes, which had become somewhat sunken from hunger, widened in anticipation, as if they might pop out at any moment, clearly revealing his excitement. You have a plan? You must have a plan. Not at the moment, Ruan Tang mused, sensing that Yi might be placing blind trust in her. After all, she had only just helped him have a hearty meal. Let us continue digging traps. Only by being well fed can we catch the fish in this river. Ruan Tang gazed resolutely ahead. One day, she would achieve the freedom of feasting on fish and meat, never to endure hunger again. Yi, radiating with determination, followed closely behind her. Chapter 6. The White Lotus. After the two had their fill, they pressed on toward the thicket ahead, determined to finish digging the traps today. Every cell in their bodies urged them not to delay. After merely satisfying their hunger, Ruan Tang could clearly feel that her strength was waning as they dug. She reflected on the hardships he had endured the previous day. Thankfully, he had awakened his powers, and, as long as he wasn't too hungry, he could still muster considerable strength, which was a relief compared to her own condition. The traps continued to grow larger, but the time spent managing the excavated soil could become a considerable waste. Ruan Tang climbed out of the pit and wandered around. Yi assumed she was fatigued and said nothing more. Continuing to diligently dayatu. Hualing Shu. Names flitted through Yi's mind, alternating back and forth. Ruan Tang scoured the surroundings and finally found suitable materials for weaving baskets. Ecstatic, she rushed over, only to discover that the vines were too thick. Without tools, it would take considerable time and effort to cut enough vines to make a basket. Well, I might as well use my hands. As for the vines, she would manage to collect them when her father returned. Resigned, Ruan Tang returned to Yi to continue digging. Perhaps due to her intense desire for meat, the trap that she initially thought they would never finish was unexpectedly completed. Ruan Tang was thrilled. Under Yi's eager gaze, she began to set up the trap. Fortunately, having lived in the countryside with her grandparents as a child, she had learned many farming skills, and her curiosity had led her to learn about traps from a hunter in the village. Although she had only heard about it in passing, Ruan Tang was clever and, through her experimentation and imagination, had figured out some methods that is this really possible? Yi couldn't believe that such a simple trap could actually catch prey. I don't know. Let us give it a try. Fearing that the branches might snap under the weight of a rough-skinned, muscular prey, Ruan Tang tied several branches together. Yi felt a twinge of disappointment. After 2 days of hard work, was this uncertain outcome all they had to show for it? Ruan Tang paid no mind to his thoughts as she camouflaged the trap. It had to blend seamlessly with the surrounding grasslands to trick the prey. After a considerable effort, the trap was finally completed. Yi remarked with astonishment. If you don't look closely, you wouldn't even know there's a hole here. Perhaps we really will get to eat some meat? Just wait. A foolish rabbit will surely appear. Ruan Tang could only hold on to this hope. After all, this was her first attempt at setting a trap. Whether it could ensnare prey was still uncertain. When will they show up? Yi was eager to stay guard all night. Let us come back tomorrow. Prey are clever. If we linger here, they certainly won't dare approach. Ruan Tang feared that you might sneak out at night to sit here. All right, we'll check again tomorrow. Yi's face was full of anticipation. Ruan Tang nodded, and before darkness fell, she continued to dig up roots to eat. She did not want to go to bed hungry. Sighing, when would the days of eating roots ever end? They were so preoccupied with thoughts of the trap that they failed to notice a small figure stealthily watching them from a distance. Upon returning to the cave, Ruan Tang still attempted to connect with the space but found no method. she could only enter that realm while dreaming. The space was unchanged from the previous day. Unable to discern more about it, Ruan Tang drifted over to little Bodhi and sat cross-legged beside it. This little Bodhi must be a treasure for cultivation. Ruan Tang could feel subtle changes within her body. If she spent more time near little Bodhi, she suspected she wouldn't have to wait long before experiencing another bloodline awakening. Ruan Tang remained there all night, until the next day, when she was awakened by a cacophony of sounds. What is going on? Since when have the clan members been so energetic? Upon opening her eyes, she met Yi's alarmed gaze. What happened? Ruan Tang looked around. The cave was utterly deserted. The roots had been nearly dug up. Yi said anxiously. Ruan Tang was taken aback. Had the clan discovered that the roots were edible? That had come faster than expected. No worries, we still have traps, right? Ruan Tang had to soothe Yi's agitation. But we don't know if the traps can catch any prey. Yi felt a loss of security due to the lack of food, becoming increasingly restless. Let us go check it out together. Ruan Tang had no choice but to rise from the ground. Initially, she anticipated feeling as weak as the previous day, yet to her surprise, aside from a slight hunger pang, her body brimmed with energy, akin to the vitality she had experienced after consuming the fruit given by Wu. Immediately, she thought of the little Bodhi tree in her space, and her conjecture proved correct. That little Bodhi not only contained immense life force, but also a rich reservoir of energy. As Ruan Tang and her companions emerged, they beheld their fellow tribespeople seated on the ground, using sticks or stones to dig for grass roots. When someone unearthed a root, they excitedly rushed to a young girl and asked, "May, is this it?" The girl named May solemnly nodded, affirming, "Yes, it is wonderful." The individual was about to shove the root into their mouth when a thought struck them. Instead, they offered the root to May, stating, "You discovered this, and you shared it with us, so this first root should be yours to eat." May hesitated momentarily before accepting it, that it's only right. I can't let everyone go hungry, that if I discover other edible items in the future, I will share those with you as well, she declared, exuding a sense of noble righteousness. Witnessing this, others promptly gifted May a grass root, despite their reluctance to part with them. In an instant, a pile of dozens of roots accumulated before May, her smile stretching from ear to ear. However, Ruan Tang sensed a strong aura of the white lotus flower enveloping her. It became evident that the skills associated with the white lotus had existed since ancient times. This was clearly her discovery. Yi, feeling somewhat anxious, was about to speak, but Ruan Tang restrained him, urging him to let it be. This girl was clearly the type to be consumed by vanity. Nevertheless, manipulating her to achieve their goals would not be so straightforward. Yet, she could not consume all the grass roots indiscriminately. Hence, she would ultimately pay the price for her actions. Naturally, Ruan Tang could not jeopardize the safety of her tribe members merely to see her face consequences. The inedible grass roots, even if consumed, would not pose a significant threat. At worst, they would induce a mild stomachache, but that would suffice to teach someone like May a lesson. May looked up and caught sight of Ruan Tang. A flicker of panic crossing her eyes before it morphed into a sense of entitlement. Tang is such a selfish person. She has food and refuses to share, unlike me, who tells everyone in the tribe. I'm clearly more deserving of being the chief's daughter, that I must ensure my mother ends up with the chief, and then I will be the chief's daughter. Chapter 7. The followers of the pact Ruan Tang did not immediately head towards the trap, as May had been watching them closely. While the grass roots were inconsequential, the energy-filled prey required safeguarding. Both she and Yi were no match for the adults in the tribe. Currently, the adults comprised not just females, but also several injured males who were unable to hunt. Despite their disabilities, those who limped or had lost limbs were seasoned hunters with considerable strength and skill, not easily confronted by those newly awakened to their powers. Ruan Tang and Yi made their way to the edge of the thicket. Crouching down to dig for grass roots, no one else was around, evidently deterred by the potential dangers lurking within the thicket, opting instead to forage in the grassy areas. May observed them for a while, and seeing that they were merely digging for roots, she reluctantly shifted her gaze away. After all, the ability to identify edible grass roots was already commendable. It was unlikely they could discover anything else edible. Rather than waste time watching them, she might as well bolster her own reputation. Just as May was about to deliver an impassioned speech, someone suddenly clutched their stomach and collapsed onto the ground. "Oh no, my stomach hurts." Shortly thereafter, several others fell as well. May's eyes widened in panic at the sight, and just as she contemplated fleeing the scene, she found herself surrounded. "May, what is happening? Why are we experiencing stomach pains?" "Yes, why does our stomach hurt so much? Did you deceive us?" They all questioned May in unison. "I don't know. This isn't my fault." May shook her head repeatedly, her composure faltering under the scrutiny of the crowd. As she was merely a 12-year-old girl facing overwhelming accusations. "How could it not be your fault? We all consumed the roots you said were safe, and now we are in pain." "Exactly. We felt fine before eating. Oh no, it hurts so much. I can't take it. I need to squat for a moment." The others had no time to continue questioning May and hurried off to relieve themselves. Those fortunate enough not to have eaten the inedible roots were terrified and discarded what they held, glaring angrily at May, convinced she had eaten less and thus escaped unharmed. May nearly burst into tears, genuinely bewildered by the situation. Clearly, Tang and the others had consumed the roots without issue. Just as she pondered, a wave of pain surged through her own stomach, her face paling as she rushed off to squat. The others, witnessing this, wore expressions of confusion. Could it be that May had not intended to harm them? Otherwise, why was she also in distress? Yet, despite this, she should not have misled them without proper discernment. Ruan Tang, noticing the unfolding chaos, smirked, exuding an air of control over the situation. Seizing the moment when no one was observing, she pulled Yi along and dashed toward the trap. From a distance, they spotted the trap had collapsed. Ruan Tang's heart leaped with joy. Had they captured prey? She hurried over to peer into the trap. However, the outcome was disappointing, as it contained no prey. Yi, utterly disheartened, collapsed onto the ground. "The meat is gone." Ruan Tang scrutinized the trap and remarked, "There are traces of blood. Prey has indeed fallen in here." The blood had yet to congeal, indicating a recent escape. Since it had been injured, it surely could not have fled far. "Let us follow the blood trail," Ruan Tang instructed, pulling Yi along. Yi, sensing the potential for success, was filled with excitement and immediately activated his tracking skills. Cautious of other dangers, Ruan Tang remained vigilant of her surroundings. Unlike Yi, who was entirely absorbed in the pursuit, the wounded prey left a continuous trail of blood, which tugged at Yi's heartstrings, as they often drank this blood directly, relishing its flavor, unbeknownst to Ruan Tang. Yi was preoccupied with these thoughts. She merely focused on the impending capture of their prey, as the blood trail grew increasingly abundant, signaling that the prey was struggling to move. At last, they spotted the injured prey nestled in a patch of grass. To their astonishment, it was a large-toothed rabbit, significantly larger and more delectable than the fire spirit mouse. Ruan Tang felt her mouth water, yet she maintained her composure and cautioned, "Don't rush in. It may still have the capacity to attack." But he was already entranced by the prospect of meat and could no longer contain himself. Charging forward, Ruan Tang gasped, gripping the sharpened branch in her hand, ready to strike. Just as he was about to reach the large-toothed rabbit, it suddenly leaped, aiming its razor-sharp teeth at him. Yi stumbled backward in fright, and just as the rabbit was about to bite him, Ruan Tang lunged forward, driving the branch into the rabbit's eye with precision. With a piercing scream, the rabbit collapsed, thrashing in a pool of blood. Ruan Tang felt her hands tremble slightly, relieved her aim was true. Otherwise, Yi would have been in grave danger. As Ruan Tang prepared to check on Yi, he suddenly scrambled to his feet and rushed to the large-toothed rabbit, leaning in to drink the blood that flowed from its eye. Ruan Tang's lips involuntarily twitched at the sight. How obsessed could one be with food? Even in such a dire situation, he was determined not to waste a morsel. After all, the large-toothed rabbit was not yet dead. Yi, perhaps feeling satiated, turned back with blood dripping from his mouth, exclaiming, "Tang, come drink. Don't let it go to waste." He felt invigorated, brimming with energy, and the sensation was exquisite. "Ha! You truly are a champion of resourcefulness." Ruan Tang, unaccustomed to drinking fresh blood, refrained from joining him. Instead, she moved aside to gather some large leaves to collect the blood. Unfortunately, the leaves were too soft to hold the liquid effectively, though the tribe had stone bowls. They were cumbersome to transport, so she resolved to devise a way to create a ceramic pot in the future. After filling 3 or 4 large leaves, there was no more blood to collect, and the large-toothed rabbit had succumbed completely. Ruan Tang sat beside the rabbit, beaming at Yi, and said, "See, I told you I would make sure you were full." "Yes, yes. Tang, you are truly amazing." Knight gazed at Ruan Tang with a look of admiration. "If you stay by my side, I promise to ensure you are well fed every day." Ruan Tang was once again indulging in grandiose promises. In this perilous world of beasts, she understood the necessity of gathering capable and loyal companions. Knight did not perceive this as mere fanciful thinking. He suddenly knelt down, raising his hand as if to swear an oath. "Great beast God above, I, Knight, vow to follow Tang for life, to pledge my loyalty to her, to protect her, and to never betray her." Under Ruan Tang's astonished gaze, a flash of light surged into both Knight's and her minds. This was the binding of a contract. It meant that Knight was bound to her for life. Should he betray her, he would face the wrath of the great beast god. He actually trusted her so completely. Chapter 8. Delicious roasted meat. For a moment, Ruan Tang was at a loss for words. Her expression a complex tapestry as she regarded the earnest Knight. After a long silence, she finally spoke. "Go call your sister, but remember to ensure no one sees you." "Rest assured, I won't let anyone see." Knight replied. Understanding that Ruan Tang intended to feast on the large-toothed rabbit at once, he hurried back to summon his sister, taking great care along the way, for he had yet to satisfy his own hunger and was reluctant to allow anyone else to partake. Watching Knight's retreating figure, Ruan Tang revealed a determined smile. She would not betray Knight's trust. Seizing the opportunity, while he was away, Ruan Tang contemplated how to handle the large-toothed rabbit. Given that the rabbit had ventured here, it was undoubtedly due to the safety of the surroundings. Thus, Ruan Tang decided to process the rabbit right where it was. This small hillock was situated a fair distance from the tribe's designated safe zone, sheltered by towering trees and rocks, alleviating any concerns of being discovered by her kin. Lacking a pot, she had no choice but to roast the meat. Fortunately, she had a means of igniting a fire. Otherwise, she would have been forced to consume raw flesh to avoid alarming the tribe. Ruan Tang selected suitable wood and sat down to rub 2 sticks together to create fire. Although she had only heard of the principle behind it, she had never practiced, leaving her uncertain whether she could spark a flame. She persevered with repeated attempts until, at last, her hands were red and she successfully kindled a fire. Thankfully, she had absorbed a significant amount of energy at Xiaopudi's place the previous night. Otherwise, she would have lacked the strength to ignite the flames today. Once the fire was established, Ruan Tang began to prepare the large-toothed rabbit. Its sharp teeth were perfect for piercing its thick fur. After considerable effort, she finally managed to break the rabbit's teeth with a stone. These teeth could indeed be fashioned into knives. But regrettably, she lacked the skill and would have to wait for her father to return to assist her. The rabbit's fur was thick and would make for warm clothing, well suited for the winters here. Ruan Tang carefully skinned the rabbit, but her limited strength and inadequate tools made the task quite arduous. She even accidentally punctured several holes, causing her to wince with regret. "If only I had a scalpel," she thought, "I could remove the skin flawlessly." After all, she had studied medicine. Her knowledge of anatomy was not without merit. Once she had completely skinned the rabbit, Ruan Tang began to cut the meat. Using a rather dull stone from yesterday, she sliced the rabbit into manageable pieces and placed them on a flat, heated stone slab. Sizzle! The sound of rabbit meat sizzling on the iron plate filled the air. Ruan Tang was filled with anticipation as she roasted the meat. Before long, the savory aroma wafted towards her, the sizzling fat making her mouth water. Ah, how I wish I had some seasoning. The flavor would surely be even more exquisite. How delicious! 2 excited voices chimed in. It was Knight and his sister Yin, their eyes fixed hungrily on the stone slab, eager to snatch up the food. While the tribe did have cooked food, it was nowhere near as fragrant as what Ruan Tang was preparing. Most opted for raw meat, as there was little difference in taste. It will be ready soon. Just wait a moment. Ruan Tang flipped the rabbit meat, revealing a perfectly brown side. "Sister Tang, can we really eat this?" Yin asked timidly, her big eyes fixed on the delectable rabbit meat. Ruan Tang turned to Yun with a gentle smile. "This is our own catch. Of course we can eat it. Yun, at only 8 years old, appeared much smaller, akin to a 5 or 6-year-old, due to malnutrition in the past. When their father and mother were still alive, she may not have looked so frail, but since their parents had passed away, only her older brother, who was unable to hunt, remained. The tribe's support was insufficient, as the distribution of prey depended on each individual's contributions. There were far too many such unfortunate souls in the tribe, and Ruan Tang knew that if she did not devise a solution, many would continue to suffer. Before long, the rabbit meat was ready. Ruan Tang skewered a piece with the rabbit's tooth and placed it on a leaf to hand it to Yun. Here, eat up. Be careful. It's hot. Yun excitedly reached out with her small hand, only to pull back with a yelp when she burned herself. Don't rush. There is plenty more to fill you up, Ruan Tang reassured her. Yun nodded her head and blew on the leaf before bringing it to her lips. Ruan Tang also served a piece to the eagerly waiting Knight, that I'll roast more once we've finished this. Knight quickly grabbed the roasted meat and began to eat, oblivious to the heat, grinning and grimacing as he chewed, looking quite comical. Ruan Tang couldn't help but smile at the sight before taking a piece for herself. This meat was far more delectable than any rabbit she had tasted in Huaxia. Perhaps it was the energy infused within that enhanced the flavor, making it delightful even without seasoning. However, Ruan Tang craved more. She was determined to find spices to satisfy her palate. Of course, for now, she would ensure her hunger was met each day. After roasting 2 batches of rabbit meat, though their stomachs had not yet reached the point of being stuffed, they were already filled to capacity. The energy from the large-toothed rabbit had yet to be fully digested. For adults, such small prey would hardly suffice to replenish energy, but as Ruan Tang and her companions had only just awakened their bloodline, they were still merely juvenile beasts, easily sated. We can save the remaining half for tomorrow, Ruan Tang suggested, eyeing the leftover rabbit meat. But where should we hide it? Knight asked, a look of distress crossing his face. If only his stomach could expand further, he could store all the rabbit meat within. This posed a dilemma for Ruan Tang. Leaving it outside would risk it being taken by other beasts. Yet bringing it back would surely attract the tribe's attention. That we can hide it in the traps, Ruan Tang quickly proposed. Knight agreed that this was a suitable idea. If any other prey coveted the rabbit meat, they would surely fall into the trap, providing them with more food. His gaze fell again upon the uneaten pieces of roasted rabbit. He thought he could endure a little longer. I have other plans for this meat. Ruan Tang swiftly interjected, fearing Knight might attempt to gnaw on it again. All right, Knight replied, a bit dejected as he withdrew his gaze, realizing his hopes of gorging himself had been dashed for someone who had endured hunger for so long. The prospect of being stuffed could be seen as a form of happiness. Ruan Tang observed the glimmer of hope in his eyes, a bead of sweat forming on her forehead. She resolved never to let this fellow go hungry again. Who knew what madness it might incite? Chapter 9. Delivering roasted meat to the shaman, Ruan Tang extinguished the fire and made her way toward the trap. Tang, did you acquire the fire from the tribe? Did no one suspect anything? Knight asked, echoing a question that had lingered since the beginning. No, I created the fire by drilling wood. The tribe is unaware of how to ignite flames, so to maintain a constant source of fire, they have been using wood to keep the embers alive. Ruan Tang explained. Drilling wood to start a fire? Knight looked utterly bewildered. Ruan Tang pondered how to explain, knowing she would occasionally come up with new ideas in the future. She needed to devise a convincing explanation. Otherwise, she might be viewed as an oddity and risk being captured as a monster for sacrifice. It was the guidance of the great beast god that led me to discover the method of drilling wood to create fire, she said, recalling the deity they revered. Tang is truly remarkable. Out of so many people, the beast god chose to guide you. Knight's eyes sparkled with admiration, clearly captivated by Ruan Tang's ingenuity. Ruan Tang cleared her throat, feeling somewhat uneasy. This trap needs some improvements. Fortunately, they had already arrived at the location of the trap, and Ruan Tang immediately redirected her attention, reflecting on the situation of a large-toothed rabbit that had fallen into the trap. She began to modify it. After a considerable amount of time, she finally completed the modifications, now feeling more confident in her ability to capture prey. Let us come back tomorrow to check, Ruan Tang remarked after setting the trap. Gazing intently at the trap, was filled with anticipation, sensing that they might encounter new prey the following day. Upon returning to the tribe, Ruan Tang parted ways with Yi and the others, heading towards the shaman's cave. However, halfway there, she suddenly recalled something and turned back towards the riverbank. After a brief wash, she continued her journey towards the shaman's dwelling. There were not many caves dug out by the tribe, but one was exclusively for the shaman, as it was said that he preferred solitude. The tribe's people had thus constructed a separate cave for him. One must admit, the shaman held a position of great esteem. This was not unique to their tribe, but was a commonality across all tribes. The shaman not only performed rituals, but also possessed medical knowledge, regarded by the tribespeople as a divine emissary. From the memories of the original owner, Ruan Tang understood that this so-called medical knowledge was far inferior to that of certified healers, which was understandable, given the ancient times they lived in. The role of the shaman was, to put it simply, akin to one who performed spiritual rites. However, when she thought of the ethereal and otherworldly aspect of Si, Ruan Tang found it difficult to associate the two. Ruan Tang soon arrived at Si's cave, holding the wrapped rabbit meat, standing at the entrance with a hint of trepidation. When she had caught the prey, she had intended to present it to the shaman. Although the shaman had certainly tasted finer meats, this was her first catch, a token of her sincerity. "Shaman, it's Tang. May I enter?" Ruan Tang tentatively inquired at the cave's entrance, after a moment's wait. There was no response to, "Is he not inside?" "Shaman, come in," a detached voice replied. Ruan Tang stepped inside quietly. Unlike the bustling atmosphere of her tribe's larger cave, this cave was imbued with a faint, refreshing scent reminiscent of cedar, making one feel invigorated. Indeed, this was a place fit for human habitation. Ruan Tang felt that cleanliness should be prioritized. The furnishings in Si's cave were quite simple: a stone table for stone stools, and a stone bed, which was layered with several pieces of white animal skin, lending an impression of warmth. That on the stone table sat a porcelain jar. Wait, a porcelain jar! Someone can craft pottery. What was she even doing with her rudimentary skills? No, in fact, she had only seen porcelain here in the shaman's dwelling, indicating its extreme rarity. That it was evident that the shaman must have paid a considerable price to possess such a treasure. Si sat at the stone table, fiddling with branches of varying lengths, clearly engaged in some form of divination. Ruan Tang observed, recognizing that it resembled a divination diagram. Her eyes widened with astonishment. She had not anticipated Si would delve into such profound matters. "Do you understand?" Si noticed Ruan Tang's gaze and inquired mildly. Initially, she intended to respond in the negative, but for some reason, the words flowed forth. One long, one short, one yin, one yang. Yin and yang give rise to the four phenomena. The four phenomena give rise to the 8 trigrams, and the 8 trigrams give birth to all things. The mysteries of existence are encapsulated in these 2 words, yin and yang. I abruptly lifted his head, his indifferent eyes flashing with a hint of surprise. Ahem, I was merely speaking casually. Ruan Tang realized she had spoken rather boldly, quickly producing the wrapped rabbit meat and placing it on the stone table. "This is the large-toothed rabbit I roasted." I regarded her with a penetrating gaze before lowering his eyes to the roasted meat. The aroma was enticing, indicative of the effort the cook had invested in preparing it. "How did you catch it?" Si asked, taking a clean leaf from the side to wrap a piece of the roasted meat elegantly before bringing it to his lips. Ruan Tang found it a visual delight to watch him eat. Naturally, it would have looked even more appealing with chopsticks. That I set a trap, and the large-toothed rabbit, not paying attention, fell right in. Ruan Tang replied candidly, I took another piece of roasted meat, his slightly narrowed eyes clearly expressing his approval of the dish. He was quite discerning when it came to food, and it was rare for someone else's roast to catch his fancy. Ruan Tang seemed to notice this and proudly remarked, if there were salt and seasoning, it would taste even better. Salt? Si paused, looking at Ruan Tang, his tone measured. Salt is only traded in the larger tribes. Their tribe was too remote to have access to the larger tribes, hence they had never had salt. Every time they acquired it, it was through the blood of their prey. Ruan Tang was taken aback. How had she uttered such advanced knowledge? "Yes, I've only heard my father mention it," she said, shifting her gaze to the porcelain jar. "Was this also obtained from the larger tribe?" Indeed, Si lowered his eyelids, continuing to eat the roasted meat, seemingly indifferent to Ruan Tang's somewhat clumsy attempts at concealment. If only I had one, then I could create even more delicious dishes. Ruan Tang expressed her longing. I paused for a moment before resuming his meal. After finishing the roasted meat, he picked up a piece of pristine animal skin to wipe his long, fair hands. Ruan Tang sensed that he was indeed fastidious about cleanliness. She was grateful she had washed up earlier. Otherwise, her dirty appearance might have led him to believe the roast was unclean and thus unappetizing. "Do you enjoy eating?" Ruan Tang inquired. C tossed aside the cloth, clearly uninterested in using it further. "Then I'll bring you more in the future." Ruan Tang volunteered eagerly. I cast a languid glance in her direction. She seemed confident in her ability to hunt daily. However, this little female was rather intriguing. While others in the tribe hoarded their food, she boldly declared her intention to share her meat with him, which piqued his interest. In a place where sustenance was scarce, no one would turn down food. Chapter 10. Simply marvelous. Ruan Tang was oblivious to C.'s contemplations. She was simply delighted that he accepted her offering and joyfully declared, "I'll take my leave now." Just as she turned to leave, C called out to her, "Come here." Ruan Tang, puzzled, turned back to ask, "What is it, shaman?" "See," he replied, picking up the porcelain jar from the table and walking over to the stone bowl. Emptying its contents, Ruan Tang was momentarily taken aback. "I am called C." His tone remained flat, without a hint of impatience. Ruan Tang suddenly realized that the shaman's name was C. It seemed not many in the tribe knew this. So perhaps she had gained a privilege. Here, C extended the emptied porcelain jar towards her. Ruan Tang gazed at C in disbelief. For me, she looked at the substance that had just been poured into the stone bowl, her eyes widening in shock. What had been emptied was ash from plants and trees, the so-called sacred soil of the tribe, an invaluable substance revered and cherished by all, though she held little regard for this ash. In an era devoid of medical knowledge, it was indeed akin to a miracle cure. Otherwise, it would not have been adorned with the label of sacred soil. Yet now, it was being treated so casually by C, making her feel as though they were both guilty of a transgression. I nodded, clearly not considering the porcelain jar to be of significant importance to him. It was merely a vessel, perhaps only slightly lighter than the stone bowl. "But this is a treasure you brought to the tribe. You're just giving it away." C's hand remained outstretched, reminiscent of the earlier offering of fruit. Ruan Tang had no choice but to accept it, solemnly stating, "Shaman, thank you, that I will take good care of it. Call me C." He seemed weary of being addressed as shaman. Ruan Tang, observing C's unpretentious demeanor, found her impression of him further enhanced and joyfully replied, "C, thank you." Her eyes shimmering with starlight. I looked into her sparkling eyes, so resplendent and beautiful, and a shadow of intrigue flickered across his deep gaze. He nodded indifferently and returned to the stone table, resuming his manipulation of the 5 elements and 8 trigrams. Ruan Tang dared not disturb him further, leaving the cave with a heart full of joy, for her culinary endeavors now had a promising future. The shaman was truly wonderful. Who said shamans were unapproachable? He had allowed her to address him by name and had gifted her fruit and a porcelain jar. There was likely no one in the tribe who could compare to him. Ruan Tang returned to her cave in high spirits, unaware of a pair of eyes watching her departure. It was like this. May was filled with indignation. Why did the shaman only inform Tang that certain roots were edible and exclusively provide her with special treatment? Clearly, May did not believe that Ruan Tang possessed the capability to discover the edibility of those roots. She must have employed some cunning means to gain that knowledge from the shaman. As for May's certainty that the shaman favored Ruan Tang, it stemmed from the sight of the oil stains on Ruan Tang's bee skirt, which were unmistakably residue from roasted meat. The shaman's cave was abundant with food, allowing Tang to indulge to the point of greasiness. Yet, why should she, the most intelligent and adored female in the tribe, not receive similar preferential treatment? Was it simply because Ruan Tang was the chief's daughter? In that moment, May's imagination ran wild, and her jealousy intensified as she recalled the events of that morning. Unbeknownst to Ruan Tang, she clutched a porcelain jar and retreated to a corner. She genuinely wished to embrace the jar as she slept, fearing that if she were not careful, it might be snatched away, and her culinary delights would be ruined. Life seemed increasingly hopeful. With such a mindset, Ruan Tang soon drifted into slumber, as before she entered her special space. Nestled beside the small Bodhi tree, absorbing energy throughout the night. The following morning, she awoke once more brimming with vitality. The inhabitants of the cave had already ventured out, and Ruan Tang, upon stepping outside, quickly grasped the situation that it turned out that May had figured things out. She could now distinguish which roots were edible and was instructing the tribe members accordingly. Ruan Tang raised an eyebrow, glancing at Yi beside her. After returning yesterday, I let her see us digging for roots, Yi said through clenched teeth. He had not anticipated May's cunning, lurking in the shadows to observe them. This meant they would have to be even more cautious moving forward. Otherwise, their trap might be discovered. Losing roots devoid of energy was not particularly painful, but they could not afford to lose their prey. Otherwise, he would genuinely feel like committing murder. Ruan Tang patted Ye's shoulder, assuring him that it was not a significant matter. However, May did exhibit some skill. Yesterday, the tribe members had clearly distrusted her, yet today they were all heeding her guidance. It seemed this white lotus had some cunning to her. Nonetheless, in Ruan Tang's view, these were merely trivial tricks, as long as May did not cross her path again. Otherwise, she would not be so forgiving. Back in her homeland, she had extinguished numerous white lotuses for her friends. Those white lotuses were of a much higher caliber than May, who was at the very bottom of the hierarchy, making her an easy target. Thus, Ruan Tang did not regard May as a threat. Upon seeing Ruan Tang emerge, May raised her sharply defined chin in a gesture that exuded pride. Humph, so what if she is the chief's daughter? She is still less popular than I am. Ruan Tang rolled her eyes. What was there to be so pleased about? It was merely a fleeting honor gained through deceit. Tang, let me take care of her, he said, clearly unable to tolerate May's arrogance. No need. Although this world is one of survival of the fittest, it would not sound good for a male to strike a female. Yet, her preoccupation with them was beneficial. It meant she would not have time to shadow them. If she became too idle, she might follow them persistently, which would indeed be bothersome, akin to a fly. Killing it would dirty one's hands, yet failing to do so would be incredibly annoying. Wai pondered for a moment and found her reasoning sound. Let us be cautious and ensure she does not follow us again. Indeed, she must not be allowed to follow us again, but if she has too much free time, I shall ensure she has tasks to occupy her, Ruan Tang declared. They resumed their digging for roots in the same spot as yesterday. May have been secretly observing them from the corner of her eye, and upon seeing them quietly focused on their work. She did not think much of it, that of course, she had little time to dwell on it, as the tribe members continuously approached her with roots, inquiring which ones were edible. This one, May began to direct them. May, you are truly remarkable. Indeed, such intelligence at such a young age. You are incredible. How did you manage to raise such a clever daughter? Yes, indeed, far more capable than the chief's daughter, Tang, as May absorbed each compliment. Her vanity swelled. The sensation of being needed, praised, and adored was truly delightful. Chapter 11. Overindulgence. Once May's vanity had been sufficiently gratified, she turned to look for Ruan Tang, only to find no trace of them. She stood up, searching frantically, but could not locate them. Had they ventured outside the safety of the tribe? May contemplated going out to search, but the dangers beyond were formidable, and she had no chance of finding them, which left her stomping in frustration. After Ruan Tang slipped out of May's line of sight, she realized that being constantly monitored was not sustainable. It was a hindrance, and thus she needed to devise a plan. Tang, the trap has been disturbed, he exclaimed excitedly as he rushed over. Ruan Tang noted that the trap had been tampered with, indicating that prey had indeed entered it, though she was unsure whether any remained inside. As she approached the trap, the scent of blood wafted towards her, confirming that there was likely prey inside. Upon discovering two nearly unconscious fire spirit mice within, Ruan Tang was overjoyed. 2 of them. My luck seems to be quite favorable. Catching prey 2 days in AROWAS, she extracted the 2 feeble fire spirit mice. You did not eagerly begin to prepare them, but instead gazed sorrowfully at the trap. Just as Ruan Tang was about to inquire, Yi spoke up. Can I eat the dirt that has blood on it? Truly, he had once been starved to the brink. Consuming that much dirt could be fatal. He contemplated this seriously before ultimately deciding against it. Seeing Ye's earnest deliberation, Ruan Tang fell silent. So, if she had not mentioned it, he would have genuinely considered eating the bloody soil? Yi, from now on. We will eat our fill every day, Ruan Tang promised as she patted his shoulder. I believe you, Yi replied earnestly, as he had witnessed their successful hunting for 2 consecutive days. Let's try a different method of eating today. Ruan Tang revealed the porcelain jar she had been cradling. Tang, I was just about to ask, why have you been holding on to that? Moreover, it seems to belong to the shaman. You'll see in a moment. Ruan Tang replied with a mysterious smile. The fire spirit mice were about half the size of a large tooth rabbit and had relatively more bones, making them perfect for soup. However, simply boiling them might lack flavor. Thus, Ruan Tang began searching the ground for wild vegetables. Surely, they must be around here. Finally, she discovered some edible wild greens and even found some wild onions, which thrilled her. She immediately instructed Yi to take his sister to the place where they had roasted meat yesterday, while she headed to the river to fetch water. After retrieving the water, she returned to find that Yi and his sister had not yet arrived. Assuming they were delayed, she decided to start making the soup. She scraped the fat off the fire spirit mice and lightly sauteed the onions on a stone slab before placing them in the porcelain jar. Although she would have preferred to saute them directly in the jar, she feared it might ruin it, as she did not possess a second porcelain jar. While preparing the soup, Ruan Tang continued to grill the leftover rabbit meat from yesterday. It was summer, and meat could spoil quickly. Had they not kept it in a relatively cool trap, it would have surely gone bad by now. Once everything was prepared, Yi finally returned with Yun. Noticing his grim expression, Ruan Tang inquired, "What happened?" "Mei has been following us," Yi said, clearly irritated by her presence. Ruan Tang stroked her chin, finding the situation quite bothersome. "How did you manage to shake her off?" Ruan Tang asked curiously. "I simply knocked her down," Yi replied without a hint of remorse for striking a woman. Ruan Tang was momentarily taken aback, her mouth agape. However, this demonstrated that Yi was indeed a capable follower, as long as we got rid of her. "Let us eat," Ruan Tang said as she removed the stone covering the porcelain jar, releasing an enticing aroma. Yi and Yun's mouths watered at the delightful scent. "It smells amazing." Ruan Tang carefully lifted the porcelain jar off the fire. "Let us eat the roasted meat first. The soup can cool a bit before we drink it." Their stomachs had long been grumbling with hunger, and thus, despite the fragrant aroma of the soup, they could no longer contain themselves and began to indulge in the roasted meat. The roast was equally enticing. The two of them ate with grease glistening on their lips, while Ruan Tang looked on with delight, feeling a sense of accomplishment, knowing her creation was appreciated. After satisfying their appetites to a point of 7/10 fullness with the roasted meat, they finally turned to the soup, unable to resist the allure of the delectable meat any longer. As the soup touched their lips, a wave of euphoria washed over them. "It's simply divine," Yi exclaimed with excitement. Suddenly, a twinge of regret struck him for consuming so much roasted meat, fearing his belly could scarcely hold more. Ruan Tang, too, felt a deep sense of satisfaction from her meal, even if it lacked many seasonings. However, after enduring a prolonged hunger, this taste felt like a delicacy from the heavens. Soon, the three of them were satiated, and Ruan Tang leaned back against a large rock, resting to Yi. "Let us dig a trap nearby," she suggested. "Relying solely on one trap cannot ensure a daily supply of meat." "All right, let us dig several," he agreed. After 2 consecutive days of consuming energy-rich food, Yi felt an extraordinary surge of strength. Digging one trap was no longer a challenge. He could manage multiple. Ruan Tang smiled at Yi's newfound zeal. "Great, let us start with one. Previously, it had taken them 2 days to complete a single trap, but now they should manage it in a day." Feeling her stomach begin to digest, Ruan Tang set off in search of a suitable location to dig a trap. Before long, she found the perfect spot and instructed Yi and Yun to commence digging while she prepared the remaining fire spirit rat for stew. Yi curiously inquired, "Tang, are you planning to save this fire spirit rat for later?" "This is intended for Wu," Ruan Tang explained. "Without his ceramic jar, we wouldn't be able to enjoy such exquisite soup." Yi said nothing further, though his eyes betrayed a sense of reluctance in these times of scarcity. No one wished to part with food, yet he understood that without Ruan Tang, he might never have tasted such energy-rich delicacies and might have perished from hunger. Thus, he would unconditionally support any decision she made. Once the fire spirit rat was stewed, Ruan Tang took the ceramic jar and a portion of roasted meat to seek Wu. Wu. "Are you there?" she called politely, and no response came from within. Ruan Tang patiently waited. And after a while, she spoke again. "Wu, may I come in?" Still, there was no reply. Is he resting? She wondered, hesitating before softly asking, "See, are you asleep?" At last, a voice from within replied, "Come in," with a sense of joy. Ruan Tang entered. Chapter 12. The elegant man sat at the stone table, engaged in manipulating the 5 elements and 8 trigrams, the complexity of which was evidently greater than before it appeared he had resolved the previous issue. Ruan Tang gently placed the ceramic jar on the stone table and quietly observed him as he worked. Time seemed to slip away until finally paused, raising his gaze to the sight of Ruan Tang, who had fallen asleep with her chin resting on her hand. It was the first time someone had slept so peacefully in his presence. This little female was astonishingly unafraid of him. Suddenly, Ruan Tang shivered, clearly feeling the chill. This was not surprising, as he emitted a frigid aura that surpassed even the coldest winter wind. Sleeping in such conditions could lead to illness. I extended his long fingers, gently brushing against her long, curled eyelashes. Abruptly, his gaze sharpened. That aura, before he could investigate further, it dissipated again, and Ruan Tang's eyelashes fluttered, signaling her awakening. Ruan Tang blinked groggily. Did I fall asleep? C's hand suddenly grasped her small one. The shock of his icy touch jolted Ruan Tang awake. I must have dozed off inadvertently. It's just so cool in here, she awkwardly explained. Indeed, the cave felt akin to an air-conditioned room, rendering it almost impossible not to succumb to sleep. C's frigid presence was reminiscent of a humanoid air conditioner, and she mused how delightful it would be to stay by his side throughout the summer. However, she quickly chastised herself for such thoughts. How could she derive pleasure from another's discomfort? Unaware of C's peculiarities, her hand naturally slipped from his grasp as she opened the ceramic jar and pushed it toward him. "This is what I made in the jar. Give it a try, and see if you like it." I regarded her intently before lowering his gaze to the jar, the delectable aroma wafting toward him, enticing him to drink the soup immediately. "These are the chopsticks I fashioned. You can give them a try," Ruan Tang said, picking up 2 fairly rounded chopsticks and demonstrating how to use them. She had noticed that C was quite particular about hygiene. The roasted meat could be handled with animal skin, but the meat in the soup required a different approach. Thus, Ruan Tang provided him with chopsticks and instructed him on their use. As for whether he could master it, she truly had no idea. Originally, she had intended to prepare wooden spoons for him, but lacking a sharp knife, she had no means to create them, leaving him to drink from the jar instead, a rather inelegant solution that hardly suited his refined image. A flicker of surprise crossed C's eyes. He had never considered such a method of eating. It seemed rather agreeable. Accepted the chopsticks from Ruan Tang, grasping them with precision. Ruan Tang extended her hand to demonstrate the technique, but hesitated, feeling somewhat embarrassed as she withdrew her hand. How could he be so astute? He had merely observed her briefly and had already grasped it. What of those foreigners who had spent considerable time learning to use chopsticks? C's initial attempt was not entirely successful, yet he calmly persisted, and on his second try, he managed it flawlessly. Ruan Tang found herself in awe once more. Indeed, one could not compare individuals with the aid of chopsticks. C ate even more swiftly and elegantly. Ruan Tang propped her chin in her hands, admiring the scene. Before long, C had consumed everything he had brought. Noticing him set aside the chopsticks, Ruan Tang remarked, "Once I find bamboo, I'll make you a better pair." "Bamboo? You mean the kind that grows in segments?" She illustrated with her hands. As I nodded slightly, remaining silent. "I shall take my leave now. If I manage to catch more game tomorrow, I will bring it to you," Ruan Tang said as she turned to depart. As I watched her retreating figure, deep in thought, there seemed to be a hidden secret within this little female. Perhaps it warranted further exploration? His long, pale fingers tapped rhythmically on the stone table, and his inscrutable gaze evoked a sense of unease in those who met it. Ruan Tang had scarcely walked away when she was intercepted by May, who bore dark circles under her eyes. Seeing May's distinctive demeanor nearly made Ruan Tang laugh, that why he had indeed been rather ruthless. Having struck her face and left bruises, Tang, you snuck off to woo us again. Didn't you? May remarked, catching a whiff of the savory meat lingering on Ruan Tang. The surrounding tribe members, engaged in digging for roots, glanced up in astonishment. Tang dared to pilfer from Wu's cave? Was she not fearful of incurring his wrath? When the tribe leader appointed Si as the shaman, many had opposed it, considering him frail and a drain on the tribe's resources, not to mention he was not one of their own, raising suspicions of treachery. However, when the shaman merely raised a hand, the dissenting individual fell silent and unconscious. Everyone was greatly alarmed, believing the person had been punished by the beast god, and thereafter, no one dared to voice dissent or show disrespect. The shaman said nothing. He simply fetched a ceramic jar of water and splashed it over the unconscious figure, reviving him. Everyone thought it was holy water, cleansing his soul, allowing him to return to normal, which only deepened their respect for the shaman. Did entering the shaman's cave imply theft? Did that mean every time you entered a cave, you were also stealing from others? Ruan Tang replied coolly. Is it a given that visiting the shaman's cave means stealing? Does that mean every time you enter a cave, you're also pilfering? The tribe members considered this and realized it was indeed a valid point. Who said entering the shaman's cave was synonymous with thievery? Yet the fact that the shaman allowed others into his cave was astonishing to the tribe. Besides the leader, no one else could venture into the shaman's domain. How could I possibly steal? May quickly retorted. And how could I? Ruan Tang countered. Ruan Tang retorted. May, somewhat anxious, finally noticed the porcelain jar cradled in Ruan Tang's arms. Isn't this simply a stolen item from the shaman? Everyone in the tribe knows this belongs to the shaman. May pointed at the jar and exclaimed. All eyes fell upon the porcelain jar nestled in Ruan Tang's embrace. Indeed, isn't this an object belonging to the shamanic saint? How could it possibly be in Tang's possession? Did she truly infiltrate and steal it? Isn't the shaman supposed to be in the cave, thus providing Tang an opportunity? This was given to me by the shaman. Ruan Tang answered nonchalantly. What? The crowd gasped in disbelief. The shaman actually bestowed such a precious item upon Tang. May's eyes brimmed with jealousy, and after a moment, she added, Did she really just give it to you? Chapter 13. Rescued Ruan Tang did not miss the glint of jealousy in May's eyes. In ancient times, people's thoughts were less convoluted, and many emotions were overtly displayed on their faces. Especially from a mere 12-year-old girl. Why not ask the shaman yourself? Ruan Tang teased with a cryptic smile. She was well aware that no one in the tribe dared to venture into the shaman's cave. And the shaman seldom emerged. May, flustered and exasperated, thought it outrageous that Ruan Tang could be so cunning, fully aware they could not enter. Ruan Tang, uninterested in further banter, turned and walked towards the outskirts of the tribe. May hurriedly followed. Ruan Tang glanced back at her, and May, with an air of indignation, proclaimed, I happen to be headed this way too. Very well, then, Ruan Tang replied. Instead of venturing towards the night, she made her way towards a lush thicket. Having recently satiated her hunger, she felt confident in her ability to escape any danger, leaving May's fate to her own fear of death. Ruan Tang picked up a sturdy branch, testing the ground ahead to ward off any snakes that might spring forth. May's heart raced, terrified that Ruan Tang might unearth something dreadful. Yet her curiosity about Ruan Tang's intentions was palpable. It seemed she had grown stronger. Could it truly be because she received sustenance from the shaman? However, when the tribe leader returned from a hunt, the provisions distributed to the shaman were not significantly different from their own, so they should have been consumed by now, even if some remained. It wouldn't suffice to make one so robust. A snake, Ruan Tang cried, discarding her stick and darting aside. May, unable to discern the situation, panicked and scrambled backward, her speed extraordinary as she vanished from sight. Ruan Tang scoffed at her retreating figure. With such cowardice, how could she hope to follow her? Ruan Tang crouched to retrieve the stick she had discarded. There was no snake. She had merely frightened May. It was no surprise, as many in the tribe had fallen victim to venomous snakes, succumbing to their deadly bites. In desperation, some had resorted to severing the bitten limb to survive in a disfigured state. As Ruan Tang grasped the stick, a rustling sound echoed ahead, causing her expression to shift. Surely, she and T encountered a snake at such an inopportune moment, though she wasn't particularly fearful of snakes. The thought of a small snake here being as thick as a bowl and capable of swallowing several people in one bite sent chills down her spine. Ruan Tang cautiously retreated, fearing that if she fled, she would only draw its attention. With a sudden strike, a snake as thick as a tree trunk lunged at her, its gaping maw rendering Ruan Tang pale with terror. Regret washed over her. How could she have thought to scare off May in this manner? Now, she might meet her end in the jaws of a serpent. Ruan Tang fought to steady her trembling legs and bolted forward. She could not die now. She had fought too hard to survive. Yet, in her frantic haste, she stumbled over something, falling heavily to the ground. By sheer luck, the serpent soared over her head, missing its chance to consume her. Ruan Tang's forehead broke out in a cold sweat, her limbs icy as if frozen, paralyzed by fear, unable to flee. The snake redirected its focus towards her, its cold, unyielding gaze fixated upon her, its tongue flicking ominously. Clearly considering her its next meal, I will die. As the snake lunged once more, Ruan Tang despaired and shut her eyes that a series of sharp cracks echoed, followed by a tremor beneath her, suggesting that some colossal creature had fallen nearby. Ruan Tang opened her eyes to witness trees violently striking the snake with their branches. The sight left her astonished. When had trees begun to actively attack animals? Suddenly, a burning sensation spread across her chest, and she glanced down to see her totem radiating a verdant glow. What could this mean? In the next moment, Ruan Tang felt her body weaken, as if severely drained, and she collapsed to the ground. The branches that had been thrashing the snake came to a halt, and the snake lay lifelessly on the ground. Ruan Tang sensed she might faint at any moment, yet she knew she must not succumb to slumber here. Otherwise, she might be devoured by other predators. Struggling to rise, she found herself tumbling back down repeatedly. Just as Ruan Tang gritted her teeth and endeavored to stand once more, a delightful scent of pine wafted towards her. For reasons unknown, she surrendered to the temptation of relaxation. This sudden release of tension plunged her into darkness. In her dazed state, she felt her body lifted and cradled in a cold yet secure embrace. After which she completely lost consciousness. I held the filthy little female in his arms, allowing her to soil his pristine white fur, then turned his gaze towards the nearly lifeless snake, a flicker of inscrutable darkness glimmering in his deep-set eyes. Ruan Tang's consciousness drifted into a space where she found herself before little Bodhi. Noticing its condition had worsened, with some leaves turning yellow. Had little Bodhi controlled the trees to save her? Ruan Tang, filled with concern, scooped a handful of spiritual spring water and poured it at little Bodhi's roots. Sensing a slight improvement in little Bodhi, she let out a breath of relief, though her brow remained furrowed. Little Bodhi and the spiritual spring were mutually reinforcing, but this method alone would yield limited results. They required external energy for replenishment. How could she enhance the space-s condition? Little Bodhi seemed to sense Ruan Tang's worry, swaying its branches gently against her. Do not fret. I shall ensure the space thrives, allowing you to flourish, Ruan Tang promised. Gazing at the lifeless surroundings, IT must require energy, but she was uncertain whether it should come from within or from external sources. It appeared she would need to conduct further experiments. Little Bodhi swayed its branches once more, clearly pleased with her commitment. When Ruan Tang awoke, she felt utterly drained and famished, as though she could devour an entire elephant. How could she be so hungry? She had just consumed a fair amount of food. Had she truly been unconscious for several days? Where was she now? She vaguely recalled her encounter with C. Ruan Tang quickly surveyed her surroundings, instantly recognizing that she lay upon C's stone bed. Indeed, he had saved her. Chapter 14. Feeling disdained, Ruan Tang glanced beneath her and realized she was lying on C's stone bed. The bed was remarkably clean, infused with a subtle scent of snow pine that was quite pleasant. It was hard to imagine that a rugged man from ancient times could maintain such tidiness. Truly, those who value cleanliness will uphold it in any environment. Reflecting on her own sleeping quarters, she found herself devoid of any desire to rest. Sounds emanated from the cave entrance, and Si entered, bearing fruit in his hands. Upon seeing him, Ruan Tang hastily attempted to rise from the stone bed, but overestimating her strength, she collapsed back onto the bed, just as her face was about to meet the ground. She fell into a cold embrace. Relief washed over her. She was grateful for the timely catch, for otherwise, her pale and gaunt visage would only have been further embarrassed as I gently placed Ruan Tang back on the bed and offered her a fruit identical to the one he had given her 2 days prior. The fruit appeared fresh, evidently just plucked. Had it been harvested from those sentient trees? Ruan Tang's gaze shifted to Si's form. "Are you injured?" Si did not respond, but instead sat on a stone chair, consuming the fruit. Ruan Tang was acutely aware that Si would not speak, and she remained uncertain whether he bore any injuries. Only by stripping away the thick layers of his clothing could she ascertain the truth. Yet it was implausible to expect Si to acquiesce to such an act. Hence, she resolved to consume the fruit first, gathering strength to pursue other matters thereafter. To her surprise, the fruit's energy was indeed substantial. She felt her body revitalized almost instantaneously. As for that snake. After finishing the fruit, Ruan Tang descended from the bed and took a seat opposite Si. "What awakened talent do you possess?" Si inquired. But Ruan Tang found herself at a loss for words. "I have no idea," she replied, sensing nothing out of the ordinary. "You fainted due to the overexertion of your innate ability," Si elucidated that moment. Ruan Tang comprehended why she had felt so utterly drained upon waking. "Thank you," she said, touched by the realization that Si had specially prepared the fruit for her. It would be disingenuous to claim she was not moved. She vowed not to harm him. I regarded Ruan Tang thoughtfully, still present in the room. "That is splendid. We can indulge in a hearty meal." Ruan Tang intended to share the snake with the tribe. As the few of them could not possibly consume it all, it was far more prudent to distribute it among everyone. May had excelled in one aspect, winning hearts. If she were to do nothing at all, it would hinder her future endeavors within the tribe, especially since she was the daughter of the chieftain. The rest of the tribe had been famished for far too long, needing sustenance rich in energy. Otherwise, they might not withstand a return of the tribe as males. That broken flower snake is venomous. Si felt compelled to remind her. Ruan Tang, upon hearing of the snake's toxicity, was momentarily taken aback. Realizing the danger she had just faced, the venom lies in its saliva. The flesh is harmless. The snake nearly consumed me. It is only fair that I partake of it. Observing Ruan Tang's intent gaze fixed on the snake as if it were a sumptuous feast, Si felt a wave of curiosity wash over him. What kind of person was this little female? No one in the tribe dared to eat snakes, yet she boldly proclaimed her intention to do so. "Rest assured, it will be delectable," Ruan Tang assured, patting her chest. Thankfully, she had found a tattered hide to wrap around herself. Otherwise, her boast would have seemed rather peculiar. Ruan Tang, anxious that the broken flower snake might be snatched by another predator, hurriedly bid farewell to Si and dashed outside to summon help in transporting the nearly lifeless snake. I approached the bedside and gazed at the human-shaped black mark on the mottled hide. A barely perceptible vein on his forehead twitching, he extended his long fingers to grasp a corner of the hide and tossed it aside. Then he walked over to a stone rack, seizing a pristine white hide. Taking a seat on the stone bed, he sank into contemplation. Earlier, when Ruan Tang had been unconscious, he had sensed the aura he had previously detected emanating from her. Perhaps his breakthrough lay within Ruan Tang herself. Si reclined on the stone bed, his already profound gaze deepening further. No need to rush. He thought he ought to prepare more hides. That little female, every time she appeared, caused him to waste a considerable amount of pristine hides, including those used for wiping his hands. Unbeknownst to Ruan Tang, she had become the subject of his disdain as she gleefully sought help to bring back the broken flower snake. When the tribespeople heard that she intended to venture beyond the safety of the tribe to retrieve a venomous snake they could not eat, they all promptly refused. May looked at Ruan Tang in disbelief. How had she managed to escape unscathed from a venomous snake? "Trust me, the snake meat is edible," Ruan Tang insisted, astonished that everyone was so disinterested in such a sizable snake despite their hunger. "Tang, did you slay that broken flower snake?" inquired a limping elder with curiosity. That it was common knowledge that the broken flower snake was ferocious, and even the tribe's males dared not confront it lightly. His own leg had been bitten by a venomous snake, resulting in its amputation. No, that broken flower snake inadvertently provoked the great tree and was left half dead. Uncle Tian, believe me, the snake is edible and packed with energy. Ruan Tang refrained from divulging the details of her encounter. Make it only think how fortunate Tang was to have been inadvertently saved by the fearsome great tree. Initially, she had contemplated calling for help to rescue Tang, but fearing it would only lead to greater casualties, she ultimately chose to act as if nothing had happened. Nevertheless, she felt a twinge of unease, which dissipated entirely upon witnessing Tang's safe return. She marveled at how incredibly lucky she had been. The tribespeople hesitated. They were indeed starving. While roots could stave off hunger, they would not sustain them for long. That if the snake meat were truly edible and contained energy, it would surely enable them to endure longer. It was unclear why the males had not yet returned from their hunting expedition. Who knew how much longer they would be gone? Even if you choose not to eat the snake meat. The skin is valuable, is it not? Ruan Tang pressed on. Once we roast the snake meat, I will not believe you will refuse. Finally, the tribespeople ceased their hesitation. The snake skin was indeed a valuable commodity, as their tribe seldom hunted snakes, resulting in a lack of skins. Encouraged repeatedly by Ruan Tang, the tribespeople finally stirred into action. Several males returning from the hunt, along with relatively robust females, set out alongside Ruan Tang. Chapter 15. Understanding the language of trees. Though the destination was not far from the safety zone, numerous dangers lurked along the way, prompting the group to tread cautiously. Fortunately, the broken flower snake remained where they had left it and had breathed its last. Ruan Tang wished to extract the snake's venom while it was still fresh, but alas, she lacked a suitable container. It seemed she would have to sever the snake's head first and figure out a way to preserve the venom quickly, as it would not last long to ensure the snake was truly deceased and not merely feigning. A male took a stone knife and stabbed it several times before directing the others to carry it back. Remarkably, the snake was indeed large, likely an adult, and Ruan Tang's escape from its jaws had been extraordinary luck. Just as Ruan Tang prepared to follow the group, she abruptly halted, puzzled as she surveyed her surroundings. Those annoying individuals have finally departed. The stinky snake has been removed at last. Indeed, the branches are stained with the blood of that foul serpent. Why did we even engage that wretched snake? I do not understand. I merely received an order. Same here. What is going on? Various voices reached Ruan Tang's ears, and the source of the sounds left her bewildered. She glanced toward the nearby grove of trees, sensing that the sound originated from them. Oh dear, how did that little female perceive us? Can she understand our speech? Her expression suggests she might. Goodness, how is this possible? She is merely an ordinary little female. How could she comprehend our words? Let us shake a branch to test her. Ruan Tang observed a large ginkgo tree shaking its branches vigorously. Why did she find its graceful movements oddly enchanting? Associating its speech with the ending "o," she inexplicably thought of the term flamboyant. What a character that tree possesses. Clearing her throat, she reminded herself that this was not the crux of the matter. The real question was how she had come to understand the language of trees. Suddenly, Ruan Tang recalled C's earlier inquiry. Could this be her innate ability? Perhaps her will to survive had alerted the trees, prompting them to assist her, and the subsequent activation of too many innate abilities had led to her fainting spell and subsequent weakness upon awakening. Yet her totem was a tiger. How could it be connected to tree language? Tang, hurry up! There is a scent of blood here that will attract other beasts, called one of the individuals ahead when they noticed Ruan Tang lagging behind. I'm coming, she replied, deciding to ponder this matter further when time allowed. How utterly shocking. How could she possibly understand our conversation? Indeed, we can continue to stretch now. Oh, the stinky camphor tree is so bothersome. Do not touch me. Your beautiful leaves are being ruined. Ruan Tang nearly stumbled. So, this ginkgo tree was assuredly not possessed by a flamboyant spirit. However, the ginkgo tree is indeed a sight to behold, and in modern times, it is often referred to as a living fossil due to its near extinction. It is quite astonishing how vibrant and diverse the world of trees can be. Ruan Tang, turned her head back unsteadily for a glance. How peculiar. Why hasn't any tree retaliated against her for its torment? That fleeting look seemed to reveal something to Ruan Tang, that it must be a matter of overwhelming strength. Among the grove, the ginkgo tree stood the tallest and thickest, evidently the sovereign of this region. No wonder no one dared to voice any dissent that, "Oh, little female, have you also been captivated by this tree's exquisite form?" The ginkgo tree continued to pose alluringly. Ahem, perhaps you should return to roasting snake meat. Before long, they arrived at their destination. Uncle Tion, having suffered a leg injury, learned the art of skinning exceptionally well to avoid becoming a burden, so he was the one who processed the game upon each hunt. Thus, Uncle Tion took up a large stone knife and began to skin the prey with great diligence. The process was somewhat gruesome, and many of the young females in the tribe found it hard to bear. May, standing nearby, felt similarly, yet upon seeing Ruan Tang's unwavering gaze fixed on the skinning, her competitive spirit ignited, and she too intently watched the process. If Tang could remain unfazed, how could she allow herself to falter? She aspired to become an even more formidable presence than Tang. Yet, it was indeed rather nauseating. Unbeknownst to Ruan Tang, someone was enduring torment in silence. After a brief while, she went off to gather firewood. Within the tribe, there lay a large stone slab for roasting meat, but the tribe's people seldom utilized it due to the hassle involved, not to mention the considerable amount of firewood it consumed. In these times, scavenging firewood was no easy feat. So even though they were aware that roasted meat was delicious, they rarely indulged, typically reserving it for communal fire festivals. After Ruan Tang returned with several bundles of firewood, Yi and Yin came back as well, assisting with the gathering. "Tang, where have you been? You've been gone so long. I've already dug the traps, but I don't know how to set them up." The sky was darkening, and Yi dared not linger with Yin, so they returned. The matter of the traps was not urgent. They had enough food for the next couple of days. Ruan Tang had not forgotten about the traps. She intended to wait for Yi to finish, so they could enjoy some roasted snake meat together. "What's going on?" Upon hearing of food, Yi immediately inquired with excitement that I found a broken pattern snake. "It's quite large and should be enough for all of us for 2 days," Ruan Tang replied while continuing to gather firewood. "A broken pattern snake? Isn't that poisonous?" Ye's expression changed. "Fear not, its meat is not toxic, and it is quite delectable." Ruan Tang reassured him, why he immediately believed her. Previous experiences had proven that Ruan Tang's words were always accurate. "The sky is nearly dark. Let us hasten our pace and try to eat before nightfall." Typically, they would fill their stomachs with roots at night, but now they had the chance to consume energy-rich meat, which would surely be a delightful experience. That Yi quickened his pace at once, with someone to gather firewood. Ruan Tang proceeded to roast the meat, anticipating that several rounds would be necessary to satisfy everyone's appetite. Rather than fetching a fire starter, she, as before, used the method of friction to kindle a flame. Both for convenience and to familiarize everyone with this technique for future ease in fire dash making, as the onlookers observe her vigorously rubbing 2 sticks together. Some were perplexed until flames finally emerged, leaving them utterly astonished. "Fire! How exciting!" they exclaimed, somewhat stuttering in their enthusiasm. "What is happening?" everyone asked in disbelief. May's eyes filled first with shock, then jealousy. Surely, a shaman must have taught her this. Why would the shaman be so kind to Tang? Chapter 16. The fragrant roasted snake meat. Ruan Tang had already prepared her explanation and stood tall, declaring, "Last night, I dreamt of the beast god, who guided me to preserve the fire using this method. Henceforth, anyone can use this technique to create fire." No one doubted her. In fact, many knelt reverently, exclaiming, "Thank you, beast god." May knelt, looking skeptically at Ruan Tang. "Is it truly as you say?" Ruan Tang recognized that she had garnered some support and chose to ignore her, embarking on her meat-roasting endeavor, knowing she could further win hearts. Ruan Tang focused intently on roasting the snake meat. The aroma wafting through the air was delightful, though it was a pity there were no seasonings. Before long, an enticing scent spread, drawing in those who had previously shown little interest in roasted snake meat. They gathered around, eyes wide and mouths watering, reminiscing about how long it had been since they had tasted meat, especially after subsisting on roots that made them feel nauseous. "That I long to eat, but what if it's toxic?" If I die, I'll lose everything. Each face displayed a mix of anxiety and desire. This was truly tormenting. Ruan Tang was well aware of their concerns. Thus, after finishing the first batch, she turned to Yi and asked, "Would you like to eat?" Yi had never doubted Ruan Tang's words. And without hesitation, he picked up a stick from the ground, speared a piece of snake meat, and without a second thought, put it in his mouth, devouring it eagerly. The onlookers were too late to intervene. Why is this child so hasty? Doesn't he know his mother died from accidentally consuming something toxic? Why can't he be more cautious? Before they could lament further, Yin also speared a piece of snake meat and, while eating rapidly, exclaimed, "So delicious, it smells amazing." The crowd gasped, and just as they were about to urge Yin to spit it out, someone suddenly remarked, "Yi has eaten several pieces, and he seems fine," that a chorus of eyes turned towards Yi, who, apart from a slightly reddened mouth, appeared perfectly normal. While everyone was momentarily stunned, Yi continued to consume several more pieces. Suddenly, he paused, a strange flush appearing on his face. In a panic, he held up the remaining half of the snake meat and began jumping in place. Looking quite deranged, that I know. There were others who exhibited similar symptoms after mistakenly eating poisonous mushrooms, and then they died after jumping around. Someone uttered in terror. Everyone recoiled in fear, no longer daring to salivate over the snake meat. To risk one's life for a meal was hardly worth it. Mei looked on with a sense of satisfaction, thinking, "See, I knew Ruan Tang's attempt to win favor would fail." Ever since Ruan Tang ignited the fire with friction, Mei had sensed her intention to sway the hearts of the people, a tactic reminiscent of her own previous methods. Now she has done it. She has shot herself in the foot. Let us see how she resolves this. She might even be driven out of the tribe. With that thought, Mei felt a surge of happiness. Ruan Tang, upon hearing the description of the symptoms, recognized that the person in question had consumed poisonous mushrooms. One ought not to eat mushrooms at random, especially the brightly colored ones. If one survived that, it would truly be a miracle today for Ye's condition. He had simply overeaten, causing an energy surplus that required an unusual method for absorption. It seemed the snake meat was rich in energy, even more so than the large-toothed rabbits and fire spirit rats they typically consumed. Ruan Tang also picked up a stick and took a bite of the snake meat. She was genuinely a bit hungry, and with all that energy, how could she afford to waste it? She needed to nourish her own small frame properly. Moreover, if she waited for the others to react, she might miss her chance to enjoy the first round of roasted snake meat. Quite delicious. If only there were seasonings. The tribespeople watched in disbelief as Ruan Tang knowingly consumed what they believed to be toxic meat. Is she starving mad, so recklessly disregarding her safety? The onlookers cast pitying glances at the three, but they had expected that once the trio finished their antics, they would be no more. Yet after a long while, they appeared unaffected, leaving a profound sense of confusion in their hearts. This is not poisoning. It's clearly an energy surplus. At that moment, Uncle Tian, possessing some knowledge, spoke up. Without further ado, everyone rushed forward, disregarding the heat of the snake meat, grabbing it with their hands and shoving it into their mouths, fearful that a moment's delay would result in losing their precious meal. In the blink of an eye, the roasted snake meat on the stone slab had vanished. "Hurry, keep roasting. Why have you stopped? I haven't had my fill yet." Those who had not been able to eat were naturally discontented, shouting at Ruan Tang. Ruan Tang cast a glance at the imperious individual commanding her companions, her eyes betraying a hint of dissatisfaction. This person was Mei's Chow, who had garnered the affection of many males in the tribe due to her beauty, all desiring to mate with her. However, Chow was rather selective. Following the death of Mei's father, she did not immediately seek another partner, but instead set her sights on Ruan Tang's father. This was unacceptable. Her father had a wife, his only spouse being her AM. Unfortunately, her father had gone hunting, and AM had taken some robust females to gather fruits and assist with the haul, explaining why Ruan Tang had yet to see them since waking up. "I cannot manage everything alone. You all can divide the snake meat and roast it yourselves." Ruan Tang initially intended to assist them with the roasting, but Chow's attitude was simply unbearable. The tribespeople, oblivious to any underlying tension, proceeded to collect their portions of snake meat for roasting. Chow glared at Ruan Tang, convinced that she was acting with intent. "Let me roast for you." My cooking is quite delectable. Aunt Hua, I can assist you as well. May immediately chimed in. How could we allow Ruan Tang to show off in front of her AM and others alone? May was truly perceptive. Ruan Tang rolled her eyes and chose to ignore them, walking instead toward the severed snake's head. Yun, having already eaten her fill, curiously trailed Ruan Tang. When she noticed Ruan Tang prying open the venomous snake's jaws, her curiosity urged her to approach, but Ruan Tang halted her. Don't touch it. It's poisonous and could be deadly. Startled, Yin quickly withdrew her fingers, her small face etched with fear, yet she reminded, Sister Tang, quickly retract your hand. It's very dangerous. Rest assured, I'm fine, Ruan Tang replied warmly. Smiling, Sister Tang is so impressive, not afraid of the venomous snake. Yun's face glowed with admiration. She had always looked up to Ruan Tang, for she consistently ensured her belly was full. Chapter 17. Running out in tears, Ruan Tang mused that she was indeed fearful of snake venom. A moment's carelessness could lead to her demise. However, to enhance her chances of survival in this perilous, beastly world, she had to extract venom without any protection. Once she finished extracting the venom, she would also need to concoct some anti-venom, lest she be bitten by a flower snake and be left to await her fate. Yet, the lack of a container for the venom was quite distressing. Suddenly, Ruan Tang had an idea and dashed into the cave to retrieve a stone bowl. This bowl had been specially crafted by her father for her convenience in drinking, but due to its cumbersome nature, she had never used it. After filling it with venom, Ruan Tang wrapped the stone bowl in leaves, planning to deal with it later. She then took a piece of snake meat and began to stew it in a porcelain jar. As it simmered, she carefully sprinkled a bundle of chopped green onions over the snake's soup, enhancing its aroma. The surrounding people couldn't resist gathering around. Tang, what did you sprinkle? It smells delightful. I had no idea snake meat could be prepared this way. This flavor rivals that of roasting. This porcelain jar must be a treasure from the shaman. How could you use it for snake meat? The shaman might be upset, as he never allows anyone to touch his porcelain jars. Surprised, Ruan Tang realized that C had never permitted anyone to handle the jar. How fortunate she must be for the shaman to bestow such a gift upon her. Tang, may I have a taste? Someone couldn't help but drool, even after having eaten plenty of snake meat, still yearning for more due to the irresistible aroma. This is meant for the shaman. Ruan Tang could not bear to share it with others. She had not found much wild onion, having been reluctant to waste it while roasting the snake meat, so there was no way she would willingly give it to others now. Disappointment washed over everyone. It seemed there would be no portion for them. They certainly did not dare to snatch anything from the shaman, whose status was no lower than that of the tribe leader. Perhaps the shaman cannot eat anymore? Someone suddenly suggested. Ruan Tang looked at her curiously. Why? I saw me take a lot of roasted snake meat to the shaman's cave. Ruan Tang's eyes flickered. Was May attempting to curry favor with C? Quite the astute maneuver. Ruan Tang held the snake soup and made her way to C's cave, curious to see if May's attempt had been successful. If it had, Ruan Tang glanced down at the snake soup in her hands. Feeling rather parched, as Ruan Tang approached C's cave, before she could even politely inquire if she could enter, she heard a distant cry, which grew nearer until she saw May, weeping, running out while clutching roasted snake meat. May had run so hastily that she nearly collided with Ruan Tang, who narrowly dodged aside. Otherwise, the porcelain jar in her hands might have been knocked from her grasp. This sudden movement caught May's attention, and with red-rimmed eyes, she glared at Ruan Tang. You came to witness my humiliation, didn't you? Ruan Tang, bewildered, replied, I don't understand. I will prove to the shaman and everyone that I am superior to you. May declared through gritted teeth. Oh, Ruan Tang responded nonchalantly. Whether she was superior or not was of no concern to her. Was May perhaps too fixated on this? May grew even angrier, stamping her foot in tears. Tang, I despise you. And then she turned and fled. What had she done? Was May's mind perhaps not quite right? However, she had not accepted the roasted snake meat from May. Her spirits were rather high. Ruan Tang walked in with a light step, momentarily forgetting to ask if she could enter politely. Just as she had before, it was only upon seeing C changing into a new animal skin garment that she realized her oversight. I didn't mean to intrude. Ruan Tang instinctively turned her back. Although she had seen many naked males and females in this place, This was the first time she had encountered such a scenario, and it was somewhat embarrassing. Speaking of which, C's skin was remarkably fair, and his physique was quite impressive. Initially, she had thought him frail, resembling someone emaciated without a muscle, but to her surprise, he had several defined abdominal muscles. C quickly finished changing and appeared puzzled by Ruan Tang's averted gaze. "What is in the porcelain jar?" This was the first time C had asked her proactively to, "Oh, it's snake soup. You should give it a try." Ruan Tang placed the porcelain jar on the stone table in response, sat at the stone table, retrieving the chopsticks he had previously set aside, and began to eat leisurely. Ruan Tang sat across from C, continuing to admire his elegant manner of eating. Is it just her imagination, or did C seem to be wearing lighter clothing than when she first met him? Ruan Tang's gaze fell upon the pile of discarded animal skins and cloth beside him. Was he frequently changing clothes, leaving him with no animal skins to wear? Indeed, he had always donned white animal skins, which were quite rare, so it was no surprise he might run short. One had to say. C was truly capricious. While everyone lacked animal skins, he simply discarded them when they got dirty, never bothering to wash them. Did he not fear a day when he would find himself without any animal skins and be left bare? Ruan Tang recalled the large hair skin she had skinned a few days prior. Although it had a few small holes, it was still clean, white animal skin. Surely, C would appreciate it if she offered it to him. "Why was May crying earlier?" Ruan Tang inquired curiously. I did not respond, continuing to eat. Upon closer observation, his mood appeared quite pleasant. Ruan Tang turned her gaze to the discarded animal skins, noting a large grease stain. Wondering if it was due to soiling C's clothing that he had been displeased and subsequently driven her away. If that were the case, then her previous several instances of staining C's clothing in bed had not elicited any reaction from him at all. Ruan Tang found herself perplexed and chose not to dwell further on it. "C, could I possibly acquire another porcelain jar?" Ruan Tang urgently needed containers to hold her concoctions. Crafting one herself would take an eternity, given her lack of experience, and she could only experiment based on theoretical knowledge. Who knew when she would be able to create one? C shook his head. "The great tribe is too far from here, and the journey is perilous. We cannot venture out, nor can outsiders come in." Ruan Tang let out a small sigh of disappointment. It seemed she would have to devise her own solutions. "If I could find bamboo, that would suffice as well. Bamboo bowls are also quite delightful. Come find me tomorrow," C said, placing the porcelain jar down. "Huh. Oh, how delightful." Ruan Tang assumed that C wished to continue savoring the snake soup, so she refrained from offering any further remarks. Chapter 18. A Wastrel Beast? Ruan Tang returned to the clearing, cradling an empty porcelain jar. Everyone noticed its emptiness and instinctively glanced at May, who claimed that the witch was not hungry. Hadn't it all been consumed? May glared at Ruan Tang with reddened eyes. Ruan Tang chose to ignore her, opting instead to study the venom in a secluded corner. May, feeling utterly disregarded, was on the verge of collapsing into her aunt's embrace and weeping bitterly. Ruan Tang mused to herself that children indeed remained children. If they were denied sweets, their immediate inclination was to cry. That evening, everyone dined with great satisfaction, and naturally, their slumber was all the more restful. Ruan Tang quickly fell asleep and, as before, entered her space. This time, however, the space exhibited considerable changes. The little Bodhi had grown significantly taller, and the conditions of the land, river, and spiritual spring had notably improved. What could have caused such transformations? While the space was interdependent, this manner of change seemed improbable. Could it be related to the amount of energy she absorbed? She required time to validate her hypothesis. If possible, she must consume more energy-rich substances to expedite her growth. Recalling the majestic tree she had encountered earlier, Ruan Tang felt a pang of regret and nostalgia, resolving to nurture the little Bodhi to such grand proportions as well. The following day dawned with abundant vitality. Ruan Tang had not forgotten C's word from the previous day and prepared another bowl of snake soup to bring along. Just as C finished his meal, Ruan Tang attempted to leave with the porcelain jar, only to be halted by his call. "Wait. What is it?" Ruan Tang inquired, puzzled. "Follow me," C said, rising to head outside. Ruan Tang, perplexed, trailed after him. It appeared that C had been emerging from the cave with increasing frequency lately. He walked at a leisurely pace, perfectly matching Ruan Tang's short strides. See, where are we going? Ruan Tang asked anxiously as they ventured further away. This was outside the safety perimeter of the tribe. And with their fragile condition, it was concerning to have a defenseless minor in such a predicament. What would they do if they encountered danger? Alas, she regretted not having brought the snake venom with her. Although she lacked a superior preservation method, it could serve as a means of defense, providing them an opportunity to escape if needed. Unbeknownst to C, Ruan Tang felt profoundly insecure in his company. Yet he continued to stroll leisurely. However, the situation grew even more absurd. Due to the muddy path, C walked even slower to avoid soiling his bee-skin shoes, moving at a pace that a tortoise could easily surpass. Ruan Tang contemplated speaking up, but her intuition warned her against voicing any discontent, lest she be abandoned in this desolate place. As they traversed through the woods, Ruan Tang overheard the trees conversing about their own discomforts, itchiness, overgrown branches, and a lack of water and nutrients. She pondered whether fulfilling these trees' desires might yield their fruits in return. While roasted meat was delectable, it became tiresome to consume daily. Not only would it be monotonous, but it could also lead to constipation. In an era where vegetables were scarce, fruits were even more invaluable. If she could obtain fruits without harsh treatment, she would be eager to be careful not to step on their roots. C warned ahead. Ruan Tang observed the intricate network of roots below, acknowledging the challenge and avoiding them. "Look, another tree is shouting," she exclaimed. Fortunately, it was not a significant root, so it refrained from inflicting pain. Wait, C had just advised her against stepping on their roots, yet she noticed him deliberately stepping on the thickest roots. Is it because the soil beneath them is softer? Why aren't they retaliating against you? Ruan Tang inquired curiously. Despite hearing the trees' cries of pain, she sensed their fear as well that if they had the ability to flee, they would certainly uproot themselves and escape. Why were they afraid of C? Was he truly that formidable? C remained silent, prompting Ruan Tang to shift the topic. What innate abilities have you awakened? She had heard that C hailed from an external tribe, meaning his totem was surely not a tiger. What kind of totem might he possess? She realized she had never heard of C's totem or his innate abilities. When C had changed clothes the previous day, she should have seen something. What was it? Suddenly, Ruan Tang halted in her tracks. She recalled vividly. There was nothing. His body was devoid of any patterns. In the modern world, seeing such a body would be entirely unremarkable. Thus, as a modern individual, Ruan Tang had not perceived anything amiss. However, upon reflection, she immediately recognized the peculiarity. I was clearly a mature male. It was impossible for him to lack an awakened totem or bloodline. What could this mean? Had he experienced a failed awakening, rendering him a wastrel beast? A wastrel beast, an entity forsaken by the beast deity, one not under its protection nor acknowledged by the heavenly path. Alternatively, it might be said that the heavenly path failed to recognize him, leaving even the beast deity too fearful to offer protection. Ruan Tang's mind raced with an array of conjectures. Originally, she should not have contemplated such esoteric matters, yet years prior, she had overheard the previous shaman mumbling about the heavenly path, and her imagination had led her to these conclusions. Perhaps her thoughts were entirely misguided. Noticing that Ruan Tang had fallen behind, C turned to look at her, only to find her gazing at him with a profoundly sympathetic expression, prompting 3 dark lines to appear across his forehead, that he sensed that this little female's thoughts about him were likely far from favorable. Why awakened innate ability is likely destruction, C stated, his tone inscrutable. He had never disclosed his innate abilities to anyone before, but for some unknown reason, he had just revealed it to Ruan Tang in that fleeting moment. Ruan Tang stared at C in disbelief. How can one possess the ability of destruction? Aren't you a shaman? Shouldn't you embody vitality? Regardless of the nature of his abilities, C was certainly not a wastrel beast. He had not been abandoned by the beast deity. With this thought, Ruan Tang felt a wave of relief wash over her. It would be pitiable for someone who had arrived at their tribe utterly alone to be rejected even by the beast deity. Here we are, C announced, halting and directing his gaze ahead. Curious, Ruan Tang peered from behind C, and upon witnessing the scene before her, she excitedly spread her arms and rushed forward, only to turn back and embrace C tightly. Bamboo. It's bamboo. This is wonderful. See, you are simply amazing. C was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected embrace. Wrapped in bee skin, his body stiffened, and coupled with his naturally cold physique, he felt as rigid as a block of ice. Chapter 19. The mysterious Ruan Tang remained blissfully unaware of C's unusual demeanor. Releasing him, she dashed toward the bamboo, her mind flooded with countless ideas for delightful creations with the bamboo, not to mention the delectable spring and winter bamboo shoots. However, after just a couple of steps, C pulled her back. "What's wrong?" Ruan Tang asked, perplexed. "These bamboos are quite fierce," C remarked with a hint of unease. "Are the bamboos sentient now?" Before long, Ruan Tang understood why C had warned her about the bamboo's ferocity as a flurry of green bamboo leaves shot toward them, reminiscent of small flying daggers. Ruan Tang was certain that being struck would certainly cut her skin and draw blood. As C sheltered Ruan Tang behind a large tree, she overheard the bamboos discussing among themselves. "That person is here again. We cannot allow him to approach. He stole the fresh bamboo juice I had painstakingly accumulated. Not leaving a single drop. I still have one drop left. We absolutely cannot let him take it again. Indeed, we must prevent him from getting close. Otherwise, the few drops of fresh bamboo juice we managed to gather will disappear." Ruan Tang cast a glance at C and asked, "Have you wronged them?" "I borrowed a little something," C replied, his expression unchanging. Ruan Tang regarded him suspiciously. The bamboo's hostility certainly did not resemble that of having merely borrowed a trifle. "What is fresh bamboo juice?" Ruan Tang inquired again. I looked deeply into Ruan Tang's eyes and replied, "The essence of energy from the bamboo. A single drop is equivalent to that of a low-level wild beast." Ruan Tang had never had the opportunity to encounter fresh bamboo juice, so how did she know of it? Ruan Tang couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Even a single drop of this essence could rival the strength of an entire beast. Just imagine the magnitude of energy contained within. Perhaps, with just a few more drops, they could awaken their bloodlines once again. Having overheard the conversation among the bamboo, it seemed that C had procured a considerable amount of fresh bamboo juice. Did this imply that C had awakened his bloodline several times already? Yet, why was there no totem? Ruan Tang found herself utterly perplexed. What should they do now? If the bamboo continued to shoot relentlessly, they would never be able to approach them, let alone harvest the bamboo. The barrage would eventually cease, unless the bamboo wished to become barren. Although this grove was abundant, it could not withstand an incessant assault on its leaves. Thus, a pause was inevitable, and that would be their moment of opportunity. Indeed, before long, the initial wave of attack subsided. Was it over? "Stay here," C commanded, swiftly darting towards the bamboo. Ruan Tang was astonished, her mouth agape. She hadn't anticipated C to be so swift. She had thought he might topple over with just a gust of wind. Initially, Ruan Tang had hoped to admire C's dashing combat prowess, but to her surprise, he extended his long fingers, plucking a bamboo leaf and placing on the pad of his finger. Without any apparent effort, the bamboo began to offer fresh bamboo juice willingly. Ruan Tang was left utterly dumbfounded. What kind of sorcery was this? Why did she feel as though the bamboo was saying, "If you don't give me something, I will perish before your eyes"? It was an odd sensation. No, I will bring you fresh bamboo juice right away. And me too, I will give you mine, everything I have. This is all I possess. I have nothing more. I truly have none left. I haven't grown a single inch this year. Ruan Tang felt a pang of sorrow. How miserable must it be to be so utterly drained that one had not grown at all in a year? What had C done to instill such fear in the bamboo? "I require some bamboo." C spoke with an air of certainty, implying that he would take it by force if necessary, though this would undoubtedly be troublesome and exhausting. Ruan Tang felt a flush of embarrassment. Would this truly work? Would they obediently offer their own limbs? When had bamboo become so accommodating? Yet, it was evident they were compliant, as moments ago, they had appeared utterly cowed. She had known that his words would lead to no good. Now, not only had they not grown, but they had also shrunk. Ruan Tang felt even more pity for them. Shortly thereafter, she witnessed the bamboos sacrificing themselves one by one. In no time, a heap of bamboo lay stacked upon the ground. "This is far too much. Enough is enough. If this continues, we won't be able to dig for shoots anymore." Although it was possible to do so now, summer bamboo shoots were hardly palatable. Upon hearing Ruan Tang's exclamations, Si did not call for a halt. Only when he felt satisfied did he finally say, "That's enough." If he did not stop soon, he would risk his very life to secure this creature. With its presence, his clan was in peril. However, what could they do? Once they were tainted by its blood, silence fell, laced with palpable fear. Ruan Tang suddenly heard several older voices upon hearing the last remark. Confusion washed over her. What was so peculiar about Si's blood? So, when he had taken a bamboo leaf to cut his hand, he was actually threatening them with his own blood. But why did they fear his blood so? Ruan Tang was filled with questions, yet she understood that asking would yield no answers. They were not close enough for him to divulge his secrets. Shaking her head, she dismissed such thoughts and stepped out from behind the tree. There is too much for me to carry back. Thankfully, the bamboo had not mutated significantly and was comparable in size to what she had seen in modern times. However, Ruan Tang knew they must differ in some respects. She could only take a few for now, planning to return with her father and the others. Otherwise, she and you would be utterly exhausted on the way back. Si carried not a single stalk, while Ruan Tang struggled with several shorter pieces, panting heavily as she trudged onward. After a short while, she needed to pause for breath, wiping her sweat as she glanced at Si, who was advancing leisurely ahead. Wasn't this a tad ungentlemanly? Just as she was about to continue, Si suddenly turned and said, "Open your mouth." Huh. Ruan Tang responded in confusion. That very moment, a droplet of liquid shot into her mouth. Instinctively, she closed her lips and smacked them together. Was this fresh bamboo juice? Before she could savor it, a surge of energy coursed through her, so abundant that it flushed her face crimson in excess of energy. "If you don't want to die, get moving," Si remarked, his expression unchanged. Ruan Tang jolted into action, clutching the bamboo and sprinting away. If she didn't digest this energy quickly, she would undoubtedly explode. Such a death would be horrifically tragic. Watching Ruan Tang dart away at breakneck speed, Si felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Too fast. He couldn't keep up, and if he did, his clothes and shoes would surely become soiled. Chapter 20. The ironclad straight man and the glutton Ruan Tang reached the tribe. Still struggling to digest the energy within her, she had to keep jumping up and down in the village. Hoping to expedite the process, it was no surprise that a mere drop from the bamboo had nearly caused her to explode. May, observing Ruan Tang's state, instantly deduced that she had consumed something extraordinary. Why was the shaman treating her so well? This morning, she had seen Ruan Tang walking alongside the shaman. Ruan Tang, oblivious to May's thoughts, bounced around until she finally expended the energy to that moment. She felt entirely revitalized, as if every part of her body was invigorated. Feeling an endless reservoir of strength, Ruan Tang retrieved the bone knife she had borrowed from Si and began crafting with the bamboo. She had already envisioned how to utilize these stalks, first to create bowls, chopsticks, spoons, and water vessels, essential dining utensils, followed by crafting sharp tools for traps. Bamboo was far sturdier than branches, and she believed that using bamboo would yield a greater bounty in their hunts. She immediately called for Yi, and after exchanging a few words, his eyes lit up with excitement, and without a second thought, he got to work. Meanwhile, Ruan Tang busied herself with the crafting of bowls and utensils. She hadn't forgotten her promise to Si to make him a pair of chopsticks. After all, she had acquired all this bamboo thanks to him, so it was only right that she contributed something in return. The tribe's members merely cast curious glances at them, but did not approach, as they were preoccupied with roasting snake meat, which was now mealtime. Some were uninterested, but not all. May quietly drew closer to them, casually taking a seat beside Ruan Tang to observe what she was creating. Was it something to curry favor with the shaman? If so, she certainly wanted to learn it. Why should Ruan Tang monopolize the shaman's attention? Ruan Tang was taken aback by May's audacity. Had she not claimed to despise her? Why then was she encroaching on her space? Were ancient people truly so lacking in decorum? Since May had done nothing overtly offensive, and being the daughter of the tribe leader, Ruan Tang could not rebuke her harshly. Instead, she pursed her lips and continued her work. Ruan Tang's indifference did not mean others were unperturbed. For Yi, who was always focused on filling his belly, May's presence was akin to a thorn in his throat. "You can't be here," Yi stated bluntly. Ruan Tang felt a surge of admiration for Yi. It was confirmed. He was indeed a straightforward man, and such men were the bane of pretentious individuals. "Why can't I be here?" May asked, looking at Yi with feigned innocence, her pitiful expression eliciting sympathy from those around. Yi frowned. "If you want to sit, then sit." Ruan Tang raised an eyebrow. Was he truly swayed so easily? It seemed men were utterly defenseless against a girl's act of vulnerability, as for whether she might accidentally be scratched by the bamboo. That was uncertain. Why he resumed his seat, swinging the long bamboo he held, the sharp end nearly grazing May's face, leaving her pale with fright. Ruan Tang nearly exclaimed in astonishment. Was this how one should behave? May quickly decided she could no longer linger there. She wanted to use her looks to attract a strong male. The people of the tribe often said she resembled her mother and possessed a beautiful face. As she matured, she was sure to attract many males. How could she afford to lose such opportunities? Perhaps it is due to her striking beauty, which has garnered her numerous compliments, that she has become somewhat conceited, thus completely dismissing Ruan Tang. What does it matter that she is the chieftain's daughter? She remains unattractive and diminutive, and it is certain that no male would find her appealing. She believed herself to be the most favored individual within the clan. Without May by her side, Ruan Tang feels an immense sense of relief. Logically, having only recently arrived in this ancient era, she should not have formed any significant connections. However, May clung to her like a persistent fly, making it impossible for her to feel any fondness. Before long, Ruan Tang completed 4 sets of tableware. Due to a lack of materials, they appeared somewhat crude, but they were still an improvement over eating with one's hands off leaves. Yi, filled with curiosity, gazed at these items and, upon inquiring about their purpose, wore a look of disdain. These contraptions would impede his dining speed. Ruan Tang felt a wave of annoyance wash over her. Truly, he was a quintessential glutton. As he busied himself carving bamboo, Ruan Tang perched upon a rock, resting her chin in her hands, lost in thought as she stared at the bamboo before her. Eating roasted meat every day would soon become tiresome. When would she be able to savor something different? Rice, how she longed for it. The taste of bamboo tube rice was also quite delightful. Yet, having traversed thickets and groves for the past few days, she had not encountered any grains or legumes, so it seemed unlikely that she would find any in the near future. Surely, one cannot subsist solely on wild beast meat. Ruan Tang's gaze shifted to the distant river. She yearned for fish soup. Ruan Tang picked up a piece of bamboo, contemplating whether she should fashion a fishing rod. However, such a rod would likely prove futile. The fish in the river were far too ferocious, and she feared that it would break before she even managed to catch one. Thus, she resolved to craft a fish basket instead. Fortunately, she had spent much time by the river with her grandmother in her youth, where her grandmother would use a handmade fish basket to catch fish. Ruan Tang often watched her grandmother weave these baskets, and though she retained a vague memory of the process, she knew she would have to rely on her own skills to execute it. Ruan Tang instructed Yi to cut the bamboo into strips, allowing her to unleash her creativity. Time passed, and only when he had finished cutting the bamboo did Ruan Tang manage to produce a somewhat unsightly fish basket. "What is this?" Yi inquired, perplexed. "You will see shortly," Ruan Tang replied with a mysterious smile. Yi, lacking enthusiasm, simply gathered the cut bamboo and remarked, "Let us hurry and set some traps." His interest in food outweighed all else. "Indeed, we still need to work on the new trap you dug yesterday, and we ought to renovate the old one as well." Ensuring that no one was watching, Yi and Ruan Tang swiftly left the safety of their tribe. Before long, they arrived at the old trap, and upon seeing that it remained intact, Yi's face fell with disappointment. He had initially hoped for a daily supply of game, but it seemed that would not be the case. "Has the broken flower snake already eaten?" Ruan Tang felt compelled to divert Yi's attention. "Not yet," Yi replied, a flicker of relief crossing his features. Yet he also realized an important truth. Nothing is ever certain. And it was entirely possible that they might find themselves hungry again one day. Therefore, he should dig more traps. Observing his demeanor, Ruan Tang felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding, as if he were intent on burrowing through the thicket. Chapter 21. Fishing before long, they had successfully reset the old trap, and Ruan Tang proceeded to the new one that once they were finished, she said, "Yi, could you help me dig up some earthworms? Sugar, earthworms aren't tea tasty." Yi replied earnestly, "What do you mean they aren't tea tasty? I never said we would eat them." Ruan Tang was momentarily taken aback, then felt a pang of sadness. With he being an orphan, caring for his sister, he likely received little food and often went hungry. When desperation struck, he would seize anything edible. Earthworms must have been one of his previous means of sustenance. If fortune smiles upon us, we might be able to feast on something new today, Ruan Tang added, though she could not guarantee it, as the fish here were notoriously fierce. That why E.S. eyes sparkled with excitement. Whenever Ruan Tang spoke of new food, it always seemed to materialize, and he wondered what it might be this time. Despite his lack of picky eating habits, he could not resist the thrill of Ruan Tang's culinary surprises. In no time, Yi had unearthed a substantial bundle of earthworms, prompting Ruan Tang to shudder in revulsion. It was undeniable that providing Yi with a motivation to eat enhanced his work ethic immensely. "Let us head to the riverbank," Ruan Tang proclaimed, tools in hand. Yi eagerly followed. This time, Ruan Tang had set her sights on the fierce fish lurking in the river, an audacious ambition that their tribe had never dared to consider. Ruan Tang was truly remarkable. Ye's eyes sparkled with admiration, akin to a fan gazing at a beloved idol, and he nearly felt compelled to kneel in reverence. The Ye's exaggerated reactions made Ruan Tang feel as though she were a leader guiding her underling on an adventure. What if she failed to catch any fish? The pressure was indeed considerable. They made their way downstream to avoid any encounters with tribe members that might lead to unnecessary complications. Gazing at the crystal-clear water, Ruan Tang couldn't help but marvel at the pristine environment of this ancient era. She sighed, realizing that proper nourishment was essential for one to grow into a well-formed individual. Just days prior, she had caught a glimpse of her reflection in the river and nearly frightened herself. Covered in dirt, she was unrecognizable, and after finally washing off the grime to reveal her fair skin, she was dismayed to find her skeletal frame and sallow complexion. Her body resembled that of a mere skeleton, complemented by large, bright eyes that only served to enhance her unsettling appearance. Fortunately, after awakening her bloodline and consuming adequate nourishment, her condition had improved significantly. If this trend continued, she would soon blossom into a charming young lady. Yet, Ruan Tang found little excitement in this prospect, for in this realm, appearance held little value. Strength was the true currency. Thus, she resolved to consume more energizing sustenance to facilitate her rapid growth. Although she was still uncertain of the extent of her abilities, she sensed that they would prove invaluable, and she planned to conduct thorough research when time permitted. Ruan Tang retrieved the fish basket she had woven and stuffed the earthworms he had gathered inside. She wondered if her basket would hold up against the river's fish. Regardless, she had reinforced it. As she pondered, she cast the basket into the water and secured the attached bamboo, stripped to a nearby stone. Wai gazed at her in astonishment, bombarding her with questions. Will fish really swim in there? Can this thing even hold them? What if they eat the bait and escape? The durability of the basket was indeed a concern. Its design was crafted with the wisdom of ancestors, capable of ensnaring fish. But if the river's inhabitants were as ferocious as she suspected, they might easily destroy it, unless she could find sturdier materials to weave with. What shall we do next? Yi inquired, seated upon a stone, his chin resting on his hand as he stared at the basket. Wait. All right, I can wait. For food, what is a little patience? Then you keep watch while I wander around nearby. Ruan Tang had previously noticed the abundance of flora along the riverbank, and it was possible that some of these wild plants were edible. Crouching down, she examined them one by one. Having lived in the countryside since childhood, she was familiar with wild vegetables, though the slight mutations in this area posed some challenges to her identification. Fortunately, Ruan Tang discovered several edible wild vegetables, and even unearthed some scallions and ginger. The discovery of ginger particularly delighted her, as its numerous benefits were known to in the tribe. Many had fallen ill after initially catching a chill, leading to severe ailments that ultimately resulted in the unfortunate necessity of relocating the afflicted to fend for themselves. Such occurrences were most prevalent during winter, with the elderly and children being the most susceptible. Children, being the future of the tribe, rendered the losses all the more tragic. If ginger were available, a warm bowl of ginger soup could significantly enhance their chances of survival during such illnesses. Moreover, ginger had culinary merits as well. Although there were no opportunities for stir-frying, there was a chance to prepare a fish soup. The addition of ginger and scallions would eliminate any fishy odor, rendering the soup delectable. Ahem, yet in this moment and environment, it seemed imprudent to indulge in such thoughts. Nevertheless, what is the point of living if one does not strive to find a bit of joy? Thus, Ruan Tang carefully dug up some scallions and ginger, intending to plant them within the tribe so that she could easily harvest them whenever she desired. This was merely the first step. She aspired to cultivate vegetables and raise livestock, ensuring a complete and thriving ecosystem. Ruan Tang was brimming with determination, eagerly awaiting her father's return to discuss the tribe's future plans together. Of course, she knew she must not rush. Patience was essential, lest her father and mother become alarmed. Tang, how much longer must we wait? The voice of Yi echoed nearby. It was then that Ruan Tang recalled the matter of the fish basket and hurriedly ran over, cradling the item she had just unearthed. Let us take a look. There should be some fish in there. All right, I'm coming. He immediately bounded over to the bamboo rope securing the fish basket, and at Ruan Tang's signal, he began to tug. After a brief struggle, Yi sensed something unusual and exclaimed with excitement, "It seems there are fish inside. Let me assist you." Noticing Yi was having some difficulty, Ruan Tang quickly joined him in pulling as they heaved with all their might. The fish basket gradually approached the shore. Upon seeing the lively fish thrashing within, both of them were exhilarated and continued to pull with fervor. "We're almost there. Soon we'll have fish soup." However, just as the basket was about to be pulled ashore, the bamboo rope suddenly snapped with a loud crack. The two of them were yanked backward by their own force. Ouch! Ruan Tang's face paled in pain. Before she could recover, Yi sprang to his feet and dashed towards the riverbank, making a desperate leap to grab the fish basket that was about to drift away. The sequence of events unfolded with lightning speed, leaving Ruan Tang momentarily stunned. Yi, let go! By the time she regained her wits, Yi was perilously close to being dragged into the river. The waters were treacherous. From the original owner's memories, she recalled tales of individuals who had fallen in, only to be left as mere skeletons, evidently ravaged by ferocious fish akin to piranhas. If he fell in, survival would be nearly impossible, especially with his injured hand, which would surely attract the predatory fish. She never anticipated that Yi would be so reckless for the sake of food. Once he was safe, she would certainly give him a thorough lecture. Just as he was about to be swept away by the current, Ruan Tang managed to pull him back, her expression stern as she admonished. "Do you have any idea how dangerous that was?" After her outburst, Ruan Tang froze. Despite having been on the brink of starvation before, Yi had never exhibited such vulnerability. Now, however, his eyes were reddening, clearly on the verge of tears. The food is gone. Ye's gaze remained locked on the fish basket as it floated downstream. Fearing he might impulsively jump into the river, Ruan Tang stepped in front of him and reassured, "Don't worry, there will be more. Since we managed to catch fish this time, we can prepare a sturdier basket for next time. And soon we'll catch plenty of fish." Ye's eyes remained fixed on the river, now devoid of the basket's presence. "Yes, I promised. I won't let you go hungry again, so you must never do something so perilous again. Otherwise, I won't allow you to accompany me any longer." Ruan Tang felt compelled to speak firmly. Who knew if he might secretly leap into the river in search of food when she wasn't looking? She had witnessed Yi's desperate side, motivated by hunger. "Tang, I was wrong. I won't do anything dangerous again. Please don't send me away." Hearing that he could no longer accompany Ruan Tang clearly alarmed Yi, and he quickly bowed his head, admitting his fault. Observing Yi's anxious demeanor, Ruan Tang sighed and gently ruffled his hair, saying, "As long as you listen to me, I won't send you away." "I will listen." Yi nodded obediently. Why do I feel like I'm petting a little dog? Let us go back and enjoy some snake soup. Today, will be even tastier than yesterday, Ruan Tang's stomach grumbled, and with the newly acquired ingredients in hand, she could hardly contain her eagerness to return and prepare the meal. Yi eagerly followed Ruan Tang, thrilled at the prospect of more delicious food. Given Ruan Tang's habit of preparing 2 ample meals daily, ensuring everyone was well fed, There were only 2 servings of the remaining snake meat left, one for today and one for tomorrow morning before it would be gone. However, Ruan Tang felt no anxiety, relishing in her soup preparation, which piqued May's curiosity. What was the source of Ruan Tang's confidence? In the tribe, everyone was typically frugal with their food, often only eating one meager meal a day, fearing the scarcity of future meals. Yet here was Ruan Tang, indulging in 2 hearty meals daily, leaving May envious and filled with admiration. If May knew that Ruan Tang only ate 2 meals a day to avoid greasy breakfasts and due to her laziness in preparing food, she would likely be even more furious. May inhaled the fragrant aroma of the snake's soup. Envy welled within her. How could Ruan Tang create such delectable dishes? She herself had attempted to make snake soup, but could never replicate such exquisite flavors. Was it the wild herbs she added? But how did Ruan Tang know which herbs were edible? May scrutinized the wild plants, contemplating whether she should venture out to gather some to enhance her own soup. If she could produce such a delicious broth, the shaman would surely be inclined to eat her cooking, leading her to learn more valuable skills and become the most formidable female in the tribe. This thought sent a thrill of excitement through May, prompting her to hurry to the grassy area and crouch down to compare the plants. Ruan Tang noticed May's actions but paid them little mind. To be frank, wild vegetables were not easily found, and many plants bore a resemblance to inedible ones that if May truly believed she could learn simply by observing, she ought to pray for good fortune and hope she wouldn't accidentally discover a toxic plant and poison herself. Before long, Ruan Tang had finished preparing the snake soup, and after Yi and the others had eaten their fill, she began concocting more soup for Si. Once the soup was ready, Ruan Tang brought it to Si, and unlike before, she no longer needed to announce her presence. Simply stating, "I'm here," allowed her to enter freely. T appeared. She had formed a friendship with Si. Upon entering, she found Si resting on the stone bed with his eyes closed. And assuming he was merely tired, she paid him little mind. Instead, she approached the stone table, placing the porcelain jar upon it and setting out the utensils for Si. "Today, a snake soup will exceed your expectations. Come and try." I did not respond. Ruan Tang felt a pang of concern. Was he simply too fatigued? She seated herself at the stone table, waiting, but after a considerable time, Si remained unresponsive, not even stirring. Alarmed, Ruan Tang quickly rose and approached him. His complexion was pale, and his lips lacked color. At first glance, he could easily be mistaken for a corpse. Her heart tightened as she hastily checked his pulse. Calling out, "Si, can you hear me? Si, how do you feel? Si, wake up." A pulse is present, albeit somewhat faint, and his body temperature is even lower than before. What could possibly be the cause of this? A fleeting glance at the empty bamboo tube nearby sent a chilling realization through her mind. Si has consumed all the potent bamboo juice. Chapter 23. A conversation with the tree. Ruan Tang felt a wave of confusion wash over her. If it were a surfeit of energy, wouldn't it lead to an explosive demise? Yet, Si's condition seemed entirely different, as though he had been drained of vitality. What could be the explanation for this? Ruan Tang's fingers moved to Si's wrist, quietly assessing his physical state. Having studied integrative traditional Chinese medicine in the modern era, she was merely an intern. However, her instructor had proclaimed her capabilities to be formidable, often surpassing those of seasoned physicians. Many seasoned doctors in the hospital struggled with cases she resolved with ease. Yet now, Ruan Tang found herself doubting her abilities, unable to discern the specific ailment afflicting Si. Furrowing her brow, she continued to take his pulse, only to withdraw her hand after a lengthy moment, her face a mask of perplexity. Why did it seem as though Si had endured a harrowing battle, with the adversary being the very cells within his body? What was going on? Ruan Tang fell into deep contemplation. Was it a consequence of his extraordinary abilities? She still could not fathom the phenomenon of innate powers through a medical lens, so perhaps her inability to diagnose Si's condition was somewhat understandable. Nevertheless, Ruan Tang was not one to shy away from challenges. She yearned to unravel the underlying principles. With this determination, Ruan Tang extended her hand once more to examine Si's condition. But unexpectedly, his eyes sprang open. In an instant, a glimmer of gold flashed within his gaze. Simultaneously, a thunderous roar erupted from outside the cave, followed by a bolt of lightning striking perilously close to the entrance, sending flames leaping forth. The cacophony startled Ruan Tang, causing her to instinctively lean against C. C cast a glance at the flames licking up outside the cave and commanded, "Extinguish the fire." Ruan Tang caught the acrid scent of smoke and hastily rose from C's embrace, surveying the surroundings. She spotted the sizable piece of snake skin she had allocated to C and swiftly began to douse the flames. Moments later, the fire was subdued. Still uneasy, she dug into the earth around the embers, ensuring no embers posed a risk of rekindling before she finally exhaled in relief and returned to the cave. I sat calmly at the stone table, leisurely consuming the snake soup with the chopsticks and spoon Ruan Tang had prepared the previous day. Ruan Tang couldn't help but ponder whether C maintained such composure no matter the circumstances. Had she not acted promptly to extinguish the flames, they could have quickly engulfed the cave entrance, trapping them within, risking suffocation. In such a perilous moment, C appeared utterly unconcerned. What manner of person was he? What could have precipitated such a sudden tempest? Ruan Tang mused aloud as she approached the stone table. If a storm were indeed imminent, it would not be particularly strange. However, the fact that this thunder and lightning had occurred amidst clear skies was decidedly peculiar. I paused momentarily in his soup consumption, then resumed with an air of elegance. Today's soup was indeed quite delightful. Suddenly, as he bit into something, his brow furrowed slightly. He spat the object aside and raised his gaze to Ruan Tang. "Oh, that is ginger, a seasoning that is also edible, though its flavor may be a bit pungent," Ruan Tang explained, dismissing the earlier thunder and lightning as she pointed to the piece of ginger. "Seasoning? Is it one of the condiments you mentioned previously?" C continued to eat in silence, soon finishing the entire pot of snake soup. Yes, he repeatedly wiped his mouth and hands. Ruan Tang couldn't help but smirk. "What happened to you just now?" she inquired, unable to contain her curiosity. S.I.'s expression darkened slightly. His lips pursed in silence. "Did you consume all the fresh bamboo juice?" Ruan Tang's concern for C's health prompted her to ask once more. "Indeed," C replied curtly this time. "Are you not worried about being overwhelmed by excessive energy?" Ruan Tang felt a shiver of fear at the thought that I glanced at her, his expression clearly conveying the message. Do I appear to be someone who is overwhelmed? It was evident that he was far from it. Ruan Tang was taken aback, realizing this suggested C possessed formidable strength, rendering him impervious to such energy excess. She recalled the classification of strength in this realm. Those who awakened their bloodlines 1 to 3 times were considered junior warriors, 4 to 6 times were intermediate warriors, and 5 to 9 times were advanced warriors. Could it be that C had awakened more than twice? Ruan Tang found C to be an enigma, a mystery that eluded her understanding. "I shall take my leave for now," she declared, clutching the porcelain jar as she departed. Once Ruan Tang had left, C's gaze turned icy, akin to the chill of ice. Capable of instilling fear with a mere glance, he approached the cave entrance, surveying the clear sky with a sardonic smile. Would it fear harming the innocent and spare me? With a dispassionate demeanor, C retreated into the cave, settling down on the stone bed and closing his eyes. Ruan Tang exited C's cave, her face etched with concern. She looked up at the sky. What on earth was happening? Suddenly, her footsteps halted as she noticed a large tree not far away. How terrifying. That lightning had nearly struck her. Indeed, she had almost vanished from existence. The appearance of such lightning seemed far from coincidental. Why had it manifested outside C's cave? What was the meaning behind that lightning? Ruan Tang approached the tree and inquired, "Since I can comprehend the language of trees, I should be able to communicate with you." Is this person speaking to us? Surely not. How could anyone understand our speech? Indeed, she is merely a beast man. How could she grasp our conversation? Ruan Tang was certain she could genuinely communicate with them. "I am indeed speaking with you," she affirmed. My goodness, this little female can truly comprehend our words. Who is she? How is this possible? The trees trembled with astonishment, their branches swaying in disbelief. It appeared that trees, too, harbored emotions. "How can you understand our speech?" an elder tree asked curiously. "I do not know," Ruan Tang speculated, Perhaps it is due to my innate abilities. After all, when she had received the small Bodhi, she had not been able to understand the language of trees. However, when the green light emanated from her chest, she sensed a shared essence with the trees. Chapter 24. Divine Retribution. Ruan Tang refrained from elaborating on her thoughts and continued. So, what was that lightning earlier? Do you not know? That was divine retribution, the elder tree replied, its tone filled with reverence. Ruan Tang was taken aback. Divine retribution? How could that be? She recognized that in this world, a celestial order existed, making the concept of divine retribution unremarkable. What perplexed her was the appearance of such retribution in this vicinity. Had someone nearby made a reckless oath, thus incurring the wrath of heaven? Ruan Tang did not even consider C as the culprit. He simply did not strike her as a nefarious individual that a being so ethereal could hardly summon divine wrath. Moreover, C merely lacked a totem and was not favored by the beast god. How could that possibly relate to celestial matters? And what if C's totem simply failed to manifest, or there was some issue? After all, he had claimed to possess innate abilities that if he had innate abilities, he must possess a totem that Oh, you know what this is about. Ruan Tang asked once more. Who knows? We were nearly caught in the crossfire ourselves. The trees responded, sharing in the confusion. The great trees expressed their fears, acknowledging that they had yet to reach the stage where they could frolic freely. If divine retribution were to inadvertently descend upon them, they could only endure the consequences. Should their cultivation be formidable enough, perhaps a glimmer of hope might remain. Otherwise, they would simply vanish into the ether. Ruan Tang bowed her head in contemplation. After a considerable while, she found herself unable to fathom the situation. Deciding to abandon her thoughts, she reassured herself that she had committed no wrongdoing. Therefore, the heavens would not strike her down. A gentle breeze wafted by, carrying the fresh scent of fruit, prompting Ruan Tang to lift her gaze toward a fruit-laden tree and hopefully inquire, "May I discuss a matter with you?" These trees appeared rather amicable, so a proper negotiation seemed plausible. The large fruit tree shook its branches and curiously asked, "What is there to discuss? How about I loosen the soil, prune the branches, and fertilize you, in exchange for some of your fruits?" Ruan Tang gazed longingly at the fruits, yearning to savor them. It had only been a few days since she last indulged in fruit, and her cravings were becoming unbearable. "How dare you covet my fruits?" The fruit tree suddenly erupted in anger, swinging its branches toward Ruan Tang. Startled, she leaped away, but was a moment too late, feeling a sharp sting as her arm was struck that a deal not struck does not warrant hostility. "We merely agreed to discuss. If you do not consent, why resort to violence?" Ruan Tang was infuriated. She had merely proposed a negotiation, yet the tree had chosen to act aggressively. Upon hearing her words, the fruit tree seemed to realize its rashness and ceased its assault. Yet, as a proud entity, it huffed disdainfully, "You have previously plundered many of my fruits with utter rudeness, inflicting pain that lingered long after." Thus, upon hearing Ruan Tang's intention to take its fruits, it naturally became irate. Suddenly, Ruan Tang understood. This was the root of the issue. Perhaps if they were gentler in their harvesting, an abundance of fruits could be theirs. However, gazing at the tree's undeniable pride, she felt this notion might be somewhat unattainable. "You are situated far from the water source that I can organize my kin to frequently water you, ensuring your robust growth." Ruan Tang observed the tree's apparent interest and continued, "Moreover, if the fruits remain unharvested, it could hinder your growth and affect next year's yield, that we promise to only take what won't compromise your well-being." Ruan Tang's assertions held merit, which explained why they occasionally showed leniency, allowing humans to harvest their fruits. However, the previous encounters have been marked by rudeness, with humans being overly aggressive in their plundering, which had led to the tree's exasperation, sometimes resulting in fatal consequences for the intruders, thus instilling fear in others. "You need not acquiesce immediately. I shall assist you with watering and fertilizing in the coming days. However, as I am merely a minor child, I cannot aid many trees. Should you agree, I will summon my kin to assist." Ruan Tang was not in haste. She believed that one day she would gain their accord. Persuading a person might pose some difficulty, but convincing a tree should be far simpler, as her intentions were not to harm them. With the tree's eventual consent, Ruan Tang returned home, her spirits lifted Soon, she would have an abundance of fruits to enjoy. Her innate abilities were indeed remarkable. Upon returning to the cave before dusk, Ruan Tang recalled her promise tonight and retrieved bamboo to continue weaving fish baskets, drawing from her prior experience. She found the process smoother this time and reinforced her work significantly. She anticipated that tomorrow would yield a fruitful catch. Before long, the fish basket was completed, and noticing the favorable conditions outside, Ruan Tang proceeded to craft another item. Not a fish basket, but a small basket. Wrapping wild vegetables and leftover meat in leaves was less than ideal. Having a basket would undoubtedly prove more convenient. Having observed her grandmother weave baskets, Ruan Tang quickly mastered the technique. Beholding the delicate little basket filled her with joy, and she hurriedly placed the vegetables and meat inside. As Ruan Tang carried the basket into the cave to prepare for sleep, she unexpectedly encountered Hua. With a look of astonishment, Hua inquired, "Tang, what is this?" "It is a basket, quite handy for storing items," Ruan Tang replied, presenting the basket to Hua. "Tang, you are truly brilliant. Would you be willing to teach me? I desire a basket of my own. Rest assured, I shall not learn for free. I can trade you some animal hides." Aunt Hua expressed eagerly, recognizing the basket's utility to we too wish to learn. "We can trade as well." The others chimed in, their faces alight with anticipation and need for trade. "I can teach you all. However, I fear there may not be enough bamboo. We must wait for my father and the others to return to gather more," Ruan Tang explained. After all, the bamboo grew far away, and without the shaman's assistance, she would not have acquired it. Yet they could not rely on the shaman indefinitely. "Tang, you are so kind." "Thank you. Indeed, Tang is wonderful," they all exclaimed joyfully. Meanwhile, Mei watched with envy, feeling that such admiration should rightfully belong to her. Ruan Tang had just emerged from the shaman's cave. Surely, the shaman had imparted more knowledge to her. She resolved to swiftly win over the shaman, determined not to let Ruan Tang overshadow her. Chapter 25. The return of the tribe's males the following day, as Ruan Tang intended to head to the riverbank with Night. They heard an excited shout. "They've returned. The chief and the others have returned." Everyone in the cave sprang to their feet, rushing outside in excitement. Ruan Tang stood frozen, her heart racing. Her father and mother had returned? She felt a mix of exhilaration and trepidation, fearing they might not accept her. Having lost her parents at a young age, she had always lived with her grandparents, though they treated her with kindness. It could never replace paternal or maternal love. Since childhood, she had yearned for a father and mother. Now that her wish was finally coming true, Ruan Tang felt a twinge of fear. Although this body was their daughteress, her soul was not. She worried that her transformation might reveal her true nature, leading them to reject her and brand her a monster. "Tang, why are you not going out?" Night asked, as he too felt less excitement since his own parents were not among the returning group. The only things that could stir his enthusiasm were the prospect of food. "That I will go out shortly," Ruan Tang replied, needing a moment to prepare herself mentally. However, the next instant, she dashed outside upon hearing someone shout, "Someone is injured! Quick, summon the shaman, an injury." She hoped it wasn't her father or mother. The thought horrified her. She needed to see for herself to find peace of mind. Night followed her out before they could draw close. Ruan Tang caught the sharp scent of blood. As a healer, she was sensitive to the smell of blood, and the intensity suggested the injuries were severe. Ruan Tang desperately sought to identify the injured. Yet the crowd encircled them, obscuring her view and blocking her access, which only heightened her anxiety. Night noticed Ruan Tang's distress and began to push through the throng, calling out, "Make way. Tang needs to enter." But amidst the crowd's concern for the injured, no one heeded him. They remained rooted in place. Just as Ruan Tang was about to lose hope, a whiff of pine resin wafted through the air. C was rushing to the scene. "The shaman has arrived," someone shouted, and immediately, a path opened up, allowing Ruan Tang to see the situation clearly. Two individuals lay on the ground, unable to rise, but fortunately, neither was her father nor her mother. "Shaman, they have been mauled by beasts. Please, save them." Ruan Tang's father, Ming, anxiously approached C and spoke in a worried tone. Ruan Tang noticed numerous wounds on his arm, blood seeping from them. These injuries required attention as well. However, it was evident that his condition was not critical. So Ming chose to disregard his own wounds and instead directed the shaman to tend to the two individuals who were gravely injured and unable to stand. C gazed solemnly at the two men lying on the ground. Their injuries far too severe. One phrase uttered by the shaman plunged everyone present into despair. The fact that the shaman had spoken such words indicated that their chances of survival were nearly non-existent. I can only do my utmost to save them, but whether they survive ultimately lies in the hands of the beast god. The last statement, though seemingly filled with reverence for the beast god, inexplicably evoked a sense of disdain in Ruan Tang, that he likely was not the type to relinquish his fate to others. Ming bowed his head in guilt, lamenting, "If only I had sensed the danger sooner. Our tribe would not suffer the loss of two strong males all at once. Even if those two survive this ordeal, they would likely never hunt again, their injuries far too grave. Chief, this cannot be blamed on you. It was the beast that appeared so suddenly. Indeed, we were just about to return. The chief had always strived to protect them, and in doing so, he had sustained injuries himself." I remained silent, crouched before the two injured men, holding a stone bowl filled with ash. For a moment, he made no move. The multitude of wounds was overwhelming. The meager amount of sacred earth was insufficient, and any application would be washed away by the flowing blood. Observing this, Ruan Tang fell silent for a moment before stepping out from the crowd. The tribe was already small, and losing two strong males would further complicate their survival. Moreover, she did not wish to see her father so filled with guilt and sorrow. Thus, she resolved to find a solution. With this thought, Ruan Tang dashed into the nearby thicket. She recalled having stumbled upon hemostatic herbs while chasing a big tooth rabbit, initially intending to gather them later. The multitude of events had caused her to forget. If she could now procure a sufficient quantity of these hemostatic herbs, the two males might have a chance at survival. As Ruan Tang emerged from the thicket, he followed closely behind, catching up to her and noticing her focused search. "Tang, what are you looking for?" he inquired. Ruan Tang did not respond but continued her search. Time was of the essence. She had to act quickly. Finally, Ruan Tang discovered the herbs. She hastily plucked them and handed them to Yi. "Find as many as you can that resemble this herb." Yi, unsure of Ruan Tang's intentions but sensing her seriousness, promptly accepted the herbs and began searching. He had never seen Tang so earnest, which instilled a sense of reverence in him, leaving no room for resistance. Before long, they had gathered a substantial amount of hemostatic herbs. This should suffice. Ruan Tang clutched the herbs and raced back. However, before she could approach, she heard a heart-wrenching cry. "Xian, wake up! You cannot leave us! You cannot be without you," sobbed a voice. "Woo-woo shaman, please save him. He is still so young." She stood silently with pursed lips, unable to help. Even if they were transported to the great tribe, that Xian's wounds were far too deep. The sacred earth could not staunch his bleeding, especially as they had run out of sacred earth. Ruan Tang hurriedly entered, placing the herbs on a large stone and began to crush them with another stone, determined to pulverize them completely. "Tang, what are you doing?" someone asked in confusion. "Not now. Don't cause trouble." Another voice chimed in, irritated. "Even if you want to eat grass, do it elsewhere." Many had seen Ruan Tang eat wild herbs before, and seeing her with so many herbs led them to believe she intended to display her discovery of new food, seeking attention from the others. While this was commendable, it was hardly appropriate at this moment. Tang is being so inconsiderate. Chapter 26. The first attempt to save a life. Ruan Tang ignored their comments and continued to crush the herbs. Not only did those present fail to understand her, but even C appeared somewhat perplexed. "Tang, what are you doing?" Ming, having noticed his daughter, strode over to her. He could not believe his daughter would cause chaos. "Father, these herbs can stop the bleeding," Ruan Tang replied without lifting her head. Everyone looked at Ruan Tang in disbelief. "These wild herbs can stop bleeding. Is Tang certain she hasn't lost her mind? Their hemostatic properties must be inferior to the sacred earth," she added. C's deep-set eyes flickered with disbelief as he looked at Ruan Tang. She actually recognized herbs? It was known that few within the great tribe possessed such knowledge, and even fewer were familiar with medicinal plants. "Tang, do you truly know what you were saying?" Ming hoped this were true, but it seemed utterly implausible. After all, these were merely common wild herbs. "Father, I speak the truth. Ruan Tang insisted. Having prepared the herbs, she approached the injured man. What are you doing? Don't you know that this could be poisonous? Xian's mother exclaimed anxiously. Previous incidents involving wild herbs had caused poisoning, and she could not allow Ruan Tang to put her son at risk. These herbs are not poisonous. They can stop the bleeding. Ruan Tang had to clarify once more. How could they not be toxic? Some have died from consuming wild herbs. Xian's mother remained unconvinced. Ruan Tang felt a surge of urgency. Xian's complexion had grown increasingly pale, and he appeared on the brink of death. If the bleeding did not cease, he would surely succumb to blood loss. These are not wild herbs. They are medicinal, non-toxic, and can stop the bleeding. Suddenly, C stepped forward. Ruan Tang was taken aback. I actually recognize the herbs? No, he must have merely heard of them. Otherwise, he would not lack a supply of medicinal plants. Thus, he was unconditionally supporting her, advocating on her behalf. His words carried weight. Xian's mother immediately stepped aside, trusting the shaman's words. Please, save Xian. Ruan Tang wanted to remark on how rapidly their attitudes had shifted. But she also realized the significance of an individual's reputation, that if she wished to achieve more within the tribe, certain actions would need to be undertaken. Yet, Ruan Tang had no time for such thoughts. She applied the herbs to Xian's wounds. Does anyone have clean animal hides? This wound must be bandaged. Otherwise, it may reopen at any moment. Lacking needles and thread, she had no means to suture the wound and had to resort to the most primitive method of treatment. Someone promptly rushed off to fetch animal hides. Shortly after, several pieces of animal hide were brought forth. Ruan Tang examined the so-called clean hides and couldn't help but twitch her lips. Are you certain these are clean? They appeared as though they had been used repeatedly. She wondered if such hides would risk infection upon application. However, considering that not using them could also lead to infection, she set aside her concerns and began to bandage the wounds. Once this task was complete, she would certainly seek materials to make cloth. After quite some time, Ruan Tang finally finished bandaging Xian's injuries. His wounds seemed to have ceased bleeding, and everyone looked at Ruan Tang in disbelief. It truly was effective hemostatic herbs. Ruan Tang refrained from offering further explanations, instead using the remaining herbs to readdress the wounds of the other injured man, while ash could also staunch bleeding. It was not an optimal choice. Compared to the herbs, it posed a greater risk of infection and would heal more slowly. While dressing this man's wounds, Ruan Tang discovered that his most severe injuries were not the wounds themselves, but rather the broken legs. This posed a significant challenge. Lacking any instruments, Ruan Tang could not ascertain the exact nature of his fractures and began to feel the swollen area with her hands to confirm whether the bone was shattered. If that were the case, he would likely lose the use of his legs, though it was also possible he would merely have a limp. It hurts. The moment Ruan Tang's hand made contact with the swollen area, the injured man cried out in pain. Everyone turned to look at Ruan Tang, bewildered. Was she doing this on purpose? Fully aware that a broken leg would entail immense pain, yet still, one exerted forcefully to touch it. I apologize, Chi, she hurriedly explained. I merely wish to ascertain the extent of your injury, to see if there is any hope for recovery. Everyone stared at Ruan Tang in astonishment once more. What was she saying? Recovery? Could a broken leg truly be salvaged? Chi was momentarily stunned, unable to process her words. That I just touched it, and your bones are not shattered. With careful nurturing, you could regain about 70 to 80% of your functionality. Ruan Tang added, though she remained uncertain if complete recovery was feasible in such conditions, given the scarcity of resources. That is what you say true? Chi asked, excitement lacing his voice, upon learning of his broken leg. He had resigned himself to a fate of uselessness, spiraling into despair and contemplating how to avoid a grim end at the claws of beast. Yet now, Ruan Tang claimed there was hope for his legs. How could he not be exhilarated? Yes, if you heed my advice and rest diligently, there should be no significant issues. Ruan Tang nodded affirmatively. That I will listen to you, without regard for the veracity of Ruan Tang's claims. Chi embraced this flicker of hope. Meanwhile, those around them regained their composure, astonished that Tang, so gentle, would resort to a benevolent lie. Ruan Tang chose not to elaborate further, as long as Chi was willing to believe and cooperate. That sufficed. She bent down to gather a few twigs, realigned cheese bones, and then bound the makeshift splint to his leg using strips of torn animal hide. You must refrain from walking on this leg for now. In no time, you will be able to recover, Ruan Tang instructed. However, this was merely a starting point. She still needed to procure some herbs. All right, Chi nodded repeatedly. Everyone recognized that Chi was evading reality, yet it must be said that Ruan Tang had performed admirably. Bringing both of them back from the brink of death, Ruan Tang truly was remarkable. After her intervention, the two individuals teetering on the edge of life had been pulled back to safety. Ruan Tang exhaled a sigh of relief, only to find herself gazing into Ci's profound and meaningful eyes. An inexplicable sense of guilt washed over her, prompting Ruan Tang to quickly avert her gaze. Meeting her father's eyes instead, she pondered how to explain her actions. Tang, as long as you are safe, Ming approached, gently ruffling Ruan Tang's hair, his eyes brimming with pride and trust. Ruan Tang's heart warmed, and a thought occurred to her as she grasped his arm. Father, you're injured too. Let me tend to your wounds. All right, with the most pressing matter resolved, Ming felt no need to maintain a facade of strength any longer. Chapter 27. Affectionate parents. Ruan Tang utilized the remaining hemostatic powder to bandage her father's wounds, while Ci observed with a keen gaze. Her movements were remarkably adept, as if she had performed such bandaging countless times before. Yet, not long ago, she had been too timid to even lift her head, too afraid to speak loudly that a few days prior, he had consulted an oracle, its cryptic symbols brimming with infinite vitality, seemingly intertwined with this young female's fate. Father, you must keep this hand dry, Ruan Tang advised. Understood. Naturally, he would heed his daughter's words. Ming gazed at Ruan Tang, lost in thought, while those around them reveled in the joy of reunion. Ruan Tang lowered her head, feeling a twinge of guilt. She was anxious, uncertain if the person before her had seen through her facade. After a considerable pause, Ming finally spoke. Our Tang is truly becoming more capable by the day. Ruan Tang looked up in surprise, only to find her father's eyes filled with affection, causing her heart to swell with emotion. Father, she exclaimed, leaping into Ming's embrace, her voice tinged with tears. What's wrong? Why is my precious Tang crying? Have you been bullied? A voice filled with indignation called out from a distance, revealing a tall woman rushing forward. Though her skin bore the marks of sun exposure, it was evident that her features were strikingly beautiful. Jing, I have not bullied Tang. How could I possibly do so? Ming hastily replied. Seeing Jing's disbelieving expression, he turned to Ruan Tang for assistance. Ruan Tang felt warmth spread through her. This was what parental love truly felt like. Mother, father hasn't bullied me. I missed you both and have been worried about you. Ruan Tang quickly wiped her tears and explained, upon receiving Ruan Tang's assurance. Jing sighed in relief and enveloped her daughter in a warm embrace. At your age, how can you still be crying? Jing's tone was gentle. Ruan Tang nestled in her mother's arms, soaking in the warmth of maternal love. No matter how grown she became, she would always be her mother's daughter. You, my child, Jing smiled, a hint of joy gracing her features. It seemed this time had genuinely caused her great worry, hence the sudden changes in Ruan Tang's demeanor. Previously, the girl had been exceedingly shy, too timid to embrace them. Now, not only could she do so, but she also cried in front of them. Regardless of how Tang evolved, she would always be her child. I am sorry for worrying you, Ming said to Ruan Tang, his expression filled with remorse. They had initially planned to return days earlier, yet circumstances had delayed them considerably. The provisions left behind were hardly sufficient to sustain those who remained, and he could only wonder how the others had fared in recent days. They don't appear as weak as I imagined. Everyone came out to greet us. Ming rose from Ruan Tang's side, surveying the surroundings and noting that while the villagers had lost some weight, they seemed relatively spirited, not resembling those who had gone several days without food. It appeared that he would need to inquire further about the situation. Yet there were more pressing matters to attend to. Fellow tribespeople, we have successfully hunted a substantial number of beasts and gathered a fair share of fruits, Ming announced excitedly to those present. These provisions would allow them to refrain from hunting for several days, granting the tribe a much-needed respite. However, the losses suffered were indeed considerable, and he wondered if Xian and Qi would manage to pull through. The gathered game lay stacked nearby. Everyone had seen it upon arriving, yet concern for the two injured individuals had stifled any jubilant outbursts. Now that the pair were no longer in immediate danger, spirits began to lift, and cheers erupted around the bounty. The abundance of game meant they would not go hungry for a while, and they could enjoy hearty meals, a rare opportunity throughout the year. To their surprise, the fruits were plentiful as well, providing a chance to indulge their cravings. Ming directed the robust males to begin processing the game, distributing it according to their customary practices. Jing also allocated the fresh fruits following the established norms. Each recipient beamed with joy, some even clutching their portions tightly, reluctant to consume them. Ruan Tang remained quietly seated, observing her father and mother as they organized the feast. "Tang, eat up," Jing said, carefully extracting a fresh fruit from her hide clothing. This fruit appeared distinct from the others, clearly set aside for her. "Thank you, mother," Ruan Tang said, warmth flooding her heart. "You silly child, why must you be so polite with me?" Jing shook her head in exasperation. Ruan Tang smiled sweetly, taking a bite of the fruit. "This may very well be the sweetest fruit I have ever tasted. Mother should have some too." Ruan Tang offered the uneaten half of the fruit to Jing. "Mother won't eat. You should," Jing insisted, a look of fondness on her face. "Mother, please take a bite," Ruan Tang insisted stubbornly. Seeing her daughter refuse to eat unless she did, Jing relented and took a small nibble. Only then did Ruan Tang retract her hand to take another bite. "Mother, is it not sweet?" "Indeed, it is quite sweet." "Then you should have another bite." "All right." The tender atmosphere between Ruan Tang and Jing warmed the hearts of those nearby, evoking a longing for such a wonderful daughter. Once the provisions were distributed, everyone busied themselves with roasting meat, having not eaten all day. However, the previously caught snake remained uneaten, and wasting food was regarded as shameful. Thus, when the females who had stayed behind in the tribe presented the snake, those who had been hunting were taken aback. "How do you still have so much game?" Ming inquired. The snake was on the verge of death. Struck by a large tree, Tang discovered it and led us back to bring it here. Sure stepped forward to explain. "What? This is a broken flower snake." The gaze of Ming suddenly fell upon Ruan Tang, who was being scrutinized from head to toe, confirming that she was unharmed by the before he finally exhaled in relief. However, his expression soon contorted into a frown. "Tribe leader, rest assured, the flesh of thee is not toxic, and is, in fact, quite nourishing," Sure hastily explained, sensing Ming's concerns. Ming was somewhat taken aback. Could it be that the flesh of thee was indeed devoid of poison? "Father, the meat of thee is absolutely delicious. I shall prepare a pot for you and mother to savor," she declared, recalling that there was just enough for one last meal to continue simmering the snake soup for her father and mother, allowing them to sample her culinary skills. The onlookers gazed at Ming and Jing with envy, for anything crafted by Ruan Tang's hands was bound to be delectable. Apart from Yi and Yun, only they enjoyed such a privilege. Ming and Jing were puzzled by the envious glances directed at them. Why were others so captivated by their affairs? Chapter 28. The Usurper of Credit. Mei Ruan Tang offered no explanations, simply bestowing upon them a mysterious smile before proceeding to kindle a fire through friction. This act left Ming and the others in astonishment. Was it truly possible to create fire in such a manner? Hua, standing nearby, provided an explanation. Ming and Jing gazed in disbelief at Ruan Tang, astonished that their daughter possessed such remarkable abilities. Noticing their scrutiny, Ruan Tang turned back with a sweet smile before resuming her task of simmering the soup. Ming observed the pot of soup and felt a strange familiarity. Finally, a realization struck him, prompting him to glance at C, who had just finished tending to others and had yet to depart. Wasn't that C's possession? How could it be in his daughter's hands? This item was exceedingly precious, the only one of its kind in the entire tribe, and it was exclusively C's. Ming surveyed his surroundings and sensed a subtle shift within the tribe. Hope glimmered in the eyes of everyone present. Was this hope bestowed upon them by his daughter? Ming couldn't help but recall the words of the deceased shaman, who had foretold that the tribe would soon transform due to the arrival of a certain individual. At that time, the tribe was in dire straits, and Ming was fervently eager to discern the identity of that person. Yet the shaman had merely shaken his head, claiming ignorance, but assured him that the moment was near. Could that person be Tang? He chuckled to himself, shaking his head. Tang had merely received a fleeting guidance from the beast god. How could she be the one to change the tribe? She was still but a child. And thus, the responsibility of the tribe's transformation lay with the adults. Shortly thereafter, Ming observed individuals foraging for roots, as the roasted meat was not yet ready, and hunger gnawed at them. They resorted to digging up roots to satiate their cravings. Ming anxiously halted one such individual, questioning why they would consume such things when ample meat was available. "This root is non-toxic and can indeed fill one's belly," came the reply. "Yes, this is what Mei informed us." Hua added, "Mei had discovered this food." Ming's gaze shifted to Mei, who was awaiting her share of the meat. Upon overhearing their conversation, Mei recognized her opportunity to elevate her status. She promptly approached, stating, "I stumbled upon this by chance. Seeing that the tribe was famished, I shared this knowledge." Her words implied that the tribe's survival hinged solely upon her contribution. Yi, squatting beside Ruan Tang, felt an urge to challenge this claim, but was restrained by Ruan Tang's gentle grip and a shake of her head. What would she say? That this root was her discovery? If it were truly her find, why hadn't she informed the tribe sooner, instead prioritizing her own hunger? Such selfishness was unbecoming, especially for the daughter of the tribe leader. The backlash would be even more severe. Indeed, Mei is truly remarkable. I propose we allocate an additional portion of this hunt's bounty to her. Did the tribe members have any objections? Ming proclaimed, oblivious to the underlying tensions. Believing Mei had genuinely helped the tribe endure these past days. Naturally, those who contribute must be rewarded to motivate everyone within the tribe to strive for improvement. Mei appeared utterly unperturbed by the notion that this credit was snatched from others. Basking in the acceptance of her reward, with an air of triumph, she turned to Ruan Tang, relishing the thought that her status surpassed that of Ruan Tang. What was so extraordinary about kindling fire? Helping the tribe find food was a true achievement. Yet, Ruan Tang merely cast a languid glance in her direction before returning her focus elsewhere. This dismissive attitude ignited Mei's ire. Just wait. One day, she would usurp Tang's position. The role of tribe leader would be hers, as would the title of the sole daughter of the leader, and even the shaman would be under her dominion. Ruan Tang stirred the snake soup within the ceramic pot, her long, curled lashes fluttering slightly. She anticipated Mei's ambition to be so grand. Did she truly believe she could achieve such aspirations? A derisive smile crept upon Ruan Tang's lips. She was eager to see how Mei would maneuver her way through these ambitions. After sprinkling a handful of scallions atop the pot, she completed the dish. The rich aroma wafted eagerly from the pot, causing those nearby to salivate uncontrollably. How fragrant! It truly is delightful. However, the pot was limited in size, and with so many present, they would undoubtedly be unable to share. Surely, they could not rob the tribe leader of her meal, so they could only watch longingly. Ruan Tang retrieved her bamboo bowl and filled it for her father. "Father, do taste and tell me how it fares." Ming, already yearning for a taste, reached for the unfamiliar bamboo bowl, but suddenly recalled something, turning to Jing. "Jing, you go first." Jing, pleased by Ming's considerate gesture, refrained from displaying her happiness before the crowd, instead responding warmly, "Naturally, you should go first." Observing the tender exchange between the two, Ruan Tang felt a surge of joy. She was indeed fortunate to have loving parents, and even more so, to witness such harmonious affection between them. Thus, should anyone dare to disrupt their bond, Ruan Tang vowed not to let them off lightly. Casually, she cast a glance at the grass that was encroaching upon Ming's space. "Father, please have this bowl first. The remaining soup shall be for Mother." Ruan Tang directly approached Jing with a ceramic pot in hand. Ming glanced at the sizable ceramic pot and then at his modest bowl of soup. Feeling a pang of jealousy, he had presumed his daughter favored him the most, only to discover she reserved the bulk for her mother. Jing caught Ming's glance, the unspoken message clear. "Are you displeased?" Ming chuckled. "How could I possibly have any objections? I'm merely happy for you." He then took the bowl, disregarding its heat, and eagerly began to sip. The males who had accompanied him on the hunt couldn't resist inching closer, hoping to catch a taste of the soup or at least savor its aroma. However, Ming offered them not even a glance, shifting away with his bamboo bowl and devouring the soup with gusto, leaving no opportunity for them to share. Ruan Tang provided Jing with a bamboo spoon, and as Jing examined the spoon with curiosity, she took her time before beginning to eat. Just as she started, Ruan Tang intended to return to the fire pit to assist Yi with the roasting meat when she sensed an unsettling gaze fixed upon her. I stood a short distance away, observing her with a pensive expression. Why was he still here? Shouldn't he be in the cave? She had used a ceramic pot to cook the soup, and yet she hadn't offered him the first serving. It felt rather inconsiderate. However, she had done so in the past, but under circumstances where he was unaware. Chapter 29. The proud Si. Ruan Tang pondered for a moment before approaching Si. Which type of meat would you like to try? Or do you wish to sample them all? She inquired, recalling her intention to prepare fresh roasted meat for him. The snake meat, however, had been stored for 2 days. It hardly seemed befitting for Si. Seeing Ruan Tang's somewhat apologetic demeanor, Si's earlier displeasure dissipated instantly. It appeared this little female still held him in high regard. I neither nodded nor shook his head, and he did not speak. Yet Ruan Tang surmised his meaning that he truly wished to taste every variety of meat. This was bound to be a laborious task. Ruan Tang internally grumbled as she resigned herself to the task of cutting the meat from each of the hunted creatures. After all, she owed him quite a bit. Let us not even mention the rarity of those 2 fruits. Even a single drop of fresh bamboo juice is something she cannot afford. She believes that apart from herself and Si, no one else in the tribe has ever tasted this delicacy. Ming had already taken note of this when Ruan Tang conversed with Si, so astonished that he forgot to finish the last spoonful of soup, which was subsequently taken by someone beside him. Although his soup had been snatched away, Ming felt no anger. Rather, his emotions were predominantly one of shock at Si, instead of retreating to his cave as he usually did after completing his tasks, lingered in the same spot, despite his evident aversion to interacting with others. Initially, Ming thought Si was concerned about the 2 injured individuals potentially worsening, but it seemed otherwise. He appeared to be specifically waiting for Tang. This led Ming to contemplate the porcelain jar in Tang's hands, prompting him to ponder even further. Later, when he heard Ruan Tang ask what he wanted to eat, he felt a jolt of surprise. When did their relationship become so familiar? It was previously agreed that Si was aloof and indifferent, even towards him. Yet now, it seemed that the absence of the first sip of soup had instigated a hint of prideful defiance. Ming questioned whether he was imagining things, rubbed his eyes, and continued to observe, only to find Si's face as cold and indifferent as ever. Indeed, it must have been his mere illusion at that moment. Si abruptly turned back toward his cave, dismissing everything around him as before. Ming exhaled. This was indeed the true Si. However, before he could finish his breath, he noticed Si emerging with 2 bamboo sticks of moderate length and a piece of white beast hide napkin. Approaching Ruan Tang, he withdrew chopsticks and took away a piece of grilled meat she had just prepared. So, he truly had not been mistaken. What on earth was happening? To be honest, it was the first time he saw Si eat. And he did so with such elegance and grace that it left Ming feeling somewhat inadequate, especially since he had just grabbed food with his hands and carelessly wiped his greasy fingers on his beast-hide clothing. Beside them, Mei watched in dismay as Si consumed Ruan Tang's grilled meat in front of so many people, feeling an unbearable sense of injustice. Why should Si eat Ruan Tang's grilled meat when her own grilling was no less skillful? Despite personally delivering her grilled meat to Si, he had refused to partake. Surely, Ruan Tang must have said something disparaging about her, prompting Si's refusal to eat her food. Tang was truly insufferable. She had even contemplated calling for help when she encountered the broken flower snake the other day. It was uncertain whether Si was intentionally retaliating against Ruan Tang, but it was evident that Ruan Tang felt somewhat jaded by the situation. When did Si's appetite suddenly multiply so dramatically? Even if his stomach had not burst, he should have been overwhelmed by energy. Well, it was no surprise he could endure. After all, he had downed several drops of fresh bamboo juice without issue. Finally, Si seemed to have a moment of conscience, elegantly placing down his chopsticks and wiping his mouth and hands with a piece of beast hide. Ruan Tang nearly felt tears of gratitude welling up, only to hear him say, this should be made into soup, that he still needed to rinse his mouth. Ruan Tang thought to retract her earlier statement that Si was approachable. This was far from being approachable. He was simply a resentful overlord. After washing the porcelain jar, Ruan Tang began a new round of soup preparation while she continued grilling meat. I was satiated, but she, her father, her mother, and he had yet to eat their fill. In the end, everyone dined contentedly. Although they all craved Ruan Tang's culinary creations, it did not mean she would never enjoy such grilled meat again. Many females in the tribe sought Ruan Tang's guidance, and she generously imparted her knowledge, confident that it would not be long before she could partake in such feasts again. After finishing her meal, Ruan Tang did not idle, but instead ventured into the nearby underbrush. While she feared encountering another venomous snake, she had no choice. The two injured individuals, though their wounds had been bandaged to stop the bleeding, were susceptible to infection in such hot weather, especially without proper disinfection. Without medicinal aid, even the strongest among them might not endure. The tribe was already sparse. They could not afford to lose two robust males. Too many had perished in the hunting grounds and to illness in the past. And Ruan Tang vowed she would never let such a tragedy happen again. The underbrush was scarce in medicinal herbs, and after searching for a while, she gathered only a few plants unrelated to the injuries. Standing upright, she gazed toward a distant mountain. Only on that mountain could she find more medicinal herbs. However, the mountain was fraught with danger, far more perilous than this thicket. Ruan Tang had no means of self-defense. Aside from her knowledge of snake venom, it was possible to call upon other strong males to accompany her, but that did not guarantee safety. Should they encounter danger, they would all face dire consequences together. Ruan Tang hesitated for a long time before ultimately heading toward C's cave. Not far away, Ming happened to witness this scene and felt incredulous. Had C truly agreed to let others enter his cave? What had transpired during his absence? His curiosity intensified. When Ruan Tang entered, C was still engrossed in his divination. C, may I ask a favor of you? She inquired. In a matter of mere days. C had already assisted her numerous times. C glanced at Ruan Tang, and it was expected that she would seek help from her father now that he had returned. Ruan Tang perceived his thoughts and, with admiration, remarked, "My father is not as formidable as you." Despite C's seemingly fragile demeanor, as if a gust of wind could topple him, and his breathlessness after merely a few steps, he inexplicably instilled a profound sense of security in her. Otherwise, she would not have followed him to collect bamboo without any worry. C's eyes momentarily flickered, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips, yet he did not respond but continued to observe her quietly. Chapter 30. The pressure from beasts. Ruan Tang pondered for a moment before stating, "From now on, I shall take responsibility for your meals." This was perhaps the best recompense she could conceive. I remained silent, continuing to gaze at her. Ruan Tang felt compelled to elaborate. "I will be the first to share any good fortune with you." Only then did C rise and stride toward the cave entrance. Ruan Tang understood that he had acquiesced and joyfully followed him. "C, you are truly wonderful. You are undoubtedly the most approachable person in the tribe." C cast her a sidelong glance, aware that not long ago she had been secretly disparaging him. She should not assume he was oblivious to her unspoken sentiments. Her little glances and expressions spoke volumes. Ruan Tang was completely unaware that C had seen through her. She clutched the small basket she had woven and trailed behind him. Ming observed C emerge once more, with Tang following closely behind, and his astonishment resurfaced. Indeed, much had transpired in the interim. Ruan Tang was oblivious to her father's myriad thoughts as she discussed her intended destination with C. When C heard the location, his pace faltered, clearly taken aback that Ruan Tang intended to venture to such a perilous place. Xian and Qi's condition was not good. If left unattended, they could very well perish. Ruan Tang felt compelled to explain. C regarded her, his expression unmistakably indicating that he sought an explanation beyond this. "There are not many medicinal herbs in the thickets and underbrush, so I need to check the mountain," Ruan Tang said. Her gaze lowered, unable to meet C's eyes, silently praying he would not inquire further. She was uncertain how to explain and did not wish to deceive C. Perhaps sensing her inner turmoil, C refrained from pressing her further. Ruan Tang let out a quiet sigh of relief, only to suddenly recall something and ask, "Is the mountain very dangerous?" This question was undoubtedly trivial. However, what Ruan Tang truly meant was whether it posed a danger to him. C did not answer her, but continued walking ahead. Ruan Tang understood this to imply that there was likely no issue, allowing her to follow him with peace of mind out of course. This did not mean she relaxed her vigilance. C's circumstances remained peculiar. He was unafraid of trees. But what of the wild beasts? To Ruan Tang's delight, the mountain indeed had a plethora of medicinal herbs. They had scarcely walked a few steps when she discovered numerous plants. As she dug up the herbs, she explained their effects, providing C with a semblance of an explanation. I listened with increasing astonishment. He had suspected Ruan Tang was knowledgeable about herbs, but had not anticipated her extensive understanding. Reflecting on how the larger tribe boasted of knowing only a few herbs while Ruan Tang generously shared the characteristics of many, he felt a sense of inner conflict. I shall first seek out remedies that may prove beneficial to their situation. Ruan Tang swiftly unearthed half a basket of herbs, aware that if she continued to dig without a specific purpose, the basket would soon overflow. The arduous ascent of the mountain contributed to her urgency. Thus, upon discovering such splendid herbs, she could not resist the temptation to gather them. After a brief interval, C came to an abrupt halt, his countenance grave, indicating that they could not proceed any further. Advancing any further would leave him devoid of certainty. Ruan Tang immediately ceased her actions, stating, "Very well, I shall search in this vicinity." She dared not linger and promptly bent down to continue her search. Observing C's expression, she sensed that they were still in considerable danger. Suddenly, a chilling wolf howl pierced the air. Ruan Tang's legs buckled beneath her, and she collapsed onto the ground, her face paling to an alarming degree. The oppressive aura emanating from the wolf rendered her breathless. Despite the distance separating them, I grasped Ruan Tang's animal hide garment, hoisting her up and away from that location. Ruan Tang, trembling in fear, nodded in acknowledgement. Just as they were about to depart, another roar of a tiger echoed through the forest. Once again, Ruan Tang fell to the ground, her pallor even more pronounced than before. The king of the forest. The spotted tiger beast. Although the totem of Ruan Tang's tribe bore a resemblance to the tiger, they belonged to distinct species, akin to the disparity between humans and monkeys. There was no hierarchy of fear or dietary restrictions. It was simply a matter of strength. If there were any distinction, it might be that her tribe could better withstand the oppressive presence of the spotted tiger beast. In this moment, if a tribe with a different totem were present, they would likely not only kneel in submission, but might even faint outright. With this thought, Ruan Tang glanced up at C, recalling that he was not a member of her tribe. Would he be able to endure this pressure? However, her concerns were unwarranted. C merely furrowed his brow slightly, his expression unchanged, clearly unaffected by the intimidating aura. "Can we still proceed?" C inquired. "That I believe so," Ruan Tang replied, gritting her teeth as she attempted to rise. But yet again, the howl of the wolf and the roar of the tiger resonated, causing her to collapse. Once more C's eyes flickered with a cold glimmer. He had no choice but to bend his rigid spine and lift Ruan Tang in a horizontal embrace. Ruan Tang found herself enveloped in a cold yet reassuring embrace, momentarily recalling a previous instance of danger when she had been similarly cradled by a strong hand. This man had saved her twice. Despite his aversion to filth, due to her herb gathering and the dirt from her fall, Ruan Tang was covered in grime. Consequently, C's embrace soiled his pristine white garment. It seemed she owed him many pieces of white animal hide. C hurried down the mountain with Ruan Tang in tow. This was perhaps the first time she had witnessed him moving with such swiftness. However, C's condition appeared to be deteriorating. Ruan Tang could feel his body growing increasingly frigid, far colder than what one would consider a normal human temperature. Thus, the howling of the wolf and the tiger's roar must have affected him as well. Yet, Ruan Tang was oblivious to the nature of that impact. "Are you all right?" Ruan Tang asked. Worry etched across her face as she observed C's tightly pressed pale lips. I offered no response, instead quickening his pace, further heightening Ruan Tang's anxiety. Suddenly, rustling sounds emerged from the woods ahead. Several wild beasts dashed past them. Under normal circumstances, they would have attacked Ruan Tang and C, but this time they seemed oblivious to their presence, as if fleeing for their lives. What could possibly be transpiring on the mountain? What was the cause of the wolf's howl and the tiger's roar? Judging by the overwhelming pressure, these were undoubtedly two formidable beasts. their energy levels unfathomably high. Even a mere morsel of their flesh could leave Ruan Tang feeling invigorated. The convergence of such powerful beings must have led to a significant incident that it was no wonder that the lesser beasts in the mountain were scattering in terror. Ruan Tang and C were fleeing, and the lower-tier beasts were also fleeing, which placed them in a precarious situation, for one could never know if they might inadvertently collide with one another. Observing C's increasingly dire condition, Ruan Tang felt a twinge of regret. "I'm sorry," she thought, lamenting that her presence had burdened C. He could have easily escaped on his own, and if it weren't for her desire to ascend the mountain, he would not have had to endure such hardship. Chapter 31. The anomaly in CC did not spare Ruan Tang a single glance, quickening his pace further, his body growing ever colder, as if he were on the verge of freezing solid. What kind of chill was this, so profound that it made Ruan Tang's teeth chatter, akin to plunging into an icy abyss? What was happening to C's body? Could he not properly harness his own bloodline energy? Ruan Tang could no longer rely on her medical knowledge to assess his condition, leaving her to speculate on the matter. "C. I can walk on my own," Ruan Tang asserted, feeling her own situation improving. She feared that if this continued, C might not be able to endure, and she herself was on the verge of becoming numb with cold. "It's so cold. It truly is too cold," she lamented. Despite it being the height of summer, a season when one would typically sweat profusely without even moving, yet C did not release her. He continued his descent, his expression remaining taut. "We're almost there. Just hold on a little longer. We're nearly there." Ruan Tang observed C's unwavering determination, her heart heavy with emotion. What could compel this man to push himself to such extremes? Just as they approached the foot of the mountain, a wild beast suddenly charged towards them from the opposite direction. Whether startled into a frenzied dash or having noticed their presence, it seemed intent on attacking. They were on the brink of collision. Ruan Tang's eyes widened in alarm, her small hands gripping C's animal hide tightly, her heart racing in her throat. "No, I don't want to die. Is this how it ends for me?" In that critical moment, C extended a hand, striking the beast's head with a forceful blow. Ruan Tang's heart nearly leapt from her chest in shock. Was C courting death? That was a frenzied beast, evidently of considerable rank. And he dared to strike it. It was not that she doubted C's abilities, but the way he delivered the blow was so light and airy, as if he were merely caressing the creature. It appeared almost surreal, as though he was already beyond his limits, making a final desperate attempt to resist. Yet, in the next instant, Ruan Tang gasped in astonishment. The beast was sent sprawling, crashing to the ground with a sickening thud, blood splattering in all directions. The sheer force of C's strike was evident. Ruan Tang swallowed hard, about to inquire further when suddenly she felt herself plummeting to the ground, landing squarely on her rear. The impact jolting her with pain. She stifled a cry, fearing it might attract other beasts, and clamped her mouth shut to contain her sounds. Gritting her teeth against the pain, she turned in a panic to C. He lay motionless on the ground, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, his face ashen, eyes tightly shut, with no sign of the rise and fall of his chest. It appeared he was on the verge of death. "C. What is wrong? Please don't frighten me. Wake up!" Ruan Tang cried out in terror, crawling closer. "C. Wake up! You cannot die. You absolutely cannot die. This was never your burden to bear. It was I who dragged you into this." Ruan Tang pressed her hand against S, just as when she was performing artificial respiration on C a moment ago. If it were not for Xiao Putao continuously channeling vitality, she might have already succumbed during her 2 encounters with C. She could easily imagine that Xiao Putao's condition was likely quite dire. She had clearly vowed to nurture it to thrive. While she was lost in self-reproach, C suddenly opened his eyes, his icy gaze fixed upon the sky. Nothing had fallen, which left him somewhat astonished. Upon sensing subtle changes within his body, he instinctively turned to look at Ruan Tang, who was seated beside him. Just as he was about to inquire, he caught a glimpse of a trickle of blood at the corner of Ruan Tang's mouth, causing his pupils to constrict sharply. "Did you touch my blood?" C's voice was hoarse and deep, his tone heavy enough to command immediate attention. "I was trying to save you and accidentally brushed against the blood at your mouth." Ruan Tang was compelled to respond, as I suddenly reached out. grasping Ruan Tang's wrist, forcing her to see his long, bony fingers clearly. "What is the matter?" Ruan Tang felt a twinge of anxiety. C's dark eyes bore into her, as if he could swallow her whole. After a prolonged moment, he released her wrist, averted his gaze, and lowered his eyelids to conceal the myriad emotions within. He extended his hand, gently wiping away the blood at the corner of his mouth. "See, is there something wrong with your blood?" Ruan Tang, perplexed by the earlier situation, sought an answer. "It's nothing." C clearly had no intention of elaborating. Ruan Tang did not press further, merely expressing her lingering concern. "I am relieved that you are all right." As I rose, his demeanor in stark contrast to the near-death experience moments before. "I shall return now," he stated before departing. Ruan Tang watched his retreating figure, her mouth agape, pondering the inexplicable circumstances that it was only after C's silhouette vanished that she turned her attention to the beast he had slain. He would think it had been dispatched with merely a single strike. C's strength surpassed her wildest imagination. What should I do with this beast? Although it had been rendered nearly into a pulp, there remained meat that could be consumed, based on her previous experiences. This beast's level was likely higher than that of the ones the tribe's males typically hunted, implying a significant amount of energy within its flesh. After a brief contemplation, Ruan Tang reached a conclusion. The area was drenched in blood, likely to attract other beasts, which would render her truly vulnerable if she remained alone. As for the meat, it seemed it would be out of her reach. Ruan Tang hastily picked up her small basket and ran back. Upon entering the cave, C sat cross-legged on the stone bed, attuning himself to the transformations occurring within his body. In no time, he opened his eyes in astonishment at a flicker of life. Within him, there had emerged a glimmer of vitality. Though it was nearly overshadowed by the surrounding deathly energy, it nonetheless filled him with elation. How long had he yearned for this change? C recalled how Ruan Tang had suffered no ill effect from touching his blood, and an enigmatic glimmer flickered in his eyes. Could this supposed twist of fate not also apply to him? A smirk crept upon C's lips, a mixture of 3 parts glee and 7 parts derision. When Ruan Tang returned, she refrained from sharing the incident with anyone else. She did not wish to cause unnecessary worry, especially for her father and mother. Thus, she endeavored to maintain an air of normalcy. Yet her heart brimmed with confusion, filled with concern and sorrow for C. That blood. Was this the reason C kept his distance from him? Chapter 32. Infection of the wound. Ruan Tang felt an oppressive weight in her heart as she silently sorted herbs, failing to respond promptly when called more than once. The events of the day on the mountain were not something she would recount to others, leaving her with a heavy burden to bear alone. After categorizing the herbs, she prepared 2 doses tailored to Xian and Qi's conditions. She hoped these herbs would prove beneficial. Thankfully, she had managed to find the herbs they required. Yet the thought that these were procured at such a great cost by C made her heart ache. She ought to treat C with greater kindness. After all, he had saved her life twice. After a long day of toil, everyone was exhausted and returned to the cave to prepare for sleep. Just as Ming had laid out the animal skins, a frantic voice called out, "Tang, come quickly. Xian is exhibiting the condition you mentioned." Ruan Tang hurriedly instructed Ming to light the fire, illuminating the dim cave. Everyone looked towards the source of the voice, their faces etched with concern. Earlier in the afternoon, Ruan Tang had informed An Hong and Qi's friend of Xian's precarious state, emphasizing that they were not out of danger and needed constant vigilance. Any signs of distress should be reported to her immediately. Now, Xian's condition seemed to reflect the very danger she had warned them about. Worry etched across their faces. They wondered if Xian would survive. Ruan Tang rushed to Xian's side, finding his face flushed and burning hot to the touch. The wound has indeed become infected. She quickly retrieved the stone bowl filled with water, soaked an animal skin in it, wrung it out slightly, and placed it on Xian's forehead. "An Hong, once this skin heats up, you must replace it with another. I will prepare medicine nearby." Ruan Tang instructed An Hong, who was on the verge of tears. "Will this really help?" An Hong gazed helplessly at Ruan Tang. "It will. As long as you diligently replace the hot skin with a cool one." Ruan Tang nodded emphatically and began to brew the herb she had prepared. The onlookers regarded Ruan Tang with curiosity, wondering what she was doing. Ming and Jing exchanged glances, Both puzzled, it appeared their child was under the great protection of the beast god. Otherwise, how could she possess such knowledge? Finally, as Aunt Hong grew increasingly anxious, the medicine was ready, and Ruan Tang hurriedly brought it over. Quick, let him drink this. Although it won't provide an immediate cure, it will help him endure. Ruan Tang had become Aunt Hong's last lifeline. And upon hearing her words, Aunt Hong wasted no time in taking the medicine and administering it to Xian. Not long after drinking the herbal concoction, Xian's body temperature began to noticeably decrease. Elation spread among them, as those who had suffered similar injuries in the past had rarely survived the fever. Think Tang possessed the ability to lower the body's temperature. She truly was favored by the beast god. One by one, they knelt before Ruan Tang, expressing their gratitude to the beast god and to her. Please rise. I merely applied what the beast god has taught me, Ruan Tang urged, but no one stood, continuing their reverent kneeling. Ruan Tang grew anxious, concerned for the elders among them. Did they not fear losing years off their lives by bowing to her? At that moment, an urgent voice called out. Tang, Qi's condition is also troubling. It was Qi's friend, E. With no parents or siblings to look after him, Qi relied on his friends. Ruan Tang could not concern herself with those kneeling and rushed to check on Qi's condition. Compared to Xian, Qi's situation was considerably better, aligning closely with her expectations. Ruan Tang instructed E to cool Qi down as Aunt Hong had done for Xian, while she prepared another batch of medicine. Like Xian, after taking the medicine, Qi's temperature also began to drop significantly. Ruan Tang finally exhaled in relief, grateful that she had found the necessary herbs and that both of their bodies were resilient enough. Otherwise, they might not have survived. They should be fine for now. If this situation arises again later, just give them another bowl of the remaining medicine, Ruan Tang advised, having brewed more than just a single bowl of medicine. Tang, I cannot thank you enough, they exclaimed. There's no need for thanks. It's merely my duty. If anyone should be thanked, it is the shaman, for he guided me to gather the herbs, Ruan Tang replied, her thoughts turning to sea, her emotions becoming complex. The crowd gasped in astonishment, realizing it was the shaman who had assisted. Mei, standing nearby, looked at Ruan Tang with confusion, wondering when she had acquired such extensive knowledge. Was it truly the shaman who taught her? Why did the beast god not guide her instead? After all, she was the brightest among them. Once everything was nearly settled, they extinguished the fire, and after a long day, everyone lay down to sleep. Ruan Tang, exhausted from the day's events, nestled between her father and mother, a blissful smile gracing her face. Yet, this smile soon fractured, for she heard the sounds of heavy breathing from several nearby. The males who had gone hunting had not returned for quite some time, and naturally, the absence only heightened the fervor of their reunion. However, there is a glimmer of solace in the fact that the entrance of the cave is obstructed by a massive boulder, which renders the interior completely devoid of light, preventing them from perceiving anything at all. Otherwise, they might have been subjected to several live broadcasts. This is simply tormenting. Have they considered the feelings of these minors? Nevertheless, when it comes to the dynamics between genders, Ruan Tang recalls a particular notion. There is no concept of marriage here. If a female chooses not to associate with a particular male, she is free to pursue others, and she may even bear offspring from multiple males, as females are quite scarce within the tribe. If a female were to be bound to just one male, it would hardly suffice. Conversely, a male may have numerous females, provided he possesses sufficient prowess to attract them. Strong males naturally have many females willing to follow them, as this ensures they do not frequently go hungry. Their prey is allocated based on the amount of effort exerted. The more robust the male, the greater his contributions, and thus, the more food he receives. Ruan Tang finds this arrangement rather chaotic and is concerned that, over time, it may lead to various complications. Therefore, she resolves to make improvements in the future. As for the present, she decides to let it be. Given the scarcity of females, if she were to propose that a female could only mate with one male, those males unable to find a mate might very well come after her in anger. While this dilemma cannot be resolved in the short term, there is indeed one matter she can address. Father, I wish to have my own cave, Ruan Tang softly uttered. Ming furrowed his brow in disapproval, saying, the night is perilous. We are safer together. Previously, There were those who dwelled alone in caves, and many small caves were excavated outside. However, due to certain unfortunate incidents that occurred when someone fell into a deep slumber, no one dares to sleep alone anymore. Ruan Tang yearned to argue that C was indeed alone, but recalling his peculiar abilities, she chose to remain silent. Chapter 33. A sense of comfort and warmth. Ruan Tang felt a pang of melancholy. Awkwardly speaking, but what? Ming inquired, perplexed. Ruan Tang pondered for a moment, opting not to burden her father, and softly replied, "It's nothing." Ming did not understand why Ruan Tang wished to move out, but Jing, observing from the side, guessed at least part of it. She expressed her own helplessness, acknowledging that the tribe indeed needed offspring. This, one will eventually grow accustomed to. As for now, in the darkness, Jing extended her hand gently, resting it upon Ruan Tang's ear. Ruan Tang, in the night, gazed in Jing's direction, catching sight of her extraordinarily gentle eyes. In that instant, her nose tinged with emotion. It felt akin to the times during thunderstorms when other children had mothers to shield their ears, patting their backs, and assuring them not to fear, as their mothers would always be by their side, while she could only cower beneath the covers, trembling alone. The sense of loss and heartache was something not easily understood by the average person. Yet now, things were different. She too had parents who adored her immensely. Ruan Tang had much to express to them, but whether it was exhaustion or a profound sense of security, she soon succumbed to sleep. Jing observed the slumbering Ruan Tang in her arms, and then softly addressed Ming. "Ming, have you noticed that Tang seems to have changed? If it were merely the trivialities spoken within the tribe, it would be inconsequential, but she even recognized medicinal herbs, which even a shaman could not identify. Moreover, her proficiency in treating wounds suggested she had done so countless times before." "Really?" Ming replied, groggy, having not experienced a peaceful sleep in a long while. His body was finally relaxing, leading to his drowsiness. "That haven't you heard the tribe discussing our offspring? When did Tang become so resolute? It appears she once lacked the courage even to speak up. Isn't it the protection of the beast god?" Ming struggled to remain alert, but drowsiness quickly overtook him. Jing remained silent for a moment, then mused, "Perhaps our child has grown to... It is indeed a good thing for our child to mature." Jing's earlier silence nearly lulled him to sleep, and now his responses were merely instinctive. Jing chose not to speak further, allowing him to rest, while she gazed down at Ruan Tang with a heart full of tenderness. Surely she must have endured numerous hardships, compelling her to mature swiftly. That it has truly been a struggle. Jing gently caressed Ruan Tang's hair. In this warm and reassuring environment, Ruan Tang sank deeper into her slumber. Once again, her consciousness drifted into the realm of space. That, as she had surmised, the condition of the little Bodhi was somewhat concerning. The reason she had managed to survive upon encountering C's blood was due to the life force that the little Bodhi had transmitted to her. Ruan Tang tenderly stroked its branches, which had shed many leaves. "That I will strive to accumulate more energy to help you grow swiftly," Ruan Tang promised. The following day, Ruan Tang surprisingly awoke late. She gazed at the empty cave, feeling a sense of unease. Had she been dreaming a beautiful dream? "Father! Mother!" Ruan Tang hastily sprang up and rushed outside, upon seeing Ming, who was engaged with the tribe members not far away, and Jing. Chatting with the females, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. It seemed that everything was indeed real. She had two loving parents. After calming her heart, she recalled the treatments administered to Xian and Shi the previous day and hurried over to check on them, discovering that their conditions had remarkably improved. Indeed, the bodies of beastmen are robust, capable of recovering well even in such an environment that a few more doses of medicine should suffice. "Tang, thank you so very much," Han expressed gratefully, having cared for Xian throughout the night. "If it weren't for you, my child might have perished." She was acutely aware of her child's condition. Others had succumbed to even a single wound, let alone the multitude of injuries her child bore. "Aunt Hong, no need for thanks," Ruan Tang quickly replied. If it weren't for their strong constitutions, she would have been powerless to help. However, this incident made Ruan Tang realize the necessity of preparing more first aid supplies. Since surgical tools and silver needles were unattainable, she would have to stock up on medicinal herbs instead. Unless absolutely necessary, Ruan Tang did not wish to resort to bamboo sticks as substitutes for silver needles, as they were somewhat unclean and could lead to infections. With a heavy heart, Ruan Tang exited the cave. After taking a few steps, Jing noticed her and approached her side, producing 2 fruits to offer. Have some fruit first. The roasted meat won't be ready for a while. Ruan Tang recognized that these fruits were specially prepared for her, gratefully accepting one. Mother, one is enough for me. You should have the other. I've already eaten. You eat, Jing insisted, stuffing both fruits into Ruan Tang's embrace before returning to her previous spot to gossip. Ruan Tang wore a constant smile. How wonderful it was, in this strange and lonely place, to finally have warmth and companionship. After finishing the fruit, Ruan Tang hurried to see Si. She was deeply concerned about Si's condition from the previous day and was unsure if anything further had transpired. Upon entering the cave, Si was still engaged in divination, but this time the signs appeared somewhat different from before. How do you feel? Is there anywhere you feel unwell? Si's condition seemed not to have changed significantly. The near-death scene from yesterday felt like a mere figment of her imagination. When she received no response, Ruan Tang assumed he must be uncomfortable and rushed over, but as fate would have it, she lost her footing and stumbled directly towards Si. Thud, she had fallen before Si countless times. She had expected Si to catch her as he had in the past, but to her surprise, he remained seated on the stone chair, motionless, his dark eyes fixed intently on the divination symbols on the stone table. In a bid to prevent her face from hitting the ground, she instinctively reached out. But her hand landed squarely on the divination symbols. The once orderly symbols were instantly thrown into disarray. A palpable chill swept over her. Ruan Tang anxiously glanced at the symbols, then back at Si. I am sorry, I didn't mean to. Surely, this must have been a divination he had worked on for quite some time. She had inadvertently ruined it. He would undoubtedly be furious. Si's gaze remained fixated on the symbols, suddenly tightening, then relaxing as he lifted his head to meet Ruan Tang's gaze, an inscrutable light gleaming in his eyes. It seems that everything is predestined, and no harm done. Si's tone betrayed no discernible emotion. Ruan Tang, feeling uneasy, insisted, I truly did not mean to. Ruan Tang found it difficult to perceive his emotions, feeling somewhat anxious. Si, as if unaffected, calmly tucked away the divination symbols. After a moment of contemplation, Ruan Tang confirmed that he was indeed not angry. And thus she spoke. If there are no further matters to attend to, I shall take my leave. She had numerous tasks awaiting her. With all the males of the tribe present, it was only prudent to make the most of their assistance. Si had already procured a considerable amount of bamboo for her. She could not keep troubling him to accompany her back. She had already imposed upon him too much lately, and felt a twinge of guilt in her heart. After all, he was a shaman, a figure worthy of respect. Upon exiting Si's cave, Ruan Tang hurried to seek out her father. Father, could you take a few people with me to retrieve something? Of course. How many do you need? Ming asked without hesitation. Ruan Tang had expected him to inquire further, yet he unconditionally trusted her. This gesture warmed her heart. Was this the trust and affection parents held for their children? About 4 or 5 should suffice, she replied, considering the quantity of bamboo. There was indeed an abundance of bamboo, but a single male could carry a substantial amount, making 5 individuals adequate. Ming promptly summoned 5 men to join them. Let us proceed. Ruan Tang quickly took the lead. As they walked, they ventured beyond the safety zone, and the surroundings appeared rather perilous. Tang, have you traversed this area before? Ming asked, furrowing his brow. Yes, last time, Si and I entered here unintentionally while searching for something. Ruan Tang felt it inappropriate to drag Si into the conversation, so she redirected. Ming looked at her suspiciously but still asked with concern, Did you encounter any danger? No, of course not. Otherwise, I wouldn't be standing here unharmed before you. Ruan Tang reassured him, her heart warmed by the realization that her father was concerned for her safety. In the future, do not venture outside the safe zone alone. It is unsafe out there, Ming cautioned. Understood. Since her father cared for her, she naturally would not argue. After a short while, they reached their destination. Ruan Tang pointed to a cluster of bamboo ahead and said, Father, we have arrived. Bamboo? Ming questioned, puzzled. What purpose does bamboo serve? Can it be eaten? Oh no, this bamboo is incredibly useful. The bowl I used to serve you soup yesterday was made from bamboo. It is far lighter than a stone bowl, Ruan Tang explained as she approached the pile of bamboo that had yet to be moved. These are the ones. Could you help me carry them back? Of course, he replied. The strong male swiftly lifted several pieces of bamboo, and soon the entire pile was transported. It seemed Ruan Tang's estimation was just right. As Ruan Tang turned to leave, she overheard the bamboo speaking behind her. Thank goodness, that dreadful male has not come this time. Indeed, if he does, I shall lose my hair from fright. He must never return. I wish to see him no more. Ruan Tang recalled C's situation and the day he had threatened the bamboo. Thus, it seemed these beings feared C's blood, did they not? After all, blood filled with the essence of death could hardly inspire confidence. Even a mere drop might wither them. She hadn't anticipated such a grim reality, and a heaviness settled in Ruan Tang's heart, an indescribable feeling as they made their way back. Ming curiously asked, how could there be so much bamboo here? He recalled bamboo being rather formidable, yet now he had discovered an abundance of severed stalks. What kind of person possesses such strength to cut bamboo? I do not know. I stumbled upon this place by chance. Ruan Tang replied, not wishing to divulge C's unique circumstances for fear of unnecessary trouble. That Ming's expression grew grave. Could there be formidable beasts or males in the vicinity? Otherwise, how could there be so many severed bamboos? It seems I should patrol this area more closely and advise the tribe to remain within safe bounds. Before long, they arrived back at the tribe, where the females who had remained there rushed over in delight upon seeing the bamboo. Tang, are you truly going to teach us how to weave baskets as you mentioned last time? Of course I will. Now that we have so much bamboo, can you teach us? Yes, we could trade you some animal skins in exchange for your lessons. No need for that. I will teach everyone freely, but I currently lack a suitable knife. Please wait a moment. Having returned the bone knife to C, she now required a lightweight blade. Ruan Tang approached Jean, who was known for crafting bone and stone knives. Uncle Jean, I would like a lightweight bone knife suitable for my use. I can trade you some roasted meat, and no problem. Leave it to me. Jean had just returned from a hunt and had long been craving Ruan Tang's roasted meat. Ruan Tang waited nearby, eager to craft the knife according to her own design. Meanwhile, the females were abuzz with discussion, especially those who had just returned. What kind of basket is so popular? With Ruan Tang's permission, they produced the basket she had woven. In an instant, everyone gasped in admiration. This basket is incredibly convenient and beautiful. If we had such a basket, wouldn't it make foraging for fruits much easier? If we could weave it larger and sturdier, it could hold many more game. All eyes were fervently fixed on Ruan Tang. Before long, the bone knife was completed. Ruan Tang did not rush over. Instead, she had Jean craft another knife of the same kind, as well as a slightly larger one. This knife design is excellent, Tang. May I transform the other knives into this style? Jean, having crafted numerous bone and stone knives, believed this design to be the finest and wanted to enhance the weapons for the males in the tribe. As a craftsman, it was naturally Jin's prerogative to make such decisions. Ruan Tang was surprised by his respect for her opinion that if this could benefit the tribe, she was more than willing to offer her input freely. Tang, if you wish to create anything in the future, do not hesitate to tell me, Jean said, patting his chest. Ruan Tang immediately thought of a surgical knife. However, a knife made of bone would be severely lacking in all respects, not to mention the hygiene issues. Lacking iron. We are short of everything. Thank you, Uncle Jean. Ruan Tang momentarily set this matter aside. There were still many tasks to accomplish. With the 3 newly crafted bone knives in hand, Ruan Tang began searching for something. However, after a long search, she could not find a certain figure. A sense of confusion washed over her. Tang, what are you looking for? A girl of similar age approached her curiously. Ruan Tang recognized her immediately. It was Ling, a good friend of the original owner, often accompanying her to gather fallen fruits. Having fainted from hunger previously, she had been resting in the cave, but now that she was well fed, she had come out. Ling, have you seen Yi? I haven't seen him since we ate yesterday. Ling pondered for a moment before replying. I think he went towards the riverbank. Ruan Tang's heart raced with alarm. Could it be that Yi had not given up on the fish basket? With that thought, she hurriedly dashed off, climbing as she called out to Ling. Please tell Aunt Hua and the others that I will return shortly. All right, Ling replied, somewhat puzzled by Ruan Tang's evident anxiety. Had something happened? Upon reaching the river downstream, Ruan Tang indeed found Yi, but he was not in the water. Rather, he sat on a large stone, resting his chin in his hands. Staring blankly into the distance, Yi. What are you doing here? I've been searching for you, Ruan Tang exclaimed, breathless as she approached him. Why he looked surprised at her arrival, his sorrowful expression still lingering on his face. Ruan Tang paused for a moment, then sat beside him in silence. Yi, that day you were so weak from hunger that you could barely stand. Why did you leave the cave? Yi appeared puzzled by her sudden question. But he replied, because I didn't want to die. Indeed, staying inside would lead to death. Ruan Tang sighed. I once starved to death. It was during that time that I encountered the beast god, who taught me many things that in the end, he could not bear to see me perish at such a young age. So he allowed me to return. Ruan Tang expressed her transformation in a different manner. Yi gazed at her in astonishment, never having imagined that Ruan Tang had once starved to death, especially considering she was the daughter of the clan leader. Thus, it became evident that regardless of parental status or high standing, one could still succumb to hunger. Therefore, filling one's belly was of utmost importance, was it not? As for other matters, they paled in significance, especially since he had a younger sister to care for. He cast a deep glance at Ruan Tang and said, Tang, thank you. He understood that Ruan Tang had intentionally come out to find him. Thank you for what? We are friends, Ruan Tang replied with a smile. Friends? Yi murmured to himself. Friendship is a bond of mutual trust, assistance and reliance, where one thinks of and sacrifices for the other. In truth, Yi was her first friend, and she cherished that deeply. Very well, we shall be friends. Best friends, Yi grinned, upon witnessing the sunlit smile of the boy before her. Ruan Tang couldn't help but curve her lips, reaching out to ruffle his hair. Yi felt more like a younger brother, and as an elder sister, it was her duty to protect him well. Feeling the warmth radiating from above, Yi's heart fluttered softly, as if something were taking root and blossoming within. Here, this is the bone knife I had Jean craft for you. This one is mine, and this one belongs to you in the future. We shall use these bone knives to accomplish many, many things. Ruan Tang's eyes sparkled like brilliant stars, dazzling. He tightened his grip on the bone knife and resolutely declared, All right, we will embark on many adventures together. Observing the revitalized Yi, Ruan Tang finally breathed a sigh of relief, as long as he didn't leap into the river to meet his demise. All was well. Let us return and help me split some bamboo. I still need to teach Aunt Hua and the others how to weave baskets, Ruan Tang stated, rising to her feet. Sure, Yi promptly followed her lead. When they returned, Ming noticed them and observed Yi, who was steadfastly following Ruan Tang. His eyes flickered with surprise. His little one was indeed remarkable, managing to earn a loyal future warrior through his own efforts. It appeared he needed to find Yi quickly and teach him the ways of hunting and combat. Ming did not look down on Yi for being an orphan. Rather, he admired how Yi managed to thrive alongside his sister despite their circumstances, indicating that he possessed some capabilities. With guidance, he would undoubtedly become a competent warrior. Ruan Tang handed another bone knife to Yun, who had previously assisted them with the bamboo, thus establishing a sense of familiarity. Most importantly, she wanted Yin to know that she was not a burden. Every individual has their own significance in this world. Yin was taken aback to receive a bone knife, exclaiming, Sister Tang, thank you. No need for thanks. After all, I'm asking you to work, Ruan Tang replied with a smile. Not at all. I enjoy working. Yin picked up the already split bamboo strips and began to embellish them. Those who possess bone knives, upon witnessing their actions, also joined in splitting bamboo strips. Before long, they produced numerous usable bamboo pieces. Ruan Tang instructed them to pause and began teaching them how to weave baskets step by step. Though weaving baskets was not particularly intricate, some found it exceedingly challenging, clearly not suited for this task. Ruan Tang felt compelled to console them, expressing that some individuals simply were not cut out for such work and might be better suited for cooking instead, promising to teach them other skills later. Thus, they accepted this notion, albeit reluctantly. After all, bamboo was not easily obtainable, and they could not afford to waste it. Ruan Tang surveyed the remaining individuals and found them quite talented. Each basket they wove was more exquisite than the last, leaving even Ruan Tang feeling slightly inferior. Those who received praise were naturally elated, and their enthusiasm for weaving baskets intensified. "Hey May, your basket is impressive," Ruan Tang remarked, noticing May diligently crafting her basket. She had not expected that this seemingly cunning girl possessed such deft hands, producing a basket that was even more beautiful than her own, seemingly featuring intricate patterns. Initially assuming May was merely someone who pilfered the fruits of others' labor, Ruan Tang was pleasantly surprised to discover her capacity for innovation. Had May's personality not been so irksome and devoid of inexplicable hostility towards her, Ruan Tang might have been inclined to teach her more. "Tang, do you think we could weave larger baskets to carry the warriors' game from their hunts? The prey is substantial, and a regular basket clearly won't suffice." Someone proposed that no, the baskets are somewhat fragile. They cannot bear such heavy loads and are cumbersome to carry. However, if we were to use a woven basket, that could work, and it could be slung over the shoulder for easier transport. Ruan Tang pondered for a moment before responding. "Woven basket? What is that?" Hua immediately inquired. It appeared that this solution was indeed viable, although it wasn't quite a conventional basket. The surrounding males, intrigued by the prospect of no longer having to bear their prey on their shoulders, gathered closer. "You'll understand once I make it. However, I don't know how to weave one yet, and will need to experiment." As a child, she had found woven baskets to be quite unattractive, thus had never been motivated to learn. Although she had often watched her grandmother weave, merely observing without participating made it difficult to master the craft, considering the need to carry substantial game. Ruan Tang resolved to weave the basket more sturdily. Consequently, the bamboo strips would be slightly wider than those used in ordinary baskets. After finishing the bamboo strips, Ruan Tang began to experiment on her own. The others were too occupied to observe her, as they still had baskets to complete, and one alone would not suffice. Although their supplies were limited, they could fill several baskets, not to mention that during the next hunt, the females would also need baskets to collect fruits. Chapter 36. The Pride of Father. It was only after the females had woven several baskets that Ruan Tang finally completed her woven basket. Clumsily, she began to weave it. Not long after, a basket capable of holding 2 small game was finished. Immediately, one of the males approached, lifted it for a test, and found it remarkably sturdy. He then slung it over his shoulder and placed the game upright inside. After walking back and forth several times, the basket held up splendidly, prompting him to exclaim, "This works! It's fantastic! This will make things so much easier for us." The other males eagerly gathered around, excited. "Tang, you're truly amazing," one said. "Yes, with both baskets and woven baskets, our hunting expeditions have become so much more convenient." "Ming, your little one is impressive. I wish to have a child as capable as yours. Indeed, I want one too." "Jing, shall we have a child together?" With a resounding thud, the male who dared to covet the clan leader's woman was swiftly knocked down by Ming, who had not yet finished celebrating. "Jing is mine alone. Don't even think about her, or you'll taste my fist," Ming declared, showcasing his powerful fist, causing Jing's heart to flutter with sweetness. While females could be pursued, it was not something to be taken lightly. It required a warrior's challenge. Anyone who sought to challenge the clan leader faced a perilous fate. After warning the male, Ming proudly turned to Ruan Tang, his gaze brimming with pride. "See, this is my little one." Ruan Tang felt her eyes welling with tears at his expression. Previously, she had often witnessed the proud smiles of classmates' parents when their children received awards. She had wondered if she too would ever see such a smile on her parents' faces. Yet, that moment never came. Once, twice, countless times, not once did she receive that joy. Her parents would never return. They had truly departed from her life forever. Seeing her child's eyes glistening, Jing immediately cast a reproachful glance at Ming, scolding him for scaring their child and admonishing him not to display such violence in front of their little one. Ming, taken aback, wondered what he had done wrong. Ruan Tang collected herself, replacing her somber thoughts with a smile. "Father, I will weave a basket for you as well." "Very well, very well," Ming responded with excitement. Ruan Tang settled back down to continue weaving the basket. Those who had nearly finished their baskets gathered around to learn the craft as well. Since the principles of both tasks were not vastly different, it wasn't long before they all mastered the technique. One by one, they began weaving for their male counterparts. Their work continued until twilight approached. Fortunately, not everyone was engaged in weaving. so some were preparing dinner, ensuring that their portions were included as well, thus preventing hunger from befalling them. After arriving here, it was the first time Ruan Tang did not cook for herself. And naturally, she did not deliver any food to C. Ruan Tang pondered whether C might feel displeased about this. After all, she had promised to bring him food in the future. However, upon seeing Ming return empty-handed, she speculated that C had taken care of it himself, so he probably didn't mind. After all, who would willingly let themselves go hungry? With this thought, Ruan Tang felt at ease as she retreated to the cave to sleep. Ever since arriving here, she had adopted a routine of lying down to sleep as soon as it turned dark. What else could she do? The nights here were not only perilous, but also exceedingly dull. Going out was out of the question, and there was nothing to occupy her within the cave that if she lit a torch, she might inadvertently witness a live show. Ruan Tang certainly did not want to risk developing a sty. She was still a child. "Father, could you help me cut some rattan tomorrow?" After finishing the basket, Ruan Tang felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. The items she carried were too rigid, difficult to stretch, and at risk of breaking at any moment. In terms of resilience, rattan was the best choice. Thus, Ruan Tang planned to switch to rattan, of course. Rattan could also be crafted into many wonderful things, and she certainly did not want to miss out. Last time, she could only stare at the rattan helplessly. This time, she could bring back much more. The child's request naturally warranted unconditional support. Ruan Tang once again felt the warmth of having parents. The three of them embraced each other and drifted off to sleep, feeling that life was becoming increasingly hopeful. Ruan Tang believed that life would improve, and she would find greater happiness the next day. After Ruan Tang woke up and changed the medicine for Qi and Xian, she went to seek out Si, bringing along a few fresh fruits. She intended to inquire about his health yesterday, but accidentally disturbed his divination, leaving her without the chance to ask. Today, she must remember to inquire properly. Upon entering Si's cave, she found him not engaged in divination, but sitting cross-legged on a stone bed in meditation. Just as Ruan Tang was about to place the fruit on the stone table, she noticed a plate of perfectly intact roasted meat on the table. Wasn't this the roasted meat her father had brought yesterday? Hadn't taken a single bite. "Have you not eaten anything since yesterday?" Ruan Tang asked incredulously, gazing at Si, whose eyes were now open. She was met with a pair of cool, inscrutable eyes. Ruan Tang felt a bit guilty as she rubbed her nose. "It seemed to be your fault, but that was a reason to skip meals. I was too busy yesterday, so I didn't get around to roasting the meat." "Are you hungry now? I can make you some soup," Ruan Tang felt compelled to say. "Bring it to me later," Si replied, not insisting that she cook immediately. "All right, I'll bring you more, and I'll try to cook from now on. But if there are times I can't manage, please don't starve yourself." Originally, she thought this man wouldn't put her in a difficult position, but unexpectedly, he was so willful. Was it because the roasted meat wasn't made by her that it didn't taste good? She felt an inexplicable sense of joy. Perhaps it was her culinary skills that earned such recognition, which made her happy. "Yes," I responded indifferently. "I just washed this fruit. You can have some now." Ruan Tang handed the fruit to Si. He accepted it without hesitation, checked to confirm it had been washed, and then took a bite. This man was indeed quite particular about cleanliness. "Si, is there anywhere you feel unwell?" Ruan Tang, still uneasy about his health, asked. "No issues," Si replied, looking at Ruan Tang, his eyes revealing an emotion that was hard to decipher. "Really nothing?" Ruan Tang asked skeptically. "Yes." I lowered his gaze once more. "That's good to hear." Ruan Tang sighed in relief. Sensing the change in Ruan Tang, Si felt an indescribable emotion stirring within him. "If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." She still had to go and gather rattan. Chapter 37. Smoked meat. As Ruan Tang stepped out of Si's cave, she encountered Yi. "Tang, I knew I would find you here. It's usually hard to spot you in the tribe, but here it's a different story." Coughing slightly, she sensed something was amiss. "What's wrong?" He glanced at Si's cave behind Ruan Tang and whispered, "Tang, I checked the traps again this morning, and both traps have prey." He had checked the traps yesterday, but found nothing, initially suspecting there might be a problem with them. Now, however, it seemed they were functioning better than before, as the prey had been caught without escaping. While they currently had enough food, it didn't guarantee they wouldn't face shortages later. especially since he was an orphan with little contribution to the tribe. The food he received would not be plentiful. If he were to eat his fill at every meal, he would quickly run out. Thus, he always felt a sense of urgency. Over the past few days, Ruan Tang had relaxed somewhat, likely due to the presence of her father and mother, giving her a sense of reliance. However, having been an orphan for over 20 years, she couldn't simply forget her circumstances because of this sudden warmth. She quickly composed herself. Now that we have enough food, we cannot leave the prey unattended that I end this sweltering summer. It will spoil easily. That's why the males in the tribe need to hunt regularly. Prey does not keep well, and if it weren't for the deep cave they had dug, which maintained a cool temperature, they would be unable to consume the meat within a few days. I can eat it all, Yi protested, unable to bear the thought of wasting food. Ruan Tang pondered for a moment, then lifted her head and said, I have a method for storing the prey. Let us go there first. I need to experiment. If only they had salt, it would make things much easier, but they had none. Since that was the case, she would have to try making smoked meat. Her grandmother had done it before, but Ruan Tang had only observed her once, so she would have to experiment. If successful, it would greatly benefit their tribe, as every winter they faced not only the cold but also hunger. The food prepared in autumn could not last them through the entire winter, why he only heard Ruan Tang ask first sentence. Based on previous experiences, if Ruan Tang said it, she would surely accomplish it. So he harbored no worries. Ruan Tang was unaware of her little admirer's blind faith in her. As they made their way to the traps, she contemplated how to make smoked meat. If only there were enough seasonings, she would also want to make cured meat and sausages. Just wait. One day I will achieve it, and even more delicious foods. Before long, they arrived at the traps. And the results surprised her. The 2 traps had caught 5 fire spirit mice, 3 large-toothed rabbits, and 1 colorful chicken. The fire spirit mice and large-toothed rabbits were severely injured, but the colorful chicken had only a broken leg. Furthermore, there was a large egg in the trap, clearly laid by the colorful chicken after it fell, and not a hen that lays eggs. Ruan Tang carefully retrieved the egg, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Could she raise poultry now? However, with everyone in the tribe struggling to get enough to eat, raising poultry would likely lead to scorned. I want to raise this colorful chicken. After all, it only eats earthworms. As long as they're diligent in catching earthworms for it, that will suffice. However, she had to worry about it being secretly snatched away by others in the tribe. The Wai frowned, evidently struggling to understand Ruan Tang's decision. Why keep food that could be eaten? Was it to prolong its shelf life? After all, live prey wouldn't spoil. But how could prey be kept obediently? Wouldn't it have run away by now? If we succeed, we will have a second, third, or even countless eggs to eat, and these eggs could hatch into new colorful chickens, providing us with even more eggs and chickens to eat. Ruan Tang quickly explained to Yi. Yi's eyes lit up, as if he could envision a future filled with eggs and meat. Tang, that egg doesn't taste good, although one can eat to their heart's content every day. The monotony of consuming such unpalatable fare leaves him with a slight sense of unease. Ruan Tang gazed at Yi with a hint of surprise. When did he become so discerning? It seems her culinary skills have indeed captivated this young man. Do you believe me? Ruan Tang inquired, holding a large egg in her hand, her mind racing with countless culinary possibilities. He nodded repeatedly. Then you will surely come to love eggs, Ruan Tang said with a confident smile. There are indeed countless ways to prepare eggs, provided one has sufficient ingredients. Ye's face lit up with anticipation. Ruan Tang was uncertain if she could successfully raise this chicken, but she decided to proceed with the experiment. After all, she would eventually manage it, as the vines had yet to be harvested. Ruan Tang used bamboo strips to bind the colorful chicken. Later, when she returned to the tribe, she intended to clip the chicken's wings to ensure it wouldn't fly away. Had it not been for its injured leg, it might have soared away from the trap, leaving her with no chance to care for it. Ruan Tang decided to experiment with smoked meat first. If it failed, they would simply have to make do. However, without wine and salt, the smoked meat would undoubtedly lack soul and would not last long. Therefore, before winter arrived, she needed to find salt as for wine. It could be brewed. If rice was unavailable, there were fruits to consider. However, she needed a substantial quantity of fruit, so negotiations with the trees would have to be prioritized. It seemed she had a multitude of tasks ahead of her. In recent days, she had been so immersed in the joy of her parents' return that she neglected her promise to fertilize and water the trees, leaving her uncertain if they would be displeased. The trees had a tendency to lash out, indicating their volatile temperament, and she feared that upon encountering them again, she might be met with a swift reprimand. The first experiment with the fire spirit mouse had failed, leaving Yi with the entire creature. Watching Yi finish a fire spirit mouse and still appear unsatisfied, Ruan Tang couldn't help but ask, "Yi, has your strength increased significantly?" She recalled how they had once felt overwhelmed by energy after consuming only a small amount. Yet now, so little seemed sufficient that Yi clenched his fist and replied, "Yes, my strength has indeed grown." Ruan Tang felt elated. This meant their safety was further assured. She, who could easily be toppled by a gust of wind, needed to cling tightly to the powerful individuals around her. "We will have sufficient energy," Ruan Tang promised that Yi believed in her wholeheartedly, his eyes brimming with anticipation and excitement. Perhaps one day, he too could experience a second awakening of his bloodline like the tribe leader and become the foremost warrior of the tribe, thus better protecting Tang, who often ventured into danger without him. Chapter 38. Joyful Conversations. Ruan Tang continued her efforts with the smoked meat, and after experimenting with 3 fire spirit mice, she finally succeeded. It should be able to last a considerable time, though without salt and wine, she was uncertain how long that would be. A few extra days would suffice, alleviating the need to store it in the tribe's cave and keeping it hidden from the others. Ruan Tang nodded. As he said, a few extra days would be cherished. "Tang, are you going to share the method of making smoked meat with the tribe?" Yi suddenly inquired. Ruan Tang pondered for a moment before responding. "Not for now. The males of the tribe will be heading out soon, so their food won't need to be preserved for long. That I plan to wait until I find salt. Only then can the smoked meat be made to last longer." With their food often insufficient, there was little point in preserving it. Yi expressed no doubts about Ruan Tang's decision, even if it could benefit the tribe. Soon after, Yi posed another question. "But where shall we store the meat?" "It's not just us who are short on food. The wild beasts would surely snatch it away if they had the chance, whether buried in the ground or placed in a basket. It is quite unsafe should we resort to hiding in a trap like last time. But what if larger beasts come and simply take it?" For the first time, Yi felt a headache over the abundance of meat, a scenario he had never dared to imagine before. It was a peculiar blend of pain and pleasure. Ruan Tang too fell into contemplation. How should they secure the meat? If only we could hang it in the trees. Yi mused, looking up. Suddenly, Ruan Tang's eyes sparkled with realization. Of course. Why didn't I think of that? No one would dare approach the trees, ensuring the meat's safety. But even we cannot get close, Yi acknowledged, shaking his head at the fanciful notion. "Perhaps not," Ruan Tang replied with a mysterious smile. This expression ignited a spark of anticipation in Yi. "Tang has a plan," he declared confidently. Yi fixed his gaze on Ruan Tang and asked, "What do you intend to do?" His trust in her was evident, not merely inquiring about her ideas, but fully believing in her capabilities. "I need to give it a try," Ruan Tang replied, uncertain if the trees would be willing to cooperate. Yi remarked that Tang was indeed modest, as she had consistently succeeded, yet always suggested she would merely try. Ruan Tang surveyed the surrounding woods and ultimately decided to return to the spot where she had encountered the broken flower snake. Believing those trees might be more agreeable, Yi chose to remain behind to keep watch over the meat. As Ruan Tang approached the trees, she overheard their jubilant conversations. "It's so hot. Indeed, summer seems never-ending. I can hardly bear it. I'm thirsty. I long for water. My roots aren't deep enough to reach the water. I fear I may perish. I too have been sweating profusely. My thirst only intensifies. You have no sweat to shed. Have you taken to mimicking those beastmen?" "Exactly. And isn't your root deep enough, so how could you lack water? There's a big creature competing for water with us. It's dreadfully unfair." Ruan Tang felt a headache coming on from the incessant chatter. This ginkgo tree certainly stood out as a peculiar character among its kind. "Oh no, that little female is back. I hope she doesn't splash us with that foul snake blood again," one tree lamented. "Last time, I don't know what happened. I simply lost control and struck that snake," another tree recalled. "Old Silver, don't call me old," the ginkgo tree protested, sounding quite aggrieved. "You are old, older than I am. a comparatively older tree retorted. Ruan Tang observed this older tree. Indeed, it appeared quite ancient. The ginkgo tree, despite its advanced age, still had the audacity to feign youthfulness. "You're the old one. Your entire family is old," the ginkgo tree exclaimed, clearly flustered. Ruan Tang's first thought was that this ginkgo tree was rather childish and somewhat disrespectful of its elders. "Can I call you Silver Beauty instead?" the older tree suggested, sounding quite exasperated. The ginkgo tree expressed its fondness for this title, shaking its branches exuberantly, its vibrant green leaves dancing joyfully, mirroring its owner's mood. Witnessing this, Ruan Tang suddenly grasped what she needed to do. This tree was indeed rather vain. If it had a mouth, it would undoubtedly be smirking, not having expected the ginkgo tree to accept the name so readily. "Silver Beauty, could you tell me what happened that day?" The older tree ultimately chose to relent. For who knew how long the ginkgo tree would debate the issue over a mere name? While it had important matters to attend to. "I have no idea," the ginkgo tree replied cheerfully. Its tone noticeably softened. "Really?" came the incredulous response. "Really?" But its tone still carried a hint of something, perhaps a touch of reverence. That day's experience had left it with a profound sense of awe, an involuntary reaction. Even the laws of nature seemed diminutive in its presence. Such feelings resonated from deep within its soul, as if imprinted there, impossible to ignore or belittle. How could such a powerful existence, a mere ginkgo tree, dare to discuss such matters lightly? Yet, why had this feeling suddenly arisen? It seems that the sensation only emerged when that little female was on the brink of death. The ginkgo tree cast its gaze towards Ruan Tang. For some unknown reason, it felt as though this little female was watching itself. "Here she comes again. What could she possibly want? Why do I feel as though she's been staring at me? Ah, I feel it too. I can't shake off this prickly discomfort. You must have bugs crawling on you." "Indeed, there have been quite a few pests lately. I feel so itchy. No, that's not what I meant." This group of trees was having a delightful discussion. Perhaps even a banquet couldn't rival their liveliness. Suddenly, amidst their dialogue, an unusual voice interjected. "Would you like me to catch some bugs for you?" All the trees fell silent, exchanging glances with one another. Was it this little female who spoke? Is she conversing with us? That seems impossible. No one has ever understood our words. Indeed, she is an orc. How could she comprehend our language? What do you think, Silver Beauty Tree? "I don't know." The ginkgo tree gazed inquisitively at Ruan Tang. For some reason, Ruan Tang felt as if she were being scrutinized. Yet how could these trees have eyes to watch her? "Silver Beauty Tree, you are truly stunning. You are the most beautiful tree I have ever seen." Ruan Tang decided to approach the ginkgo tree. It was so quiet that one could hear the sound of leaves falling to the ground. Chapter 39. The excessively narcissistic ginkgo tree, just when Ruan Tang thought the world had been paused. The next moment, the grove erupted in excitement. My goodness, this little female can actually understand our words. This is utterly astonishing. How could such a thing be possible? This is truly unbelievable. Such a phenomenon should not exist. What has transpired in the orc world that a creature capable of comprehending our speech has appeared? Could she be a favored child of the heavens? Might the beast god have secretly bestowed her with abilities to ensure the survival of her descendants? In that brief moment, Ruan Tang received a plethora of information. How did this become intertwined with the heavens and the beast god? Why would these trees entertain such speculations? "Little female," the ginkgo tree spoke solemnly, and the surrounding trees instinctively fell silent. Ruan Tang looked up at the ginkgo tree, aware of its immense stature, realizing that its status here was likely the highest. Indeed, this was the demeanor one would expect from a significant figure. However, its sudden seriousness left her feeling somewhat disoriented. "Oh, you truly believe I am the most beautiful?" The ginkgo tree's tone was filled with excitement, tinged with anticipation. Ruan Tang nearly choked on her own saliva. So, the ginkgo tree's earlier solemnity was merely to ask this question. What happened to the grand demeanor? Why did the tone shift so abruptly? Ruan Tang felt a bit flustered by the sudden change of atmosphere. Had she truly not misjudged? Not only was Ruan Tang speechless, but the surrounding trees were too. However, they seemed accustomed to it, remaining silent. "It's fine." Once this vain ginkgo tree receives its answer, it will surely return to the main topic. Ruan Tang made an effort to compose herself, nodding earnestly as she spoke. Yes, you are the most beautiful tree I have ever seen, especially in autumn when you are unmatched. No tree can rival you. She was not lying. The ginkgo tree's beauty was well-deserved. The surrounding trees could not help but murmur in admiration. Indeed, it was the orcs who were the most skilled at flattery. Look at how delighted that old tree is. Not even fearing the possibility of shedding its leaves, the ginkgo tree's mood brightened considerably, its tone becoming more amiable. Little female, you truly have discerning taste. Ruan Tang's lips twitched. Her kin had also remarked that among this grove, the ginkgo tree was the most exquisite. Oh, little female, what is your name? It was evident that the ginkgo tree was eager to forge this connection. Ruan Tang's eyes lit up, realizing her intentions might indeed come to fruition. She promptly replied, I am called Ruan Tang. You may call me Tang. Tang? No wonder your name is so sweet. The trees internally scoffed. The ginkgo tree did not entertain such thoughts, believing its appearance required no embellishment. I am called Een. You may refer to me as Silver Beauty Tree. He truly missed no opportunity for self-admiration. Ruan Tang smiled brightly. Very well, Silver Beauty Tree. The ginkgo tree felt a surge of joy. Among all the titles it had heard, this one from the orc pleased it the most. Tang, how is it that you understand our speech? At last, the ginkgo tree delved into the main topic. If it delayed any further, it might truly face the ire of the surrounding trees. Ruan Tang pulled her collar down slightly, saying, perhaps it is because I awakened a talent related to trees. The ginkgo tree's branches reached out. Ruan Tang felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing it might harm her. However, the branch merely brushed lightly against her totem before retracting, enveloped by an air of curiosity. What was peculiar about her talent? What do you think? The surrounding trees inquired of the ginkgo tree, just as she stated. However, I sense a different aura emanating from her, one whose origin eludes me. The trees around gasped in astonishment. Who would have thought such a talent existed? What do you seek from us? The ginkgo tree inquired. This little female must not be treated lightly. If possible, a deeper bond should be forged, for she would undoubtedly prove useful in the future. Having lived for an unfathomable number of years, the moment it touched Ruan Tang's totem, this thought emerged. Kati did not understand why it felt this way, but it had always relied on such instincts to survive thus far. Moreover, it sensed that storms were brewing on this continent. It would be wise to secure some assurance. Silver Beauty Tree, you are the dominant force in this forest. Neither we or the wild beasts dare provoke you. Ruan Tang expressed with reverence. The surrounding trees appeared quite proud. It was not mere boasting. Apart from the heavens and the laws, there was no one on this continent they feared. Well, except perhaps that peculiar, handsome male. Clearly, these trees were taken in by Ruan Tang's flattery. So she continued, that terrifying snake the other day was effortlessly slain by you. Had it not been for your intervention, I would have perished in its belly. Therefore, you are my saviors, and I am determined to repay you. The trees nodded in agreement. What a grateful little one she was thus. I will catch bugs for you, water you, and fertilize you. As long as you have needs, I promise to satisfy them. Ruan Tang's tone was sincere, leaving no room for doubt. The trees began chattering amongst themselves. Most trees supported Ruan Tang's proposal, while a few harbored suspicions regarding her motives, given that orcs could be rather cunning. Ultimately, the decision was left to the ginkgo tree. Although it was somewhat unreliable, it undoubtedly held the most authority among them, having lived for an unfathomable length of time, so long that they could not even ascertain its AGE in a world rife with danger. Surviving for so long attested to its formidable survival skills, and the wisdom it possessed would undoubtedly benefit them all. Tang, what do you require from us? The ginkgo tree, having lived for so long, should have recognized the true purpose of this little female. Silver Beauty Tree, that assertion is misguided. I am repaying your kindness. How could I possibly demand compensation in return? However, since you have mentioned it, I do have a small favor to request. Ruan Tang followed suit with the conversation, and the ginkgo tree could not help but glance at her. What a charming little female, skilled in the art of conversation. Chapter 40. Striking a bargain with the trees. The surrounding trees emitted a soft hum. suggesting that their actions were merely acts of gratitude, though it was evident they harbored ulterior motives. Indeed, the wisdom passed down through generations held true. Beast men are inherently cunning. Ruan Tang, sensing the tree's discontent, quickly spoke up. I have an excess of food that I cannot consume, and I fear others might take it, so I wish to hang my provisions on your branches. All I ask is that you keep watch and prevent anyone from pilfering them. This was truly a minor favor, hardly deserving of the title of a burden. After all, no one would want to adorn themselves with such unattractive items. The ginkgo tree immediately dismissed the idea, proclaiming, I am but a tree known for my beauty. How could I engage in such an act that would tarnish my image? I possess limited resources and do not require the assistance of so many trees. Ruan Tang twitched her lips. Lulu, how about you take care of this? She suggested to the willow tree nearby. The willow visibly shuddered at the ginkgo's address, expressing, how could you bear to hang such things upon me? It flaunted its excessively slender form, lamenting that despite being the sturdiest among them, it was expected to subject the more fragile trees to such indignities, utterly devoid of tree-like dignity. Lulu, you simply lack exercise. You ought to bear more, to grow stronger, the ginkgo continued to persuade. Why don't you grow a bit more robust yourself? The willow retorted without hesitation, for though it was older, it had always upheld a disregard for age, believing that they too should not be bound by such respect. Ahem, the tree that assists me in hanging the provisions will have its request prioritized, Ruan Tang interjected, unable to restrain herself. I'll do it. Let me handle it. Don't compete with me. I'll take care of it. The trees clamored eagerly, each possessing numerous demands. Seeing this, Ruan Tang felt quite satisfied. Then I shall fetch the items now, she declared, striding back with a light step to find why he had not waited long when he saw Ruan Tang returning, her face alight with joy, and he instantly knew she had succeeded in her endeavor. Indeed, it's Ruan Tang. She has managed to accomplish such a challenging task. Yi approached with the smoked meat in hand. Tang, did you strike a deal? Naturally, Ruan Tang replied with a smile. Let us hurry over then, Yi exclaimed, brimming with excitement. As they made their way, Ruan Tang briefly recounted the process to Yi, for he would need to assist with watering and fertilizing later. Upon hearing of Ruan Tang's extraordinary abilities for the first time, Yi nearly dropped the smoked meat in astonishment. Tang is truly remarkable. She has awakened such powerful talents. I don't think it's anything special, Ruan Tang sighed. Aside from conversing with these trees, I lack any self-defense capabilities. Yi pondered this and agreed. Only that which one holds in their hands is truly reliable. Fear not. I shall protect you in the future, he promised, patting his chest. Ruan Tang felt a flicker of warmth, touched that someone so much younger than herself would offer protection. Soon, they arrived at their destination. Ruan Tang exchanged a few words with the trees and instructed Yi to climb up and hang the provisions. Initially, Yi was apprehensive, hesitant to approach the trees for fear they might lash out suddenly. However, encouraged by Ruan Tang, he took the plunge. The tree he climbed merely emitted a soft grunt, showing no further reaction. Yi carefully hung the smoked meat and then descended with equal caution. Ruan Tang had informed him that the trees would strike only if they were hurt, so he needed to be gentle. Observing Yi, who dared not even take a breath, Ruan Tang could not help but chuckle. It wasn't he as dire as he imagined. Previously, they had been quick to harvest out of fear of the fruit trees reacting, which had caused them discomfort. Why he finally breathed a sigh of relief once he landed safely, his admiration for Ruan Tang growing. Looking at the hung smoked meat, Ruan Tang felt elated. It was indeed a delightful sight. He, not only in high spirits but also filled with excitement, declared, one day, I shall hang meat all over these branches. That will give me a sense of security and true satisfaction. Ruan Tang gave him a thumbs up, confident that day would come. However, she anticipated the trees might complain by then. With the meat now hung, it was time to get to work. Ruan Tang had not forgotten her promise to the trees and informed Yi of which ones needed watering. As for the rest, she still needed to devise a plan. After all, fertilizers wouldn't be ready overnight. After explaining which trees required watering, Ruan Tang prepared to leave. Although Yi was initially nervous, the prospect of smoked meat made him fearless. Indeed, food was his weakness. Ruan Tang did not wish to stay and assist, primarily because she had informed her father the previous day of her intent to fetch vine shoots. Thus, she did not immediately return with the Kaiwa chicken, but instead placed it along with the eggs in a trap. On her return, she found that much of the day had already passed. Ming, observing Ruan Tang returning from outside the safe zone, changed expression slightly. "Tang, why have you ventured out again?" Ming scrutinized her, and upon seeing she was unharmed, he breathed a sigh of relief. "I went out to locate the vine shoots," Ruan Tang replied, fabricating a small lie. She wished to keep her secret from her father for a while longer. "Didn't you say you would go with us?" Ming reproached. "What if something happened to you? What would become of me and Jing?" Yes, but I'm back now," Ruan Tang cooed, wrapping her arms around Ming-'s. "Sigh, you cannot run off alone again," Ming said helplessly. "All right, father," Ruan Tang replied cheerfully. Ming affectionately ruffled her hair, called a few people, and they set off together. Ruan Tang felt as though she were swimming in a honeypot, her heart aglow with sweetness. Unbeknownst to her, a pair of envious eyes watched her from behind. Such affection should rightfully belong to oneself. Mei gazed in the direction Ruan Tang had returned from, her eyes gleaming with a sinister light. Ruan Tang had been frequently venturing outside. Was it truly only to search for something? Surely, there must be secrets lurking beyond. She must find a way to follow. However, the mere thought of dangers lurking beyond the realm of safety caused her to waver. The last encounter with that venomous snake had left her thoroughly shaken. Although she had awakened her bloodline and possessed a talent for speed, it was still insufficient. She needed to consume more energy to fortify her strength. Chapter 41. Discovery of New Sustenance. Only through sheer power could one attract attention and command respect. This truth had been known to Mei for quite some time. Yet, lacking a father as formidable as the clan leader, she struggled to obtain sufficient nourishment, and her strength had not seen any improvement. Consequently, over the years, she had resorted to another means of standing out, endeavoring to win the affection of those within her tribe. She had indeed succeeded, as the tribe members adored her, praising her beauty and capabilities, likening her more to the clan leader's offspring than to Tang. What was Tang, after all? At 12 years old, she had yet to awaken her bloodline. Once this year passed, she would be utterly ineffectual. While Mei belonged to the earlier cohort of awakened offspring at the tender age of 10, this disparity fueled Mei's sense of superiority when faced with Ruan Tang. Unbeknownst to Ruan Tang, Mei's ambition was so pronounced. Even if she were aware, it would hardly concern her to this moment. Ruan Tang was in high spirits, bouncing along as she walked. The utility of vines bore little distinction from that of bamboo. However, they were markedly lighter. Thus, even with bamboo at their disposal, Ruan Tang would not overlook the vines. Before long, they arrived at their destination, where Ming and the others began to harvest vines. Fortunately, these vines posed no threat akin to that of trees, allowing their work to proceed smoothly. Observing that her assistance was unnecessary, Ruan Tang wandered nearby to seek out anything useful and to gather additional herbs, which would surely come in handy later. In no time, her small basket was filled to the brim. She poured the contents into her larger backpack, concerned that her shoulders might not withstand the rigidity of the bamboo. Ruan Tang had crafted her backpack to be relatively small. This issue would be resolved once they acquired the vines. Ruan Tang joyfully discovered new items while Ming and the others labored diligently to harvest the vines, maintaining a harmonious atmosphere. Suddenly, Ruan Tang exclaimed, "Ah, cubs, what happened? Is everything all right?" Ming rushed over, his bone knife in hand, tension evident in his demeanor. Realizing Ming had misunderstood, Ruan Tang quickly assured him, "It's nothing. I merely found something edible." This discovery brought her a measure of surprise. Ming let out a sigh of relief, followed swiftly by excitement at the prospect of yet another food source. Including the grass roots discovered by Mei, their tribe had now identified 2 items suitable for consumption, significantly benefiting their survival prospects ahead. "Sugar. What is it?" Ming inquired eagerly. Ruan Tang, using a twig to dig into the ground, soon unearthed 2 fist-sized potatoes. "It's indeed a potato, father. This is the very thing," Ruan Tang exclaimed with fervor. However, Ming and the others did not share in her enthusiasm, and instead, a hint of disappointment washed over them. "Sugar, that thing is toxic," a male member cautioned. Ruan Tang paused. "Toxic? Really? Yes, fortunately, the previous tribesman did not consume much. Hence he did not perish. The male sighed. Ruan Tang pondered for a moment and began to suspect, could it be that I've unearthed sprouted potatoes? Everyone shook their heads in confusion. We have no idea. What is the difference between sprouted and unsprouted? ISNT, it's still a potato. Ruan Tang continued to elaborate. Potatoes are not toxic, but only when they sprout do they become so. The previous tribesman must have ingested a sprouted potato to fall ill. Potatoes are a wonderful source of sustenance. They can fill our bellies and be transformed into a myriad of delicious dishes. The others exchanged glances of astonishment. Could it truly be so? Yet, skepticism prevailed among most. Say for Ming, if the cub says so, it must be true. You'll see, Ruan Tang stated, bending down to continue her excavation. She intended to take these potatoes back to the tribe for cultivation. After all, they were potatoes. The thought of the various culinary delights they could create sent waves of excitement through her. Ming and the others allowed Ruan Tang to indulge in her pursuits while they resumed their work with the vines. Soon enough, they had made significant progress. Glancing up at the sky, Ming remarked, "Sugar, it's getting late. We should head back." Although Ruan Tang yearned to continue her explorations, she understood the necessity of restraint. Resolutely, she shouldered her backpack and lifted her small basket, saying, "Father, let us return. Let me help." Ming reached to take Ruan Tang's backpack. "And no need. It's quite light. I can manage it myself. Your load is the one that is truly heavy." Ruan Tang could not bear the thought of her father burdening himself, especially since her backpack was indeed light. Without the potatoes she had just dug up, it would hardly weigh anything at all. "Your backpack, isn't heavy. Let me carry it." Ming remained insistent, mindful that Ruan Tang had yet to awaken her bloodline and was still a defenseless cub. The disparity between those who had awakened their bloodlines and those who had not was stark, a truth Ruan Tang felt keenly. Even though her power was not strength, she could perceive enhancements in her abilities across the board. Such growth had been profoundly beneficial, and one could only imagine how much easier life must be for those who had awakened powers of strength. Ruan Tang refrained from revealing her own awakening to her father and the others, deciding not to press the matter further. When her father returned from the next hunt, she would certainly share the news, by which time she would have gained some mastery over her abilities. She sensed that her powers extended beyond mere communication with trees. As her energy grew, she anticipated even more astonishing outcomes. The group made their way back. Twilight was fast approaching, fearing the dangers of the night. Ruan Tang chose not to delve into the vines immediately, but instead joined the others for a quick meal of roasted meat before retreating into the cave. Ming moved a large stone to block the entrance, effectively sealing out the last rays of sunlight. Gazing at the enveloping darkness of the cave, Ruan Tang felt a pang of anxiety. She longed to resume a semblance of normalcy in her life. For if she continued to retire so early each day, she would surely grow dull-witted. Just as Ruan Tang was about to lie down, Ming handed her a fruit in the darkness. "Father?" Ruan Tang queried. Perplexed, "This is a fruit I picked for you today. It's quite delicious. Go on, eat it," Ming said kindly, ruffling Ruan Tang's hair. Without overthinking it, Ruan Tang assumed it was merely a treatment to cheer her up, and worried that others in the tribe might think they were hoarding food. She accepted it and took a bite. The moment she did, she realized something was amiss. This was no ordinary fruit. It was a fruit brimming with energy. While it may not have compared to the one C had given her, it was undoubtedly not something easily obtained. Ruan Tang gazed at Ming with a complex expression. So, was he trying to help her awaken her bloodline quickly, while simultaneously sparing her any psychological burdens? Chapter 42, Revelation. Ruan Tang soon finished the fruit, while Ming and Jing watched her with anxious eyes. "How does it taste?" "Quite good," Ruan Tang replied, contemplating whether she should disclose the truth to Ming at this moment. Ming, hearing her response, realized that Ruan Tang had not awakened her bloodline, and a sense of disappointment washed over him. Nevertheless, he said nothing to her, merely stating, "I'll pick you more next time. It's delicious." "Father, that is not necessary. I don't want you to get hurt." Ruan Tang shook her head in protest. "Do not worry. That fruit tree poses no threat to your father," Ming assured her, ruffling her hair once more. Ruan Tang recalled how Ming always returned with some injuries whenever he brought back energy-laden items. and she knew he would never simply relent, especially since she was nearing the age of awakening. He would only strive harder to seek out energy-rich resources. Thus, the only way to deter him was to reveal the truth. "Father, I have actually awakened my bloodline," Ruan Tang whispered into Ming's ear. "What?" Ming struggled to comprehend her words. "That I awakened my bloodline a few days ago, thanks to a red fruit given to me by the shaman." Though her awakening was not directly linked to C, her ability to stabilize her bloodline energy indeed owed a debt to C, so she felt that C's contribution should not be overlooked. However, she did not express it so bluntly. Whatever Ming thought was of little concern to her. The expression on Ming's face grew increasingly incredulous as "I had given Ruan Tang an energy-laden fruit." The red fruit. Was that not the coveted Hong Hong fruit? It was something they had never dared to dream of, and yet C had handed it directly to his cub. Si Ming regarded Ruan Tang with a complex gaze. "Cub, what abilities have you awakened?" He did not inquire further, but instead asked with curiosity. Jing was also somewhat intrigued by the abilities awakened in her offspring, which seemed to be extraordinary. "Father, I have awakened a power related to trees." "I can hear their conversations," Ruan Tang revealed. She noticed her father's expression, which appeared more astonished by the implications of what Wu had done for her than by her own bloodline awakening. Ming was momentarily taken aback. "What? You can understand the language of trees. Those fierce trees. Is that really such a big deal?" Beside them, Jing remained remarkably composed. Ming wanted to argue that this hardly constituted a significant event, what then could be considered a true matter of consequence. "Kai, why don't you tell Mother about your connection with Wu? You seem quite familiar with him." Jing leaned closer to Ruan Tang, eager for gossip. Both Ming and Ruan Tang fell silent, so this was indeed a matter of significance. "Mother, Wu is a good person. If it weren't for him, I might never have met you." Ruan Tang expressed her heartfelt gratitude towards Si, who had rescued her more than once. Upon hearing this, Jing felt a surge of anxiety. The thought that her child could have missed seeing them was unimaginable, making even breathing feel laborious. "Kai, what happened?" Jing asked, concern etched on her face. Ruan Tang, observing the palpable tension in both adults, regretted her candidness. To alleviate their worries, she recounted the events in a vague manner. After she finished speaking, both Jing and Ming were rendered speechless. They had not anticipated that their child had come perilously close to encountering the beast god on multiple occasions. Si was truly remarkable, and they felt compelled to express their gratitude. Ming's expression turned peculiar. When had Si become so meddlesome? Of course, he felt grateful for Si's interference, as it had ultimately brought their child back to them. Yet it seemed entirely at odds with Si's character. He should have been an exceedingly indifferent individual. Sensing the somber atmosphere, Ruan Tang sought to shift their focus. "Father, perhaps in the future, when we harvest fruits, we need not fear being struck by the branches of the fruit trees." Indeed, her words successfully diverted their attention. "Tang, what do you mean by that?" Ruan Tang explained, "The fruit trees mention that they strike our kin because they often feel pain, especially when we hastily pick from a single tree." Ming and Jing suddenly understood. No wonder the trees initially refrained from striking them, only to lash out moments later. "Father, I was thinking that those fruit trees also have needs that, if we frequently assist them, they might be willing to let us harvest their fruits." Ruan Tang intended to finalize this plan before revealing her own bloodline awakening to her parents. "You make a valid point. We could certainly try that." Ming agreed. "Then I shall discuss this with the fruit trees surrounding the tribe tomorrow." With the affirmation, Ruan Tang felt a surge of joy. "Will those trees harm you?" Jing asked, a hint of worry in her voice. "No, some of them are quite adorable." Ruan Tang recalled the ginkgo tree that had incessantly chirped at her. Adorable. Both Ming and Jing were left bewildered. Ruan Tang smiled gently, choosing not to elaborate, as it indeed seemed rather implausible. "Kai, you must not wander outside the safe zone anymore. When Father is around, he will accompany you," Ming said sternly. "All right," Ruan Tang replied absently, knowing full well that avoiding the outside world was utterly out of the question. Ming sensed her lack of sincerity. "Father, are you going hunting again?" Ruan Tang realized that based on past experiences, Ming's time spent in the tribe was nearing its end. "Yes, I will leave in a day," Ming responded. This time, they had more game to hunt, which accounted for his extended stay of 2 days. "So, you'll leave the day after tomorrow?" Ruan Tang felt a deep reluctance for them to embark on a hunt, as it was perilous, and she dreaded the thought of anyone returning injured. Thus, she needed to raise poultry swiftly, along with developing methods for food preservation. Moreover, she truly wished to avoid relying on the consumption of wild beast blood to obtain necessary salt. Her father had mentioned that they could sometimes catch more prey, but due to concerns over spoilage, they were hesitant to hunt in excess, often returning after catching just enough, only to venture out again shortly thereafter. "Father, do you know where the ocean is?" she asked, harboring a glimmer of hope, considering they were situated in a forest, and the likelihood of an ocean nearby seemed slim. Ocean? Ming clearly had no idea what she meant. "It's an endless expanse of blue sea," Ruan Tang pondered. Perhaps it was merely a difference in terminology. Ming shook his head, admitting he had never seen one. "Did the beast god tell you about it?" Ruan Tang had anticipated this question. However, salt was not solely found in oceans. What about salt lakes? You know, lakes where the water tastes salty, much saltier than our sweat, she added for clarity, fearing Ming might not understand the concept of saltiness. Chapter 43. Ming's request. Ming contemplated carefully, but ultimately shook his head, admitting he had not encountered such lakes. Ruan Tang felt a pang of disappointment and asked again, "Have you ever seen rock salt? You know, the stones that come in pink, red, yellow, or blue, which wild beasts might lick?" Ming shook his head once more. "Jing, curious, inquired Tang, why are you asking about these things?" Ruan Tang replied without hesitation, "What I'm looking for is salt. It has numerous benefits and can help preserve food for a longer duration." Upon hearing that salt could prolong the freshness of food, Ming's demeanor shifted. He was no longer indifferent. "Tang, please tell me what these things look like. I will pay extra attention while hunting this time. Perhaps they exist, but I simply never noticed before." Ruan Tang then described these items in detail. "Father will make a concerted effort to find them during this outing. After all, they could be beneficial for the tribe." Ruan Tang's mind raced with possibilities, hoping Ming would be attentive during his hunt. However, she reminded herself that Ming's primary focus was hunting, and she needed to refrain from distracting him, as it could lead to injury. She repeatedly told herself to be patient and take her time. Once a lead was established, she would be able to sleep peacefully. Leaning toward Jing, she savored her mother's warmth and soon drifted into slumber. Jing gently patted Ruan Tang's back, ensuring her sleep was even more restful. "Ming, we should express our gratitude to Wu," Jing whispered to Ming. "Yes, I will personally thank him," Ming replied, feeling grateful to see and determined to show his appreciation, while also inquiring if C needed anything in return, although he suspected C might not value his offerings. "Our child possesses remarkable abilities, Ming. Have you considered how to protect her? Even the most talented individuals need time to grow. Many gifted children in the tribe have failed to thrive." Ming fell into deep thought. After a long pause, he said, "Our child is blessed by the beast god. I believe she will grow up safely. However, merely being the child of the chief may not suffice for her to have a voice within the tribe. What if we designate Tang as our tribe's priestess? She has received guidance from the beast god, knows medicinal herbs, can heal others, weaves various items, and understands how to create fire. Such skills are rare even among large tribes. Now, with her ability to communicate with trees awakened, she would be more than qualified to fulfill that role." Ming nodded in agreement, but he felt there was no rush. They should wait. Once they discovered the salt Tang spoke of and established a method for food preservation, the matter would resolve itself naturally. Jing concurred, believing it would be better for Tang to earn the recognition of all the tribe members rather than be thrust into the role. Besides, their child was still young. There was no need to hurry. After discussing the matter, the two settled down, embracing Ruan Tang as they drifted into sleep. The next day, Ming set out early to find C. After receiving C's consent, he cautiously entered the cave. "Wu, here are the fruits I just picked," Ming said, placing a basket of fruits before S. I glanced at the fruits and then at Ming, clearly questioning the reason behind his visit. "Thank you for protecting Tang. She has been a handful lately. If you need anything, please do not hesitate to ask," with a tone of gratitude. Ming spoke up as I immediately realized that Ming was aware of the recent events. However, he felt no apprehension about his secret being revealed, for he trusted that Ruan Tang would refrain from divulging what should remain unsaid. As the shaman of the Yihu tribe, "It is my duty to protect the people within it," C stated calmly. How could Ming be unaware? In the past, C had rarely ventured out of the cave, so how could he genuinely safeguard everyone in the tribe at all times? His feelings for Tang had always been exceptional. When he first assumed the role of shaman, he had expressed his preference for solitude, stating that he would only emerge when the tribe was in need, and that the tribe's people should refrain from seeking him out unless necessary. This left Ming somewhat at a loss for words. I guess there's something else on your mind, Chief? Typically, he would not have dared to inquire further. He preferred to remain indifferent, taking the path of least resistance. Tang has awakened her bloodline and possesses some unique abilities. I hope you could look after her a bit more when I am not in the tribe, he said, unable to ignore the matter for the sake of his own offspring. C recalled the last time he had asked Ruan Tang, and she had seemed utterly bewildered. It appeared she had become aware of her own extraordinary gifts. Yet, he was not the first to know, which left him feeling rather displeased, his lips pressed tightly together, an aura of chill radiating from him, making it evident that he was in a foul mood. Ming assumed he had overstepped and quickly added, If it is inconvenient for you, then just disregard my words. I wouldn't want it to burden your child. Ming had always understood that C was no ordinary individual, even though he had maintained a low profile over the years, so much so that the tribe believed no shaman existed. He had never forgotten that C had come from beyond the great forest. Alone, it was impossible to enter this place without considerable strength. Their tribe was encircled by the great forest, home to countless formidable beasts, making it a perilous place for anyone, or any group, to traverse, let alone escape from. Though C had entered severely injured, it did not diminish the shock he had imparted. He was an exceedingly powerful and proud person. It matters not, C replied, composing himself, his expression devoid of emotion. Ming, uncertain of C's thoughts, ultimately offered an apology and departed the cave. Unbeknownst to Ruan Tang, who was busy transforming vines into a backpack, Ming had been working on her behalf. Tomorrow, the males of the tribe would embark on a hunt, and she needed to prepare the necessary items beforehand. Fortunately, the females of the tribe were quite capable, allowing Ruan Tang to share the workload. After a morning of diligent effort, they had crafted everything required. When they tried on the backpack once more, everyone was satisfied. One by one, they praised Ruan Tang, expressing their gratitude with roasted meat and animal hides. Ruan Tang declined the offerings, choosing instead to continue her work. She intended to create a variety of items, as the tribe was truly lacking in essentials. Chapter 44. Raising chickens. Before long, night fell, and Ruan Tang sought out Yi, leading him to an open space. Yi, please construct a fence here. Since they intended to raise poultry, it was essential to prepare a breeding area. However, as it was only an experiment, a smaller, simpler setup would suffice. Following Ruan Tang's vision, Yi crafted a relatively sturdy enclosure using bamboo and vines. If they were to place the wing-clipped colorful chickens inside, escape would be impossible. Once completed, Ruan Tang and Yi headed to the traps to retrieve the colorful chickens. After a night and morning, the chickens were still alive and had even laid an egg. Now, Ruan Tang had 2 eggs in her possession, sufficient for a pot of egg drop soup. Tang, where did these colorful chickens come from? Ming, astonished at the sight of the chickens in Ye's grasp, inquired. Has Ye's strength grown to the point where he can catch prey on his own? The onlookers shared expressions of surprise. The 2 youngsters had managed to catch prey. Father, we found them. Their leg is broken for some reason, so they can't fly, and we brought them back, Ruan Tang explained, not wishing to reveal that they had set traps to catch prey. Tang's luck is truly remarkable. Indeed, being guided by the beast god makes a difference. Besides, they were outside the safe zone. Yes, we've never brought back any living prey before. The tribe's members genuinely rejoiced for Ruan Tang, though one person remained unconvinced and filled with suspicion. Could Tang's luck truly be that good? During this time, she and Yi had frequently ventured outside the safe zone, indicating that something was amiss, perhaps a method to procure prey. Thus, she was determined to uncover their secret. Father, I plan to raise this colorful chicken, Ruan Tang declared. What? The entire tribe looked on in bewilderment. Surely they had not misheard. Raise it? They couldn't possibly be considering nurturing their offspring. The colorful chicken was large and fierce. If it were to attack, their young would stand no chance of defense. Thankfully, the colorful chicken did not eat humans. Otherwise, they would be in even greater peril. Father, this colorful chicken lays eggs. Not only can we eat the eggs, but we can also hatch new colorful chickens, which will continue to lay eggs, providing us with an endless supply of chickens and eggs. Ruan Tang's words plunged the tribe into an enchanting reverie. It was only when a voice of cold derision cut through the air that they were jolted back to reality. Their hearts felt as if they had been doused with cold water. We can barely feed ourselves. How can we raise them? Moreover, will they even allow you to raise them without harming our young? Although May longed for the scenario Ruan Tang described, she remained grounded in reality. The consensus among the tribe was to nod in agreement, acknowledging that May's considerations were astute, even if they had not initially thought of such matters. May was indeed clever and formidable. As such, raising the grass-eating offspring seemed a viable option. They could not compare to the quiet offspring, so choosing grass was acceptable. It appeared necessary to gather meat and consult with grass. Ruan Tang cast a faint glance at May. To be honest, May was quite quick-witted. Had she lived in modern times, she would surely have been an academic overachiever, albeit one not particularly endearing. They can feed on earthworms. As for hurting anyone, we have constructed a fence. As long as no one ventures inside, I trust the colorful chickens will not escape. Besides, I intend to clip their wings, Ruan Tang clarified, addressing the concerns in their hearts. Tang, pursue whatever you wish, Ming said, displaying unwavering support. But what if we grow hungry? May voiced the unspoken fears of the others. What if it happens again like last time? They could not possibly ignore the temptation to target the colorful chicken. Regardless, until my experiment succeeds, no one is to touch this colorful chicken. If it truly succeeds, the tribe will no longer go hungry. This was Ruan Tang's concern, and thus she felt compelled to emphasize it. I support Tang in this matter and hope the tribespeople will assist her. Ming expressed his stance. Others hesitated. For those who often went hungry, only what filled their stomachs felt real. Therefore, raising a colorful chicken with an uncertain future was indeed a hard pill to swallow. Yet, since Ming had spoken up, they could not outright refuse, so they offered vague agreement. Ruan Tang recognized that this would not quell their desire to feast upon the colorful chicken. Thus, establishing her authority was indeed beneficial. Things previously dismissed as insignificant should now be taken seriously. Otherwise, conducting affairs within the tribe would prove challenging in the future. As the tribe members dispersed to attend to their tasks, Ruan Tang continued to manage her modest breeding facility. Tang, will it succeed? Ming expressed his hope that, if it truly succeeded, the position of the tribe's saintess would be secured. It should be fine, Ruan Tang replied, though she herself was not entirely certain. Although she had treated the wound on the colorful chicken's clipped wings, and it should not pose a problem, who could predict the other potential issues that might arise? After all, it was wild and inherently difficult to tame. Rest assured, the chicks will be fine. The scallions and ginger over there have survived. Haven they, Ming instilled confidence in Ruan Tang. Yes, you will surely succeed, he assured her. Ruan Tang lifted her head, revealing a radiant smile. Observing her unwavering confidence, Ming decided not to linger any longer. He needed to prepare for the hunting expedition the following day. This time, 2 strong males were absent from their hunting party, necessitating adjustment in their formation. The sudden loss of 2 robust males weighed heavily on Ming's mind, as the hunting team could not afford any injuries. Ruan Tang gazed in Ming's direction, and after a moment's contemplation, she entrusted the task of arranging the Kaiwa chicken to Yi. She then moved aside to the sun-drenched area where herbal medicines were laid out, rummaging through a large basket to retrieve some herbs. Placing them into a stone bowl crafted by Uncle Gene the previous day, she used a stone pestle to crush the herbs. Given the limited resources, she could only concoct a simple hemostatic powder. She hoped it would prove useful to Ming, yet secretly wished he would never have to use it. Before long, Ruan Tang had prepared a small packet of hemostatic powder, which she carefully poured into a bamboo tube. After sealing it, she walked over to Ming's side. "Father, this is a hemostatic powder. If anyone gets injured, apply it to the wound to stop the bleeding quickly. However, if the wound is too large, it may not be very effective," she explained. Ming opened the bamboo tube, inspecting the powder inside. "This is incredibly useful, Tang. I hope you never have to use it," he replied. Ruan Tang had finally savored the taste of paternal love. She couldn't bear the thought of losing it. Ming understood Ruan Tang's concern and gently ruffled her hair, that I will protect you and your mother for a long, long time. With his promise, Ruan Tang beamed with the innocence of a child. She then shared some precautions with her father before turning her attention to preparing a meal. The members of the tribe often deemed eggs unpalatable, resulting in a general aversion to them. She was determined to change that perception. However, with only 2 eggs available, it was inevitable that not everyone could partake. Only a select few would get to taste them. Nonetheless, that would suffice as long as someone declared them delicious, alleviating her fears of the chickens being stolen and butchered. Recalling the potatoes she had discovered the previous day, Ruan Tang decided to incorporate them into her culinary creation. Potatoes provided a substantial amount of energy, and if the tribe accepted them, the winter would undoubtedly be much more bearable. This meal was significant, prompting Ruan Tang to invest considerable effort into its preparation. As she worked, delightful aromas wafted from the pot, tantalizing everyone present. "Tang, what are you making?" Ling couldn't help but ask, drawn in by the enticing scent. "These are French fries. Give them a try. They would be even more delicious with salt," Ruan Tang replied. Curious, Ling picked up our wide "It smells divine," she exclaimed, certain it would taste just as good. Without hesitation, she popped it in her mouth, and a wave of soft, rich flavor enveloped her senses. "Delicious, absolutely delicious," Ling exclaimed excitedly. "Then eat more. There's plenty in the stone pot," Ruan Tang said with a smile, ladling out another batch of fries. She called to the drooling onlookers, "Everyone, come and enjoy." Ling, receiving Ruan Tang's encouragement, dove back into the feast, and the tribe rushed forward eagerly. "Delicious, delicious. Indeed, it's so fragrant. This soft and rich food is perfect for us old folks. What is this? We've never tasted anything like it before. Could it be a new food? Has Tang discovered something extraordinary? This is fantastic. Tang is amazing." The tribe members praised Ruan Tang as they devoured the fries, nearly lifting her to the skies with their compliments. This filled her father and mother with pride, almost prompting them to join in the praise. Their child was not only capable of this, but could also communicate with the fierce trees. May bit her lip, casting a jealous glance at Ruan Tang. She stormed back to where Ruan Tang had been handling the potatoes and returned with some unused ones, shouting, "Everyone, stop eating. This food is poisonous." Everyone paused, startled, then burst into laughter. How could it be poisonous? Tang would never harm us. Yes, yes, Tang is under the protection of the beast god. We trust Tang. Hearing the tribe's supportive words warmed Ruan Tang's heart. She turned to May, and upon seeing the potatoes in her hands, her eyes widened slightly. "Really, I'm not lying. These fries are made from those poisonous potatoes. Everyone knows that someone died after eating them before. Do you want an up like that?" May could no longer endure Ruan Tang's moment of glory. This recognition was rightfully hers alone. The tribe members stared aghast at the potatoes in May's hands, instantly dropping their fries in horror. "Poisonous! Tang, how could you do this to us?" "Yes, Tang, how could you be so cruel? You don't deserve to be among us." May felt a surge of excitement at the thought of expelling Tang from the tribe. If successful, she would soon be the most esteemed offspring of the tribe. Ruan Tang sensed May's malicious intent and shot her a glance. To be honest, she was puzzled as to why May had it out for her. Was it merely jealousy? If that were the case, it seemed rather petty. The crowd grew increasingly agitated, pointing fingers at Ruan Tang, some even ready to take action, but were restrained by Ming and Yi. "The potatoes are not poisonous," Ming stated firmly. "How can they not be? That child Dong died after eating them, and another nearly perished as well." An elder female recounted, her face twisted in anguish. The offspring she referred to was her own. A painful memory she couldn't shake. Ming pressed his lips together, realizing he could not refute the truth of her words. Ruan Tang stepped forward from behind Ming, her demeanor calm and composed. "The potatoes are indeed toxic." Her words sent shockwaves through the crowd. "Tang, how can you say that? Are you trying to harm us all? Why are you so wicked? You don't belong in our tribe. Leave the tribe, we don't need you." Panic ensued, with some exclaiming they didn't want to die. Ruan Tang hadn't even begun to speak again when the crowd's furious voices drowned her out. She understood their agitation, but the intensity of their reaction was unexpected. Just then, a faint scent of cedar wafted through the air. "The shaman is here." The crowd quieted down, parting to create a clear path. clearly in awe of the shaman's presence. The shaman's gaze landed squarely on Ruan Tang, devoid of any emotion, fixated solely on her. Yet for some reason, Ruan Tang felt an unusual sense of reassurance. As long as he was present, no trouble would arise. Ruan Tang found it strange. She had only known C for a short time, yet she felt an innate trust in him. Was it because he had saved her? C approached Ruan Tang nonchalantly, his eyes landing on the bowl of fries. With elongated fingers, he picked up the chopsticks beside the bowl and lifted a fry to his mouth. Inevitably, C's eating posture was captivating, his inherent nobility evident in every movement. "Shaman, this fry is poisonous," May exclaimed, rushing forward to stop him. Reaching for his wrist to prevent him from consuming the food, as I deftly evaded May's grasp, placing the fry in his mouth. Delicious, though it could use a bit more flavor. Ruan Tang read the meaning in C's eyes and couldn't help but marvel at his discerning palate. As fries, they were indeed lacking two crucial ingredients, salt and ketchup. The tribe members looked at C in disbelief. Had they just been told the fries were poisonous? Why was he still eating? Did that mean they were safe after all? As time has elapsed, it is curious that none of them have exhibited any signs of poisoning. Each one gazes at the others in bewilderment, evidently perplexed by the underlying issue. Ruan Tang casts a grateful glance at C. Thus, he has indeed come forth to assist her, despite his usual reluctance to leave the cave. Ruan Tang finds herself at a loss for words, her emotions too complex to articulate at this moment. She takes a step forward and declares, "These potatoes are indeed toxic, but only the sprouted ones are dangerous, and one must consume them in large quantities for any adverse effect to occur. Non-sprouted potatoes can quickly satiate hunger and are quite beneficial to health." The crowd exchanges puzzled looks. After all, they are all potatoes. How could there be a distinction between toxic and non-toxic? However, given that they have remained unscathed for this long, especially with C continuing to eat, it is clear he trusts Ruan Tang's words. Could it be that the shaman discovered this necessary differentiation? Hence, the shaman chose this moment to step forward. The more they pondered, the more convinced they became of this notion, leading them to abandon their malice toward Ruan Tang. Only May continued to gaze at Ruan Tang with reluctance, feeling that things should not have unfolded this way. Ruan Tang ought to have been driven away. With C setting an example, the others apologized to Ruan Tang and resumed eating the fries. Though some truly fearful individuals refrained from continuing, Ruan Tang did not press them. Time would ultimately reveal all truths, so she continued to prepare the meal. She resolved to share one of the 2 eggs with C. Since he would be receiving an entire egg, there was no need to make egg drop soup. Ruan Tang sought half an egg with potatoes to create a dish, while the other half was transformed into a fried egg. As the egg hit the pan, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air, instantly captivating many. The sizzling sound compelled everyone to swallow involuntarily, who claimed eggs were unpalatable. They vowed to confront that individual. The flavor was simply exquisite, Ruan Tang smirked, knowing she had infused the oil with scallions to enhance the taste. This fried egg, even devoid of salt or soy sauce, was delightful. Nearby, Yi, upon catching a whiff of the aroma, immediately rescinded his previous judgment on eggs. How could eggs be anything but delicious? Such a fragrant egg was undoubtedly scrumptious. He could easily consume several in one sitting. Thus, he resolved to ensure the survival of the colorful chicken, striving to achieve the scene of egg freedom soon. With this thought in mind, Yi hurried to the colorful chicken's vicinity, tending to the creature that appeared either wilted from having its wings clipped or disoriented from its new environment. It was uncertain if the imbalance of the stone pot caused it, but an egg that had initially been round suddenly morphed into an awkward shape, making Ruan Tang blush. Was this coincidence too peculiar? Therefore, when Ruan Tang approached C with a lovingly prepared egg, her cheeks were flushed. "Are you unwell?" The feverish individual would naturally exhibit such a rosy complexion. "Cough, cough, it's nothing. I brought something warm." Ruan Tang set down the egg and hastily departed. Though C had no inkling of the sentiment behind the gesture, she could not help but feel embarrassed. It was as if she bore an inexplicable sense of guilt. Taking a deep breath, Ruan Tang returned to the stove to continue cooking. As I observed her retreating figure, his brow furrowing in confusion. Was he truly so fearsome that she fled so swiftly? He had not even inquired about the nature of the dish. Eggs? But were they not supposed to be unappetizing? The aroma, however, seemed quite pleasant. Moreover, the fried egg had an unconventional appearance. As I retrieved his chopsticks and began to eat leisurely to his delight, it tasted remarkably good. The expressions on the faces of those around him were filled with astonishment. I was actually dining among them. Although they dared not approach too closely, it was undeniably the first time he had eaten in the presence of so many people. And he appeared genuinely pleased. Ruan Tang's culinary creations evidently pleased him, and no wonder he had ignored May's offerings last time. He had grown accustomed to Ruan Tang's cooking. May glared at the scene before her, her eyes fixed on Ruan Tang, seething with indignation. Why was he only consuming Ruan Tang's dishes? Her own cooking was equally delectable. Why did he not even spare her a glance? She soon finished the meal Ruan Tang had prepared, standing up expressionlessly to return to his cave, not granting a single glance to those around him. The moment C departed, everyone visibly relaxed. They could not fathom why they felt such tension whenever in his presence. The barbecued meat they had just consumed seemed to lose its flavor. Ruan Tang observed C's retreating figure, sensing that his aura was not as frigid as before. Surely there must be a way to address the peculiar condition of his body. How could it be resolved? She wondered if she could be of any assistance, especially since C had aided her so many times. After committing this matter to memory, Ruan Tang resumed preparing egg drop soup. Before long, the soup was complete, and as she had anticipated, those who tasted it offered their praises, thus ensuring the survival of the colorful chicken, which was the outcome Ruan Tang had hoped for. After satisfying their hunger, Ming sat beside a stone, engaging Ruan Tang in conversation. Tang, this time I will have Lu remain. He called Lu over. Lu possessed commendable strength, making him the most suitable protector for Ruan Tang. As for Yi, being still juvenile, he struggled to protect himself, let alone safeguard Ruan Tang. Ming understood that Ruan Tang could not refrain from venturing beyond safe boundaries, nor could she avoid perilous endeavors. Therefore, he needed to ensure a reliable individual was assigned to guard her. As for C, he held little expectation. Although he had come forth to defend Ruan Tang earlier, who could say whether he would do so consistently? Thus, it was wiser to prepare additional protectors for Ruan Tang. Ruan Tang looked at Lu, a tall and robust male, though his expression bore signs of reluctance. This was understandable. After all, he was among the more formidable of the males. Playing a crucial role during hunts, he should be out in the hunting grounds rather than being tasked with protecting a cub, even if he had superficially agreed to the chieftain's wishes. Inwardly, he was undoubtedly discontented. Father, I am quite safe within the tribe. I do not require protection. Lu is your right-hand man. You cannot do without him when hunting. Moreover, with Xian and Shi absent, it will be even more challenging for you to hunt, making it all the more essential to have someone by your side. Ruan Tang did not offer further arguments and instead moved toward Ming. Lu appeared astonished, evidently not expecting Ruan Tang to be so understanding. Chapter 47. Seeking new possibilities, Ming felt a surge of pride. His little cub was indeed exceedingly thoughtful, considering him so deeply. You may be safe within the tribe, but you frequently venture beyond its protective confines. The outside world is fraught with dangers. Do not underestimate your own propensity to wander off, especially when I am absent. Ming sighed heavily. What shall I do about this brave little cub? What if she possesses too much capability? I am anxious and awaiting guidance. Cough, cough. Ruan Tang cleared her throat, feeling a tad embarrassed for being so transparent. Father, I promise I will be more cautious. Lu possesses many skills and can assist you. Plus, it is vital to have a strong male within the tribe for its safety. Ming insisted on leaving Lu behind. Lu's expression soured slightly. As an adult male, he felt his only contribution was to assist a young one, and he hoped this young one would not bring him trouble. Since Ming had spoken, Ruan Tang could hardly refuse. However, Lu's unwillingness was evident, and it seemed she needed to take measures to ensure his cooperation. After discussing this matter, the day darkened, and everyone retreated to the cave to prepare for sleep. Ruan Tang lay on the stone bed, contemplating how she could better assist her father. Hunting required not only skill and ability, but also weapons. Yet their tribe possessed only spears, which were crafted from bones and stones. clearly lacking in sharpness, in the absence of iron. If she wished to enhance their hunting capabilities, she would need to procure more aggressive weaponry. Bows and arrows appear to be suitable, but she would need to search for the materials to construct them. Tomorrow, she would set out to find them. If successful, she could enlist Lu's help in crafting them. Her father had mentioned that Lu possessed many skills, and the tribe's weapons were made by him and Jean together. Ruan Tang mentally mapped out her subsequent plans before drifting into slumber. Noticing Ruan Tang had fallen asleep, Ming quietly shared his arrangements with Jing. Jing approved of his plan, having previously expressed a desire to assist. According to Ruan Tang's strategy, if they aided the fruit trees, the trees would reward them with fresh fruits that if they all departed, the tribe would lack sufficient manpower to accomplish this task. However, Ruan Tang expressed her uncertainty about her abilities and feared unforeseen complications. Opting to test the waters alone initially before deciding whether to retain others for assistance. Given the thoroughness of Ruan Tang's plans, Jing wholeheartedly supported her. Thus, she would accompany Ming on his outing. The tribe's fruit supply must not dwindle, so until Ruan Tang succeeded, she would continue to gather fruit herself. The following day, when Ruan Tang awoke, the hunting party had already departed the tribe. This left her feeling disheartened. As she had been unable to bid farewell to her father and mother in person, she distinctly remembered not sleeping so soundly. Yet this time she had been deeply immersed in slumber. Perhaps it was the warmth and security of her parents' embrace that had lulled her into such restful sleep. Ruan Tang felt a mixture of joy and sorrow. Soon, however, she rallied her spirits. Her father had treated her with such kindness, and she could not bear to disappoint him. There was much yet to accomplish. As Ruan Tang stepped outside the cave, she found Lu sitting on a stone, appearing somewhat displeased. "Uncle Lu, would you accompany me to look for something outside?" she asked politely. Lu frowned, responding in a deep tone. "What are you searching for? I will help you find it." Clearly, he regarded Ruan Tang as a potential burden. "I need to see it first," she replied. Even though she knew what she needed, she wouldn't directly tell Lu, for the area beyond their safety was perilous, and she could not send him out alone to face danger. Lu immediately declined, asserting that the outside world was too dangerous. Since the chief had ordered him to stay behind to protect Ruan Tang, he felt it was his duty to ensure her safety. "I will be careful. I often ventured out secretly before my father is aware of this, which is why he is so worried about me," Ruan Tang insisted, genuinely not wishing to trouble C. After all, she was uncertain about where to find the item she needed and could only wander aimlessly outside. During her exploration, she would inevitably discover new things, which could help balance Lu's feelings. That Lu remarked. "So you are aware that you are causing your father trouble. To be precise, you are a burden to him." Ruan Tang, noticing Lu's demeanor, chose not to retort, but simply gazed at him. "Stay close to me," he instructed, picking up a spear and heading outside. Delighted, Ruan Tang strapped on her backpack and followed him with a small basket. Lu was a man of cold exterior but warm heart. If she could uncover something new, future outings would undoubtedly be much simpler. May observed them leaving the tribe and felt a pang of jealousy. The chief had specifically assigned someone to protect Ruan Tang while the hunting grounds were in dire need of manpower. How could the chief be so biased? She, too, was exceptional. Why had no one been designated to protect her? She was a vital presence in the tribe. May glared at Ruan Tang's retreating figure, muttering curses, wishing for her to encounter a venomous snake and never return. It seemed that May's jealousy towards Ruan Tang had intensified over time. Even Chao noticed this change and approached her, asking May, "What are you looking at?" "Mother, I also want to be the chief's child," May replied unabashedly. Chao had long been aware of May's aspirations and harbored similar thoughts herself. However, the chief seemed only to have eyes for Jing, which put her in a difficult position. "May, mother will find a way, but you must first maintain a good relationship with Tang. Perhaps they can leverage Ruan Tang's position." "Mother, I do not like Tang." May's disdain was evident, showcasing just how much she disliked her. "You need not like her. Just ensure the chief takes notice of you. He is quite attentive to his offspring, particularly towards Ming. That if May frequently approached him, she might just find an opportunity." After pondering, May reluctantly agreed, her lips pursed in thought. That moment, a figure passed by, sneering, "Some people are so hypocritical, presenting one fa ade while concealing another. If you despise Tang so much, then don't force yourself to like her. Tang has plenty of admirers and does not require your insincere affection. Ling looked down upon May's face flushed with anger. She wished to retort, but found herself at a loss for words. Finally, she shot back. What I do is none of your business. Ling rolled her eyes and departed, dismissing the hypocritical individual. How had she never noticed just how detestable May was? What nonsense was she spouting? Chapter 48. Rain approaches frustrated. May stomped her foot, upset that Ling dared to speak to her in such a manner. After all, she was merely a small, scrawny child. Chao rushed to comfort her, suggesting Ling was simply envious, which calmed May somewhat. The two then resumed their shameless daydreaming about a bright future. Ling, who had not strayed far, felt a chill run down her spine at their lofty aspirations. Nevertheless, she needed to warn Ruan Tang not to let that detestable May ensnare her. Unbeknownst to Ruan Tang, who was blissfully exploring the area beyond their safety with Lu, having someone accompany her was indeed advantageous, enabling her to accomplish much. Over the next few days, she would frequently venture out with Lu in search of new discoveries. As for traps and cultivation, she harbored no concerns, confident that Yi and Yun would manage those tasks admirably. After traveling a considerable distance, Ruan Tang instructed Lu to halt. "Is the item here?" Lu inquired, glancing around in confusion, as it appeared to be merely an area of flowers and grass. "There are plenty of herbs here." "I will dig some up first," she answered. Discoveries were meant to be made gradually. Upon learning they were herbs, Lu said nothing further, recognizing their value. "Hurry and dig," he urged. Although Lu was quite capable, he could not afford to be reckless in the face of potential danger. If a wild beast appeared, their only option would be to flee. Ruan Tang understood this well and knelt to begin harvesting the surrounding herbs. In the process, she also unearthed some wild vegetables, promising a delightful addition to their evening meal. Once she had gathered a sufficient amount, Ruan Tang began to wander again. Her primary mission for this outing was to locate the bark of the old Rami tree, known for its excellent coarse fibers suitable for crafting sturdy bowstrings. While she had considered using animal hides or sinews, leather from cattle and sinews were the ideal choices, yet their tribe had yet to hunt a single cow. Other wild animals would suffice, though perhaps not as effectively. The old Rami bark had additional benefits beyond this purpose, making it worthwhile to seek out, as she might also stumble upon even better resources. On the first day, she failed to find the old Rami tree, but discovered a considerable number of useful items. Ruan Tang felt quite satisfied with her findings, observing her joyfully handling the herbs. Lu was filled with curiosity. "What sort of herbs have you gathered to elicit such delight?" "Uncle Lu, I have found a herb that can be used to make anesthetics," she exclaimed, when Ruan Tang discovered the flowering plant. She felt a surge of excitement, as it signified her ability to concoct enabling her to undertake numerous endeavors. For instance, self-preservation, but if she could extract a potent enough anesthetic, subduing a wild beast would pose no challenge. Thus, her father's hunting expeditions would become considerably more secure. Furthermore, this anesthetic served a significant purpose in treating severe wounds. Xian and Qi, being robust males, could endure the pain during treatment, yet others might not possess the same fortitude. To prevent anyone from succumbing to excruciating agony, that was indeed essential. Anesthetic? Lu remained puzzled. "You'll understand once it is prepared." Nothing surpasses the value of practical experience. Just as Ruan Tang was about to take the sorted herbs out to dry, the sky gradually darkened. Raising her gaze, she noticed the sun obscured by a dense cloud, and a glance towards the horizon revealed a foreboding, dark sky. Rain was imminent, and it promised to be substantial. Ruan Tang worried about the hunting party and inquired with concern, "Uncle Lu, will father and the others have shelter from the rain? In the sweltering summer, one might not fear getting wet and falling ill. Yet encountering a thunderstorm in the forest posed certain dangers." Lu glanced at the sky. The sun had just emerged from behind the clouds and appeared far from threatening rain, with the sun shining so brightly. "How could it rain? It is about to rain. Even the ants are relocating," Ruan Tang pointed out, indicating the ground beneath Lu's feet. Lu looked even more bewildered. What connection could there be? Ruan Tang chose not to elaborate further and pressed. "What will father and the others do? We have carved out several caves along the hunting route, It is unsafe to sleep outside at night. Regardless of what occurs, they will return to the cave. So you needn't worry. They will not be drenched by the rain. Their hunting path was a well-established route, painstakingly explored by generations of their kin, with many sacrifices made to ensure its safety. Hearing this, Ruan Tang felt considerably reassured. "Knight, please help me bring the herbs into the cave." She caught sight of Knight's figure and called him over. Together, they carried the basket of herbs into the unoccupied cave. Just as they finished moving the herbs, the sky grew ominously dark. Lu muttered, "Is it really going to rain?" In the past, the sky had looked similarly dark before rainfall. "Quickly, let everyone into the cave. This rain will not be light." Ruan Tang feared the tribe members might fall ill from being caught in the rain. The males might not need to worry, but the elderly and the young would certainly be at risk. With such fine weather, how could it possibly rain? May remarked, as the sun once again broke through the clouds, casting bright rays that belied the idea of impending rain. Others also murmured in disbelief, clearly not convinced that rain was approaching. Once the rain truly begins, it will be too late, and they could fall ill from being soaked. The clearing they occupied was still some distance from a cave. In crossing, it would inevitably leave them drenched. Almost no one moved. Ling stepped forward, declaring, "I believe Tang. I will return to the cave to avoid the rain." Several others echoed her sentiment, convinced that Ruan Tang was guided by the beast god. Perhaps receiving some divine instruction. "I won't go. I haven't even roasted any meat yet. That I'm too hungry. I won't be able to sleep," one stubborn individual protested. The remaining meat was scant, allowing for only one meal a day. And since they had not eaten in the morning, they would surely go to bed hungry if they did not eat now. Ruan Tang observed the robust individuals and refrained from insisting further. However, she did urge the elderly and young ones to enter the cave. One by one, those who remained stubborn continued to stoke the fire to roast meat. Ruan Tang chose to ignore them, heading directly into the cave, where she began brewing ginger soup. If anyone caught a chill, the ginger soup would be perfect for warding off the cold. Although it was summer, the season was nearing its end, and the nights could still be quite cool. Moreover, staying in the cave would only amplify the chill of the night air. If they entered soaked, they would undoubtedly feel a biting cold. Chapter 49. Night disappeared as soon as Ruan Tang finished brewing the ginger soup. The people outside rushed in, hurriedly shedding their damp animal skin garments. "How could it suddenly rain like this?" someone exclaimed. Indeed, just moments ago, the sun was shining, they lamented, realizing too late that they should have heeded Ruan Tang's warning. "Now we're all soaked." "Achio!" One person involuntarily sneezed. With autumn approaching, the rain naturally carried a chill, and the cave felt even colder. "This is the ginger soup Tang just made. She said one bowl will keep you warm and help prevent illness." Ling announced, bringing the soup over, and no one doubted Ruan Tang now, as they eagerly took cups of the ginger soup. After drinking it, they indeed felt a warmth enveloping them, albeit the taste was not particularly remarkable. "Yes, this should keep us from falling ill. I certainly don't want to be sick. It's truly unbearable. Indeed, a mere oversight could lead to death. It's terrifying." Those who drank the ginger soup expressed their gratitude to Ruan Tang, who merely smiled, not holding on to their previous disbelief, for after all, she was still a mere child. Man Chao, also drenched, approached to take ginger soup as well. Ling mockingly remarked, "Weren't you skeptical of Tang? Why are you drinking her ginger soup now? Who cares about that? I'm just thirsty," Mei retorted, rolling her eyes, and shamelessly took a bowl of ginger soup to drink. Although the soup's flavor left much to be desired, it did indeed warm them. Perhaps Ruan Tang was right that it could ward off the cold and help prevent illness. Since when did Tang come to know so much? Is it truly all thanks to sea? Mei pondered, glancing at the smiling Ruan Tang. She had always believed she and Ruan Tang were quite close, but was that truly the case? The group silently finished their ginger soup before returning to their respective places to sleep. After preparing the ginger soup, Ruan Tang moved to the cave entrance. Gazing at the torrential downpour outside, her concern growing for the tribe members hunting in the forest. Although the hunting route had caves for shelter, she could not be certain if they had made it there in time. "Tang, what are you looking at?" Ling asked curiously, approaching her. "Autumn is approaching," Ruan Tang replied, feeling the temperature outside. "Autumn? Is it already fall?" Ling inquired. Yes, autumn is a wonderful season. Many crops are ripe for harvest. However, I have no crops to gather. Those recently planted potatoes will not be ready just yet. Ruan Tang yearned for the taste of rice, longing for it intensely. After days of consuming nothing but meat, she felt her skin growing coarse. The fruits and wild vegetables were simply insufficient, and the variety was too limited. Rainwater began to seep in. "And I must block the cave entrance," Lu announced, walking over. Ruan Tang stepped back, watching as Lu moved a massive stone to completely seal the entrance. She envied the tribe members with awakened powers. A stone of such size could be moved by a single individual, while she feared she could not budge it an inch, even with all her strength. Just as Ruan Tang was about to return to her stone bed to cultivate, Yin rushed in, nearly tripping in the dim cave. Once she steadied herself, she dashed to Ruan Tang, breathless and unable to articulate her words. "Sister Tang Tang, don't panic. What has happened?" Ruan Tang quickly reassured her. "Sister Tang, brother is missing," Yin said, her voice trembling with tears. Ruan Tang immediately sprang from her stone bed, demanding, "When did brother go missing?" "He told me to come inside to avoid the rain, saying he would follow shortly. But I never saw him again." Yin had only realized the seriousness of the situation when she was blocked from entering the cave and had hastily come to find Ruan Tang. "Do you know where he went?" Ruan Tang pondered what Knight could possibly be doing at this moment. Yin shook her head. "I don't know, Sister Tang. What should we do? Will brother be all right?" The more she spoke, the more fearful she became, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Don't cry. Your brother will be fine." Ruan Tang's mind raced. Based on her understanding of Knight, if he had recklessly ventured out knowing it would rain, it could only be for food. Could he have gone outside the safe zone to retrieve the smoked meat? Or perhaps to protect that colorful chicken? Ruan Tang's countenance was far from pleasant. She had always been aware of Ye's unwavering obsession with food, and thus had consistently endeavored to ensure he was well fed. Moreover, after their previous encounter while fishing, she had hoped that he would refrain from engaging in such perilous activities again. Yet, she was dismayed to find that his relentless pursuit of sustenance had not changed. Turning to retrieve a piece of snake skin from the basket, she approached the cave's entrance and addressed Lu. "Uncle Lu, I must step outside for a moment. What do you intend to do out there?" "The rain is torrential, and it is far too dangerous," Lu replied, clearly disapproving of her decision to venture out at such a time. "Yi is still outside. I need to find him. Why he was her first friend in this place, and he had placed his trust in her. She was resolute in her determination to ensure his safety." The commotion had drawn the attention of several tribe members, who merely observed without intervening, recognizing the genuine dangers posed by the inclement weather. No one wished to take unnecessary risks. Lu furrowed his brow, astonished that anyone, let alone an underage child, would remain outside in such conditions. "Stay in the cave. I shall go look for him," he finally decided. Ruan Tang wished to protest, but Lu's serious demeanor silenced her. "It is far too perilous outside. You must not go. The rain is relentless, and the ground is already partially submerged. Numerous venomous insects and snakes lurk in the water. A careless step could result in a bite, with dire consequences. Here, use this snake skin to protect your feet," Ruan Tang said. Handing him the piece she had just retrieved, Lu accepted it without hesitation, wrapping it around his feet before shifting aside a portion of the cave entrance and stepping out into the rain. Peering through the small opening, Ruan Tang noted that the downpour was intensifying, rendering the outside world nearly invisible. "Sister Tang, will brother be all right?" Yun's small shoulders trembled as she wept. Ruan Tang gently patted her shoulder. "Do not worry. It will be fine." Though she spoke reassuringly, her furrowed brow revealed her own concerns for Ye's safety. If he had merely gone to the Kaiwa chicken, that would be one thing. But if he ventured beyond the safe zone, time seemed to stretch as neither Lu nor Yi returned. Ruan Tang felt restless waiting idly and decided to fetch 2 more pieces of snake skin. "Tang, didn't Uncle Lu tell you to wait here for them?" Xian limped toward the cave entrance, his wounds healing well enough that he could manage to walk, albeit with difficulty. Ruan Tang hurried to support him. "Brother Xian, you should sit down. Your wounds are not fully healed, and walking could cause them to reopen." His injuries were deep, and the lack of proper medical care made it miraculous that he was recovering at all. "I am feeling much better," Xian insisted, yet he complied and sat down. aware that if his wounds reopened, it would burden Ruan Tang further. I'm a bit concerned that Uncle Liu has been gone for so long. Ruan Tang admitted Liu was one of the tribe's strongest warriors. He would undoubtedly bring Yi back safely. If even Liu could not manage it, Ruan Tang stood little chance, considering she had yet to awaken her bloodline. I might be able to find them. I can consult the trees, she suggested, explaining her desire to venture outside. They might become lost in the rain, but she could still find her way. I know a few places he might have gone. I just need to check those locations, Ruan Tang declared, wrapping the snake skin around her feet. I shall accompany you, Xian insisted, attempting to rise. Brother Xian, you must sit down. Your wounds are still healing, and you cannot get them wet. I will go alone. Rest assured, I will be cautious and not stray far from the cave, Ruan Tang quickly countered. She could not allow Xian to risk further injury. The potential for infection was far too great. No, it is too dangerous for you to go alone, Xian protested. He owed his life to Ruan Tang and could not bear to watch her venture into peril. I will be careful, Ruan Tang replied, touched by his concern. Perhaps I should accompany you. Shi limped over, having been unable to hunt due to his injury, yet still possessing considerable strength. Uncle Shi, there is no need to trouble yourself. The ground is slippery in the rain, and I worry you might get hurt. I will remain close to the cave. There is little danger, Ruan Tang reassured him. Though Shi's strength was intact, his mobility was compromised, making it challenging for him to navigate in the rain. After contemplating, Shi recognized he might hinder Ruan Tang and ultimately refrained from insisting on accompanying her. The rest of the tribe shared similar sentiments. Ruan Tang could only marvel at the depth of their concern for her. In the end, after much persuasion, she managed to convince them to relent. Overwhelmed with gratitude, she nearly shed tears. Wrapping her feet securely, she comforted Yun before donning the snake skin and stepping outside. Thankfully, Liu had left a small opening for her. Otherwise, she would have been unable to exit, as Shi and the others would not have been willing to help move the stones. Once outside, she was drenched by the torrential rain. The snake skin covering her head offered little protection. She realized the urgency of crafting a raincoat. Enduring such downpours in winter would surely lead to severe illness, and even ginger soup might not suffice. Struggling to keep her eyes open amidst the sheets of rain, she pressed onward. The deluge was so heavy that she pondered the possibility of mudslides. Glancing around the cave's perimeter, she felt reassured by the stability of the mountainside. Resolutely, she trudged toward the direction where the Kaiwa chicken was kept. After much effort, she arrived but found no sign of either the chicken or why. It appeared he had settled the chicken, perhaps to gather the smoked meat. In truth, he need not have bothered. The vain ginkgo tree would have taken care of it. She recalled a tree with a hollow that could easily store the smoked meat, as the tree had promised to protect it from the rain. Venturing beyond the safe zone was undeniably perilous, causing her to hesitate. Yet thoughts of the one who had sworn unwavering loyalty to her before the beast god compelled her to act. The water had pooled significantly, rendering the path treacherous and muddy. Several times she nearly fell. Nevertheless, she pressed on until she reached a cluster of trees, halting to inquire, "Dear trees, did you happen to see a young man pass this way?" Having greeted the trees surrounding the tribe, they recognized Ruan Tang, though they occasionally ignored her, as she had yet to fulfill many of their requests. "The rain is so heavy, it stings my branches," lamented a youthful voice. Ruan Tang turned to see a relatively young tree. Contemplating for a moment, she approached and draped the snake's skin over its branches. "Does that alleviate the pain?" she asked gently. The young tree shyly pointed with its branch in a certain direction. "I saw a young man go that way." Ruan Tang glanced in the indicated direction and saw it led toward where the smoked meat was stored. Turning back to the young tree, she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you. Once the rain subsides, I shall help you with fertilization and aeration of the soil." With that, she continued her arduous journey through the muddy terrain. Suddenly, she cried out, "Ah!" Having misstepped, she tumbled to the ground and felt something squish beneath her. Upon closer inspection, she found herself atop a worm, startling her nearly into the air, uncertain if it was venomous. Ruan Tang quickly rose to evade any potential bites. Once her heart rate calmed, she resumed her progress. When she finally found Yi, she would surely give him a stern reprimand for his reckless behavior. Abruptly, she spotted a blurred figure ahead. "Uncle Lu?" she called tentatively. "Tang, what are you doing out here?" Lu responded, making his way toward her. "I know the places he might go, so I wanted to search for him." As Lu drew closer, Ruan Tang could finally see that he had indeed found Yi, cradling the unconscious boy in his arms. "Uncle Lu, what has happened to Yi?" Ruan Tang inquired, concern etched across her face. "I discovered him at the base of a slope. It seems he accidentally slipped and struck his head." Ruan Tang has already dashed out, and at this point, blaming her would be futile. However, one must commend the bravery of this little one. Truly, she is the offspring of the clan leader. Ruan Tang's face was etched with concern. "Could it be that he has suffered a concussion? We should return to the cave first," Green stated solemnly. "It is unsafe out here. We must make haste back to the cave." "Very well." Ruan Tang hurriedly matched Green's pace. Chapter 51. Healing Yi before long, they returned to the cave, where the inhabitants gathered around, their faces filled with concern. Ruan Tang urged everyone to clear a path and knelt beside Yi to assess his condition. After a preliminary examination, it appeared that he had not simply knocked his head and lost consciousness, but rather seemed to be suffering from some form of poisoning. Ruan Tang quickly checked for any signs of insect bites on his body. Indeed, she found a small wound on his ankle, the blood oozing from it a dark crimson, clearly indicative of venom. He has been bitten by a poisonous insect. Ling exclaimed in shock. The expression on everyone's faces darkened. Being bitten by a venomous creature was a dire predicament for Yi. In the past, those who had suffered such bites often emerged weakened, if they survived at all. Given Ye's prolonged unconsciousness, the poison must be severe, and a moment's inattention could lead to his demise. "Brother, you cannot die. Oh, you cannot leave Yun all alone." Yun cried as she shook Yi. The surrounding individuals bowed their heads in silence, their hearts heavy with sorrow for the two unfortunate children whose parents had perished in the hunting grounds. They had finally endured until Yi awakened his bloodline, and now, just as he could fend for himself and his sister, calamity struck again. "Yun, do not weep. Your brother will be fine," Ruan Tang interjected, trying to comfort her. "Oh, Sister Tang, will my brother truly be all right?" Yun's trust in Ruan Tang was as steadfast as that in her brother. Before Ruan Tang could respond, the others began to sigh. Such words are merely to placate the young Yun. Indeed, who does not know that a venomous bite often heralds death or something very near it? How pitiful that Yun's cries grew even more heart-wrenching. Ruan Tang felt overwhelmed by the clamor around her, and, suppressing her anger, asked, "Yun, do you believe in Sister Tang?" Yun nodded vigorously. "Then do not cry. Your brother will be fine. Sister Tang promises that soon you'll have a lively brother back." Ruan Tang's words inexplicably instilled a sense of reassurance. Yun nodded resolutely. Since Sister Tang said her brother would be all right, it surely would be so. She trusted Sister Tang just as her brother did. Ruan Tang requested the surrounding individuals to remain silent, for their noise would hinder her ability to treat Yi. They complied, though some remained skeptical about Ruan Tang's ability to heal him. Even she could not save someone bitten by a venomous insect. How could Ruan Tang, a mere child, be expected to do so? Yet, they refrained from further distressing Yun, who was already suffering enough. Mei observed Ruan Tang's serious demeanor as she tended to Yi, scoffing with disdain. It was all an act. If she failed to save him, she would see how Ruan Tang would explain herself. Ruan Tang retrieved a stone knife, crafted for her by Jin Ho, and placed it over the fire to warm. Everyone looked on in confusion. What is she doing? Is she suddenly craving roasted meat? After warming the stone knife, Ruan Tang knelt beside Yi once more, indifferent to the hard ground that could easily abrade her skin. The mildly heated stone knife sliced into Ye's wound, and Ruan Tang pressed down upon it, black blood seeping forth. The onlookers shook their heads, realizing the venom from the insect that bit Yi must be exceedingly potent. Otherwise, the blood would not be so dark that it seemed Yi might not survive. Once she had drained enough of the blood, Ruan Tang rummaged through her basket and retrieved a bamboo tube, pouring out a powdery antidote she had prepared over the past 2 days. Knowing the abundance of venomous insects and snakes in the area, she had taken the precaution of making this antidote, which, while not capable of neutralizing all poisons, could at least alleviate some of the effects. Ruan Tang did not expect this alone would restore Ye's health. She planned to search for additional antidotal herbs once the rain subsided. The poison coursing through Ye's veins was likely akin to that of a scorpion, its potency formidable, yet fortunately not immediately lethal. Otherwise, she would have been unable to provide any emergency aid. After bandaging Ye's wound, she stood up, her knees now a vivid red, yet she appeared oblivious, continuing her frantic efforts. In her previous role as a physician, she had knelt for hours tending to patients that, "I asked this all." Someone incredulously inquired, "I still need to go out and find herbs to brew him a remedy. The rain is too heavy now. It is impossible to gather herbs or even see the path clearly, so I must wait until it abates." However, Ye's condition cannot afford to wait long. If the rain does not cease, soon the clan members regarded Ruan Tang as having exhausted her options. Using this as an excuse, and shook their heads as they returned to their places. Yin remained steadfastly by Ye's side, terrified that her brother might leave her forever. He was her only remaining family. "Yin, you should get some sleep. I will watch over your brother," Ruan Tang gently urged her. "I want to wait for my brother to wake up." Yin stubbornly shook her head. "Once your brother awakens, you will be tired. Surely, you would not want him to awaken with no one to care for him, would you?" Ruan Tang had to change her approach. After a moment's contemplation, Yin found this reasoning compelling and reluctantly moved to a corner to sleep, insisting that Sister Tang must awaken her when her brother stirred. "Very well," Ruan Tang nodded. After Yin settled down, Ruan Tang brought a small basket to Ye's side and retrieved a bamboo tube. Opening the lid, she took out a finely sharpened bamboo needle and sighed. "If it truly comes to that, I shall have to use this in place of a silver needle." Previously, she had been concerned about the risk of infection, but given the current circumstances, such worries were secondary. Survival took precedence. Moreover, the physical constitution of the people here was far better than she had anticipated, so perhaps she need not be overly concerned. However, one point remained critical. A set of bamboo needles could only be used on one individual. After waiting for considerable time, the rain outside showed no signs of letting up. It seemed this was no ordinary thunderstorm. It was likely to continue for quite some time, and while she could afford to wait, Yi could not. Ruan Tang had no choice but to enlist help in rekindling the fire, planning to administer acupuncture to detoxify Yi. The cave suddenly lit up, awakening several individuals, though they soon drifted back to sleep. Ruan Tang extracted a slender bamboo needle and sought the acupoints on Ye's body. Truth be told, she seldom employed acupuncture, as Western medicine was often exceedingly convenient. Were it not for having a traditional Chinese medicine master, her skills in that field might have languished. The long needle, reflecting the firelight, appeared somewhat intimidating, especially in such dim surroundings. When someone inadvertently opened their eyes, they beheld Ruan Tang's shadow against the stone wall, poised to insert the needle, and were startled into sitting upright. Chapter 52. Acupuncture to save a life. She is killing someone. A terrified shriek echoed throughout the cave, rousing everyone from their slumber. They looked bewilderedly at Mei, who was staring in horror at Ruan Tang, trembling as she pointed a shaking finger in her direction, as if witnessing a truly dreadful scene. Ruan Tang's hand trembled as she nearly misdirected the needle, shooting an angry glare at Mei. The crowd soon realized the situation. Ruan Tang was about to pierce Yi with a long bamboo needle. If she proceeded, would she not pierce him through? Shocked and wide awake, they scrambled to their feet and rushed over to seize the needle from Ruan Tang's grasp. "Tang, what are you doing? How could you harm him?" Hua gazed at Ruan Tang in disbelief. This child had grown under her watchful eye, always kind and adorable. How could she now wield such a fearsome object to harm another? If Mei had not awakened just in time, would Yi have succumbed to her actions? Ruan Tang surely could not save Yi and, fearing her deceit might be exposed, had seized the opportunity to harm him while everyone slept, planning to offer some other excuse when they awoke. Thus evading responsibility, Mei engaged in futile speculation. Upon hearing this, Hua was filled with heartache, lamenting how a once healthy child had come to such a state. If her intent was to conceal her inability to cure Yi, it was utterly unnecessary. She could have simply confessed her limitations. They would not have blamed her. After all, she was merely an ordinary child, lacking the extraordinary skills to save lives. Yet, how could she resort to such a terrifying means of concealment? "Silence," Ruan Tang coldly admonished Mei. Just moments ago, May had nearly misdirected the needle. Had she unwittingly struck a vital point, the consequences would have been dire. Chastened by Ruan's reprimand, May instinctively fell silent. Ruan then turned her gaze towards Hua, her demeanor earnest and unquestionable, and stated, "Aunt Hua, I am here to save ye. While I was asleep, the beast god imparted to me a method to revive him. I must administer the needle swiftly, or ye will be in grave danger." Hua found herself momentarily speechless. Then a tender voice interjected, "Sister Tang, I believe in the beast god, and I trust you." Ruan turned, offering Yun a gentle smile, "that I will not betray your faith in me." With that, her attention returned to Yi. Disregarding the surrounding skeptical gazes, steady and self-assured, she plunged the bamboo needle into the acupoints on Ye's body, one after another. Many were too frightened to watch, turning their heads in trepidation. Would such a barrage of needles not prove fatal? However, the anticipated scene of bloodshed did not materialize. The needle was swiftly withdrawn, and instead of peril, Yi rolled over and expelled a mouthful of black blood, subsequently regaining consciousness. Everyone gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene that Yi had indeed been revived. "Thank you, beast god." Someone suddenly knelt and exclaimed. Soon, the entire cave echoed with similar cries of gratitude. After their fervent expressions of thanks, they added, "Thank you, Tang," and it was rare for the beast god to bestow such skills upon anyone else. Yet now Tang had earned his recognition and guidance, marking her as a person of destiny. In this moment, May came to her senses, her eyes filled with jealousy as she glared at Ruan Tang. Why was it that the beast god acknowledged her, while ignoring May, despite their similar ages? How could Ruan Tang dare to shout at her in front of so many? She harbored a deep-seated animosity toward Ruan Tang, particularly resenting how she consistently drew attention to herself, as she was doing now. Using the pretext that Yi required quiet for recovery, Ruan Tang managed to send the clan members back to sleep, while she herself tended to Ye's post-treatment needs. Yun, with excitement, held the weakened Yi, exclaiming, "Brother, it's so wonderful that you're all right." Ye's poison had not yet been fully expelled, rendering him unable to speak. He could only gaze at Yun, offering silent comfort. Ruan Tang spoke coldly, "If you did not wish to cause us worry, why engage in such worrisome actions?" Yi looked at Ruan in a panic, recalling her previous warning. If he ever repeated such reckless behavior for the sake of food, he should not follow her any longer. He did not want to leave Ruan Tang. He wished to protect her always. This time, he had thought he would be in time to avoid trouble, only to find himself caught in a torrential downpour. Bitten by a venomous creature, and on the brink of meeting the beast god, he had believed his demise was inevitable. Yet here he was, alive, able to see his sister and Ruan Tang. What a stroke of fortune. His survival was undoubtedly due to Ruan Tang's considerable efforts. He felt immense gratitude toward her. At this moment, he would obey her every command, even if she asked him to sacrifice himself, but he implored her not to cast him away. Observing Ye's desperate attempts to rise and plead for her forgiveness, Ruan Tang's heart softened. With a deep sigh, she said, "Rest now. Once you recover, all the arduous tasks will be yours. Consider this a punishment." Yi, however, showed no signs of discontent. Instead, he broke into a broad smile, thinking that Tang was truly the best person in the world. Ruan Tang rolled her eyes and returned to her stone bed, feeling somewhat dejected. Indeed, she was too soft-hearted. You would surely not learn his lesson this way. If he were to pull such a stunt again, it might very well give her a heart condition. Fortunately, her skills remained intact. Otherwise, she would have been utterly helpless in this moment, and she would have despised herself for it. As Ruan Tang lay on her stone bed, listening to the rain outside, a wave of sorrow washed over her. This place was fraught with peril that a single rainstorm could bring about a life-threatening crisis, let alone other calamities. How could she survive better here? There were so many tasks to accomplish and much to refine. She needed to devise a plan, a thorough plan. As Ruan Tang pondered these thoughts, she drifted into slumber. However, this time, she did not enter the familiar space nor see Xiao Puti. Instead, she felt herself plunging into a frigid pool. No matter how she swam upwards, she could not resurface. Eventually, exhaustion overtook her, and she sank deeper into the water, unable to breathe. This sensation was unbearable, as if she were on the brink of death. Would she perish? Where would she go after death? To heaven? Would she meet angels? It seemed she could see one, a remarkably beautiful angel, albeit one that appeared somewhat cold. Chapter 53. Illness. Ruan Tang felt her head heavy, as if it had been filled with several pounds of water. Even lifting her eyelids required significant effort. Who was she? Where was she? What had transpired? She was utterly bewildered. I approached with a bamboo bowl filled with water, helping Ruan Tang sit up and offering her a drink. Ruan Tang, feeling parched, did not think twice and gulped it down eagerly. After drinking, her head felt somewhat clearer. At least the throbbing had lessened. See? Ruan Tang weakly leaned against the stone wall, scanning her surroundings, realizing she was in C's cave, lying on his stone bed. She distinctly remembered sleeping on her own bed. How had she awakened here? You carried you here, C explained calmly from his seat. Ruan Tang suddenly understood. No wonder she felt so unwell. It was likely due to the rain she had been caught in yesterday, without properly warming herself. I must have been oblivious, she murmured to herself. I looked at her. His eyes tinged with a hint of coldness. He opened his lips, but ultimately fell silent, pressing them tightly together, revealing his displeasure. Ruan Tang noticed and assumed he was annoyed by her occupying his bed. She attempted to rise, but C stated flatly, "If you fall, I lack the strength to lift you again." Ruan Tang sensed an underlying threat in his tone and obediently lay back down, realizing that if she did fall, C might very well not help her back up. The implications of his words were thought-provoking. Had she fallen while unconscious, thus necessitating C's assistance? Ruan Tang prided herself on her sleeping posture, especially in illness. She possessed neither the energy nor strength to tumble from the bed. Has the rain stopped? She asked weakly, nestled under C's snow-white beast skin blanket, leaning against the stone wall. Yes, not only has it stopped, but the sun has risen. Could you please call Aunt Hua for me? I wish to retrieve some things from the cave. If I simply lie here, I cannot tell when I will recover. I need to brew some medicine for myself. Her body was not as robust as that of the adults. If she fell ill and did not take medicine, she might truly be in dire straits. C did not respond, but instead rose and retrieved a basket, placing it before Ruan Tang. Which items do you need? Ruan Tang was taken aback. Wasn't this her basket for herbs? How had it ended up here? How did he know she needed it? Had Liu brought it along when she was carried here? It seemed that this gentleman had considered everything thoroughly. In truth, C had fetched the basket himself. When he entered the large cave, he had startled the clan members, for he rarely ventured into their spaces. Even during rescues, he preferred to have the injured brought out for treatment, citing that the cave lacked ventilation, which was detrimental to recovery. Why porcelain jar? Before she could finish her sentence, C produced the very jar she sought. His preparedness was truly remarkable. Ruan Tang found herself at a loss for words, selecting the herbs she required from the basket. Fortunately, she was aware that a cold was a common ailment, so she had prepared in advance. It seemed that her foresight was finally proving useful. After she had chosen the herbs, C took the initiative to come over, assisting her in brewing the medicine, which left Ruan Tang somewhat taken aback. Shall I do it? She suggested, observing his unfamiliarity with the task. Realizing he had never engaged in such work before, It felt rather guilty to have someone as ethereal as him partake in such mundane activities. You should rest here for the time being, C said. Despite his lack of skill, he proceeded with an orderly manner. This was something Ruan Tang had never anticipated. Once she managed to regain her composure, she quickly shook her head. No, there's only a stone bed here. I can't possibly let you sleep on the ground. Given how fastidious you are, I doubt you could endure such a situation. Besides, I'm not ill enough to be unable to return to my own cave. Am I? The stone bed was still relatively spacious. C's tone was devoid of any emotion. Ruan Tang was certain he had no thoughts about the implications of a man and a woman sharing the same bed. Or perhaps he viewed her merely as a child, not considering it in any other light. It would be inappropriate for her to bring it up, especially since his thoughts were so pure, while hers wandered in more suggestive directions. That I can go back to recuperate, Ruan Tang finally protested weakly. The conditions there are poor, making it difficult to recover from illness. C's rationale was sound. leaving Ruan Tang with no room for rebuttal. However, for reasons she cannot fathom, Ruan Tang felt that C's motivations extended beyond merely wanting her to recuperate. Her head was spinning. She decided not to dwell on it. After all, was he really going to harm her? Moreover, she had nothing of value that he could desire. Perhaps she was overthinking. Ruan Tang lay back down, slipping into a drowsy slumber once more. C, with his eyes lowered, continued to brew the medicine, the air thick with the rich aroma of herbs. Suddenly, his gaze flicked towards Ruan Tang, a glimmer of understanding crossing his features before he lowered his eyelids once more, concealing a hint of intrigue. He was certain of one thing. The aura radiating from Ruan Tang while she slept was something he desperately needed. If he could spend more time in her company, his own condition might improve significantly. Yet, the challenge remained. How to keep this little female by his side, sleeping peacefully. Ruan Tang was awakened by her thirst. Struggling to rise, but finding her body devoid of strength. Her illness had likely worsened. Indeed, it was impossible to recover without taking medicine. She reached out to prop herself up, only to touch something cold. Turning, she was startled to find herself face to face with C's extraordinarily handsome visage, magnified before I had evidently been roused from his slumber, his deep-set, captivating eyes now wide open, taking in the sight of the dazed girl before him. He suddenly found the little female somewhat endearing, prompting him to lie on his side, propping his head with one hand as he admired the foolishness of the girl before him. And C's hair was long and dark, tousled from sleep, scattering across his body in the bed. The animal skin garment that had snugly wrapped his form was now loosened at the collar, revealing a robust and pale chest that a lock of black hair fell across it, creating a striking contrast that drew attention, leaving one in awe of his perfection. Having just awakened, his expression was still somewhat languid, his already enchanting eyes now brimming with allure, his lips, as delicate as cherry blossoms, curved into a pleased smile upon seeing Ruan Tang. There was nothing inherently wrong, yet combined with his demeanor, it exuded a certain charm. He resembled a celestial being who had inadvertently fallen into the realm of enchantment, evoking no fear, but rather a willingness to succumb. Even if it meant sacrificing everything, there would be no regrets. Even if he were a demon, he would reign above all, a king to whom one would gladly yield. Chapter 54. Almost nosebleed. The sound of swallowing echoed oddly in the silence of the cave. I was somewhat perplexed. Why was this little female swallowing in his presence? Did he resemble food? C couldn't quite comprehend it. Yet this did not deter him from continuing to enjoy Ruan Tang's increasingly expressive reactions. What are you doing on the bed? Ruan Tang stammered, her tongue tripping over itself. Her body was already heated from the fever, and witnessing such a tantalizing scene made her feel even hotter, as if trapped in a sauna, struggling to catch her breath. I simply came up to take a nap. Surprisingly, he felt quite comfortable sleeping beside this little female. He didn't need to wrap himself in a thick layer of animal skins, and even found it a bit warm. This explained why his collar was undone, clearly unable to withstand the heat. Ruan Tang was momentarily at a loss for words. Although his response seemed reasonable, she felt an underlying dissonance. Did that mean she had to share a bed with him until she recovered? No, please spare her. She feared that waking up to such a sight every day would lead to uncontrollable nosebleeds, which would be utterly embarrassing. In a panic, Ruan Tang averted her gaze, determined not to look at C's excessively alluring expression. But would that even help? His captivating image lingered in her mind. She couldn't take it any more. To what's wrong? C inquired with concern, his voice so melodious it sent shivers down Ruan Tang's spine. I am thirsty. I need some water, she replied, lifting her head, fearing that a sudden nosebleed might catch her off guard. I frowned slightly. Just moments ago, she had regarded him as food, repeatedly swallowing, and now she seemed to view him as a formidable beast to avoid. Indeed, females were utterly incomprehensible. I got up to pour her a glass of water. Ruan Tang watched his leisurely movements, once again finding herself infatuated. How could anything he did appear so strikingly handsome? It wasn't until C called her name several times that Ruan Tang snapped back to reality, taking the bamboo cup and drinking it down in one go, as if only this could quench the fire within her. Ruan Tang felt a wave of frustration. How had she never noticed her own infatuation before? How could that enticing scene leave her so disoriented? Do you want more? C leaned closer to Ruan Tang, his warm breath brushing against her ear, causing her to shiver. The word want felt oddly embarrassing. Ruan Tang suspected C was doing this on purpose, speaking in such a magnetic tone, so close to her ear. Do you want or not? C's voice regained a hint of coolness. Ruan Tang felt her tumultuous emotions settle somewhat. As she cleared her throat, yes, C then went to pour her another glass of water. Is this water boiled? Ruan Tang asked as she drank the warm liquid. Didn't you say boiled water is better for you? C replied, holding a potato in one hand and the medicine in the other. A few days prior, she had informed her kin that boiled water was preferable, as drinking unboiled water could lead to illness. However, her kin often found it troublesome, only boiling water occasionally, while most of the time they drank untreated water. Ruan Tang couldn't possibly supervise everyone. All she could do was emphasize what needed to be said. I handed her the potato. Eat something first before taking her medicine. Ruan Tang even began to suspect that C might be from the same world as her, as he seemed to know that one should eat something before taking medicine. I was incredibly considerate, knowing she could not manage heavy meat dishes at the moment, so he offered her a potato. Not long after finishing the potato, Ruan Tang swallowed down the bitter medicine, her face contorting into a grimace. C's lips curled into a smile. It turned out there were things this little female feared. She faced venomous insects and snakes without a hint of dread. There's no candy here. I'm truly going to suffer, Ruan Tang grumbled after drinking the medicine. That moment, a fruit appeared before her. Ruan Tang looked up in surprise to see C gazing at her with a neutral expression. Thank you, C. You're truly wonderful. Ruan Tang took the medicine and began to consume it eagerly. The fragrant sweetness enveloping her senses, effectively dispelling the bitterness that lingered in her mouth. After finishing the medication, it wasn't long before she felt drowsy again, compelling her to lie down once more. Yet, before succumbing to slumber, she cast a lingering gaze at C, who was seated upon the stone chair. Surely, he wouldn't dare to climb into bed again. Would he? Lost in such thoughts, Ruan Tang drifted into sleep. C, seated there, fixated on the divination before him, found himself momentarily lost in contemplation. Once Ruan Tang had fallen asleep, the energy emanating from her indeed seemed to benefit his condition. Thus, it could be said that the opportunity lay with her. C's slender fingers idly manipulated the divination symbols, his dark eyes glimmering with a faint, ethereal light. A sardonic smile tugged at the corners of his lips as he glanced toward the sky outside the cave. It seemed that even the heavens held no sway over him. A flash of lightning flickered in the sky, almost as if issuing a warning. Yet, C paid it no heed, and the sardonic smile only deepened on his face. He rose, indifferent, and approached Ruan Tang to end the past. Fate had proven powerless against him. Now it was even more so. Who could have imagined that such a powerful entity would treat all beings so unjustly? And he was but one of those unjustly treated souls. I considered himself not a good person, yet he was certainly not one deserving of collective wrath. What right did such an entity have to obstruct all his paths? Previously, he might have lamented the injustices of fate, yearning to point accusing fingers at the heavens. But now, he understood that everything relied upon himself. Clinging to those entities would only lead to his own demise. Gazing at the peacefully slumbering Ruan Tang, the sardonic smile faded from his lips. He extended a pale finger, gently tracing her cheek, recalling the flustered expression she had worn moments before, a pleased smile gracing his features. This little female was rather endearing. I shed his heavy fur cloak, donning only a garment that wrapped around his waist, and quietly lay beside Ruan Tang. The sudden chill caused her to shiver, yet she remained undisturbed, instinctively shifting away from the icy presence beside her, curling herself into a ball. I glanced at the bundled figure beside him, his brow furrowing slightly. For the first time, he felt a twinge of irritation at his own coldness. Otherwise, embracing this little female might have allowed him to absorb even more of the wondrous energy she exuded. Chapter 55, a constant desire to be together when Ruan Tang awoke once more. She felt that her illness had not only persisted, but had worsened. How could this be? She had taken the correct medicine. Why did it feel as though she had caught a chill again? Reflecting carefully on her drowsy state, she recalled how she had been shivering uncontrollably. Curling up into a tight ball had done her no good. She had been wrapped in blankets inside the cave. How could she possibly be cold? Ruan Tang cast a suspicious glance at C, who was sitting on the stone chair, nibbling on some fruit. In this cave, he seemed to be the only potential source of her unintentional chill. Could it be that he had climbed into bed while she was asleep? Eating something before taking his medicine, C, ever attentive, approached her with food and medicine in hand. Ruan Tang, feeling downcast, bit into a potato. Perhaps her sleeping position had been poor, causing her to kick off the blankets. Tonight, she must wrap herself tightly to sleep. Otherwise, if she caught another chill, her illness would surely worsen. After taking her medicine, Ruan Tang lay back on the bed and addressed C. C, perhaps you could send me back? Otherwise, I would have to share a bed again tonight, and I fear I might uncontrollably bleed from my nose if I see that scene again in the morning. Moreover, she had many tasks awaiting her, especially concerning ES condition, which was still uncertain. Merely administering acupuncture would not suffice. Further care was required. You truly dislike spending time with me? C inquired. Ruan Tang's instincts warned her not to show any reluctance to be with him, lest the consequences be dire. No. How could that be? I would rather be with you at every moment, Ruan Tang replied. Lacking in decorum, C's lips curled into a slight arc, but quickly faded, leaving one unable to discern whether he was pleased or displeased. In that case, rest early. With me personally attending to you, what grievances could there be? Ruan Tang had intended to say more, but it seems C had no intention of granting her the opportunity. Resigned, she laid down to rest. Due to her illness, Ruan Tang felt she could never get enough sleep. Barely had she settled down when she fell asleep again, even though she had just awakened. C observed her, pleased that she had quickly succumbed to slumber. She was a well-behaved little female. What had she just said? That she wished to be with him at every moment. It seemed he had been too busy. He must carve out more time to satisfy this little female's constant desire for companionship. If Ruan Tang were aware of C's thoughts, she would undoubtedly be at a loss for tears. This was clearly akin to picking up a stone to crush her own foot. C lay down beside Ruan Tang, despite the discomfort it brought him. However, her condition had worsened. If he allowed her to catch another chill, she might succumb as those who had fallen ill before her had, which was not a fate he desired. Thus, when morning arrived, Ruan Tang found her condition had not deteriorated further and had indeed improved considerably. At the very least, she no longer felt completely drained and could rise from bed to move about. Ruan Tang had initially intended to greet C before returning, yet he was nowhere to be found in the cave. After a moment of thought, she decided to venture out alone. Surely he wouldn't mind, especially since she felt her health was nearly restored and there was no longer a need to remain indoors. Upon exiting the cave, a refreshing breeze enveloped her, invigorating her spirit. Autumn was fast approaching. Just days ago, she had been drenched in sweat from the heat, and now, a single rain had made such a stark difference. Many in her clan had already ventured out of the cave to tend to their tasks. Ruan Tang exchanged pleasantries with them before returning to her own cave. The clan members greeted her with polite responses, their demeanor markedly different from before. Ruan Tang pondered whether this shift was due to her having saved Yi with a bamboo needle or because of C's influence. Upon entering the cave, Yin rushed towards her, tears in her eyes, exclaiming, "Sister Tang, how wonderful! You're all right. I was so worried about you." Don't cry, don't cry. I'm fine, Ruan Tang said warmly, feeling a swell of affection for the girl. Sister Tang mustn't scare Yin again. It frightens me so. Yin looked up at her, tears streaming down her cheeks. I want to do it again, Ruan Tang promised, wiping the tears from her face. She had finally managed to plump up Yun's cheeks a bit. And in just 2 days, they had gone again, leaving Ruan Tang feeling a pang of sorrow. Tang, I'm so sorry. It's all my fault, Yi said, remorse evident in his tone. Ruan Tang released Yun and approached Yi, her voice firm. You realize it's because of you? Normally, I would comfort you and tell you not to blame yourself. But given your circumstances, I cannot allow that. You must remember this lesson. Otherwise, you might not realize how you could perish next time. Ye's head drooped lower, his guilt intensifying, especially upon hearing Ruan Tang's cough. Sister Tang, my brother has been worried and hasn't slept for 2 days, Yin cautiously interjected on behalf of her brother. Though Ye's body was weakened by poison, he had still been unable to sleep due to his concern for Ruan Tang, which made Yin feel heartbroken. Ruan Tang sighed quietly. She understood Ye's concern for her, yet she was frustrated by his reckless disregard for his own life over food, although it was not entirely wrong in a time when starvation loomed. Ultimately, it was a reflection of her own inadequacy. She felt she was failing as a leader. Rest well. I assure you that I will ensure you are well fed and warm in the future, Ruan Tang declared as she turned to prepare medicine for Yi. Tang, I'm already quite content. You seem to sense the pressure Ruan Tang felt. You may be content, but I am not, Ruan Tang replied, glancing back with a slight smile. That smile was warm and beautiful, igniting a fervor within Ye's heart, causing it to race. The seed he had sown earlier had begun to sprout. Just as Ruan Tang finished preparing the medicine for Yi, Si entered with a stern expression. Ah, Si, what brings you here? Ruan Tang inexplicably felt a twinge of guilt as I pressed his lips together in silence, his dark eyes fixed intently on the bowl of medicine in her hand prepared for Yi. Then his gaze shifted to Yi himself. Why Yi involuntarily shivered, feeling as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. Almost instinctively, he reached out to take the medicine, anxious to spare Ruan Tang any burden. In truth, he had previously stated that such matters should be handled by him, yet Ruan Tang insisted on taking action herself. Ruan Tang could sense Si's anger, although she was somewhat perplexed as to why he was upset. Was it merely because she had left the cave without saying a word? When I woke up this morning, I felt much better, so I thought I'd step out for a bit to breathe the fresh air. I'll head back now, Ruan Tang said, lacking in resolve. She could not fathom why she felt apprehensive about Si's displeasure, especially since their relationship was not intimate to such a degree. Chapter 56. Off to gather mushrooms, he observed Ruan Tang's sudden meekness, his expression shifting to one of mild confusion. He had always perceived Ruan Tang as an omnipotent, unattainable figure, yet now she seemed somewhat more relatable. He found it difficult to articulate his feelings. At least he felt he could draw closer to her. But this particular image of Ruan Tang seemed unique to Si, indicating that she held a special regard for him. Let us depart. It is time for your medicine, Ruan Tang urged, realizing Si was still gazing at Yi, fearful he might turn him into an ice sculpture. She quickly pulled him towards the cave's entrance. Ruan Tang wished to hasten their departure from this place, her hand firmly gripping Si's, to the astonishment of the onlooking villagers, who gaped in shock. Since when had the shaman become so approachable? Ruan Tang paid no heed to their astonished expressions and led Si to his cave. Initially, she intended to offer further explanations, but upon seeing the stone table laden with fruits, words escaped her. So, Si had ventured out early this morning to gather fruits for her? He had actually gone out at dawn simply because she had casually mentioned wanting fresh fruits, returning with such an abundance. This gesture deeply moved Ruan Tang. She resolved to treat Si with greater kindness. Si, thank you, Ruan Tang said, taking a bite of a fruit and smiling at him in gratitude. I did not respond. Maintaining his stoic demeanor, yet deep within his eyes, her radiant smile sparked a flicker of warmth. This little female was not so infuriating after all. In fact, she had a certain charm. Why had he never noticed before that she was quite lovely? Especially her smile, which brought a sense of ease, as if nothing could pose a problem. In reality, Ruan Tang had worked hard to cultivate this beauty, particularly since beginning her training with the little Bodhi. She had undergone a transformation, blossoming into a petite beauty, and given a little more time, she would undoubtedly evolve into a stunning woman. Ruan Tang noticed Si watching her, and, assuming he too desired a fruit, offered one to him, saying, "You should have some too." I had no initial inclination to partake, but upon seeing her somewhat endearing smile, he accepted it. Ruan Tang felt even more elated when he joined her in eating. Thus, the events of the morning could be put behind them. How wonderful that was! After taking her medicine, Ruan Tang successfully indulged in another nap, awakening with a renewed sense of vigor, even believing she had fully recovered. She joyfully ran up to Si. Let us take a stroll in the mountains. Ruan Tang had not forgotten the recent rain. There would surely be many mushrooms to gather, and they would have new food to enjoy. Ive recovered. I promise I won't be a bother to you, she declared, twirling around, although she did not truly understand why she felt the need to assure C of her health. It felt as if he embodied her father's spirit, making her reluctant to neglect her well-being. Why he mentioned that the colorful chicken had died this morning, and fortuitously, she had a new dish in mind to prepare for him. Ruan Tang appeared unfazed by the chicken's demise. Instead, she seemed somewhat pleased, as I regarded her with an odd expression. Wasn't that colorful chicken something she cherished? It seemed as if she had nurtured it for the cycle of life. Yet now she appeared eager to consume its meat. Cough, cough. After all, it was her first attempt at raising a chicken. It was inevitable that it would perish, and oh worries. With a few more tries, she would surely gain experience and prevent such losses in the future. Ruan Tang felt a twinge of regret, but she believed they had done quite well. This time they had not succeeded, but next time they could certainly try again, gradually perfecting their efforts. There was no need to rush. C stood up and approached Ruan Tang, extending his long fingers to gently rest upon her forehead. The icy sensation sent a shiver down her spine. Oh, not worry. You are no longer feverish, she assured him as he withdrew his hand. Clearly, C possessed some knowledge of medicine. With proper nurturing, he might become an exceptionally skilled doctor. I pursed his lips and exited the cave, evidently permitting Ruan Tang to accompany him. Overjoyed, she grabbed a basket and a stone knife, following closely behind. There was no need to venture deep into the mountains for mushrooms. Plenty could be found at the periphery, making it relatively safe. However, as they passed a certain spot, Ruan Tang suddenly halted. She looked at her, puzzled. Last time, we nearly met our end here, she remarked, gazing at the now bloodless ground as his eyes flickered slightly. It was also at that moment that he had overturned all preconceived notions. Catching a glimpse of fate's design, Ruan Tang was indeed his fortuitous encounter. Recalling that earlier incident, her cheeks flushed crimson, resembling a small apple. The situation had been urgent, and she had acted without hesitation, performing mouth-to-mouth resuscitation on C. That had been her first kiss. C looked at her, his gaze questioning. Ruan Tang's face reddened further. Surely he did not perceive that kiss as significant. After all, he was a creature of the beast world, with a simple mind and robust physique, likely knowing only the crude mechanics of reproduction, with little regard for romance or affection. How could he possibly understand the nuances of kisses, be they light, deep, or otherwise? This was precisely why she felt trepidation about adulthood. She did not wish to become a mere vessel for procreation. After all, she had yet to experience a sweet romance before Ruan Tang could collect her thoughts. A sudden chill enveloped her face as C's palm cupped her cheek. She stared blankly at him, who was gazing down at her with earnest intent. Was this the romantic scene of a domineering leaning down for a passionate kiss? It was not hot, yet why was her face so flushed? We should return to the cave, C declared, lost in his own thoughts. Damn it, when had she become such a delicate woman, indulging in fanciful daydreams? I am fine, just a bit warm, Ruan Tang insisted, still yet to gather any mushrooms. So she could not simply return, quickly adding, let us keep going. C eyed her skeptically. You truly are warm, despite the rain. The morning and evening temperatures differ greatly, and with noon approaching, it is only natural to feel warm. Convince him. Ruan Tang fanned herself vigorously, using her hand as a makeshift I scrutinized her for a while longer before ultimately deciding against taking her back. Chapter 57. The mushroom-gathering young lady Ruan Tang, observing C.'s concern for her health, could not help but ask, why are you so concerned about me? C did not answer, instead finding a clean stone to sit upon. I was just asking casually. Ruan Tang felt slightly awkward, transitioning from thoughts of romantic matters to such a direct inquiry. She turned to search for mushrooms. However, at that moment, C spoke up. Your father asked me to look after you. Ruan Tang paused, her body bending slightly before she exhaled in relief. So that was it. Initially, she had been worried. Worried about what? Never mind, since it was so, let them enjoy the mushroom-gathering experience together. With a basket in hand and humming a tune, Ruan Tang began to pluck mushrooms one by one, placing them in her basket. As I watched Ruan Tang, who had suddenly relaxed, and for some reason, he felt a wave of discontent wash over him. It felt as if he had been cast away to a distance of tens of thousands of miles from her heart. How could that be? He found himself quite partial to the sight of the little female drooling at his face. With this thought, C rose and approached Ruan Tang. Just as Ruan Tang had finished picking a mushroom and was about to move on to her next destination, she looked up and was met by C's piercing, aggressive gaze, a gaze from which there was no escape, for he offered her no opportunity to flee. Her heart raced, and as a healer, she recognized that she was far from normal at that moment. What was happening? Ruan Tang swallowed hard. Observing her state, C felt his good mood return. What were you singing just now? C inquired with utmost seriousness that he couldn't afford to frighten this little female again. Lest she drift away once more. I sang the little girl picking mushrooms, Ruan Tang stammered, her tongue momentarily tripping over itself. Why did he have to look at her with such intensity? It felt as though she was a little rabbit in the sights of a hungry wolf, ready to be devoured without a trace. Could you sing another song for me? C's voice was remarkably gentle, enveloping Ruan Tang in a sense of tender warmth. Of course, it turned out that C enjoyed listening to her sing. That was encouraging. She had quite a repertoire of songs. Ruan Tang stepped back a couple of paces, wary that being so close to C would make her blush and falter in her singing. She resolved not to sing the little girl picking mushrooms again, as it seemed a tad childish. After a moment of contemplation, she began to sing The Sun Always Shines After the Rain. How fitting, wasn't it? They had just experienced a rain shower, and the sun was shining brightly as they ventured out to gather mushrooms together. I cast a glance at the exuberantly swaying trees around them, and then gazed deeply into Ruan Tang's eyes. Her song seemed to possess a certain magic, influencing the trees in their vicinity, making them appear as though they had grown taller. Even he felt an overwhelming sense of hope. It seemed he had not been mistaken in sensing a fleeting moment of vitality earlier. This little female was indeed brimming with enchantment. Ruan Tang quickly finished her song, yet the trees around them seemed unsated, swaying their branches in eager anticipation. Encore! Encore! They seemed to implore. This is delightful. I feel invigorated. As though I'm growing taller. Me too. I feel I have grown. The trees exclaimed. Their enthusiasm was infectious. Ruan Tang was astonished by how her song had resonated with them. Had she inadvertently provided them with nourishment? How could this be? She had done nothing extraordinary. Your song holds power over them, C stated affirmatively. You know I can understand their words? Ruan Tang replied, somewhat incredulously. She was certain she had never mentioned this to C. C shot her a cool glance, laced with a hint of melancholy. It dawned on her that the ability she had awakened allowed her to communicate with trees, and she wasn't the first to discover this. Ruan Tang found herself perplexed by the depth of his melancholy. Had she known that C's concern was about being the first to know, she would have found it utterly amusing, but wasn't it astonishing? After all, such a talent was unprecedented. I have no idea why my singing benefits them so greatly, Ruan Tang mused, speculating whether it was due to Xiao Pu. Yet, she quickly dismissed the notion, for she suddenly sensed Xiao Pu and realized it too wished to hear her sing. An idea struck her. Could music indeed foster growth in trees? However, was the effect truly so profound? Nurturing through music typically required time and patience, yet she had merely sung one song for these trees to thrive. It seemed almost exaggerated. It has its benefits for me as well. C's deep voice interrupted her thoughts. Ruan Tang paused, contemplating whether it was just for him or for others too. Tea should be for everyone, C replied. Sensing the energy within the music, Ruan Tang no longer viewed it as merely music aiding trees. Perhaps her gift was exceptionally unique. I evidently reached the same conclusion and solemnly cautioned, do not sing lightly. Ruan Tang, initially dismissive, wondered what dangers could possibly await her in this beastly world. Yet upon witnessing C's serious demeanor, she felt compelled to take heed. Perhaps there truly were dangers lurking. Ruan Tang couldn't fathom what they might be. But she trusted C. She would heed his words. This matter became a secret shared between the two of them, and Ruan Tang resumed humming the tune of the little girl picking mushrooms as she continued gathering. Since she hummed softly, it had little impact. As I sat on a stone, observing Ruan Tang with keen interest. Who was she really? The secrets she harbored were overwhelming, leaving him bewildered. C toyed with his long, fair fingers, lost in profound contemplation. Even when Ruan Tang had filled a basket with mushrooms, he remained absorbed in his thoughts, oblivious to her several calls. "See, what are you thinking about?" Ruan Tang shouted again. I snapped back to reality, raising his gaze to meet hers, emotions swirling within, though they quickly masked themselves. "Finished picking?" C asked, unusually curious. "Yes, let's head back. I'll make you chicken stew with mushrooms." The mere thought a new dish uplifted Ruan Tang's spirits. As long as she could enjoy a new culinary delight, it felt like a great blessing in life. Indeed, such meager pursuits seemed to encapsulate the essence of humanity. I trailed behind the bouncing, joyous Ruan Tang, contemplating the feasibility of his earlier thoughts. Harness? No, he shouldn't and wouldn't do that. Perhaps it was best to let things unfold naturally. Chapter 58. Recovery. Ruan Tang busily prepared chicken stew with mushrooms in C's cave. Before starting, she asked Yin to come over. Initially hesitant and fearful of entering C's cave, Yin eventually relented after Ruan Tang's persuasion. Not long after, Ruan Tang finished simmering the stew, serving C a generous bowl while reserving another bowl for herself, and continued to cook. The ceramic pot had endured the preparation of 4 large pots of soup without damage. Much to Ruan Tang's relief, like a tea that moment, Yin arrived, though she lingered at the cave entrance, unsure about stepping inside. Ruan Tang had to go out to reassure her. "Don't worry. Yin Si is a very kind person." I sipped his soup, casting a lingering glance at her. She, however, was unbothered and even exhibited a hint of the hostess's disposition. "Hostess?" C's gaze swept over Ruan Tang's slender frame. Indeed, she was still a child. As Ruan Tang led Yin inside, she caught a glimpse of C's lingering look of disdain that he had not yet retracted. What did this mean? Ruan Tang racked her brain, unable to fathom why C would harbor any disdain for her physique, as such thoughts seemed far removed from his character. Unable to make sense of it, she decided against dwelling on it, knowing that he would never divulge his thoughts. Handing the bowl of soup to little Yun, she said, "Yun, I appreciate your hard work in making several trips." Ruan Tang wished to accompany her, but C urged her to eat, take her medicine, and rest. Having caught a chill from their earlier mushroom gathering, Ruan Tang's nose was still running, and C, concerned for her well-being, would not allow her to exert herself further. "It's nothing. It's what I should do." Despite her youth, Yin had endured more arduous tasks, and this was merely a matter of running a few extra trips. In the beastly realm, none of the younglings were spoiled. They all faced numerous hardships from a young age. For those orphaned, the challenges were even greater. The colorful chicken was relatively large, and Ruan Tang had gathered plenty of mushrooms, so she prepared several pots of stew, ensuring there was enough for Yun, Yi, Xian, Qi, Lu, and others who had previously assisted her. Each portion, however, was modest, as she needed to ensure there was enough for everyone. After several trips, Yin finally delivered all the bowls. Meanwhile, Ruan Tang had taken her medicine and was now resting in bed. C, of course, continued to sleep beside her, fully clothed. After 2 days of recuperation, Ruan Tang felt revitalized and stood at the entrance of C's cave. Stretching luxuriously at last, she could roam freely without reservations. I must say, over the past couple of days, C has truly been more paternal than her own father, with an endless stream of do-nots and restrictions. She even suspects that C might just be the ancient master of wellness itself. Ever since C claimed to be acting on her father's instructions, the dynamic between Ruan Tang and C has increasingly resembled that of elder and junior. This development has left C rather dissatisfied. On several occasions, he's gone to great lengths to make Ruan Tang blush and her heart race before relenting. This is precisely why Ruan Tang felt a sense of relief upon leaving C's cave. If she had stayed any longer, she would have inevitably bled out from a nosebleed, a rather undignified demise indeed. Watching Ruan Tang scamper away, C found himself lost in contemplation. What exactly had gone awry? Why did this little female seem so reluctant to be in his company? Could it be the cold weather that made her uncomfortable in his presence? Yet, every time she had insisted she was too warm, almost stripping off her clothes, I was baffled, utterly perplexed. He could only resolve to let Ruan Tang return home and hope to lure her back another time. Without Ruan Tang by his side that evening, he would find it difficult to sleep soundly. Thus, this issue must be addressed. As he pondered, Stroking his fingers, he observed Ruan Tang's retreating figure. Ruan Tang felt inexplicably as though she were being stalked by a wolf. And in sheer fright, she darted away without a trace. Surely, she would be devoured by that wolf in sheep's clothing. After 2 days of interaction, Ruan Tang had confirmed that C was indeed an exceedingly cunning individual, capable of devouring her whole if she were not careful. Hence, it was best to escape at the earliest opportunity. Upon returning to the cavern, Ruan Tang found herself feeling somewhat out of sorts. The disarray and filth were overwhelming. Compared to C's cave, it was as if she had entered a different realm entirely. When would she be able to have a dwelling of her own? Ugh, why am I even thinking of a cave? It should be a proper house. Having lived in a cave for so long, she had almost begun to see herself as a cave dweller. She ought to aspire for a house made of bricks and tiles instead. Ruan Tang made a concerted effort to acclimate to the cave's environment and went in search of Yi, only to discover he had not been resting in bed the previous day and had vanished without a trace. A frown crossed Ruan Tang's face. Had all her prior instructions been in vain? That wretched Yi, so reckless for the sake of food, was evidently unperturbed by the circumstances. However, Ruan Tang had anticipated such a scenario, thus granting him an extra day of rest. It seemed he had realized his body had healed and had promptly disappeared. Was he attempting to take advantage of her unawareness to engage in reckless behavior? Ruan Tang resolved to teach Yi a lesson later, but for now, she would check on Xian and Qi's conditions. Xian's wound was healing well, and it would not be long before he returned to normal. After hearing the news, Xian expressed his profound gratitude to Ruan Tang, as did Hong, who also inquired about Ruan Tang's health. Given that she had fallen ill a couple of days prior, Ruan Tang quickly waved her hand, insisting it was her duty. She was not wrong. This was indeed the responsibility of a physician, a vow she had taken when she became a doctor at AS for Qi. His recovery was slower due to a bone injury. However, he had been obedient, refraining from moving his leg too much and regularly consuming bone broth. So his recovery was progressing adequately. At least there was no misalignment. Once healed, he would be able to function like anyone else. Qi was immensely grateful to Ruan Tang. Initially, he was aware he was avoiding reality. But as time passed, he began to notice signs of recovery in his leg, which nearly brought him to tears. Ruan Tang's words were indeed true. There was a possibility for his leg to heal completely. This deepened his gratitude towards Ruan Tang, and he silently vowed to protect her in the future. Unbeknownst to Ruan Tang, she had unwittingly acquired a loyal companion as she squatted before Qi. Imparting numerous instructions, Qi listened intently, not missing a single word. After all, only by fully recovering could he protect Ruan Tang. Just as she finished advising Qi, Ling rushed in, panicked. Not good, not good. Tang, you must come outside and see. Many people have fallen ill. Chapter 59. The issue of water. Ruan Tang sprang to her feet in shock, nearly losing her balance after squatting for too long. But fortunately, Qi was there to steady her. Thank you, she hastily expressed before dashing outside with Ling, inquiring as she ran, Ling, what has happened? I don't know. Everyone suddenly has stomach pains and collapsed. Ling replied anxiously, especially since her 5-year-old brother Yun was among them. Ruan Tang paused. Stomach pains? Tang, what's wrong? Ling looked at Ruan Tang, puzzled by her sudden stop. I need to fetch something, Ruan Tang said, retrieving her small basket of herbs. Realization dawned on Ling. She had almost forgotten about these medicinal remedies. As soon as Ruan Tang emerged, a crowd gathered around her. Tang, please check on them. What is wrong? Yes, they were perfectly fine until suddenly they had stomach pains. They hardly ate anything, just drank a bowl of water. The commotion made Ruan Tang suspect something. She knelt beside Yun and began a thorough examination. It did not take long for her to conclude that their ailments stemmed from drinking unboiled water. Of course, this situation had not arisen overnight, but was rather the result of cumulative negligence. The most recent outbreak coincided with their consumption of unboiled water, which had been collected after a recent rain, teeming with bacteria. There isn't anything severely wrong. They merely ingested contaminated water, which has led to some complications, and a deworming treatment is certainly necessary. When Ruan Tang began gathering herbs for deworming, she had already identified suitable plants. After several days of consumption, she had nearly eradicated the parasites from their systems. Heaven knows how revolting it was the first day she dealt with those worms. Fat, Writhing worms in the excrement were enough to make anyone gag. If she experienced such discomfort, how much worse would it be for those who frequently suffered from stomach pains, looking gaunt and emaciated? However, she knew that if she spoke too hastily about the water being the cause, no one would believe her. After all, their ancestors had been drinking this water for generations and had survived robustly. Thus, Ruan Tang decided to set this matter aside for the moment, waiting for the right opportunity. She felt this moment had now arrived. How could the water be unclean? "I just fetched it this morning," Yun's mother Mi inquired with confusion. "Aunt Mi, have you forgotten that I mentioned the water must be boiled before consumption? The water we usually drink isn't very clean, especially not after a rain. Just think about it. During that rain, how much debris was washed into the river? How could drinking it not lead to stomach pains?" Ruan Tang patiently explained. Everyone was enlightened. They finally understood the reason behind their ailments. However, some voiced their confusion, asking, "But why am I unaffected?" "Because you are already an adult, and your body is comparatively stronger. Have you not noticed that those who fell ill are mostly the elderly and children?" As Ruan Tang elucidated, she began preparing medicine. Observing the crowd, it was indeed true. Those who had collapsed were primarily the elderly and children. This further solidified their faith in Ruan Tang, who was hailed as a messenger sent by the beast god to guide them. Ruan Tang paid no heed to their adulation and focused on preparing the medicine. Once she finished boiling the concoction and distributed it, she sensed the exaggerated gazes directed at her, as if they wished to worship her. Those suffering from stomach pains found immediate relief after consuming the medicine, though some hurried to the latrine. This miraculous phenomenon elicited gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. Tang was indeed a messenger sent by the beast god. Those who had not fallen ill approached to receive a bowl of medicine as well. "You may experience a lot of worms in your stool over the next few days. Do not be alarmed, as they are the culprits behind your stomach pains, expelled due to this medicine." Seizing the opportunity, Ruan Tang aimed to ensure everyone maintained a healthy digestive system. Everyone trusted Ruan Tang completely, accepting the medicine without question. However, the thought of expelling worms was somewhat unsettling. From now on, be cautious. Never drink unboiled water again. And as for raw meat and blood, ensure they are thoroughly cooked before consumption. Consuming raw meat may lead to an array of additional ailments. Thus, it is imperative for Ruan Tang to reiterate this point. Everyone nodded in agreement, akin to chicks pecking at grain in their hearts. Ruan Tang had ascended to the status of a sacred envoy of the beast god, commanding their unwavering belief. The fervent gazes of this overly devout assembly sent shivers down Ruan Tang's spine, covering her in goosebumps. However, she found solace in the resolution of the matter, relieved that she would no longer have to worry about their stomachaches. This brought her genuine joy, as she felt she was one step closer to realizing her vision of a harmonious home. "Tang, could you assist me in identifying which mushrooms are edible?" At that moment, May approached, cradling a bundle of mushrooms, as if there were no discord between them, and they were the best of friends. Ruan Tang glanced at the assortment of fungi in the basket, marveling at the extent of May's foraging. I could seem she had scoured the entire jungle, discovering many mushrooms that even Ruan Tang had never encountered. Regardless of May's intentions, her industrious spirit deserved commendation. With May so brazenly seeking her help, Ruan Tang felt it was impossible to refuse, for it contributed to the tribe's survival. Thus, she dutifully pointed out the edible mushrooms, clarifying the unknown varieties to prevent any unfortunate mishaps that could lead to blame falling upon her shoulders. Upon understanding, May expressed her gratitude and departed with her basket. Ruan Tang merely raised an eyebrow, not dwelling on the incident, but rather focusing on the ailing cubs. The cubs adored Ruan Tang, treating her words as divine commandments. Observing their cooperation, Ruan Tang, as a healer, felt a surge of happiness and promised them that they would be rewarded with sweets in the future. Each cub curiously inquired about the nature of sweets, prompting Ruan Tang to patiently explain. Yuin tilted his little head in contemplation, suddenly lifting it to plant a kiss on Ruan Tang's cheek. Dazed, Ruan Tang gazed at the unexpectedly affectionate Yuin, who then exclaimed in his sweet voice, "Yuin has tasted the candy." Sister Tang truly did not deceive Yuin. "It's so sweet." Ruan Tang found herself both amused and exasperated. Finally recalling that her name, Tang, indeed bore a sweetness of its own. This little cub was quite clever. Chapter 60. A lifelong commitment. Ruan Tang held a fondness for Yuan, planting a kiss on his cherubic face and turning to Ling, who was also smiling brightly, saying, "Ling, could you let me borrow your brother for a while?" "No way. How could I part with my brother? You should persuade your mother to have another," Ling replied, equally fond of her brother, who was obedient and endearing. Ruan Tang nodded earnestly. "That makes sense. Perhaps I should ask my mother for another." The surrounding adult females erupted in laughter, with a couple teasingly chiming in, "Tang, let me join your father. I've got the capacity to bear you a brother." Ruan Tang feigned seriousness, declaring, "I will only acknowledge siblings born from my mother. Others are not my concern." Whether they were jesting or serious, she remained resolute that her father should only be with her mother. Those who harbored ulterior motives were dissuaded by Ruan Tang's words. Everyone knew how doting their leader was towards her. Whatever Ruan Tang asserted would undoubtedly be honored, so her opposition to anyone else bearing children with the leader rendered the notion impossible. It was indeed a pity that such a robust male leader had only one daughter. Tang that if only he had a son, he would surely grow into a formidable male in the future. With these thoughts quelled, Chao scoffed disdainfully. Ling had not given birth for so long, which suggested she was incapable. The leader could not possibly be satisfied with just one daughter and would surely bear more, regardless of Ruan Tang's wishes. Thus, Chao still held hope. Ruan Tang observed the self-aware crowd with satisfaction, but upon catching sight of Chao's determined demeanor, she furrowed her brow. It seemed that this individual had not yet given up. She needed to keep a close watch on her mother to prevent Chao from getting too close to her father. Logically, her father would not be interested in Chao, but one could never be too certain of the lengths Chao might go to. After all, her own daughter, Mei, was quite adept at manipulation. It was reasonable to suspect that this older counterpart could employ even more cunning tactics. Ruan Tang had resolved to keep this matter in mind when Night, returning home in a huff, interrupted her thoughts. Before she could address Knight's earlier escapade, he exclaimed in frustration, "Tang, why are you associating with Mei?" Ruan Tang raised an eyebrow, questioning, "What happened? Is Mei causing trouble again?" Knight vented his fury about how Mei had appropriated his mushroom identification skills, leading a group of cubs to identify mushrooms, claiming all the credit for herself. He had been so incensed that he nearly confronted Mei. But upon consideration, he refrained, realizing such an action would only complicate matters for Ruan Tang. Ruan Tang chuckled lightly, pondering whether this was Mei's strategy to weave such a flimsy web of deceit. How amusing. She mused, contemplating how to address this vain little girl. "Tang, what should we do? Should I confront her?" Knight was already itching for a fight. Ruan Tang smirked slightly at his eagerness. That would be rather uncouth. "This is a matter for girls to handle. Besides, Mei has yet to cross any serious lines, so I cannot be too harsh." Knight felt somewhat disappointed. For him, the ideal resolution involved using his fists. Seeing his expression, Ruan Tang shook her head, recognizing that she needed to teach Knight that brute force was not always the answer. She certainly did not wish for a simple-minded brawler by her side. However, before addressing that, she had other matters to attend to. Ruan Tang's expression darkened as she admonished Knight, "Have you forgotten what I instructed you?" Knight tensed, lowering his head in a posture of contrition. "I was wrong." Ruan Tang raised an eyebrow, taken aback by his eagerness to admit fault. "Does that mean you truly learned your lesson?" "Of course not. I simply felt my body was recovering, so I thought I could take a stroll." "Didn't you mention to see that movement aids recovery?" Knight quickly defended himself. Ruan Tang pondered whether her previous concerns had been unwarranted. This individual was far from simple-minded. He was quite astute, even using her own words against her. "Knight, I want you to understand that nothing is more important than life itself. If food runs out, we can always find more, but if a person dies, then everything is truly lost." Ruan Tang spoke with profound seriousness, as though she wished to ingrain this message in his mind. "That I understand, Tang, that I would never jeopardize my health over mere food," he replied, resolute in his commitment to protect Ruan Tang. This was his unwavering vow. Ruan Tang remained unaware of the depth of Knight's determination. She simply continued, "I hope my friends can grow stronger alongside me and witness our tribe's ascent." Knight gazed at Ruan Tang with fervor. She was truly a worthy leader, far superior to Mei, who only resorted to petty schemes. What could such a person achieve other than earning the favor of the older females? Ruan Tang patted Knight's shoulder, recognizing that he genuinely grasped the lesson. Now, tell me about the traps. What is their status? Ruan Tang settled into a nearby spot. The traps contained several prey, likely having fallen in during the recent rain. Following a heavy downpour, they have accumulated quite a bit of water, causing the prey to swell. I've taken them to dry out for future smoking, Knight reported, having spent considerable time ensuring the traps were clear of excess water to maintain their efficacy. Ruan Tang immediately advised, those creatures cannot be consumed. They must be buried. Why? Knight inquired, feeling a pang of regret, especially at the sight of several fire spirit mice. Prey soaked in water for an extended period can easily harbor bacteria. Consuming them would be detrimental to our health, leading to symptoms ranging from vomiting and diarrhea to potentially fatal consequences that could endanger the entire tribe, Ruan Tang stated with a grave expression. Her seriousness compelled Knight to take the matter to heart. I'll go bury them right away. While food is undeniably important, the safety of life and the tribe takes precedence, seeing his resolute stance. Ruan Tang nodded in satisfaction, convinced that he would refrain from stealing food. Indeed, a little admonition proves effective. Be cautious and ensure that no one else sees, Ruan Tang reiterated. Yes, I'll be more careful. Yi understood the gravity of the situation. If someone were to witness it, they would certainly disregard any concerns and simply take it. The food within the tribe is already scarce, and many have been hungry for quite a while. Chapter 61. A silver beauty who keeps her word. By the way, Tang, when it was raining, I went to collect the smoked meat, but I didn't see it. Could it be that other beasts took it away? The mere thought of this possibility caused Yi immense pain. That it was unlikely that beasts had taken it. They must have been gathered by the trees. I'll ask about it shortly. Ruan Tang didn't believe any beast could approach those trees. Moreover, that vain willow tree wouldn't allow itself to break a promise. Yi was astonished. Were the trees truly so accommodating? How could they be so different from what he had imagined? I'm not sure. I'll inquire later. After Ruan Tang prepared the meal, she called Ling, Yun, and Yun over to eat, then took a portion to see. Ling found the food utterly delicious and eagerly said to Ruan Tang, Tang, from now on, I'll share my meat with you so I can come here to enjoy your cooking. Ever since tasting Ruan Tang's culinary creations, she could no longer stomach anything else. That sounds great, but you needn't give me your meat. Ruan Tang discerned that Ling was quite the foodie. That cannot be. I can't let you work for nothing, nor can I allow you to go hungry. Even the chief's offspring receive no more than the others, and I can barely satisfy my own hunger, let alone share. Ruan Tang smiled but remained silent. Ling's intentions were commendable, though her words carried a hint of testing. However, Ruan Tang could consider letting Ling dine without charge. Yet, she realized that could foster a sense of entitlement over time. After all, Yi and Yun would also contribute their share of meat, so she could not treat anyone with undue favoritism. Besides, she would not go hungry, as she could always have extra meals. Once things stabilized further, she was contemplating inviting Ling into her team. After finishing their meal, Ruan Tang and Yi each went about their tasks. May had been boasting about her vast knowledge in front of the cubs, leaving her no time to track them. Ruan Tang was relieved. Being under constant scrutiny was quite uncomfortable, why he had initially intended to bury the game first, but concerned for Ruan Tang's safety, he set that aside and accompanied her to find the smoked meat. He was genuinely curious about her abilities. As Ruan Tang approached, she heard the distinct oh sound of the ginkgo tree. The tree had noticed her and greeted her. Tang, you're here. Ruan Tang chuckled. Yes, I've arrived. How annoying. Copying how others speak, the ginkgo tree's remarks sent shivers down Ruan Tang's spine. Hurry up and help me trim this branch. It feels so unappealing now. The rain served as an excellent energy source for these trees, allowing them to grow significantly. Ruan Tang wished for Yi to assist, but the ginkgo tree protested. I don't want this rough fellow to prune my branches. It will ruin my beauty. Clearly, it did not trust Yi's aesthetic judgment. What else can be done? I shall do it myself, Ruan Tang declared, determined to pamper the tree she had chosen. Fortunately, climbing trees is a natural human instinct. She might have felt a bit awkward. After spending considerable time, she managed to prune the ginkgo tree's branches to a satisfactory state, and the tree began admiring itself. It looks splendid, the ginkgo tree preened. Ruan Tang raised her brow, perplexed. From where did it derive its sense of beauty? It didn't seem to have a mirror. Silver beauty. Did you help me collect the smoked meat that was hung up earlier? Ruan Tang noticed the absence of the smoked meat, assuming it was still stored away. Of course. Otherwise, it would have gotten drenched, the ginkgo tree proudly replied, clearly seeking compliments. Thank you so much, Silver Beauty. Your foresight is truly remarkable. Next time, I'll bring you the finest fertilizer to ensure you grow even more beautiful. Ruan Tang expressed her genuine gratitude. The ginkgo tree, initially indifferent to her earlier words, perked up at the mention of becoming more beautiful. All right, I shall await it eagerly. It responded joyfully, resembling a child. Autumn is approaching. You will become even more stunning. Ruan Tang continued to flatter the tree, knowing it relished such compliments. Indeed, the ginkgo tree would indeed look splendid in autumn, especially if numerous trees stood in a row. So, you enjoy me in autumn, do you? The ginkgo tree adored all seasons. All are delightful, each possessing its unique charm. Ruan Tang continued her praise. Meanwhile, Yi observed with a complex expression, never having seen Ruan Tang so sycophantic before. The more he interacted with her, the more he discovered her multifaceted nature, one that seemed eternally elusive. Which version of Tang was the true one? Perhaps it didn't matter. As long as she was Tang, that sufficed. Ruan Tang located the tree hollow where the smoked meat was stored, her eyes glimmering with excitement. This hollow was a splendid find. She could use it as her personal storage space. Just as she was about to ask the ginkgo tree if she could utilize it, she spotted an abundance of nuts within, her excitement soaring. Silver Beauty, is this tree hollow a den for the squirrels? These squirrels were akin to the modern-day ones, albeit larger and likely more ferocious. Indeed, but that creature hasn't shown up lately. It must be envious of my beauty. The ginkgo tree lamented. Ruan Tang disregarded the latter part of its statement, feeling ecstatic at the prospect that these nuts might belong to her. It was as if fortune had smiled upon her. You like these nuts? The ginkgo tree noticed her joy. Of course. These nuts are delicious, Ruan Tang exclaimed, retrieving her basket and emptying its contents. The hollow was spacious and the nuts plentiful. She suspected they might be the squirrel's hoard from several years. Yi, quickly bring your basket. Before long, Ruan Tang's basket was filled, prompting Yi to fetch his Yi hastily removed his basket, having heard that these nuts were edible and quite delectable. You poor thing, these nuts, chestnuts, acorns, and more, are abundant. They always complain about the weight and discard so many. The ginkgo tree scoffed. Ruan Tang's hand paused mid-motion, her heart aching at the thought of waste. Discarded due to weight. Suddenly, she looked up at the ginkgo tree. Beautiful and lovely Silver, could you introduce me to your friends? She yearned to enjoy the nuts regularly. Chapter 62. Tasty Nuts. The ginkgo tree began to whimper. Ruan Tang was utterly perplexed. You little rascal. You've already got someone, and yet still think of others. The ginkgo tree complained like a jilted spouse. Ruan Tang sensed something unusual about the ginkgo tree, but she had not anticipated it to this extent. She even suspected that this tree had watched too many soap operas. Not only was Ruan Tang overwhelmed, but the surrounding trees also found it unbearable. Had they the ability to move, they would have relocated, leaving this neighbor to fend for itself. Ruan Tang gave the ginkgo tree a knowing look. Your companions are complaining about you. Are you aware? Rest assured, Silver is unique in this world. No other tree can replace it. Ruan Tang shamelessly continued. The ginkgo tree began to preen once more, clearly delighted by the flattery. The surrounding trees exchanged exasperated glances. Old fool, can't you see they're merely flattering you? With that, the ginkgo tree called out, Chestnut, acorn, squirrel, there's a little female who wishes to befriend you. As the last echoes of the ginkgo tree's voice faded, Ruan Tang was startled by a cacophony of rustling sounds. It was as if every tree within a radius of several miles was shaking in unison. Clearly, even the trees were experiencing goosebumps. Ruan Tang could not help but sigh. Had the ginkgo tree not been the largest in the vicinity, it would have likely been stripped bare by the other trees long ago. Indeed, strength is the ultimate truth. After the ginkgo tree finished its exclamation, it turned to Ruan Tang and said, I have already introduced you to them. They are eagerly anticipating meeting you." Ruan Tang's face was a mask of skepticism. She had not heard any response. "You don't believe me?" The ginkgo tree seemed to sense her doubt. No, I'm just astonished." Ruan Tang hastily waved her hands at Li, Jia, and Song Song informed them using the essence of the source. The ginkgo tree clarified. Ruan Tang felt somewhat flattered. A being of such stature had no obligation to explain anything to her. It appeared that the ginkgo tree truly sought friendship with her. Since they were friends, she felt inclined to trust it for the essence of the source it mentioned. Ruan Tang was unaware of its nature, but it was likely something only trees could perceive. "Ginkgo tree, you are truly remarkable," Ruan Tang praised. Despite its somewhat eerie presence, the ginkgo tree was undeniably reliable, which was why she placed her trust in it. "Of course," the ginkgo tree boasted, nearly bursting with pride. "Ahem." Ruan Tang lightly cleared her throat and continued. Where they located, she glanced around but could not spot the positions of those nut-bearing trees. "Just walk straight in this direction, then veer to the right, and you will see them." The ginkgo tree indicated the path with its branches. "Thank you so much, ginkgo tree." Ruan Tang expressed her gratitude repeatedly. Ruan Tang was not in a hurry to greet those nut trees, as the chestnuts and pine nuts would not mature until autumn. Visiting now would yield nothing to harvest. The cashews, however, were already ripe, though they were likely mostly fallen. With new food in hand, Ruan Tang felt an overwhelming sense of joy. She instructed Yi to bury the soaked prey while she returned to cook the nuts. However, she could only carry back one large basket for now, as the rest would have to wait until Yi finished burying the prey. Nonetheless, the basket of nuts she carried was sufficient to feed her clan. As she returned with such a hefty load, it naturally attracted the attention of her fellow clanspeople, who gathered around, curious about what she had brought. "These are edible, and they taste quite delightful," she declared. The mention of food excited the clanspeople, for their provisions had dwindled significantly over the past few days, and many had begun to go hungry. To their astonishment, Ruan Tang had found new sustenance. "Tang, you are truly amazing. You must be a divine envoy sent to save us," they exclaimed. "Indeed, we are so grateful to you, Tang." Ruan Tang felt overwhelmed by their praise and quickly said, "I will cook some for you. It will not only satisfy your hunger, but will also be delicious." With that, she called upon Ling and Yun to help sort the nuts. The clanspeople firmly believed Ruan Tang's words, as her previous offerings of potatoes had proven successful. The mushrooms, although not very filling, had been delightful, especially when added to soup, enhancing the flavor remarkably. Unbeknownst to them, the clanspeople had developed certain expectations regarding the taste of food. Now, if they were to return to eating raw meat, they would undoubtedly find it unacceptable. Instead of idly waiting, the clanspeople assisted in processing the nuts. Thus, it wasn't long before they were able to enjoy the bounty. The flavor, indeed, matched Ruan Tang's claims, while the nuts were a bit small, requiring them to consume many to feel full. This was inconsequential, as each nut contained a hint of energy. Although it wasn't much, the accumulation was still considerable. Much to their delight, one by one, they looked at Ruan Tang with excitement. "Tang, where did you gather these?" Clearly, they were intrigued that I discovered these nuts in a tree hollow. "There's a whole basket more inside that I will share some with everyone. You can use them to make soup. And don't worry, there will be more to come when autumn arrives and the nuts are ready. When that time comes, we can climb the trees to harvest them." Upon hearing Ruan Tang's initial words, everyone was thrilled. However, when they heard the latter part, their heads drooped in disappointment. "They grow on trees. That means it will be difficult for us to obtain them, just like fruit." Seeing their reaction, Ruan Tang began to ponder. She had a decent understanding of her abilities by now. When her father returned this time, she planned to reveal her abilities to everyone and lead them in working with the trees, ensuring they would receive plenty of fruit, thus reducing their hardships. Her abilities were indeed special, but they would not cause her significant trouble. After all, it was for the benefit of her clan, and the hearts of the Beast World's people were relatively simple, always striving for the betterment of their tribe, except for May, of course. However, she had no intention of committing any truly malevolent acts, as she understood that a thriving tribe benefited everyone, including herself and her vanity. Ruan Tang refrained from immediately sharing this with her clan and suggested they wait for the chief's return to devise a plan together. The clan's people, after some consideration, agreed that this was the best course of action. At the very least, it would provide sustenance to help them through the winter. Ruan Tang had stated that these nuts could be stored for a long time, making them perfect for winter. Once she saw that the clan's spirits had stabilized, she resumed her work with the nuts. In truth, nuts taste better when roasted. However, she lacks sufficient materials. Oh well, I suppose boiling them will do. At least it will provide a change of flavor. After sampling her creation, Ruan Tang prepared a generous bowl for C and delivered it to him. Chapter 63. Upset stomach. Ruan Tang's discovery of food did not surprise C. He accepted it with calmness and even offered his critiques. The taste is lacking. Yes, I'm missing some ingredients. I'll make it better when I have the chance, Ruan Tang replied, knowing he could discern the difference. Sitting across from C, she found his shelling of the nuts to be an enchanting sight. His hands were exquisitely long and fair, moving with a deliberate grace as he shelled the nuts and slowly brought them to his mouth. An irresistible charm. C, noticing Ruan Tang's gaze, felt elated in a moment of whimsy. He offered a perfectly shelled chestnut to Ruan Tang's lips. She hesitated, ready to refuse, but the intensity of his gaze compelled her to obediently open her mouth. His fingers ventured in slightly, perhaps due to nerves or some other reason. Ruan Tang instinctively closed her mouth upon contact with the food, causing C's fingers to linger against the soft texture. C's eyes darkened, akin to a deep abyss, concealing its depths. Ruan Tang's gaze fell into that abyss, her heart racing to the extent that she wished to steady it with her hand. I withdrew his hand, appearing unfazed as he continued to shell. Yet he seemed to enjoy the act of feeding her. As he continued to offer her the next few nuts, Ruan Tang's mind went blank, mechanically opening her mouth to eat, though she no longer touched his fingers. I'm quite full now. You should eat for yourself, Ruan Tang admitted, feeling slightly stuffed. C responded nonchalantly as he shelled and consumed the nuts himself. Observing C's demeanor, Ruan Tang felt a strange sense of familiarity mixed with an inexplicable difference. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Without waiting for C to finish, she departed. As Ruan Tang stepped out of the cave, C lifted his gaze, watching her retreating figure, a subtle smile gracing his lips. In that fleeting moment, the world seemed to dim, but soon returned to normal, as if that moment had merely been a figment of imagination. Upon exiting, Ruan Tang felt slightly dazed, her mind replaying the image of C's fingers brushing against her lips, leaving her with a sense of bashfulness. It is entirely S's fault. Why bother to feed her when it only causes her heart to race? After Ruan Tang emerged, she found herself with little to do. Contemplating her options, she decided to retrieve the bamboo and rattan strips from earlier and sat down to weave a fish basket. The last fresh fish soup she had not tasted left her yearning, and her stomach protested, craving something novel. By the time Ruan Tang finished crafting the fish basket, dusk had fallen, prompting her to return to the cave for rest. She felt as though she had truly integrated into this place, instinctively engaging in the tasks of the moment. The night air carried a slight chill, so Ruan Tang spread the bee skin allocated to her over the cold stone bed, just as she was about to drift into slumber. A commotion erupted nearby. Mei Chao, what's wrong? Ugh. The sounds of retching followed. Moments later, a nauseating odor wafted into the cave. Ruan Tang rolled her eyes. The cave already bore a pungent scent, and now this vomit odor was unbearable. But what had suddenly caused Mei and Chao to be ill? Their voices hinted at something amiss. Tang, come quickly, see what is wrong with them, Hua called out, compelling Ruan Tang to rise, although the sight of the two in distress was somewhat unappealing. They were nonetheless her kin. The tribe's population was already scarce, and losing two more would be a visible loss. The fire was lit within the cave, illuminating the space. Ruan Tang hurried to their side, her stomach churning at the sight of the pile of vomit. Oddly enough, as a healer, she had grown accustomed to the vomit of her patients, yet this particular mess made her feel quite nauseous. Was it due to her disdain for the individuals? That should not be the case. As a healer, she ought not to show bias. Clearing her throat, Ruan Tang squatted down to assess their condition. It was indeed a grim sight. They appeared to have vomited multiple times. What did you both eat today? Her preliminary judgment suggested they had consumed something unclean, and no, nothing, Chow weakly replied. And no sooner had she spoken than she began to retch again. And had Ruan Tang not moved quickly, she would have been caught in the spray. Ruan Tang sighed in exasperation. Were they truly so feeble? Had they not eaten all day? I am asking what you have consumed. She reiterated, T.S. You must be trying to harm us. May suddenly pointed a trembling finger at Ruan Tang. The eyes of those around turned to Ruan Tang. What was happening? What have I done to harm you? Did I poison you or force you to eat something? Ruan Tang was taken aback by May's audacity in this moment of crisis. Did she not fear that Ruan Tang might refuse to heal her? If you told me about the poisonous mushrooms. We ate a lot of mushrooms today. May stammered. I only informed you about the non-toxic varieties. As for whether you consumed any poisonous ones, I cannot say. Ruan Tang replied coolly, unfazed by her attempts to incriminate her. Moreover, why would I wish you harm? We belong to the same tribe. What benefit would there be in my harming you? Ruan Tang suspected that May might be suffering from a delusion of persecution. May was left speechless, tears streaming down her face in a pitiful display. Ruan Tang found herself torn between pity and irritation. However, she refrained from saying more and instead focused on the pile of vomit. At that moment, it seemed that food was scarce, yet these two had expelled a considerable amount. Moreover, the contents were largely comprised of meat. Ruan Tang fell in a deep thought. The tribe's primary sustenance today had likely been nuts. Yet these two had expelled so much meat. The meat appeared largely undigested, indicating it had been consumed recently, likely after the nuts. Logically, when food was scarce, one would not consume such an abundance of meat after having eaten to satisfaction. Ruan Tang's eyes flickered with realization. Unless they had obtained the meat through some unforeseen circumstance and in substantial quantities, if the tribe had lost such a significant amount of meat, it would not go unnoticed. Unless it was acquired outside, given their abilities, it was improbable that they could hunt successfully. Thus, only one possibility remained. Ruan Tang glanced over at Yi, who appeared utterly bewildered by her deductions. Ruan Tang did not directly question Yi, but she harbored a strong suspicion that the food Yi had submerged in water had been unearthed and consumed by these two, who had likely overindulged. With a stern expression, she instructed everyone to disperse, cautioning them to avoid contracting the same symptoms. Upon hearing this, the group quickly retreated, though some were puzzled. Had they merely vomited? How could it be contagious? Nevertheless, they heeded Ruan Tang's warning and scattered. Ruan Tang then fetched a piece of bee skin to cover her mouth and nose before resuming her examination of the two. She needed to ascertain whether this was a plague. The consequences could be dire. However, given the rapid onset of their symptoms, it seemed unlikely. After a thorough inspection, she confirmed that they were merely suffering from a common illness, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, her expression was grave as she spoke. A few days ago, it rained heavily, and many animals perished after being submerged in water for an extended time. Consuming such animals can lead to vomiting and diarrhea, and in more severe cases, it may cause a plague that could wipe out the entire tribe. The group gasped in horror. The entire tribe could perish? What affliction was this that posed such a threat? Suddenly, an elderly female exclaimed in terror, I have heard from my ancestors that there exists a disease capable of spreading among humans, and within a short time, the tribe could be decimated. Their condition cannot be that, can it? The crowd recoiled further, retreating several steps, eager to distance themselves. Mei and Chow, hearing this, panicked and pleaded, We are not. We simply consumed the wrong thing. It is certainly not this disease. Tang, please save us. We do not wish to die. Ruan Tang scoffed. Now you are afraid? Wailing, I don't want to die. I'm still so young. May could no longer hold back her tears, which streamed down her face in a heartbreaking manner. Ruan Tang sighed deeply. While it was true that witnessing someone unearth food could tempt others to do the same, she lamented that they were not the only ones guilty of indulgence. Ultimately, it was the lack of food that had led to this predicament. Ruan Tang pressed her lips together, choosing not to elaborate further, and instead knelt down to massage their stomachs. These contents needed to be expelled entirely, and lacking any medication to induce vomiting, she would have to rely on manual methods before brewing some medicine for them. Rest assured, you are not afflicted with a plague, so will not spread to anyone else. However, Everyone must remember, never consume animals that have been dead for an extended period or have soaked in water, Ruan Tang explained to the still frightened crowd. This news brought immense relief to Mei and Xiao, who wept tears of joy, grateful that they would not perish. After much effort, Ruan Tang managed to stabilize their conditions, but this did not imply they were cured. They would likely remain bedridden for some time. To her surprise, Ruan Tang felt a sense of joy at this outcome. Mei had been a constant source of annoyance, always monitoring their movements. With a lighter heart, Ruan Tang retired for the night. As before, she entered her space once again. Floating in midair, she joyfully approached the small Bodhi tree. Wonderful! Little Bodhi, you have grown quite a bit. Not only had the little Bodhi flourished, but the spiritual spring-s water had increased, and the soil had become more fertile than before. It seemed that it would not be long before this space would be teeming with life, functioning normally once more. Clearly, the growth of the little Bodhi was closely linked to her own strength. She had been eating well and sleeping soundly, gaining weight, and one could only imagine how much the little Bodhi had thrived. Determining how to foster its growth was indeed a promising endeavor for Ruan Tang. One day, it would return to its former glory. Ruan Tang recalled the Bodhi tree she had previously seen, a sight that filled her with awe and reverence. The small Bodhi began to sway, seemingly responding to Ruan Tang's presence. She gently caressed its leaves before sitting cross-legged beside it, breaking into song. Her melodious voice resonated with the trees, and she believed it would surely benefit the small Bodhi as well. Sensing the joy emanating from the Bodhi, Ruan Tang felt assured of its efficacy and continued to sing. However, as time passed, fatigue began to creep in. Suddenly, she realized that her bloodline energy was depleted. Just then, a rich surge of vitality flowed towards her. Ruan Tang understood that the Bodhi was aiding her. Thus the two, one human, one tree, supported each other in their growth, and their abilities visibly flourished. The next morning, Ruan Tang awoke feeling refreshed and invigorated. Wai looked at her with envy. Tang, your innate abilities must not require the consumption of bloodline energy, right? Whenever I wake from sleep, I feel famished, as if I could devour an entire beast to replenish myself. Yet you, upon waking, appear so spirited, as though you had feasted on a sumptuous banquet in your dreams. Ruan Tang merely thought, you have hit the nail on the head. This could only imply that your energy replenishment during the day is insufficient. Today, I shall take you to catch fish brimming with energy, and I guarantee you will awaken revitalized tomorrow. Ruan Tang could not reveal the existence of the Bodhi, so she deftly shifted the topic. Ye's eyes brightened as he gazed at the fish basket Ruan Tang had brought. After several days, would they finally catch fish again? This time, success was within their grasp. Before stepping out, Ruan Tang checked on Mei and Xiao. After all, they were her patients, and despite her disdain, she had to care for them. The two had been vomiting and experiencing diarrhea the previous night, and now lay exhausted on the stone bed, lacking even the strength to open their eyelids. After confirming they were not in grave danger, Ruan Tang left with Yi. Tang, what did they consume? Yi speculated silently, though uncertainty lingered, for he had observed closely the day before, and no one had followed him. Given that they could still consume ample meat, particularly that of the fire spirit mouse, where could this bounty have originated? Ruan Tang aimed to cultivate Yi into a thoughtful companion and did not directly provide him with answers. Instead, encouraging him to ponder deeply. Yi soon had an inkling, yet remained perplexed. But I verified this yesterday, that if someone truly wishes to remain hidden, it may prove difficult to locate them. It is a significant loss that Mei did not undertake reconnaissance. Yi, in exasperation, exclaimed, Mei is far too adept at trailing others. Tang, they brought this upon themselves. Why do you feel the need to save them? They are merely striving for survival and have committed no grievous wrongs. Moreover, our tribe is already sparse. 2 females hold considerable value. Ruan Tang dismissed the minor actions of the 2 women from her mind. Wai nodded in agreement, acknowledging Tang's perspective. Let us proceed. I have a premonition that today we shall successfully catch fish. Ruan Tang, buoyed by her cheerful mood, made her way to the riverbank. Delicious fish soup awaited them, especially since she had recently discovered a plethora of ingredients and seasonings. The mere thought made her mouth water. Chapter 65. raising Mei high. However, just as Ruan Tang and Yi had taken a few steps beyond the tribe, they heard shouts emanating from within. They exchanged glances. The males of the tribe had returned. Ruan Tang felt an inkling of unease. Their absence seemed shorter than usual if they disregarded the rainy days prior. They had only 2 days for hunting. Surely they could not have procured sufficient food in such little time. Her expression shifted as she hurriedly ran back. Sensing something grave must have occurred to prompt their early return, Yi, seeing her urgency, abandoned thoughts of fishing and quickly followed in her wake, gasping for breath. Ruan Tang entered the tribe and indeed found the hunters gathered. Yet their expressions were far from cheerful, indicating a disappointing outcome from their expedition. Ruan Tang searched the crowd for Ming and Jing, and upon confirming their safety, she breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they were unharmed. Approaching the group, she observed their downcast faces surrounding the meager haul of game. The catch was scant and comprised only small prey, likely sufficient for merely 2 or 3 days for the tribe. In stark contrast to their previous bounty, this was a disheartening disparity. Father, what has transpired? Ruan Tang squeezed through the throng. Child, Ming noticed Ruan Tang, who seemed to have gained a little weight, and felt a flicker of happiness, though it quickly faded into worry, fearing his child might soon lose that weight again. Initially, we were quite successful, but a sudden downpour forced us to seek shelter in a cave. We assumed the rain would pass swiftly, but it persisted for an inordinate duration, and with great intensity. One voice from the hunting party spoke up. Everyone listened intently, eager to comprehend the events that might jeopardize their survival. Once the rain ceased, we attempted to venture forth again, only to discover that the path ahead was obstructed by a landslide. The revelation cast a pall over the crowd. The hunting trail their ancestors had forged was now blocked. How would they manage? Without tools, they could not clear the path in the immediate future, and unfamiliar routes posed significant risks. Thus, they could only hunt on the periphery, hoping to gather enough game to sustain the tribe for a couple of days, before returning with tools to clear the way and resume hunting. Unfortunately, this meant everyone would have to endure hunger for a time. Upon hearing the tribe's plight, relief washed over them when they learned the path could eventually be cleared. They could still rely on this hunting route for survival, and though they faced temporary hunger, they could endure it, especially since Ruan Tang had discovered plenty of edible resources. Understanding the situation, Ruan Tang felt little concern. Clearing the path was not insurmountable. She could have Jean craft some shovels and weave baskets, swiftly eliminating the obstruction. Ruan Tang surmised the reason behind the tribe's gloomy demeanor. Casting a glance at Yi, she formulated a plan. Ming sighed, instructing that the game be distributed, as the timeline for clearing the path remained uncertain. The tribe members silently took their share of meat. Not a word of complaint escaped their lips. Such unforeseen events were ever present. This incident was relatively mild compared to the past when many had starved. Chief, I know of several edible mushrooms, and I gathered a substantial amount with others. They are stored in the cave and can sustain everyone for several meals. A weak voice emerged. Ruan Tang beheld Mei, who precariously approached, leaning on a branch, and inwardly marveled at her tenacity. Despite her illness, she had crawled out to speak for the sake of pride. Her spirit was truly commendable. Excellent, truly wonderful. Mei, you are remarkable, Ming exclaimed, elated at the prospect of food, and excitedly lifted Mei up high. Ruan Tang's heart sank at this sight. She had never been lifted high by her father, and this audacious usurper was being elevated instead. The tribe's jubilant cheers at the news of food drowned out any mention of Ruan Tang's discovery. Esme was hoisted by Ming. She grinned broadly, momentarily forgetting her discomfort. The chief was embracing her. How thrilling! Did this not signify her impending status as the chief's daughter? Ruan Tang seethed with anger, an intense rage boiling within her. The paternal affection she had longed for had been snatched away. How could she bear it? Jing, who had been observing Ruan Tang, approached her with concern upon seeing her distress. Child, your father is simply overwhelmed with joy. Ruan Tang composed herself, forcing a smile. I understand father is delighted, and everyone is too. In fact, I have something that will make him even happier. The mushrooms were an accidental discovery of mine, intended to enhance the flavor of the soup, and I found even more substantial food sources. Her words could be likened to a masterful strike that hits 3 targets at once. Firstly, she expressed joy on behalf of herself and the others. Secondly, she subtly indicated that she was the true discoverer of the mushrooms. And lastly, she introduced an even more delectable food item. She exhibited a remarkable sense of propriety. The fact that her little one could discern between poisonous and non-poisonous mushrooms was impressive, especially considering May's earlier comments in front of so many people. Observing May, who was still gleefully held aloft by Ming, she seemed to understand her child's feelings and promptly pulled Ruan Tang over, urging, "Little one, share with your father what you have discovered. He will surely be delighted." Ming, catching sight of Ruan Tang's quiet gaze, felt inexplicably guilty and hastily set May down, scratching his head as he inquired, "Little one, what is it? What have you found?" "Father, I have discovered nuts that can fill our bellies. These nuts even contain a hint of energy, which should help our tribe endure for some time," Ruan Tang replied, her expression betraying no signs of concern. The others in the tribe nodded in unison, affirming the veracity of Ruan Tang's statement. "Wonderful, little one. You are truly remarkable," Ming exclaimed, attempting to lift Ruan Tang high in the air, only to be deftly evaded by her. He paused momentarily, but dismissed the thought, cheerily assuring the tribe, "Rest assured, as long as we work together, we will surely overcome this challenge." While Ming, the rugged man, failed to notice anything amiss, Jing was more perceptive. She gently stroked Ruan Tang's hair, her smile tender as she said, "Tang, come here and tell your aunt what you've been up to these past few days." That as she spoke, she guided Ruan Tang to sit beside her. Ruan Tang happily recounted the events of the last couple of days. I won't bother with father. After all, I have my beloved aunt." Chapter 66. The pinnacle of happiness upon finishing Ruan Tang's tale, Jing fell into contemplation. She knew that since her little one had encountered the beast god, she had become quite capable, but she had not anticipated just how adept she had truly become. The tribe members referred to her child as the messenger of the beast god, and Jing felt that she and Ming's plans could be enacted ahead of schedule, without fear of dissent. However, she was somewhat concerned about Mei and Chao. They had been engaging in covert maneuvers behind her child's back. It was imperative that she remind her little one not to be too naive, lest they deceive her. "Little one, Mei's intentions are somewhat dubious. You should avoid her in the future," Jing advised. Ruan Tang smiled faintly, recognizing her aunt's wisdom. "Don't worry, aunt. She can't bully me." Jing chuckled and shook her head, recalling the earlier moment when she had seen her child sulking due to Ming lifting Mei high in the air. Ruan Tang glanced at Yi, who was not far off, and said to Jing, "Aunt, please wait for a moment." "All right," Jing replied, not pondering too much. Ruan Tang hurried over to share her recent thoughts with Yi. It seemed he had anticipated this moment, displaying no unusual reaction, merely stating, "Tang, I believe in you." He had faith that even if they shared their hunting techniques, they would continue to thrive, "that I will not betray your trust," Ruan Tang declared, her face lighting up with a radiant smile. Yi, taken aback by her bright expression, felt his heart race, blushing as he nodded in agreement. Ruan Tang returned to Jing's side and whispered a few words in her ear, causing Jing to stand up in astonishment. "Tang, are you serious?" she asked, never imagining that her child possessed such extraordinary abilities. And oh wonder the tribe had seen little change. It was only she and Yi who had noticeably gained weight, as they had not been lacking sustenance. They were considered a vulnerable group, yet they had not compromised due to their weakness. Instead, they had found food through their own means. Historically, who among them could achieve such a feat? They had always relied on the strong males of the tribe for survival. Now, Ruan Tang had shattered that norm, demonstrating to all that even the weak could survive and procure food through their own efforts. Her child was truly remarkable, and there's still quite a few small prey nearby that the males of the tribe overlook, while the females cannot catch. With this method, we can secure food and easily address everyone's hunger in the short term. However, this approach could not be relied upon indefinitely, as prey would evolve and become more cunning. Thus, Ruan Tang had hesitated to disclose this method to the tribe too soon. Yet, given the current circumstances, she felt compelled to share it. Moreover, Ruan Tang still had a trick up her sleeve, her fishing technique, which, although untested, had shown promise in previous instances. She would help the tribe endure this hardship, but she would never allow her people to go hungry. This was the reward for their unwavering loyalty to her. "Aunt, let me take you to see it," Ruan Tang said, pulling Jing along. "We will wait for your father to finish before going together." Jing recognized that Ruan Tang was sulking, but this matter was of utmost importance, and Ming needed to accompany them. Very well. Ruan Tang acquiesced. Once Ming had completed his arrangements, he approached Jing and Ruan Tang, feeling a sense of frustration at the growing distance between him and his child. She had changed. The last time he returned, she had eagerly rushed to him, showering him with affection. Yet this time she barely acknowledged him. "Little one, have you encountered something troubling?" Ming inquired, attempting to placate her. "No," Ruan Tang replied flatly. Ming felt a pang in his heart. Clearly, something was amiss, for she had previously been so affectionate toward him. "Ming, I have something to tell you," Jing said, observing Ruan Tang's sulking demeanor. She gently smiled and pulled Ming aside, quietly relaying everything Ruan Tang had just shared. Ming turned to Ruan Tang in shock, only to find her focused on arranging her small basket. "Tang, you are extraordinary. You truly are my child," Ming exclaimed, gathering Ruan Tang into his arms, unabashedly kissing her cheek regardless of her feelings. Ruan Tang was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a brilliant smile that it seemed that in this place. Affection was expressed through kisses, a subconscious gesture. Not far away, May watched this scene, her grip on the branch tightening with envy and jealousy. She yearned for such a wonderful father. The chief could only be good to her. She must become even more outstanding, surpassing Ruan Tang. In that moment, Ruan Tang felt elated, no longer minding Ming's earlier actions toward May, and whispered into Ming's ear, "Father, let us go over there." "All right," he replied, leading the way. "Father, please let me down. I can walk by myself." Before Ruan Tang could finish her sentence, Ming hoisted her onto his shoulder. "Just sit on your father's shoulders and guide the way," he declared, unwilling to let her down. His little one felt so soft and cuddly. How had he not noticed this before? He regretted missing out on so much time and resolved to hold her more often from now on. Ruan Tang felt a bit shy, given that her soul belonged to an adult. However, she soon relaxed, for the view from this height was undeniably different. She had envied the children who sat atop their father's shoulders, believing it merely offered a higher vantage point. Yet now she realized it was so much more. This was a height of happiness. She cherished and relished it. "Father, let us invite ye too," Ruan Tang called out. Spotting him in the crowd, Ming walked over and beckoned Yi, while those around them regarded Ruan Tang, perched on Ming's shoulders with a mix of surprise and acceptance, refraining from further comment. Merely inquiring about the aforementioned nuts, Yi paused for a moment, taken aback by the sight of Ruan Tang so elevated, a fleeting shadow of sadness crossing his eyes. Once, he too had a father who cherished him and his sister deeply. But he reassured himself. He had grown up, and there were many people he needed to protect. Thus, he felt no envy toward those who had such shoulders to lean on. Rather, he aspired to be that very shoulder for others. He quickly resolved this, his expression turning resolute. "Yi, you are doing well," Ming said, patting him on the shoulder. "Thank you for the chief's acknowledgement," Yi replied, standing tall. Yes, he must earn the tribe's respect and protect those he cherished. "Next time I return, I will personally teach you the art of hunting." Ming felt this matter could be expedited, not solely because his child needed protection, but also due to Ye's evident desire to grow stronger. "Really? Thank you, Chief. I will study diligently." In a moment of excitement, Yi spoke fervently. Ruan Tang pressed her lips together, pondering whether it might be a tad premature, although she was aware that the males of the tribe typically ventured out to hunt at an early age. Yi was merely 10 years old, still a child, even younger than she was at present. Chapter 67. Ming's plans, Ye's desire to grow stronger was evident in the resoluteness of his gaze. Thus, Ruan Tang refrained from further comment. Everyone has their own aspirations, and each must bear the cost of their pursuits. The group quietly made their way to the trap-making site without disturbing others. They were fortunate, as the trap had ensnared yet another prey, astonishingly, just after they had collected their earlier catch that very morning. Indeed, one could only comprehend the efficacy of the trap through first-hand experience. Ming continuously praised Ruan Tang and Yi, exclaiming their brilliance for devising such a strategy. This was all Tang's idea. I merely assisted, Yi humbly replied, for he was not one to seek undue credit. He held disdain for Mei, believing that what rightfully belonged to him was his alone. What good was it to seize what was not his? Tang also discovered edible mushrooms, wild vegetables, potatoes to satiate their hunger, and nuts. She was indeed the truly remarkable one. Yi then spoke again, offering an explanation for Mei's earlier shameless behavior. You say the mushrooms were found by Tang? Ming focused on the crux of the matter. Indeed. Tang even made a delicious soup for me. Yi promptly responded. Ming suddenly understood why her little one had appeared so upset and reluctant to engage with her. Not only had someone pilfered their credit, but the thief had also been exalted. Had it been any other child, they would have surely cried out in protest. Yet her little one remained silent, quietly demonstrating something through their actions. Truly, her child was exceptional, the finest she had ever encountered. Ming gently patted Ruan Tang's little hand on her shoulder. Tang, I apologize for overlooking you earlier. It's quite all right, father. I'm just glad to be of help, Ruan Tang sweetly replied. Ming furrowed her brow at the thought of Mei, saying, Tang, you should limit your interactions with Mei. Her words echoed those of Jing, as they both perceived Mei to be overly cunning, fearful of their little one being taken advantage of. I understand, father, Ruan Tang joyfully responded. The feeling of having her father and mother protecting her was truly wonderful. Ming had already confirmed the feasibility of the plan and was eager to return to discuss the forthcoming matters with the tribe. First and foremost, the safety perimeter needed to be expanded. Otherwise, the tribe members might encounter danger while digging traps. Ming hurried back, with Ruan Tang and Yi trailing behind. Tang, what about our smoked meat? Yi inquired softly. We'll save that for ourselves, she replied, relieved that they had stocked enough during this time, as they would not have to worry about food, knowing that even with traps, they might struggle to catch prey later. Having promised not to let Yi go hungry, Ruan Tang would not allow her vanity to dictate otherwise. Why he felt a surge of excitement at this, having previously worried that Ruan Tang might sacrifice their smoked meat to aid the tribe due to the current scarcity. Jing observed the two engage in quiet conversation, sensing that they were concealing something from her. As long as they were not engaging in any dangerous endeavors, all was well. They could handle it. Her little one certainly deserved to be spoiled. Upon returning to the tribe, Ming shared the news, deliberately omitting the detail that Ruan Tang had been digging traps and capturing prey long before. Instead, he stated that she had only recently devised the method, lest others assume Ruan Tang had been hoarding food for herself. In truth, he believed his child had already contributed significantly to the tribe. These matters were not hers to worry about, so he felt no remorse for Ruan Tang's prior discretion. Mei, upon hearing this news, immediately had her suspicions. She found it hard to believe that Ruan Tang had only conceived this plan in recent days. She must have devised it long before. Unbeknownst to Ming, she had been running outside frequently during that time, having enjoyed her share of solitary feasting. However, she could not voice her suspicions, for she lacked evidence and depended on Ruan Tang for her and her mother's health. She could not afford to offend her. Thus, Mei could only glare at Ruan Tang in frustration. Such a fierce gaze could not have escaped Ruan Tang's notice. She turned to meet it, offering a light smile. This smile only served to further infuriate Mei, who felt as though she had been provoked that no, she alone must be the most exceptional child in the tribe. Ming recalled what Ruan Tang had just shared and addressed the tribe once more. Tang has awakened her bloodline power, and her innate ability allows her to communicate with trees. Henceforth, acquiring fruit will no longer be as arduous as before. Everyone fell silent, stunned. Had they misheard? The ability to communicate with trees? Good heavens, what an extraordinary power! Who could have imagined such a divine gift existed in this world? Each person was left speechless with excitement. That Mei's eyes widened in disbelief. She had always believed herself to be the most gifted child, having awakened her bloodline at the age of 10, while Ruan Tang had yet to do so at 12. That now, she was being told that Ruan Tang had awakened her bloodline and possessed such formidable abilities, far surpassing her own. How could she not be deeply affected? Mei sat there, dazed, unable to absorb any further words, lost in the anguish of this revelation. Observing the reactions of the crowd, Ming sensed the moment was ripe. Just as he was about to speak, someone in the throng suddenly declared, Tang is the saint sent by the beast god to rescue us. I wish to honor her as the most revered female of our tribe, forever respecting her." This proclamation sent ripples through the crowd that a chorus of voices began to echo this sentiment. "I too wish to honor the saint." One after another, they cried out, "Saint, Saint, Saint!" The tribe members knelt, each shout growing louder than the last, demonstrating the weight Ruan Tang held in their hearts, nearly eclipsing even the tribe leader, Ming. Ming had anticipated needing to exert pressure to establish Ruan Tang as the tribe's saintess, yet was taken aback by the sincerity of their sentiments. He exchanged a glance with Jing, receiving her affirmation, and thus raised his voice. "I shall consult the shaman to determine if this is indeed the will of the beast god." Since it pertained to the beast god, it was inevitable to involve the shaman. Everyone agreed. If this truly was the will of the beast god, then the shaman would surely receive such a message, making it most appropriate to inquire with him. Ming proceeded to the cave to summon the shaman. As the shaman listened to Ming's words, he fell into deep contemplation. While being a saintess was undoubtedly a privilege, it also entailed certain dangers. Should others from rival tribes discover this, Ruan Tang could be at risk of being taken away. Could the Yihu tribe adequately protect their saintess, or could he himself safeguard Ruan Tang? For the first time, the shaman found himself questioning his own capabilities. Despite having faced unfair treatment in the past without doubt, now he was wavering for Ruan Tang's sake. He could not articulate this feeling, yet he found it strangely agreeable. Chapter 68. The tribe's saintess. The shaman approached Ruan Tang, observing her dazed expression, and found her irresistibly adorable, prompting an unexpected smile. This fleeting smile went unnoticed by all but Mei, who was instantly captivated by such a dazzling display. How could there exist such a beautiful smile in this world? It turned out that even the shaman could smile. Mei's heart raced, feeling as though it might leap from her chest. What was this sensation? She was unsure, yet she knew she wanted to become the shaman's partner. With an overwhelming desire, Mei's fervent gaze did not escape the shaman's attention, who shot her a disdainful look, a silent warning in his eyes. The chill of his glare made Mei shiver involuntarily. She realized she could no longer stare or think, yet inexplicably, she found herself enchanted, unable to tear her gaze away. The shaman's expression hardened, exuding an aura of coldness akin to ancient ice, causing those around him to feel an inexplicable chill. Had it not been warm just moments ago, why had the temperature suddenly dropped so dramatically? Someone shifted their position, inadvertently obstructing Mei's line of sight, preventing her from continuing to gaze at S. It was only then that the aura emanating from C began to soften that moment. Ruan Tang also regained her senses, casting a complex look at her father and mother. They must have thought this way for quite some time. It turned out they held such profound faith in her, valuing her so highly. Ruan Tang was moved to the point of speechlessness. Yet, could she truly fulfill the role of the saintess? For the first time, she began to doubt herself. "You can do it." C's resolute voice resonated in her ears, managing to calm her restless heart. Perhaps she could indeed succeed. Noticing her readiness, C stood tall, closed his eyes, and murmured incantations, as if negotiating with the beast god. The tribe's people knelt reverently, the surroundings enveloped in silence, with even their breaths subdued, wary of disturbing the communication between the shaman and the beast god. Ruan Tang observed C, aware that this was merely an act of theatrics. He could not truly hear anything. Fortunately, he did not conduct himself like those who appeared possessed, which would have severely tarnished his image in her eyes. However, C's demeanor was undeniably arrogant. Typically, one would approach the beast god with reverence. Yet C seemed to inhabit a lofty realm. As if conversing with the beast god was a privilege granted to him alone, he exhibited no awareness of his mortal status. Ruan Tang pondered what kind of person C truly was. When C opened his eyes and met Ruan Tang's gaze, he gleaned something from it. A smile graced his lips, revealing that she was indeed a remarkable little female. All the tribespeople knelt humbly, heads bowed, while she maintained direct eye contact with him, unafraid of causing offense. Did she perceive the facade? Or was she, like him, simply confident in herself? The beast god had informed him that Tang was the messenger sent to assist everyone through their trials. They could revere her as the saintess. However, The saintess was sacred and inviolable, deserving of the same respect afforded to the beast god, and they must never betray her. This was all C could do for Ruan Tang. Excitement surged among the crowd. Indeed, was she sent by the beast god? They expressed their gratitude, vowing never to betray the saintess. Even Ming and Jing bowed respectfully. The grand display startled Ruan Tang. Was it truly necessary to go to such lengths? She had thought it was merely a title, a slight variation from the past. Turning to see, she found him nodding. This continent was vast. It could not be solely populated by their winged tiger tribe. Thus, those with abilities needed protection to survive long-term. Ruan Tang pursed her lips, remaining silent for a while before stepping forward. Everyone, please rise that he will not be so formal. I am still the same Tang, merely with an additional title. Let us continue to interact as we always have. Yet, no one stood to owe them. Ruan Tang was no longer the same as before. They would regard her with the same respect they afforded the beast god. Even Yi and Yun felt an increasing distance from Ruan Tang, as if they could never catch up, only able to look up at her. An inexplicable sense of loss settled in their hearts. Yet they could not articulate what they mourned. Since you all proclaim me the saintess, why do you not heed my first command? Ruan Tang smiled gently, her voice as soothing as a spring breeze. Tang remains the same Tang, unchanged. You could confirm this now. Ming was the first to rise. Since the saintess has spoken, we shall naturally comply and treat you as we did before. Though he said this, there would inevitably be differences. From now on, just call me Tang. The title of saintess can remain in your hearts. Ruan Tang sighed silently, wondering how things had progressed to this point when all she desired was to coexist harmoniously with everyone. C observed Ruan Tang's sorrowful expression and approached, gently stroking her hair. The moment she revealed her abilities, she was destined to be extraordinary, unlike anyone else. The onlookers felt that the shaman was indeed the same as ever, capable of treating others as equals, regardless of their status. Yet, they seemed unable to do the same themselves. Why awakened talent is the ability to communicate with trees, which is why I understand why they strike the tribespeople. They are hurt by their rough actions. Therefore, when harvesting fruit in the future, everyone must heed my guidance. Previously, only a few had tended to the tree's needs, which was insufficient. Many trees had grown discontented with unmet needs, making it an ideal time to involve the tribespeople in this endeavor. The tribespeople were surprised by this revelation. They had initially thought the fruit trees were reluctant to part with their fruits, but it turned out they were merely in pain from being harvested. So, does this mean we can harvest fruit more frequently in the future? Whatever the saintess commands, we shall comply. The title of saintess felt quite foreign to Ruan Tang. However, she decided to focus on the matter at hand. Ruan Tang outlined her plans, and the tribespeople expressed their willingness to accept them, eager to try. Since they wished to proceed, Ruan Tang naturally did not refuse, leading them to water the fruit trees and catch pests. As for fertilization, Ruan Tang contemplated when to dig a pit specifically for creating fertilizer. Chapter 69. All are striving. These past few days mark perhaps the busiest time in the history of the tribe. They were weaving winnowing baskets, crafting shovels, watering the trees, catching pests, pruning branches, digging traps, and expanding their safety perimeter. Every able-bodied elder, down to the youngest child, participated. Every task was crucial for their tribe's survival and thus warranted their utmost attention. Saintess, is this how it should be? Jean approached with a bone shovel in hand. Ruan Tang sighed. Uncle Jean, just call me Tang, but I've nearly developed calluses from hearing the title Saintess so often. That will not do. You are the messenger sent by the beast god to assist everyone through difficulties. I cannot simply call you by your name, Jean replied, shaking his head vigorously. Uncle Jean, am I not still your Tang? Being the beast god's messenger? Ruan Tang insisted with a serious expression. Jean paused, realizing the logic in her words. Uncle Jean, if you want me to help you craft more items, you should not be so formal. Just call me Tang. Jean felt a pang of urgency. If he was informal, he hoped she would continue to provide those special tools. He loved crafting, and it would be a shame to lose access to those practical tools. Hearing this, Ruan Tang smiled broadly, appreciating his understanding. From now on, she would ensure everyone adjusted to this new dynamic. As for the title of Saintess, it could remain in their hearts. She had only agreed to assume this title for the sake of convenience. Not far away, May, who was weaving a winnowing basket, looked at Ruan Tang with a mix of envy and jealousy. She had witnessed the respect Ruan Tang received in the tribe these past few days, and it drove her nearly mad with jealousy. She longed for a day when she, too, would be treated so favorably. May glanced at her half-finished winnowing basket and set it aside, picking up her backpack to approach Ming. Tribe leader, May called softly. Ever since Ming had lifted her high that one time, she had begun to regard him as a father figure. In this moment, she resembled a child yearning for paternal affection. May, what is it? Ming's demeanor was somewhat indifferent, a stark contrast to his previous warmth. This took May by surprise. What is going on? The tribe leader was once so affectionate towards me, May thought anxiously. Could it be that Ruan Tang had spoken ill of her in front of him? Tribe leader, have I done something wrong? May asked, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she gazed at Ming. Ming had not anticipated such a strong reaction from May and quickly reassured her. Not at all. May, you've been doing wonderfully. You're already quite impressive among the young ones. After all, it is merely a cub. May's father passed away long ago, so it is only natural for her to yearn for paternal affection. Her impulsive attempt to replace Ruan Tang was perhaps a desperate plea for attention. Ming sighed quietly, resolving not to dwell on the previous incident. However, this does not imply that he should indulge May with the paternal love she seeks. His feelings towards her would remain akin to those he harbors for the other cubs in the tribe. May, sensing a shift in Ming's demeanor, felt her anxious heart ease slightly. She placed her basket before Ming, opened its lid, and produced a pair of straw sandals, saying, "Chieftain, these are sandals I crafted during my leisure time. When worn, they will protect your feet from the sharp stones." Ming accepted the sandals, a look of astonishment crossing his face. These sandals were remarkably sturdy and breathable, truly a boon for them. Not everyone in the tribe went barefoot. The females typically wrapped their feet in animal hides to avoid cuts, while the males found those hides stifling, leading to excessive sweating. Once sweat-soaked, their feet felt as if they had been submerged in water, becoming wrinkled and uncomfortable. Over time, the smell became unbearable, and eventually, no one wished to wear them. The males, accustomed to hunting, had developed thick calluses on their feet, rendering them impervious to pain on ordinary surfaces. And thus they were even less inclined to don animal hides. Did you create these yourself? Ming, recalling the previous incident, could not help but inquire. May paused for a moment before nodding. Indeed, I conceived this idea while weaving baskets. This pair is made specifically for you. Chieftain, would you like to try them on? May looked at Ming with hopeful anticipation. All right, I'll give them a try, Ming replied. Nodding, upon wearing the sandals, he found his feet were indeed free from pain, although they felt somewhat unfamiliar. Yet, if he could acclimate, it would be tremendously beneficial for them, as it would prevent injuries and bleeding during hunts, an unfortunate occurrence that could attract larger beasts. May, you are truly remarkable. Ming's praise was perhaps the only compliment he could muster, and he offered it to both Ruan Tang and May alike. May's cheeks flushed with pride as she gazed up at Ming, seemingly hoping for him to lift her once more. However, after a long wait, that embrace did not come. How could Ming fail to notice her disappointment? Yet he dared not embrace her again, for he was sure that if his own cub saw, she would undoubtedly ignore him, and he would never be allowed to hold her again. Thus, to ensure he could cuddle his cub daily, he had to resist. May, having waited a considerable time without receiving the expected affection, felt a twinge of disappointment and lowered her head. Why had the chieftain stopped holding her? She longed to be lifted high again, for that sensation brought her such happiness. Father, who is truly amazing. Ruan Tang's voice suddenly chimed from behind, made it Tang, what brings you here? Ming stammered, caught off guard as if he had been caught in a misdeed. The worried expression he wore made May suspect that Ruan Tang had relayed some unfavorable gossip about her to Ming, which caused him to fear Ruan Tang's judgment of their companionship. After all, this was something she had achieved through her own efforts. Ruan Tang had no right to feel envious or to hinder her. The chieftain is naturally praising my prowess, May declared, turning to Ruan Tang with a sense of triumph. Ditto. Ruan Tang raised an eyebrow, her gaze falling upon the basket beside them, filled with straw sandals. So, these are indeed sandals. May, you have some skill. Originally, Ruan Tang had intended to craft her own pair of sandals, as wearing animal hide was quite uncomfortable, but various tasks had delayed her plans. What are you doing? May asked protectively, shielding the sandals. Ruan Tang rolled her eyes, thinking May assumed everyone was like her, eager to claim credit. These sandals are excellent. Your father's praise is well deserved. You are indeed quite talented. May, I Tang skeptically. Wondering if this was genuine praise. Could Tang truly be so benevolent? Chapter 70. A great calamity approaches Ruan Tang. Uninterested in engaging further, approached Ming and stated, Father, everyone in the tribe should wear these sandals to prevent injuries that could lead to infections. She then explained what an infection entailed. Upon hearing this, Ming's expression turned grave. It was no wonder some individuals had suffered from sudden illnesses after sustaining injuries. It was indeed due to infected wounds. Thus, it was clear that wearing sandals was essential. That I shall ensure this matter is communicated. May, you have done splendidly. The responsibility of teaching our people how to make sandals will be entrusted to you. Ming affirmed, patting her shoulder in acknowledgement. It was vital to commend actions that benefited the tribe. Otherwise, who would wish to contribute in the future? May beamed with joy at the praise, turning back to share a triumphant glance with Ruan Tang. That smile was undeniably silly. Ruan Tang, uninterested in arguing, sought out Ling. Would you be able to weave me a pair of straw sandals? Ling was quite skilled, and since Ruan Tang was pressed for time and did not wish to borrow May's creations, she approached Ling to request a pair, while also sharing her desired design. Of course. However, I'm not proficient in that. Ling replied, eager to assist Ruan Tang. And no worries, May will teach everyone shortly. I just need a sample design from you. Ruan Tang said, hoping to create a pair of comfortable sandals for herself. May can actually do that. Ling asked in surprise. It was true. May had a knack for such crafts, a fact Ruan Tang had recognized long ago. If May were present to hear this, her tale would surely be held high in pride. Yet, Ruan Tang permitted her to bask in that glory, for the tribe required talents from all walks of life. However, if she sought to overreach and cause mischief, a firm lesson would be necessary. Ling regarded Ruan Tang with admiration, noting that despite May's attempts to claim credit, Ruan Tang still managed to commend her, a quality Ling lacked. After conversing with Ling for a while, Ruan Tang resumed her tasks, needing to oversee and guide various projects, especially watering and tending to the trees, lest she inadvertently provoke them. However, Ruan Tang was overthinking. The tribe members' fear of the trees had not dissipated, leading them to be exceedingly cautious, ensuring the trees felt no pain. Consequently, each tree expressed its comfort, with the ginkgo tree nearly bursting into song. Thankfully, the other trees intervened. Otherwise, Ruan Tang might have been treated to a reenactment of a classic scene from a beloved tale. After explaining the tree's needs to the tribe, she proceeded to inspect the progress of their traps. Knight was primarily in charge of this task. Having matured into a skilled hunter, he would have undoubtedly dug multiple traps, if not for the recent events, observing the swift progress made by the tribe members. Ruan Tang recognized their fervent desire for sustenance. Soon, she would share methods for catching fish, which would surely excite them even more. For the people of the beast world, nothing was more crucial than food. Consequently, the males, who had initially planned to leave immediately, lingered in the tribe for an additional 2 days, as survival was a matter that could not be taken lightly. On the very first day after the traps were completed, they successfully caught several prey, which surprised Ruan Tang. Given the commotion, one would expect the prey to be frightened and reluctant to emerge, yet they had managed to catch multiple animals. This bountiful harvest thrilled the tribe members, who knelt in gratitude to both the beast god and the saintess. This outcome reassured the males, allowing them to venture out to clear paths, and they could hunt for additional days. Of course, they remained cautious, maintaining their previous schedule until conditions stabilized before making any adjustments on this occasion. Only the males ventured out, while the females remained in the tribe, tending to the fruit trees to harvest fresh fruits without venturing into the forest, where they might be struck unexpectedly and still risk failing to gather ripe produce. After several days of relentless activity, Ruan Tang finally found a moment to relax. That moment, she sat within C's cave. Munching on fruit while observing C's divinations, that wasn't it said that excessive divination would lead to inaccuracy. Ruan Tang felt as though C had been fixated on divining the same thing for quite some time, without any variation. C glanced up at her, who said that excessive divination would lead to inaccuracy. Ahem, it's better to refrain from such behaviors that pry into the secrets of fate. It may shorten your lifespan. Ruan Tang contemplated the knowledge she had gleaned from this beastly world and could not help but remind herself, as I appeared, as though he were a person whose lifespan had been curtailed. If he continued to exhaust himself in this manner, it would surely be detrimental. As I cast a lingering glance her way, as if this little female understood more than he did. You should divine one, he said, pushing the items toward Ruan Tang. That I cannot, she replied, shaking her head vigorously. She was only familiar with using such things for play. As a child, she would toss sticks to collect them, adhering to the rule of not touching any other stick, and finishing the collection would signify victory. She had excelled at it. Just throw them casually, C urged, handing the assorted sticks to Ruan Tang, seemingly regarding it as a mere triviality. That I can do this. With that, Ruan Tang took the sticks and flung them, the varied lengths scattering across the stone table, each one intersecting with the others. None left untouched, as I observed the scene. Lowering his eyelids to conceal the astonishment within, his lips pressed together in silence for a long time. Is there a problem? Ruan Tang sensed a gravity in C's expression. What kind of divination did he draw? What does this tableau signify? A great calamity awaits the tribe, C said, casting a deep look at Ruan Tang before uttering those ominous words. Ruan Tang's complexion drained of color. What is happening? I merely tossed them casually. How can there be a great calamity? I do not know what kind of catastrophe it is, but it is an existence we cannot resist. I raised his gaze to the sky outside the cave. Perhaps it was related to the heavens, an existence we cannot resist. What could that be? Natural disaster. Man-made calamity. Surely, only natural disasters are beyond their control. This was an utterly unpredictable occurrence. How could they prepare in advance? Before the forces of nature, they appeared so insignificant. When will it happen? Ruan Tang questioned, harboring no doubts about C's words. That in the coming years, was the most precise answer C could provide. Ruan Tang felt a jolt in her heart. It was alarmingly close. The tribe had yet to begin its development. Everything still remained stagnant, and yet she was being told a great crisis loomed ahead. No one could remain calm in such circumstances. What should we do? We cannot simply stand by and watch this calamity unfold. Ruan Tang thought of her beloved father and mother, her friends Yi and Ling, and every individual in the tribe. Each one was a vibrant life. Chapter 71. Vitality, select a stick from among them. I remained remarkably composed. Ruan Tang extended her hand, though it trembled slightly. Just maintain a calm demeanor, C reassured her. Looking into C's tranquil eyes, Ruan Tang gradually regained her composure. Just as in her childhood, she selected a stick that would not disturb the others. This one, she handed the stick to C. He glanced at it, then back at Ruan Tang, and uttered a profoundly significant statement. You are the hope amidst this calamity. Ruan Tang was momentarily taken aback. I am the hope of this calamity? What can I do? I am but a powerless child. She could not fathom how she might influence the natural disasters. For a moment, she fell into silence. Perhaps it was not a natural disaster. Then, what could it be? Ruan Tang could not grasp the meaning. In due time, all will reveal itself. C comforted. In truth, he was also uncertain of the connection, only knowing that their only glimmer of hope relied on Ruan Tang. A weight suddenly settled in Ruan Tang's heart. She was already burdened with the survival of the tribe. Now, it seemed she was also the hope within the great calamity. It was all her fault for speaking too much. But was it truly wrong to inquire? If a great calamity were indeed approaching, would they not be left defenseless? Ruan Tang was no sage. She could only do what was within her power. For instance, to enhance everyone's living conditions. Thus, she needed to focus on building the tribe. Observing Ruan Tang's grave demeanor, she wondered if he had placed too much pressure on her. Yet, the divination indicated as much. No, perhaps it was not entirely, so I picked up a stick from among the divination, finally grasping it in his hand. The hope did not rest solely on Ruan Tang. Perhaps he too could play a part. Whatever happens, you may seek me out. This was all C could offer. All right. Ruan Tang looked at C with gratitude. She felt fortunate to have encountered him in this unfamiliar world. For the next 2 days, Ruan Tang remained in the cave, evidently contemplating how to improve the tribe. Yi, observing Ruan Tang's sudden shift to a somber mood, felt both anxious and concerned. Tang, has something happened? Yi could not help but inquire. Ruan Tang remained silent, propping her chin in contemplation, a pose she had maintained for quite some time without change. Tang, I do not know what troubles you, but no matter what happens, I will stay by your side. He even felt a twinge of resentment toward himself for being unable to assist in any way. Ruan Tang gazed at Ye's concerned expression and wondered if she had been thinking too much. How could she cause those who cared for her such worry? Should she truly allow an uncertain future to overshadow the present? She had promised to do her utmost to ensure the tribe lived well. What was there to ponder? Yi. Thank you, do not worry. I am fine. Ruan Tang smiled and stood up, resolved to make each day fulfilling. Yi watched as she radiated with renewed vigor, his eyes reflecting warmth and brilliance. He felt his heart slipping beyond his control. In the following days, Ruan Tang returned to normalcy. At least he could discern no change. If anything had altered, it was perhaps her newfound obsession with food, nearly rivaling his own. For instance, Ruan Tang was currently perched on a branch, diligently scraping away at a pile of bird droppings that Yi looked on in bewilderment, wondering if perhaps bird droppings had become edible. If so, that would indeed be rather off-putting. Yet should Ruan Tang declare it consumable, he would undoubtedly partake without hesitation. Tang, what are you doing? Can bird droppings really be eaten? Yi could not resist asking. Of course. There are good things within, Ruan Tang replied without lifting her head, her serious demeanor dissuading further interruption. That Ye's expression turned somewhat peculiar. It was true. Was he really about to abandon meat for bird droppings? He wrestled internally for quite some time before finally adopting a heroic resolve. He picked up a stick and a large leaf from the ground, climbing the tree, just like Ruan Tang. Gathering the droppings, he could collect enough, and then swallow it all. Thus, when Ruan Tang finally paused in her task, she caught sight of Yi holding a stick, poised to lift a generous dollop of droppings toward his mouth. Wait, Ruan Tang exclaimed. Yi halted, perplexed as he looked at her. Have you gone mad with hunger? Why are you shoving everything into your mouth? Ruan Tang quickly intervened, snatching the stick from his hands. Yi protested, looking rather pitiful. Did you not say it was edible? When did I ever say that? Ruan Tang glared at him. Yi gazed back at her, even more aggrieved that a memory of her earlier words surfaced in his mind. Ruan Tang felt embarrassed, half laughing and half crying as she explained, I misspoke earlier to Yi had never doubted her words. It is my fault. I should have been clearer. Ruan Tang settled beside Yi and asked, Do you know what these birds eat? Insects? Yi was baffled by Ruan Tang's inquiry. Besides insects, they also consume grains. The reason I am searching for bird droppings is to find undigested grains within, to see if they can be cultivated into food. If successful, it could entirely resolve our food supply issues. This was a plan Ruan Tang had devised during her days in the cave to solve the tribe's hunger. They needed some solid resources to support them. Yet, after searching for days, they had found nothing of the sort, leaving their hopes pinned on the birds. Yi was astonished by Ruan Tang's last statement. Could it truly be a complete solution? Just how miraculous could this food be? The knight was eager to witness the unfolding events. Ruan Tang said nothing further. Lowering her head to continue searching for grains, it must be said, the mass she encountered was indeed rather disgusting. Ruan Tang felt as though the food she had consumed that morning was about to make a reappearance. Just then, Yi took the initiative to assume the task, declaring, I will search. Ruan Tang cast a grateful glance at Yi. This was truly wonderful. She silently thanked Yi for alleviating her stomach's burden. Before long, Yi had thoroughly rummaged through the unsightly heap of bird droppings and, remarkably, managed to unearth a few grains. Ruan Tang observed Yi, whose hands were now smeared with droppings. Her emotions became complex. He was indeed willing to do anything for her, willing to place his trust in her. Chapter 72. Growing strong with the tribe, Ruan Tang carefully gathered the few grains she had found and expressed her gratitude. Yi, thank you, and no need for thanks. Whenever I have free time, I will help you continue to search, Yi replied, feeling elated that he could assist Ruan Tang. Ruan Tang instructed Yi to wash his hands while she tended to the grains. She wondered if those grains were still viable, hoping that at least one or two would be resilient enough that, if all went well, she might catch up with the planting of the second season's crops. After soaking the grains, Ruan Tang stepped out of the cave, basking in the warm sunlight, relishing the feeling of making a little effort each day. Tang, what is there to be happy about? Ling asked curiously. Approaching her, that you'll find out in due time. Being able to enjoy any type of grain is a delightful matter, Ruan Tang replied. How mysterious. Ling did not press further. Ruan Tang linked arms with her and said, Come, let's go pick some fruit. Currently, only Ruan Tang was free to gather fruit without restrictions, while others had to be cautious and could not pick too much at once. All right. Ling was thrilled to accompany Ruan Tang because the fruits she harvested were the sweetest. Seeing Ling's joyful demeanor, Ruan Tang couldn't help but smile, though beneath that smile lay a weighty emotion. She would not share the news of the impending disaster with anyone, as it would only amplify their fears. Life was already arduous. Adding such a burden to their minds would make existence unbearable. However, such a significant matter could not possibly be known only to her and Si. They would have to discuss it together once Ming returned. When Ruan Tang and Ling returned from fruit picking, Yi pulled Ruan Tang to the place where they had previously raised the colorful chickens. Tang, look, this time we caught 3 colorful chickens, and I trimmed their wings. Here are the 5 eggs we found. Yi carefully presented a basket containing the eggs. He was eager to taste them. So many, Ruan Tang exclaimed, picking up one of the eggs and inspecting under the sunlight. Noticing a dark, opaque spot inside, she examined the other eggs as well, discovering that 2 of them were fertilized. These 2 cannot be eaten. We'll keep them to nurture the new colorful chickens. She pondered whether the previous chicken had perished due to being wild for too long. Thus, Ruan Tang needed to prepare for both possibilities and consider raising some from a young age. All right, Yi quickly tucked the 2 fertilized eggs away. Here, this is for you to eat. Ruan Tang retrieved a fruit from her small basket and offered it to Yi. Yi had never seen this fruit before and looked at Ruan Tang with curiosity. Eat it quickly. It's a delicacy, Ling urged. She had just tasted it and found that it contained energy, although not as potent as the legendary red fruit. It was still the most energizing fruit she had ever consumed. She had been able to bounce around for quite some time after digesting its energy, feeling significantly stronger afterward. Ruan Tang was truly generous to herself. Having only obtained 5 of these fruits, yet she willingly shared one with Yi. Yi quickly accepted it and popped it into his mouth, an influx of energy surging through him. He was delighted to absorb this energy, but soon realized he could not consume it all, prompting him to bounce up and down. Ruan Tang, seeing this, chose not to interrupt him and instead took another fruit from the basket to offer to Ling. This fruit, she decided, would be shared between Yun and Yun. Those who had yet to awaken were not prohibited from consuming energy-rich items. On the contrary, the more they ate, the better, as it would expedite the awakening of their bloodlines and enhance their innate abilities, facilitating swifter progress in their future cultivation. The reason their tribe had only seen Ming awaken his bloodline twice over such a long period was due to insufficient energy supplementation in their youth, making advancement difficult. Ming's ability to awaken his bloodline twice was attributed to his accidental consumption of an energy-rich fruit in his childhood, becoming the first among the cubs to awaken energy. Tang, you only have 5. You should keep this fruit for yourself. Ling suggested that I can always pick more when I want. This is to help them improve their health in the future, I will provide them with even more energy-rich items. Who knows what that catastrophe will bring? However, enhancing everyone's strength is undoubtedly a wise course of action. Tang, you are truly kind, Ling remarked, unaware of the fruit's harvesting difficulties. Although Ruan Tang could communicate with trees, she had faced some lashes for picking an extra fruit. Had it not been for the assistance of a large ginkgo tree, she might have endured even harsher punishment. Thinking of this, Ling anxiously said, Tang, don't you have medicine? Let me apply it for you. Although her injuries were not severe, there was still some bleeding. All right, Ruan Tang agreed, not wanting to cause Ling any worry. Moreover, it was indeed challenging for her to apply medicine to her own back. It must be said that the fruit tree had quite a temper. She had only excitedly picked 2 extra fruits and had been punished severely. Surely, they could negotiate, right? For instance, if singing 1 song was unacceptable, why not sing 2? It was fortunate she had the ginkgo tree to protect her. Otherwise, she might have been left bloodied and bruised. What? Tang, you were hurt? Yi, who had been bouncing around, overheard their conversation and rushed over. Alarmed that I'm fine. You should hurry and finish digesting this energy, Ruan Tang urged, glancing at Yi, whose face was flushed from stopping. Why Yi bounced around, anxiously asking, "Are you okay?" He felt it was his duty to stay close to Ruan Tang. If he were present, nothing would happen to her. I look like someone who's in trouble. Ruan Tang spun around, appearing quite well. Why he looked at her with a mix of skepticism. Ruan Tang nodded earnestly. Yi then turned to Ling, who opened her mouth to speak, but, upon seeing Ruan Tang's expression, had to say, "She's fine." Only then did Yi breathe a sigh of relief, though he still spoke gravely. "From now on, you must call for me whenever you go out. I will protect you." Ling lowered her head, feeling guilty for being too weak to safeguard Ruan Tang. She clenched her fists, vowing to become stronger and never let Ruan Tang get hurt again. Ruan Tang looked at her 2 friends who genuinely cared for her and smiled. "I am the saintess. I should be the one protecting you. No, it should be us protecting you." They both insisted in unison. All right. Even aside from my identity as the saintess, I'm older than you both, so I should protect you. Shouldn't I? Not at all." Thus, Ruan Tang did not dwell on the matter and took Ling back to the cave to apply medicine. Chapter 73. Recuperation due to her back injury. Ruan Tang was compelled to rest for a day. With her mother overseeing her recovery, Ruan Tang found it difficult to escape, lest she face a lecture upon her return. Though she was resting, she did not remain idle. At least her hands were busy. She selected suitable bamboo and diligently experimented until she finally crafted a bow. However, this bow lacked a string. Ruan Tang would have to wait until she found a suitable one to attach. "Cubs, what is that?" Jing asked, gazing curiously at the curved piece of bamboo. "This is a type of weapon, a very powerful one. However, I have yet to find a suitable string, so it cannot be considered a weapon just yet. Once completed, it will make hunting much easier for my father and the others." Ruan Tang had encountered archers before, and their stance was undeniably impressive. If she were to successfully craft a bow herself, she would certainly dedicate herself to rigorous practice. Given her innate lack of lethality, it would be exceedingly difficult to survive in this realm of beasts if she did not acquire some means of self-defense. Jing could hardly fathom that this could be a formidable weapon. However, such speculations were inconsequential. After all, as long as it was suggested by her darling cub, she would trust it wholeheartedly. "Amu, regardless of how formidable this item may be, I only know that you are injured and require proper rest," Jing said, gently removing the object from Ruan Tang's hands. "Amu, I merely sustained a minor abrasion. It is of no consequence," Ruan Tang replied, filled with warmth yet exuding a hint of helplessness. "That is unacceptable. You are now the saintess of the tribe and cannot afford to be in any peril," Jing asserted with a serious demeanor. "Amu, if others behave that way, it can be overlooked, but why must you treat me with such distance?" Ruan Tang looked at Jing with tear-filled eyes. Jing immediately became flustered and replied, "There is no distance here. Amu is merely concerned for you. Even if you are a saintess, you are still my beloved cub." Her words brought a radiant smile to Ruan Tang's face, and she nestled into Jing's embrace, cheerfully exclaiming, "I knew Amu would be the best." Jing tenderly stroked Ruan Tang's hair, cherishing her beloved cub. "Amu, when will you give me a little brother?" Ruan Tang suddenly lifted her head to inquire. Given how exceptional her father was, there were certainly many vying for his attention, so she felt the need to keep a watchful eye on Jing, of course, if it truly came to the point where she needed to intervene. She would not hesitate to have Amu rid herself of him. Nevertheless, the prospect of having a little brother was indeed worthwhile, and thus Ruan Tang would take it upon herself to meddle a bit. Jing's face flushed. "You little cub, such matters are not decided by Amu. They hinge on the will of the beast god." Ruan Tang scoffed lightly. "What does the beast god have to do with this? He is not the bodhisattva of childbirth, able to intervene in such affairs. Does Amu share this sentiment as well?" Since her Amu seemed to desire another child, she naturally felt inclined to assist. Ruan Tang grasped Jing's hand, appearing to playfully toy with it, while in reality, she was assessing her pulse. "Isn't one of you already enough for me to worry about?" Jing chuckled, playfully tapping Ruan Tang's nose with an affectionate tone. Ruan Tang felt a warmth spread through her heart, her face beaming with joy. However, she could sense that her MU indeed harbored hopes of having another cub. For sometimes, when she awoke unexpectedly in the night, she would overhear sounds that made her feel quite embarrassed. Heaven knows how desperately she wished to master the skill of falling back asleep instantly. Yet, having her own little room was still the best option. She must strive to develop the tribe further, hoping to soon reside in a house of blue bricks and tiles. Ruan Tang also yearned for a brother or sister, as she did not believe their arrival would diminish her parents' affection for her. Previously, as an only child, she had not only missed out on her parents' love, but had also never experienced the bonds of siblinghood. Thus, this time, she wished to make up for it all at once. "But I want a little brother too." Ruan Tang feared that Jing might delay in having another child because of her. Jing looked down at Ruan Tang, seeing the genuine longing in her eyes, and felt some happiness in her heart. Initially, she had worried that her cub would be unhappy, especially since Ruan Tang had been particularly clingy lately. "You will be able to give me a little brother very soon," Ruan Tang declared, retracting her hand from Jing's pulse. Her MU's health seemed satisfactory, so bearing another child should pose no issue as for why it had taken so long for her to conceive. Perhaps it was simply a matter of timing. This, Ruan Tang would ensure to discreetly educate herself on, preparing her AMU for conception. However, preparing for pregnancy was somewhat challenging, given the scarcity of resources in their environment. If the little cub says it can be done, then it surely can. Jing brushed off the matter, taking it easy to it. Was quite remarkable how the entire tribe became anxious over Ruan Tang's minor injury. One after another, they came to express their concern. Although Ruan Tang understood that most were driven by their regard for the saintess, she still felt touched by their attention. However, when she heard someone blame Ling for not having protected her adequately, Ruan Tang could no longer sit idle and interjected, "This matter has nothing to do with Ling. She was also struck by the tree. Still, Ling should have ensured your safety, allowing you to leave first." Came the reply. "Indeed, if Ling is to be with you, she must protect you, even at the cost of her life. If I were to be with the saintess, I would never allow her to be harmed. Saintess, allow me to protect you. I will ensure that you come to no harm. Let Lu go. She is one of the strongest warriors in the tribe. I agree, especially since Lu has previously been tasked with guarding the saintess. And she performed admirably. One by one, the tribe members chimed in. Ling was nearly brought to tears by their words, but bit her lip to suppress her emotions. She had no justification to cry. After all, she had indeed failed to protect Tang. All right, since I am the saintess, I shall certainly take good care of everyone and will never abandon my kin." Ruan Tang acknowledged the tribe's concern, yet felt it somewhat unkind to place such burdens on a child. Ling should not bear the brunt of this. Ruan Tang sensed that her saintess identity brought certain advantages, but also numerous drawbacks. She did not relish the feeling of being placed upon a pedestal. Equality among all individuals was paramount. Should Mei learn of this notion, she would undoubtedly scoff and retort with accusations of hypocrisy. Mei believed that no one truly wished to remain humble, for everyone yearned for nobility, desiring the admiration and respect of all. This was precisely why, upon Ruan Tang's ascension as saintess, Mei's jealousy towards her had fully blossomed. And such jealousy would not easily dissipate. The tribe members fell silent, moved by Ruan Tang's unequivocal words, feeling a swell of emotion. Truly, she was the saintess they had chosen. Chapter 74. Off to catch fish. Ruan Tang had spent 2 days in the cave before finally being allowed to emerge. However, upon her release, Green insisted on accompanying her for protection. Ruan Tang protested, asserting that she did not require it, as sometimes she wished to engage in more private matters, which would be rather inconvenient. After much negotiation, she finally managed to convince Green to relent. Ruan Tang then dashed off like a wild horse, pulling along the fishing basket she had prepared several days prior, which had been interrupted by their initial fishing plans. Uncertain whether the fishing basket would prove successful, Ruan Tang decided not to inform the tribe members just yet and ventured to a location somewhat distant from the tribe. This spot seems promising, Ruan Tang remarked, noting the multitude of fish swimming in the water, indicating the abundance of fish in the river. It would be a travesty not to catch some to eat. Tang, shall we begin? Knight eagerly rubbed his hands together. He had been yearning for fish for days, and today he could finally realize that desire. Yet, while the prospect of fishing was enticing, ensuring Ruan Tang's safety was of utmost importance. Knight's focus was not solely on the fish. All right, Ruan Tang replied, securing the worms and casting the basket into the river. Remembering the previous incident, she had meticulously reinforced the basket with vines, confident that even the fiercest fish would be unable to escape this time. You stay here. I'll scout around nearby, Ruan Tang said. The riverbank offered a greater abundance of edible wild vegetables, and she aimed to gather enough for a meal comprising 5 dishes and a soup. Don't wander too far. The vicinity isn't entirely safe, Knight cautioned. He trusted Ruan Tang to exercise discretion, so he merely offered a reminder without further elaboration. Rest assured, I won't stray far, Ruan Tang smiled at Knight's earnestness. Since being bitten by the venomous insect, he had indeed matured considerably. Ruan Tang was quite cautious, staying close to search for edible items. In no time, she had collected a bountiful harvest, filling her small basket to the brim. Within it were not only edibles, but also some herbs. Ruan Tang was uncertain of what challenges lay ahead, yet she intended to gather every useful herb for future needs. Tang, hurry over. The fishing basket is moving. Knight's voice called out. Ruan Tang hurriedly rushed over, and upon seeing the basket shaking vigorously, she exclaimed in excitement, "We got a fish on the line. Pull it in." The two of them grasped the vine tied to the basket. Pulling it toward the shore, the weight was astonishing, heavier than before. It seems they have caught quite a few fish. Both individuals were filled with a sense of excitement, as it appeared they would soon enjoy a hearty meal. Aside from the smoked meat, their provisions were nearly depleted, signaling that it was time to gather more food. However, Ruan Tang had somewhat underestimated the strength of the fish in this river, several times. They nearly found themselves pulled in. This situation could not persist. They needed to devise a plan, and if necessary, they might have to abandon the fish basket altogether. Ruan Tang felt a twinge of regret for her greed in crafting such a large basket, which now made it impossible to haul. It was indeed a source of frustration. Previously, they had lost a basket due to its lack of sturdiness, and now they faced the prospect of having to relinquish it due to its unwieldy size. Knight could not afford to be reckless at that moment. Ruan Tang found herself at a loss for solutions and had no choice but to speak up. Yet Knight was determined not to concede so easily. With a fierce growl, he gritted his teeth, his face flushed with exertion, muscles visibly tensed as he summoned every ounce of strength to hoist the basket from the water. In that fleeting moment, Knight collapsed on the ground, clearly having overexerted himself. Ruan Tang pulled the basket back slightly to prevent it from tumbling back into the river, then rushed to Knight's side, her concern evident. "Knight, how do you feel?" Knight appeared dazed, weakly uttering a single word. "Hungry." Ruan Tang recognized this as a sign of energy depletion, reminiscent of her own experience last time that it was imperative to replenish his energy promptly. Otherwise, it could impede his future progress. However, Ruan Tang found herself without any energy-rich provisions and felt a pang of anxiety. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon the fish basket. Wasn't there a ready source right before her? Aware of the ferocity of the fish, she also recalled that once they were out of water, they were at the mercy of their captors. Thus, she remained composed as she carefully extracted a fish from the basket. The moment the fish was free, Ruan Tang swiftly struck it on the head with a stone. The once lively fish was rendered motionless in an instant. Ruan Tang hurriedly grabbed her bone knife, and, while the fish was still dazed, swiftly gutted it. The fierce fish met its unfortunate demise at her hands. It must be said, the fish here were exceptionally large. Ruan Tang toiled for quite some time before finally preparing it. After washing it by the riverbank, she skewered it on a branch and laid it on some leaves nearby. The fastest option was to roast the fish, so Ruan Tang immediately set about starting a fire. Before long, the fish was successfully positioned over the flames. The aroma of the roasting fish soon wafted through the air, rousing Knight from his stupor. He struggled to crawl closer, his eyes fixated hungrily on the fish. "Knight, you're awake. The fish will be ready soon. Eat, and you'll regain your strength." Ruan Tang reassured him as she flipped the fish, testing its doneness with a stick. This fish was a common black fish from the river. While not overly rich in energy, it was certainly sufficient to replenish Knight's vigor. Unable to contain himself, Knight reached for the fish, but Ruan Tang swatted his hand away, saying, "Don't rush. It's almost done." Understanding Knight's desperation, she opted for a simple seasoning of chopped green onions and garlic, deciding they could wait for it to cool before eating. Ruan Tang presented the whole fish to Knight, planning to roast another later for herself, prioritizing Knight's needs. Knight, however, could hardly wait, seizing the fish and stuffing it into his mouth. The heat burned his lips, but he was too famished to care. The fish was simply too delectable to resist. Ruan Tang winced at the sight, retrieving her water flask to cool her mouth that if Knight continued to eat so recklessly, he would surely ruin his mouth. Knight gulped down some water from the flask before resuming his battle with the fish. His condition visibly improved. It seemed the black fish contained ample energy. Once Ruan Tang deemed him stable, she approached the fish basket, intending to roast another fish to sample its flavor. Just as she neared the basket, she sensed something amiss and quickly retreated. In that instant, a figure appeared before the fish basket, seizing it effortlessly. Catch fish in such a manner. "Little female, you are quite clever," a voice resonated with an air of authority. Ruan Tang's heart raced. This was a formidable male. He was not from their tribe, as none of the males there possessed such strength. This man was more powerful than even her father. As he turned to face her, Ruan Tang took in his appearance. His black hair hung loosely, somewhat unkempt, his physique tall and striking, exuding an imposing presence adorned with a golden beast hide at his waist. His gaze locked onto Ruan Tang with an intensity that left her feeling like prey, unable to escape. This man was a born hunter. Once he had his sights set on a target, there was no chance of escape. The bloodstains on him told the tale of his recent hunt. And it was the scent of blood that triggered Ruan Tang's instinctive reaction as a healer, for she was usually sensitive to such things. Otherwise, she would likely have already been captured. "Who are you?" Ruan Tang asked warily, her instincts screaming that this individual was dangerous, urging her to avoid contact and escape if possible. Knight stepped in front of Ruan Tang, holding half-eaten roasted fish in his hand. Glaring fiercely at the stranger, ready to defend her at all costs. "I am Lai, the chief of the Golden Lion tribe." Lai dismissed Knight's threat with a glance, directing his attention to Ruan Tang instead. Ruan Tang furrowed her brow at the mention of the tribe. The Golden Lion tribe? She recalled her father mentioning that there were no other tribes nearby. Where could this Golden Lion tribe possibly be? One thing was certain. It could not be close to theirs. "Little female, what is your name?" Lai asked, an unusual curiosity evident in his question. Ruan Tang remained silent, her gaze fixed on the fish basket he held. "You have taken our catch. If I have taken it, then it is mine. However, you are welcome to reclaim it," Lai replied, lifting the basket with a smirk that he couldn't help but admire this little female for her ingenuity in catching fish. Moreover, her roasted fish smelled exceptionally enticing. He mused whether bringing it back to his tribe would allow him to enjoy such delicious fare regularly. Knight, upon hearing this, was poised to charge at Lai. But Ruan Tang restrained him. Knight was no match for this man. Not even a single finger's worth of strength. Ruan Tang, being the astute individual she was, knew that direct confrontation was unwise. "Since you have taken it, it belongs to you. We have other matters to attend to. So we will take our leave now. Knight, let's go," she said, sensing the need to exit the situation. Knight was reluctant, but seeing Ruan Tang's serious expression, he suppressed his frustration and followed her lead. Yet, Lai's voice rang out, "Little female, you are quite intriguing." Ruan Tang felt a shiver run down her spine at the familiarity of his words. Was this a line from some domineering CEO's playbook? A sense of foreboding gripped her, prompting her to quicken her pace. They could not linger here any longer. Just then, the scent of blood intensified. Suddenly, everything spun, and Ruan Tang found herself hoisted over Lai's shoulder. His speed was astonishing, leaving her no time to evade. "Damn it! Let me go!" She struggled against his hold. "Release her!" Knight seized Lai's arm in a desperate attempt to intervene. With a swift motion, Lai flung Knight aside. who landed heavily on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. "What are you doing? Don't hurt him!" Ruan Tang cried, frantically pounding on Li's shoulder. "Little female, I wish to invite you to my tribe as a guest." Li paid no heed to Ruan Tang's feeble punches, even finding them somewhat cushy and pleasant. Almost wishing she would strike him a few more times, "I refuse to go." Ruan Tang's struggles intensified. Who could tell what was in store at that destination? If this ferocious individual turned out to be a man-eater, it would spell doom for her. She had certainly heard tales of cannibal tribes. And this male exuded a distinctly bloodthirsty aura. "This is not your decision to make." I dismissed Ruan Tang's protests entirely, whisking her away with an air of nonchalance, occasionally leaping as if to flaunt his formidable strength. This left Ruan Tang in a dire predicament. The speed was overwhelming, dizzying her to the point where she could scarcely discern the path ahead. No, she could not be taken away like this. She loathed the idea of being thrust into an unfamiliar environment. "See, save me." At that moment, only C occupied Ruan Tang's thoughts. Meanwhile, C, engrossed in divination within a cave, suddenly trembled, causing the divination symbols before him to scatter. It appeared that the reading was rendered futile. Just as he was about to dismiss the symbols, his expression tightened, his icy gaze fixated on the remnants of the reading. In an instant, he vanished from his spot. For the first time, C moved with such swiftness that one might question whether his body bore any flaws. The tribe members, witnessing C's hurried demeanor, were left perplexed. What could be troubling the shaman? C scanned the surroundings but found no trace of Ruan Tang, his countenance darkening further. Just as he was about to search elsewhere, a voice broke the stillness. "C, are you looking for Tang?" Jing, aware of the unique bond between her child and C, sensed the joyous undertones whenever Ruan Tang mentioned him. "Yes." C halted, directing a questioning gaze at Jing. "Tang and ye have gone to the riverbank. They should be returning shortly." Jing, uncertain of their intentions, chose not to elaborate, reasoning that they often fetched water from the river without encountering danger along the way. Yet C's demeanor betrayed no clarity, and Jing couldn't shake the nagging feeling that something was amiss. "Has something happened?" she inquired, unable to suppress her concern. I remained unresponsive, his expression as cold as ice as he made his way toward the riverbank. An unsettling feeling welled up within Jing, prompting her to follow suit. Chapter 76. Abducted before long. They spotted Yi stumbling toward them. Jing's heart sank as she scanned the vicinity, desperately seeking the missing figure of Ruan Tang. Panic surged through her as she rushed to support Yi, who was on the verge of collapsing. Yi, what happened? Where is Tang? What transpired? Jing's gaze fell upon Yi, whose lips were stained with blood, amplifying her alarm. What on earth had occurred? Why was he injured? If even Yi had sustained harm, what had become of her child? The more Jing pondered, the more frantic she became, her grip on Yi trembling. C, standing nearby, furrowed his brow, his expression revealing a rare glimpse of emotion. "Aunt Jing, please save Tang. She has been taken by Li, the chief of the Golden Lion tribe." The force Li had employed was no ordinary strength. He had sustained internal injuries for being flung aside, which explained the blood. Each word he uttered sent waves of pain coursing through him, yet he paid no mind, gripping Jing's hand tightly. The Golden Lion tribe? Jing paused, clearly taken aback by the revelation. C, however, had grasped the situation and declared, "Take him back to recuperate." With that, he vanished from sight. Jing yearned to ask more, but in her arms, Yi had lost consciousness. Casting one last glance in the direction C had departed, she resolved to bring Yi back to the cave first. With Yi unconscious and Ruan Tang still missing, even the shaman was stirred into action. The tribe members could hardly fail to sense that something was amiss. They gathered around Yi, inquiring about the unfolding events. Jing, her expression grave, finally spoke. It was members of the Golden Lion tribe who took Tang. "What? The Golden Lion tribe? What tribe is that? I've never heard of it." The tribe members began to murmur amongst themselves. "Isn't this forest solely inhabited by our tribe? When did another tribe emerge?" The mention of the Golden Lion tribe struck a familiar chord. Just then, an elderly voice chimed in, drawing everyone's attention. "You know of the Golden Lion tribe? I heard my elders speak of it in my youth. The Golden Lion tribe is a smaller tribe than ours, yet it lies quite a distance away, separated by numerous dangers we cannot traverse to their territory. Nor can they reach ours. The elder's face was etched with confusion, struggling to comprehend how members of that tribe could have crossed such perilous terrain. Upon hearing this, Jing's heart sank. The likelihood that the Golden Lion tribe had uncovered a safe passage was alarmingly high. If that were the case, their return would be secure, whereas C, unfamiliar with the route, would be in grave danger. He was not only the tribe's shaman, but also Ruan Tang's savior, and Jing fervently wished for his safety. Most importantly, this posed a significant threat to their tribe. If the Golden Lion tribe harbored ulterior motives, they would be woefully unprepared. Just when their tribe had begun to stabilize, a major crisis loomed again, casting a pall over everyone's spirits. This was no longer merely a matter of the Sanus' safety. It was a question of the tribe's very survival that we must confer with the chief at once. L stated gravely. Agreed. We must inform them to return swiftly. Jing nodded in affirmation. Their tribe undoubtedly had an urgent means of contact, ensuring that the males out hunting could return promptly in times of crisis. L hastily lit a signal fire, fanning the smoke vigorously. Ruan Tang was a person of great capability, and it was an honor to be assigned for her protection. How ironic that he had once thought the chief was overestimating her importance. Now, fully aware of Ruan Tang's significance, he felt an overwhelming sense of guilt for not having heeded her warnings, which led to this predicament. He was determined to bring her back at any cost. Meanwhile, C harbored his own intentions as he approached the riverbank, observing the situation there, his mind conjuring images of how Ruan Tang had been taken. The face of Li loomed ominously in his memory, dark and forbidding, as if it could exude ink, instilling a fear that compelled one to retreat. Li, chief of the Golden Lion tribe, was likely a novice warrior awakened to his bloodline 3 times. Such prowess at a young age was remarkable in this primitive tribe. However, that did not grant him the right to abduct what belonged to C. A cold glimmer flickered in C's eyes, promising that those who crossed him would fall into an abyss of despair. He soon discerned a direction and advanced with a menacing stride. Yet after a short distance, he halted, the chill in his gaze intensifying. He was at a loss as to which way to proceed. The trail had gone cold. C stood motionless in the midst of the forest, resembling a statue of ice, utterly still. The surrounding silence was palpable, as if the very creatures of the forest were intimidated by his dreadful aura or dared not disrupt his contemplation. Had the trail truly gone cold? C surveyed his surroundings, given Ruan Tang's spirited nature. It was inconceivable that she would allow herself to be taken so easily. Surely, she must have left some clue behind. He needed to search thoroughly. Ruan Tang felt as if her insides were being jostled about. Devoid of the strength to speak, she lay limply over Li's shoulder, succumbing to his relentless pace. I raised an eyebrow, sensing her capitulation. So you finally ceased your futile attempts to strike me, he mused. I knew it. How could any female withstand my undeniable valor? Little female, you could continue to hit me. You know, your soft little punches bring me a curious sort of comfort, Li remarked, continuing his sprint. Ruan Tang rolled her eyes in exasperation. Think her desperate efforts were dismissed as mere soft punches and deemed comfortable. Comfort your foot, she seethed internally. Why aren't you crying out? Shouldn't you be calling for your kin? Li persisted. Ruan Tang shot him another glare. She longed to shout, but doing so would only invite danger. The beasts of the forest were not to be trifled with. They could smell blood, and any loud cries would render her an easy target. Instead, she chose to trust her tribe. She believed they would find her. For reasons unknown, Ruan Tang held steadfast in this belief, perhaps because of the presence of a certain individual within their tribe. You are the bravest little female I have ever encountered, Li remarked, a hint of admiration in his tone. Li, having not received a response from Ruan Tang, did not mind and directly offered her a compliment. Ruan Tang replied that she could feel more self-assured. Little female, what is your name? It's all right if you don't respond. I will eventually discover it seemed she was quite the chatterbox. Little female, there is some danger ahead. I must quicken my pace, Li suddenly declared. Ruan Tang's complexion turned pale. Was this not fast enough? If he went any faster, he might just take her life. Chapter 77. Danger. Li ran with astonishing speed, so swift that Ruan Tang could barely keep her eyes from blurring as the trees rushed past her. Could it be that he was fleeing not from her, but from the threat of his own kin? Before long, Ruan Tang realized the truth of his words, as the sounds of various beasts' roars echoed around them. If they were to halt, they would soon find themselves surrounded and torn apart by these creatures. She suppressed the turmoil in her stomach, praying they could leave this place swiftly. She'd much rather face the possibility of being torn to shreds than end up in the Golden Lion tribe, where even a moment's respite was a blessing. As the saying goes, while the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. The ground beneath them trembled inexplicably, making Ruan Tang think it was an earthquake. Though it felt different, more like, suddenly Lai came to a screeching halt, nearly sending Ruan Tang tumbling. Startled and weak, she asked, "What are you doing?" In the next moment, every hair on her body stood on end as she looked ahead, her face paling instantly. Before them stood an enormous beast, so large that even an elephant from a zoo would seem insignificant in comparison. Ruan Tang was not exaggerating. A mere breath from this creature could send her flying. No wonder she felt as if the ground had quaked. It was the proximity of this beast that had caused the tremors. The horned bull beast! Lai's voice was grave. He had never imagined that he would attract the attention of such a creature, nor even the entirety of his tribe could hope to contend with it. The horned bull beast? Ruan Tang had heard of this creature, the very beast whose tendons she had longed to use for bowstrings. She knew that the flora and fauna here had mutated, but she had not anticipated such exaggerated transformations. This beast was beyond absurd in size. Furthermore, it was said that the horned bull beast was the ruler of the forest, and sightings of it were rare. Why had it suddenly appeared now? It is injured. Ruan Tang detected a strong scent of blood. Lai soon caught the scent as well, glancing at Ruan Tang in surprise. He had not expected her sense of smell to be so acute. "Perhaps we can take it down." Lai's demeanor became restless. He licked his cracked lips, his expression wild, particularly as he fixated on the wound from which the beast's energizing blood flowed. He was practically salivating at the prospect of devouring it. A natural hunter, born to hunt. What a confident and audacious male. Ruan Tang's heart raced. Even though the horned bull beast was injured, it was still far beyond their capacity to kill easily. After all, it was a ruler of its domain. Could it be so easily slain without losing face? We should leave here quickly. Ruan Tang wished to survive, not to engage in reckless endeavors. After all, if a ruler was injured, what sort of terrifying entity could have caused it? If they provoked the horned bull beast, they might attract whatever had harmed it or other beasts drawn by the scent of blood. They would surely meet their doom. Yet how could a natural hunter heed such counsel? Lai placed Ruan Tang and the fish basket beside a large tree. "Stay here. I will kill it soon, and then I shall treat you to blood and meat." His eyes were fixed on the horned bull beast, as if it were already a meal on a platter. Little did he know, he too could be seen as prey in the eyes of the horned bull beast. It was important to note that this horned bull beast was not solely herbivorous. It could be carnivorous as well. Ruan Tang felt a surge of despair. If he sought death, he need not drag her along. Was she meant to take the opportunity to flee? However, without protection on the way back, she feared she might perish. Thus, Ruan Tang could only hope that Lai would successfully kill the horned bull beast and swiftly escape. Lai drew the stone knife from his waist and charged at the colossal creature. Ruan Tang felt her heart race. He was undoubtedly a madman. She desperately hoped not to witness him being torn apart, fearing it would haunt her dreams. However, her worries were unfounded. Lai was indeed capable. He navigated the horned bull beast's attacks with ease, as if he were the king of the forest, standing invincible, the Golden Lion tribe. Truly, a tribe with a lion totem. He was a born hunter, undoubtedly the king of the jungle. Observing the glowing lion totem on his chest, Ruan Tang quickly deduced much about him, realizing he possessed more than just one innate talent. He was powerful, exceptionally so. Even her father would pale in comparison before him. Perhaps they could escape this place soon. Due to its massive size, the horned bull beast was not very agile. Several of its attacks were dodged by Lai's lithe form. While evading, he did not forget to inflict damage with his stone knife. Unfortunately, the horned bull beast's tough hide rendered such attempts negligible. The wounds he inflicted were hardly comparable to those it had sustained previously. The horned bull beast, seemingly enraged, let out a bellow and charged at Lai with its massive, sharp horns that if struck, it could surely pierce him clean through. Even a skewer of lamb would not be so easily pierced. They could not continue like this. The horned bull beast would attract more beasts. Ruan Tang pondered how to assist Lai in swiftly killing the creature. The horned bull beast. What traits did bulls possess? Ruan Tang quickly recalled the bulls from the fighting arenas that if they could provoke the beast's rage, causing it to charge blindly, it might crash into nearby trees, allowing her to use them as weapons against it. A clever tactic for turning the bull's fury against itself. Lai, provoke it. Wave the beast skin in front of it to incite its fury, Ruan Tang shouted. She was unsure if Lai could execute such a maneuver. After all, bullfighting required a certain skill. Otherwise, one might end up skewered. Yet this was the best plan she could devise. Lai paused, nearly impaled by the bull's horn. Provoke it. The horned bull beast was already agitated. Wasn't that inviting more danger? This little female, yet for reasons unknown, Lai complied. He removed the only piece of beast skin from his waist and waved it in front of the horned bull beast. Ruan Tang could only watch, her eyes blinded by the dazzling display before her. Were the males of the beast world truly this casual? Well, there was no other beast skin to use. She certainly could not strip off her own. Ruan Tang struggled to suppress her inner commentary. Focusing her attention on the horned bull beast, hoping her plan would succeed, she truly did not wish to become skewered. Chapter 78. On the brink of death, the horned bull beast was indeed provoked. Becoming increasingly chaotic and beginning to charge recklessly that if Lai continued to press, the beast would become even more frenzied, leading to indiscriminate attacks that the trees would not overlook. Ruan Tang silently urged him on. This was their moment of life and death. Moo! Finally, the horned bull beast was thoroughly enraged, charging fiercely at Lai. Lai's pupils dilated as he exerted all his strength to evade this swift strike. Fortunately, he dodged in time, avoiding being impaled. However, his arm was grazed by the beast's horn. Yet he did not relax, for the direction of the horned bull beast's charge was aimed squarely at Ruan Tang. Ruan Tang was momentarily paralyzed by the massive creature rushing toward her, stunned by its overwhelming presence. This was it. She was done for. Damn it. She should have kept her distance. Father, mother, see. Their faces flashed in her mind. Crack! Just as Ruan Tang believed her fate was sealed, a series of sounds echoed as tree branches struck out. The innocent trees, having been rammed into, retaliated, viciously whipping the now more enraged horned bull beast. You dare crash into me? I'll make you pay. A voice of fury rang out. This exclamation left Ruan Tang speechless, yet she had no time to ponder it further. She needed to escape quickly. Who knew if the rampaging horned bull beast would inadvertently harm her, or if the trees would strike out at her in their frenzy? Just as she turned to flee, she heard a warning. Watch out. The fierce sound approached from afar. Before Ruan Tang could fully comprehend the situation, she was lifted by powerful arms and suddenly leapt from her original spot. However, this leap only took her halfway into the air before she fell back down. As Lai had sustained an injury to his waist, having been rammed by the rampaging horned beast, his face visibly paled, but his wild eyes remained defiant as he leapt several more times with Ruan Tang in his arms, distancing them from the horned beast. The moment they came to a halt, Lai knelt on the ground, and Ruan Tang tumbled from his embrace, momentarily disregarding the pain in her backside as she hastily turned to inquire. How are you? It seemed likely that they would perish here. Lai, unwilling to accept this fate, glared at the horned beast not far away, which was being battered by branches if he could endure a little longer. He would soon be able to feast on the beast's flesh and blood, which would surely be rich in energy. Yet, the injuries on his waist and arms were severe, and he would soon succumb to blood loss. Moreover, he felt guilty for endangering this young female. She too would probably meet her demise in this forest alongside him. Ruan Tang's heart skipped a beat as she turned to see his bleeding wounds. Inflicted because of her, she could not stand idly by. Desperately searching, she finally spotted her fallen basket. Inside were the hemostatic herbs she had just gathered. However, the location of her basket was perilously close to the frenzied horned beast. And if she returned to retrieve it, she might also meet a tragic end. But could she abandon this person? Although she had been forcibly taken by Lai, he had still done his utmost to protect her from harm. No matter the circumstances, Ruan Tang could not bear to watch someone who had shielded her from danger perish. Gritting her teeth, she made a resolute decision. She removed the animal hide draped over her, leaving only a piece around her waist. This moment. She could no longer concern herself with modesty. Besides, her figure was still that of a child, making it somewhat feasible to strip down, especially since she had initially run around naked for several days upon her arrival. Ruan Tang pressed the hide against Lai's wound and earnestly instructed, "Hold this here. You must stop the bleeding." Lai instinctively asked, "What are you going to do?" "Naturally, I'm going to save you, Lai. If you survive, you must ensure my safe return to my tribe." With that, Ruan Tang dashed towards the direction of the horned beast. Lai's expression hardened. What did this young female intend to do? Was she seeking death by running towards the beast? He was unaware that Ruan Tang's goal was the basket. All he knew was that she was recklessly endangering herself. Thus, he mustered his battered body and followed her, since he had brought this young female along. He was determined to protect her safety. Unbeknownst to Ruan Tang, Lai had also followed her. She cautiously evaded the horned beast and the branches. With each successful dodge, she patted her chest, realizing her luck was holding. And she was not destined to die just yet. Moo! The horned beast let out a mournful cry, evidently nearing its limits. Ruan Tang quickly approached the basket, and just as she was about to pick it up, the horned beast suddenly unleashed one final surge of strength, charging towards the tree that had been striking it the hardest. Its horns collided violently with the trunk. The tree, in pain, retaliated with all its branches against the horned beast, which begrudgingly took its last breath, collapsing to the ground, causing the earth to tremble beneath its weight, with its horns snapping off within the trunk. The branches continued to lash out indiscriminately, and just as Ruan Tang was about to be struck, Lai's figure lunged forward, shielding her in his embrace, with the branches striking his back. Hiss! Lai gritted his teeth in pain. Ruan Tang looked at the protective Lai with disbelief. Hadn't he been gravely injured? Lying there just moments ago? Was he truly concerned for her? A tumult of emotions surged within her heart. If she had harbored resentment towards him for kidnapping her, such feelings had evaporated, leaving only the worry of whether she could repay this life-saving grace. The branches continued to lash out mercilessly, and Ruan Tang realized she must make them cease. Otherwise, they would both perish here. If even the rugged horned beast could be beaten to death, what chance did they have? Ruan Tang attempted to communicate with the trees, but they paid her no heed, perceiving her as an accomplice of the horned beast, and lashed out with even greater fury, watching Lai endure the relentless strikes. She suddenly had an idea and began to sing. Her melody gradually calmed the trees, restoring some energy to the nearly unconscious Lai, who gazed at her in astonishment. After an indeterminate time, the surrounding trees finally settled, swaying their branches in a cheerful manner, while Ruan Tang, having exhausted her energy, sank wearily to the ground. Lai, too, could no longer maintain his strength and collapsed beside her, though his gaze remained fixed on the bleeding horned beast. Without knowing where the strength had come from, he lunged forward, pressing his mouth against the beast's wound, greedily drinking its blood. Energy, indeed, there was an abundance of energy. Chapter 79. Saving Lives. Lai felt that before he met his demise, tasting such high energy and delectable blood was already an unfulfilled wish of his life. If he could have just one more bite of flesh, it might be even more perfect. Regrettably, his teeth could not penetrate the tough hide, preventing him from accessing the meat within. Ruan Tang found herself at a loss for words. What was this? Did he truly believe that drinking blood could replenish his lost vitality? Young female, hurry and drink. Don't let it go to waste, Lai urged, evidently satisfied, raising his blood-soaked mouth to her. Ruan Tang's lips twitched uncontrollably. Had it not been for the absence of another brother, she would have suspected that this man was Knight's long-lost sibling. This scene was eerily reminiscent of when Knight had drunk blood. No need. Your wounds must be treated, and we must leave here as soon as possible. The stench of blood is too strong. It will attract more beasts that we have to get away quickly. However, the direction they would have to take was likely towards Lai's tribe, as they had strayed too far from Ruan Tang's. Lai's speed before his injury was nothing to scoff at. They had already covered a vast distance. He could not continue drinking the blood, but leaned against the horned beast's body. Even though he loathed to waste so much energy-rich blood, yet The sheer amount of energy was too much for his battered body to process. Keep walking in this direction, and you will soon reach my tribe. Lai weakly pointed in a direction for Ruan Tang. Feeling his eyelids grow heavy, he sensed that he was nearing the end. Ruan Tang did not even glance at him. Instead, she picked up the small basket and selected the hemostatic herbs from within. This is for you. They will understand and treat you well when they see it. Lai tore the wolf tooth from around his neck and handed it to Ruan Tang. The tooth was strikingly beautiful, undoubtedly of royal wolf lineage, but Ruan Tang declined, saying, "You should keep the wolf tooth. Your life, without my permission, cannot be taken by anyone." The final words and her expression left Lai momentarily stunned. Why did he find this young female so radiant, so beautiful? Ruan Tang crushed the hemostatic herbs in her mouth and spat them out onto a large leaf, placing it over Lai's wound, then removed the vine from the basket to bind the leaf securely in place. The application of the herbs caused Lai's wound to throb painfully to be quiet. The tribal leader was actually afraid of pain. He recalled how Xian and she had endured severe injuries without uttering a word. Lai felt somewhat aggrieved. Did she not see how many wounds he bore? This young female, who had just commanded him to be silent, was surprisingly fierce. How had he ever thought her radiant and beautiful? It was not that Ruan Tang did not wish to be gentle, but there was simply no time. The wounds were too numerous, and the blood loss was excessive if she delayed any longer. He would surely fall into shock. His complexion was beyond pale. One could not help but admire Lai's resilience. Despite his condition, he had yet to lose consciousness. Almost done. Just a bit more. What is this? Lai felt his condition improving somewhat and curiously asked. Hemostatic herbs, Ruan Tang replied while bandaging. Hemostatic? Herbs? Lai suddenly recalled something and incredulously asked, "You know about herbs?" The shaman of their tribe recognized herbs, but only one type. The shaman had said that the shamans of larger tribes would know several kinds, most of which were of little use. Yet this young female actually recognized hemostatic herbs. This revelation was utterly astonishing. What kind of remarkable young female had he abducted? As the scene of the young female's singing replayed in Lai's mind, he couldn't shake the feeling that her voice was anything but ordinary. This little female was shrouded in mystery. If he survived, he was determined to bring her back to his tribe and never let her go again. Perhaps, when she matured, she could even become his mate. Many within the tribe aspired to be his partner, yet Lai felt none were worthy of him. Now, having found a female who could match him, he acknowledged she was still a bit young and needed time to grow. Ruan Tang, unaware of Lai's thoughts, continued to hasten her ministrations on his wounds. Just as she applied the final ointment, a cacophony of beastly cries echoed from afar. Ruan Tang's face paled, and her hands trembled as the realization dawned upon her. The beasts were drawn by the scent of blood. Were they doomed? Lai grasped her hand firmly, urging, "You must flee. I will hold them off." Ruan Tang's expression turned grave as she replied, "Do not move. Your wound is bleeding again." Lai could sense Ruan Tang's fear. Yet her composure was astonishing. What had she endured to maintain such poise? Could it be that her tribe was so desperate that even females, and their young, were forced into the hunting grounds? Only those who had faced countless battles and bloodshed could remain calm in such perilous moments. Ruan Tang, undeterred by his musings, finished bandaging his last wound and stood, surveying the distance, her mind racing to devise a means of self-preservation. Should she employ her previous tactic? It seemed impossible. That had only succeeded because the horned beast had been injured and was already agitated. If a horde of uninjured, powerful beasts appeared, she would be powerless against them. But to surrender so easily, Ruan Tang was unwilling to accept defeat. If only she were stronger. In a sudden burst of determination, she recalled her unique ability and dropped to the ground, drinking the blood of the horned beast. Her energy had been depleted, and she needed to replenish it. If this was her trump card, she had to give it a try. The taste of blood nearly made her retch. It was her first time since arriving here. Yet, despite the unpleasantness, it filled her with vitality almost instantly. Lai observed the myriad expressions flitting across her face. Puzzled by her thoughts, he couldn't help but smile wryly at her disdainful reaction to drinking blood. It seemed only she would shy away from such a precious resource. What strategy had she concocted? Suddenly, he felt a surge of anticipation. What kind of power could this small frame unleash? She had resolutely sought herbs in the face of the horned beast. But what would she do against greater threats? Chapter 80. Salvation. Ruan Tang maneuvered Lai behind a tree, despite his vehement protests. She positioned herself in front of him, wiping the blood from her mouth. Her gaze steely as she focused ahead. The surrounding silence was so profound that she could hear her own heartbeat pounding in her ears. The forest was a treacherous place, a fact she had always been acutely aware of, which was why she had refrained from venturing out alone for so long. Yet now, forced to confront this danger, she felt a weight in her chest. Suddenly, rustling sounds erupted from the thicket ahead, and Ruan Tang clenched her fists. Here they came. Just as she prepared to hide behind the tree and use it as cover for an attack, tears of joy filled her eyes as she collapsed to the ground. People, a multitude of strong individuals, rushed toward her. Lai recognized them immediately and shouted, "Who?" "I'm here." The leader, who quickly spotted him and rushed over, shock evident in his eyes as he took in Lai's weakened state and the massive horned beast beside him. How had their leader managed to slay such a creature? "Leader, how did you accomplish this?" The others inquired excitedly, their eyes gleaming at the prospect of the horned beast, which could sustain their tribe for quite some time and provide immense benefits from its energy. "Quickly, we must leave," Lai urged, his sense of urgency palpable. They had heard the ferocious calls of beasts nearby, and who, sensing the danger, ordered his men to lift Lai. "Bring her too." Lai pointed at Ruan Tang, who then noticed the exhausted Ruan Tang, sitting on the ground, utterly spent. Females were indeed weaker. She was so frightened she couldn't rise. Nevertheless, since it was their leader's command, who was obligated to bring her back. If Lai had known whose thoughts, he would have felt compelled to reprimand him. And one had the right to underestimate Ruan Tang. In such dire circumstances, she had devised a plan to save both of them, recognized hemostatic herbs, and even intended to confront more beasts alone. Such courage and capability were unparalleled. A male stepped forward and hoisted Ruan Tang onto his shoulder, eliciting a grimace of discomfort from her. She was too weak to protest further. Lai discerned her distress and commanded the man, "Carry her on your back." He felt a strange aversion to the idea of holding her. Reluctantly, the man complied. Ruan Tang cast a grateful glance at Lai and then pointed to the fish basket and the remaining half basket, insisting, "We must take these as well." The man glanced at Lai, who nodded, and he begrudgingly complied. Considering the items little more than trash, the remaining members of the group hurried to carry the horned beast, a prize that had cost their leader dearly. Thankfully, there were enough of them to manage the burden. Otherwise, leaving such a sizable catch behind would have been heartbreaking. The two horned horns embedded in the trees, however, were lost to them. Excellent weapons they could not take. Their retreat was swift, as those accustomed to the forest dangers could sense impending threats. Before long, they reached their destination. Had Ruan Tang abandoned Lai and fled earlier, she might have arrived unscathed. Yet, in that moment, she felt no regret. Her actions had stemmed from her heart, as the tension eased during their journey. Ruan Tang's emotions settled, allowing her to take in the Golden Lion tribe with a discerning eye. Observing the tribe, which bore little difference to her own, she silently lamented. She had hoped to find something unique here. Yet their situation seemed even more dire. They lacked fire and subsisted solely on raw food. The population was also smaller, with the elderly and children shockingly few. The strength of a tribe could often be gauged by the survival rates of its elders and young. "The leader has returned." Ruan Tang was taken aback by the final statement, momentarily uncertain whether to grieve for Lai. How could a dignified chieftain of a tribe ultimately be reduced to a mere instrument for birthing offspring? It seems their tribe possesses a remarkable sense of unity. When one is in peril, they strive to rescue rather than extract the last vestiges of value. The thought that such a valiant individual might very well perish in bed is profoundly disheartening. Lai, however, remained steadfast, refusing to succumb to unconsciousness. And since returning to the tribe, he had observed every reaction from Ruan Tang first. Her disdainful expression was somewhat understandable. After all, a tribe knowledgeable in herbal medicine is indeed impressive, and it is not surprising that she looked down upon them. Yet, what was with her later expression of pity? Had he done something wrong, or had others? How could she feel sorry for him? Lai found this gaze deeply unsettling, to the point where he felt he might lose consciousness from sheer frustration. Chapter 81. Wild Ginseng. And then, Lai truly fainted. Those carrying him believed their chieftain had passed away. Exclaiming in shock, causing others to weep uncontrollably, and One doubted the severity of the situation. The amount of blood Lai had lost was staggering, and historically, those who bled so profusely had never survived. There were no exceptions. Quickly, summon the shaman. Finally, someone reacted, shouting. They had to make an effort to struggle. What if their chieftain was strong enough to pull through? Immediately, someone dashed to the shaman's cave, while others remained encircled around the pale-faced Lai, weeping as if they had lost their own parents. The truth is, he was as dear to them as a parent. Anyone who could provide sustenance was akin to family. Lai was a formidable warrior. Ever since he assumed the role of chieftain, the tribe had seen a notable decrease in hunger, and the entire tribe began to flourish under his leadership. One was more suited to lead than Lai. Clear the way, do not crowd him, he may suffocate, Ruan Tang urged, attempting to disperse the gathering. Yet, not a single person heeded her. They stood resolutely as if rooted to the ground, if you wish for him to live. Disperse immediately, Ruan Tang shouted, gazing at Lai, whose breathing was growing increasingly labored. At last, the previously clamorous crowd fell silent, each one casting puzzled glances in her direction. Who are you? By what right do you speak so? You are not one of us, are you? What gives you the authority to shout here? Indeed, do not even think about taking the opportunity to give birth to the chieftain's offspring. Ruan Tang found the situation both infuriating and amusing. Setting aside her disdain for the man, she was far too young to be birthing any offspring. I can save your chieftain that if you do not want him to die, heed my words and step back. Can't you see he is struggling to breathe? Ruan Tang insisted. The crowd, observing that their chieftain indeed appeared to be gasping for air, began to part when someone shouted, "The shaman has arrived." Instantly, the throng dispersed. Indeed, the tribe held great reverence for the shaman. As the crowd parted, Ruan Tang caught sight of the so-called shaman. She was adorned with flowing hair, several long feathers protruding from her head. Her attire a riot of colors embellished with numerous teeth, creating a cacophony of sound as she walked. She perfectly embodied the image of a shaman, contrasting sharply with C, who appeared nothing like one at all. However, this shaman seemed rather youthful, and astonishingly, she was female, an exceptionally attractive one at that. Upon noticing Ruan Tang, the shaman briefly glanced at her before shifting her gaze away, as if completely dismissing her presence. Ruan Tang understood this disdain. After all, she was a figure of status comparable to that of the chieftain, and it was not surprising that she looked down upon one from another tribe. Qin hurried to Lai's side, revealing the extent of her concern for him, which piqued Ruan Tang's curiosity. However, she remained silent, respecting the territory of others, as Qin observed the peculiar wrapping and the herbal remedies seeping from Lai's wounds. Her lovely brows furrowed in concern. "Did you do this?" She directed her gaze at Ruan Tang. "Yes, these are hemostatic herbs," Ruan Tang replied, her expression remaining grave as Lai's condition appeared dire, succumbing to shock from excessive blood loss. Yet, she felt utterly powerless. She did not know his blood type, nor did she possess the tools to administer aid, leaving her to silently hope for his survival. Qin looked at Ruan Tang in astonishment. "How do you know these are hemostatic herbs? I doubt even the majority of the tribe is aware of such remedies. Who exactly is this person brought back by Lai?" Qin's gaze lingered on Ruan Tang's bare chest, as her garments had been used to bandage Lai's wounds, leaving her exposed. The totem of the winged tiger emblazoned on her chest was unmistakable. The winged tiger tribe? Isn't that a minor tribe? How could they possibly be knowledgeable about such potent herbs? Qin pondered, baffled. Ruan Tang was momentarily taken aback before realizing that the people here were unfamiliar with herbal medicine, rendering her expertise an astonishing revelation. "I came to know of it by chance," she replied, deciding it prudent to refrain from invoking the name of the beast god, uncertain of the individual she was dealing with, having navigated the complexities of society for quite some time. She maintained a healthy sense of caution. Qin recognized that Ruan Tang was not being entirely forthright, but chose not to confront her. Instead, she produced an object from her garment. Ruan Tang instantly recognized it, exclaiming, "Ginseng! Such a large piece of ginseng!" Qin turned to Ruan Tang. "Do you know what this is?" This was an item she had stumbled upon serendipitously. While lost in the woods, she had been ravenously foraging for food. Upon discovering this pristine specimen, she had hesitated, uncertain of its edibility or potential toxicity. After some contemplation, she decided that since she had already managed to survive, it was worth trying. She could always return it to the beast god if it proved harmful. To her surprise, not only did she survive, but she felt invigorated, leading her to conclude it was indeed a valuable find. Though she did not fully understand its effects, the energy it contained surpassed that of any rare fruits or wild game she had encountered. Thus, she had relied upon it to become the shaman of the Golden Lion tribe. Otherwise, as an outsider, she would have had no right to assume such a role. "I do not know," Ruan Tang replied, wishing to remain inconspicuous and lowering her head. Her heart felt lighter now that the wild ginseng was in her possession. She no longer worried about Lai succumbing to death. To be honest, she did not wish for anything to happen to him. After all, he was perhaps the only one in this tribe capable of safeguarding her. As for the others, they had shown her a modicum of kindness by not expelling her. Qin placed the remaining half of the ginseng into Lai's mouth, urging him to consume it. Ruan Tang could not help but grimace at the sight. How could someone on the brink of death possibly chew? She would be grateful if he did not choke. Perhaps cut a small slice for him to suck on? Ruan Tang suggested, unable to contain herself. Qin regarded her, acknowledging, "He cannot chew right now, and I fear he may choke." Ruan Tang felt compelled to clarify. Qin retrieved the ginseng, which was now sullied with Lai's saliva, causing Ruan Tang to wince at the thought that, "Oh dear, I hope that next time Qin does not share this ginseng with anyone else." Yet, she mused, the people here did not seem to adhere to such niceties. After all, even wives could be shared. Still, she could not shake the feeling of discomfort lingering within her. Chapter 82. The Beast God's Messenger? Qin produced a bone knife, ready to slice the ginseng, but Ruan Tang interjected, "Allow me to use my knife. It will be cleaner as a physician." Ruan Tang found it utterly unacceptable to engage in such unsanitary practices. Therefore, she retrieved a meticulously wrapped stone knife from the basket, encased in animal hide. Her hands bore numerous blades, each designated for specific tasks, some for treating wounds, and others for slicing raw or cooked meat. It could be said that no one was as fastidious as she, rendering her an anomaly in the eyes of the tribespeople. While she could not control others, she could at least ensure the well-being of those close to her. Consequently, she had prepared several knives for her companions, believing that, over time, the rest of the tribe would be subtly influenced as well. Qin observed the exquisite stone knife without further inquiry and took it to slice a few pieces of wild ginseng, which she then offered to Lai. His condition visibly improved, piquing Ruan Tang's curiosity about this wild ginseng. It was unlike any she had encountered before, its effects truly astonishing. However, it belonged to another, and she felt it inappropriate to take any for herself, especially considering it was coated in Lai's saliva. "I am Qin, the shaman of the Golden Lion tribe." "What is your name?" she inquired, returning the stone knife to Ruan Tang. The onlookers were astonished, for their shaman had never before asked anyone their name. It was unprecedented for her to engage with someone from another tribe. Ruan Tang, oblivious to their surprise, responded warmly, "I am Tang. It is a pleasure to meet you. Are you the shaman of the Winged Tiger tribe?" Qin's eyes brimmed with confusion. Could a shaman be so young? Was she perhaps an heir to the shamanic legacy? "I am merely an ordinary female of the Winged Tiger tribe," Ruan Tang replied with a smile. Shaking her head, the identity of the chieftain's offspring was somewhat sensitive, and should one delve deeply into it, it could touch upon political matters. Ruan Tang preferred to keep this information concealed, uncertain of the Golden Lion tribe's ulterior motives. Qin regarded Ruan Tang with suspicion, sensing that she was not as simple as she appeared. She must surely possess a notable identity, though perhaps her reservations prompted her to obscure it. Qin did not press further, recognizing that the current circumstances were not conducive to such inquiries. "Thank you for saving our chieftain. Bing, please take her to eat something and ensure she has a good rest," Qin instructed, noting Ruan Tang's evident fatigue. Given that Ruan Tang was the savior of their chieftain, it was imperative for the tribe to treat her with respect, especially as they aspired to grow into a larger community. Failing to do so would hinder their progress. A female approached and led Ruan Tang aside, intending to offer her a portion of the freshly returned horned beef, a considerable honor. Though the horned beast was substantial, who could complain about excess? Such a gesture was a testament to their sincerity in welcoming someone from a different tribe. And no need for thanks. I must thank you for your generous hospitality, Ruan Tang replied, hastily waving her hand. Qin nodded in satisfaction, recognizing Ruan Tang's perceptiveness. How could such an insightful individual merely be an ordinary female? Bing guided Ruan Tang to the males who were butchering the horned beef, procuring a generous cut of tender meat wrapped in leaves to present to her. If this is insufficient, do let me know, he remarked, though it was more formality. After all, this horned beast was a formidable two-tiered creature, brimming with energy. Previously, they had only hunted one-tiered beasts, sufficient for their sustenance. And this two-tiered meat could likely satiate hunger with just a small morsel. Thank you. This is more than enough, Ruan Tang said, recognizing the quality of the meat. If prepared as steak, it would undoubtedly be exquisite. However, observing the crowd devouring raw pieces of horned beef made her stomach churn. Should she resort to creating fire by friction? Would that draw too much attention? Ultimately, she decided it was a minor act. What harm could it do? If she did not proceed, she would have to endure the prospect of gnawing on raw flesh, which she found intolerable. Ruan Tang placed the horned beef on a nearby stone and began searching for suitable materials to create fire. The onlookers watched her curiously, astonished that she would carelessly set aside such fine meat, seemingly unconcerned about it being taken. Yet, none dared to seize it, for this was the individual the shaman had explicitly instructed them to honor. They merely observed her as she busied herself with various tasks. What was this young female up to? After much effort, Ruan Tang finally found appropriate materials, gathered ample dry kindling, and selected a relatively thin stone slab. She propped the slab on two stones, leaving an opening, into which she stuffed some dry twigs. Commencing the process of fire making as time passed, smoke began to emerge, and eventually, a small flame flickered to life. Ruan Tang quickly positioned it within the opening, allowing the kindling to ignite. Everyone stood in stunned silence, eyes wide with astonishment. Holy fire! It is the holy fire! The holy maiden has truly brought forth the holy fire. The crowd, overwhelmed with excitement, abandoned their meat and knelt in reverence, bowing deeply before the sacred flame. Ruan Tang was perplexed. This display seemed somewhat excessive, while they refer to fire as holy in their tribe. It was hardly as grandiose as witnessing a divine beast in person. Soon, Ruan Tang understood why. Qin rushed forward, grasping her hand, exclaiming, "Are you the emissary sent by the great beast god, here to bestow upon us the sacred flame once more?" Ruan Tang realized that their tribe had not always lacked fire. It had simply been extinguished for some unknown reason. "But can you treat me as the emissary of the great beast god every time?" "I'm not. I merely happen to know this method of fire-making, that if you wish to learn, I shall gladly share it with you." Ruan Tang felt a chill run down her spine under the intense scrutiny of the eager crowd. "If you reveal to us the method of obtaining the holy fire, will the great beast god not be angered and reclaim it?" Qin asked, her face etched with concern. "Reclaim it? What has transpired? Surely it is not some fantastical tale?" A few months prior, a torrential downpour had extinguished their preserved fire, and they had not received the sacred flame since that. "I fear that we had failed to safeguard the holy fire, incurring the wrath of the great beast god, who subsequently withdrew the flame," Qin explained. The Golden Lion tribe appeared quite primitive and superstitious. It seemed the Winged Tiger tribe was relatively safer. "That will not happen. The great beast god will not interfere with our development," Ruan Tang reassured gently, her tone soothing the anxious hearts around her, leading them to believe she was indeed an emissary sent by the great beast god. They all bowed their heads in gratitude to Ruan Tang, thanking the great beast god. Chapter 83. The temptation of delicacies. Qin felt no overwhelming emotions towards her tribe's profound reverence. Rather, she was immensely grateful for Ruan Tang's arrival, for she had brought back the holy fire, alleviating their fears of darkness and cold during the night, and sparing them from consuming raw meat. Once Ruan Tang urged everyone to rise. She began teaching them the art of fire-making through friction, a process that left them in awe. Naturally, for Ruan Tang, it was child's play. Yet, she struggled to explain, for doing so would entail a lengthy discourse, which she feared would exhaust her. After successfully instructing everyone, she finally turned her attention to preparing her steak. Thankfully, she had not discarded her small basket. Otherwise, the steak's flavor would have been compromised. Ruan Tang requested a piece of fatty meat, and the butcher, exceedingly eager, sliced her a generous portion, almost as if offering her the entire horned beast. Startled, Ruan Tang quickly took the meat and fled. The stone slab had heated up, and Ruan Tang placed the fatty meat upon it, allowing it to sizzle and release a fragrant oil as it cooked. She set the fatty portion aside and sprinkled some chopped onions to saute, filling the air with an enticing aroma that made the onlookers salivate. Once the savory scent wafted through the air, she placed the sliced steak on the grill, which immediately began to sizzle, whetting everyone's appetite. How delicious! The emissary's roasted meat is truly exquisite. Indeed, the emissary does not disappoint. This is incredibly fragrant. I just finished eating, yet I feel I could devour an entire horned beast. Are you not afraid of overindulging? If I were to perish from such delectable cuisine, I would gladly accept it. Ah, me too. Ruan Tang beamed at the enthusiastic voices surrounding her, realizing that no one could resist the temptation of good food. It appeared she was, for the time being, safe within this tribe. After some contemplation, she decided to cut the beef into smaller pieces for stir-frying, ensuring that everyone could partake in the feast. Before long, she completed the first batch of stone slab beef, wrapping the chunks in leaves and announcing, "Those who wish to partake may come forward." And no sooner had she spoken than everyone rushed toward her. "Save me some. I, too, desire it. Do not snatch it away." Ah, how could you consume so much at once? Now there's nothing left for us. Quickly, regurgitate it. How delightful. I have savored it. It is truly delectable. I have never tasted anything so exquisite. My joy is boundless. I, too, have never encountered such a delightful dish. I could almost swallow my own tongue in delight. Ah, it is all gone, and I have yet to have a taste. Woe is me. I feel the same. Oh dear, it hurt that moment. A slender female, having run too hastily, stumbled to the ground. Ruan Tang hurried over, assisting her to her feet, gently inquiring, "Are you all right?" The young female, blushing, shook her head. After a moment's consideration, Ruan Tang offered her a portion of beef, which the young female accepted with surprise, thanked her shyly, and dashed away. Observing the young female's swift retreat, Ruan Tang couldn't help but smile wryly, feeling as though she resembled a fearsome beast, causing others to flee at the mere sight of her. She dismissed the incident from her mind and turned to see the others feasting with mouths full. Her spirits lifted, for her culinary creations were well received. However, as she gazed upon them, her own stomach began to grumble. After all, she had only sampled 2 pieces herself. While her energy was sufficient, her hunger remained unquenched. "Everyone, do not fret. I can prepare more." Ruan Tang, noticing many who had yet to eat were on the verge of tears, quickly spoke up. "Messenger, I have meat here. Please roast it for me in exchange for this fruit." "Messenger, I too. Me as well. I will trade you with animal hides, one by one." They presented their food, showing no inclination to take advantage of her generosity. Ruan Tang smiled with warmth. The people here were indeed quite sincere. Originally, she had not intended to accept, but her desire for fruit and need for hides for clothing compelled her to graciously accept their offerings. Those who had given felt elated, believing that the messenger sent by the beast god would surely bring the blessings. Was she then akin to a bodhisattva, capable of bestowing peace? Ruan Tang continued roasting for an extended period, nearly exhausting her hands. It must be said, although the Golden Lion tribe was small in number, their appetites were tremendous, which explained their robust physiques. Eventually, Qin noticed her fatigue and instructed everyone to disperse, bringing the gathering to a close. "Thank you." Ruan Tang handed Qin a pouch of stone-salted beef. Qin did not accept it, staring at Ruan Tang for a moment before replying. "You are commendable. If I were commendable, I would not accept their offerings." Ruan Tang replied with a smile and a shake of her head. She was not so noble. Her selfless contributions were merely to ensure her own comfort here, as she remained uncertain when her tribe would come to retrieve her. Q-In pursed her lips in silence. Her beautiful face set with a slight tension, reminiscent of an ice maiden. However, her attire left much to be desired. After a while, Q-In spoke again. Will the clan leader survive? Concern was etched across her face. If we can find the anti-inflammatory herbs, then he will survive. Ruan Tang's small basket lacked such herbs, rendering her unable to provide assurance. I can lead you to find them. Q-In gazed at Ruan Tang with hopeful eyes, unwilling to see Li come to harm. The tribe needed him, and so did she. Ruan Tang's basket indicated that she had recently foraged the herbs herself, thus she surely recognized them. If they went searching together, they would certainly succeed. All right, let us go find them. Ruan Tang had initially planned to seek out the herbs, but due to her unfamiliarity with the tribespeople, she had been unable to enlist anyone for protection. Now that Q-In had volunteered, she could readily agree. Q-In stood up in excitement, realizing that Ruan Tang was indeed knowledgeable about many herbs. She sensed that as long as Ruan Tang was with them, Li would be safe, even if his condition was dire. She hurriedly summoned several strong males, instructing them to ensure Ruan Tang's protection. The forest was perilous. They could not linger too long, especially with nightfall approaching. They needed to hasten their pace. Ruan Tang recalled the last time she had gathered these herbs had been alongside S, and suddenly found herself missing him. Would her friend worry upon learning she had been abducted? Would he come to rescue her? Perhaps it was better if he did not. His circumstances were too precarious, and she wished to avoid witnessing a repeat of the previous incident. She shuddered at the thought of what might occur if such a situation arose again without her by his side. Tang, what is troubling you? Q-In inquired, noticing Ruan Tang's sudden change in demeanor, concern evident in her voice. That it is nothing. Let us proceed this way, as those herbs prefer to grow in such environments. Ruan Tang quickly regained her composure and walked in a certain direction. Now was not the time for such thoughts. They must first address the pressing matter at hand. Understood, Q-In promptly followed Ruan Tang's lead. Originally, she should not have accompanied her into such a dangerous area, but she recognized Ruan Tang's expertise and wished to stay close to learn as much as possible. If Ruan Tang was willing to share the secrets of preserving the sacred fire, she would surely enlighten them about the herbs as well, especially since Ruan Tang was someone the tribe's leader had risked her life to bring back. If not for her initial defense, they might have suffered far greater neglect. Chapter 84. The troubling Q-In. Ruan Tang remained oblivious to Q-In's ulterior motives as she diligently searched for the herbs, even when she spotted other useful plants and edibles along the way. She did not pause to gather them. Their time was already limited, not to mention the dangers that lurked around them. She sought to save lives but also valued her own. The sounds of beasts growling echoed around them, heightening the tension for everyone. Have we not found them yet? H questioned gravely. We cannot linger any longer. It is far too perilous. We still require one more herb. Let us continue searching. It should be nearby. Ruan Tang replied, beads of sweat trickling down her forehead, her heart racing in her throat. Damn it, why was she concerning herself with so much? Yet, she could not bear to stand idly by while others suffered. We must leave. If we stay any longer, we will all be in danger. H's expression grew more serious. He had spent years hunting in the forest and understood how dire their situation had become. No, Li still requires the herbs for treatment. Q-In interjected, standing firm against him. Which, I understand your concern for the clan leader, but if the beast god truly wishes to take him, there is nothing we can do. We cannot all accompany him to meet the beast god. H urged at H. Do you forget? I inquired with the beast god. Li is the strongest male of the Golden Lion tribe. Only Li can lead the tribe to strength. Q-In replied coldly. Her face hardening, H's eyes flickered. Suppressing his discontent and a hint of greed, he retorted coldly, if we all accompany Li to meet the beast god, our tribe will be doomed. Is it better to lose several at once, or just one? Which, you must think more clearly. H. I know you were reluctant to lose to Li during the clan leader election, but that was due to your own weakness. You cannot seize the clan leader's position just because he is injured. No one would recognize you unless you could defeat the horned bull beast on your own. Q-In shot back defiantly. Ruan Tang realized they were embroiled in an internal conflict. Not only that, but they were doing so in such a critical moment. Was Qin truly lacking in emotional intelligence to utter such words at this time and place? Did she not fear that H would abandon them altogether? Just because she was a witch, did she believe he would not dare? There was indeed a possibility of that. Even though H was furious, he dared only to glare at Qin. "I found it!" Ruan Tang exclaimed brightly as she spotted something in the distance. In that moment, the tension between the two adversaries dissipated, yet everyone knew this matter would not simply fade away. With great joy, Ruan Tang placed the gathered herbs into her small basket and was about to rise when she suddenly heard a hissing sound, her expression shifting dramatically, paralyzed in shock. She dared not move, fearing she would become the next target of the snake lurking in the bushes. If that were to happen, there would be no time to escape, as she needed the others to devise a plan. "What is it?" Qin asked, puzzled as Ruan Tang stood halfway up, oblivious to the danger not approach. "There's a snake," Ruan Tang whispered. "What?" Qin gasped, startled. Since becoming a witch, she had faced no dangers. Now, hearing of such a terrifying beast made her break into a cold sweat, wishing she could flee on the spot. That H and the others were equally alarmed and quickly called out, "Everyone, do not move." One by one, they drew their weapons and cautiously approached the thicket ahead. The surroundings were eerily silent, save for the hissing of a snake, which heightened their trepidation. Ruan Tang felt her anxiety mounting to the point where she could scarcely remember how to breathe. Just as he was about to strike the snake with his weapon, Qin suddenly panicked and fled. She was genuinely terrified of being bitten. Who could say whether that snake was venomous? She had no desire to meet her demise. The moment Qin dashed away, Ruan Tang's tension dissipated, replaced by a surge of anger. Hadn't they all agreed to remain still? Was she attempting to endanger everyone with her reckless flight? It was absurd. Ruan Tang had previously thought of Qin as a capable and intelligent individual, especially when she had volunteered to accompany her in search of medicinal herbs, showcasing her courage and sense of responsibility. Now, however, she appeared nothing more than a fool. This was the first time Ruan Tang had ever berated someone so openly. She had never spoken this way even to Mei. Compared to Qin, Mei seemed trivial. Qin's actions were utterly selfish, focused solely on her own survival. Hu had not anticipated Qin's sudden movement, which caused the snake to strike prematurely, thwarting their efforts to subdue it swiftly. Fortunately, Hu was an experienced hunter. He quickly regrouped their formation, urging the others to attack once more, thus averting a disastrous outcome in that critical moment. However, Hu's expression remained grave, as they had encountered a Donduan snake, a venomous species. A moment's carelessness could lead to their deaths. The agitated Donduan snake was not easily subdued, and their formation quickly faltered. The situation was dire. Ruan Tang was at a loss for what to do. Relegated to hiding on the sidelines to avoid complicating matters further, suddenly, a terrified voice rang out. Someone had been bitten on the thigh by the Donduan snake, and gasps of horror erupted from the group. In a fit of rage, Hu struck the snake at its vital point with his stone knife, and others followed suit with furious blows. Luckily, the snake was not fully grown, and they soon managed to slay it. The bitten individual collapsed, their complexion turning visibly dark. "How are you holding up?" Hu anxiously helped the injured man, his eyes reddened. This was his trusted assistant, and he could not bear the thought of losing him. That despicable Qin was truly infuriating. If it weren't for her, they would not have suffered casualties. Quickly, put him down. Ruan Tang rushed forward, pushing Hu aside and administering a series of urgent treatments to Yin. "I need to find an antidote. You all help me assess the situation around us." Ruan Tang's words left no room for doubt. Hu's mouth, which had been agape, closed in silence as he wielded his stone knife to protect her. Ruan Tang reasoned that where venomous snakes lurked, there must also be herbs capable of countering their poison. She had to find them quickly. It was Yin's only hope. Creating an anti-venom would take too long, and her previous attempt had failed, leaving her reliant on this method to save him. Where is it? Where could it be? Ruan Tang's forehead was slick with cold sweat. Time was of the essence for Yin. Chapter 85. The shy little female Ruan Tang was not the only anxious one. Who was equally distressed as Yin's condition worsened. He began to doubt whether he had placed too much trust in an outsider. If the blood of the Donduan snake attracted other beasts, they would all be in grave danger. Just then, Ruan Tang exclaimed in delight. I found it. She came running with the herbs, applying them to Yin's wound, and instructing who to help him ingest some. For now, there should be no immediate issues. We can attend to his condition properly later. Let us return for now. Ruan Tang was aware of the looming danger, especially as dusk began to fall. Who cast a deep glance at Ruan Tang, a hint of intrigue flickering in his eyes. Yet he said nothing, merely turning to instruct others to lift Yin and head toward the tribe. After walking a few steps, Hu abruptly turned around and lifted Ruan Tang, startling her that we need to hasten our departure, he declared. Ruan Tang understood that if she walked, her pace would be slow, so she refrained from protesting, allowing Hu to carry her as he ran. However, his grip was far less gentle than Lai's, and the jolting motion made her feel as if she might expire on the spot. Hu seemed to sense her discomfort and adjusted her position, allowing her to rest on his back. The onlookers were taken aback, remembering that Hu despised anyone encroaching on his back, let alone allowing someone to lie upon it. This Ruan Tang was truly remarkable. Unaware of their thoughts, Ruan Tang simply felt a measure of relief. Otherwise, she might have vomited on him. Upon returning to the tribe, twilight was approaching, and everyone was preparing to retire to their caves. However, a group remained gathered around the shaken Qin, inquiring, Shaman, what did you just say? The envoy has encountered the Danwan snake and may have perished there. Hu and the others could also. They gasped in disbelief, covering their mouths. Those were the strongest males of their tribe. How could they possibly have perished outside? Would the beast god hold them accountable for failing to protect the envoy, with so many skilled hunters gone? How would they manage in the future? Concern was etched on every face. Qin, clearly shaken, kept shaking her head, murmuring, I don't know. It has nothing to do with me. The others were too preoccupied with worry for Ruan Tang and who to notice Qin's last words. However, one female heard them distinctly, her eyes filled with confusion. What has the shaman done? Why is she so anxious? Why did she say it has nothing to do with her? Why is she the only one who returned unscathed? He sensed that the situation was not as simple as it appeared, but had no means to uncover the truth, as they dared not venture into the forest in search of answers. All she could do was pray for Ruan Tang and the others to return safely. After all, she truly cherished Ruan Tang. Not only was she beautiful and capable, but she was also exceptionally kind-hearted. Concern was evident on Yi's face, a genuine, heartfelt worry. Just then, someone shouted, They're back! The envoy has returned, and Lai and the others are back too. Everyone turned and rushed toward Ruan Tang and the others, except for Qin, who stood there in a daze, her expression a mix of disbelief and concern. He had initially intended to rush to Ruan Tang, but instinctively halted when she noticed Qin lingering behind. Observing her complex emotions, there was indeed something amiss. Even if she were not particularly astute, she understood that at such a moment, Qin should have been feeling joy, not such a convoluted array of emotions. Clearly, Qin had done something wrong. Until now, he had not given much thought to the outsider being a shaman. Yet for some reason, she found it difficult to like Qin, despite her good looks and capabilities. He committed this observation to memory and continued toward Ruan Tang, eager to confirm her safety. Upon seeing Ruan Tang standing there unharmed, she let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness you're all right. Soon, her attention was drawn to Yin, who was being carried. Upon hearing Ruan Tang's explanation, she felt another wave of relief wash over her, followed by admiration. Ruan Tang was indeed skilled to have survived a bite from the Danwan snake. She had managed to save him. Perhaps Yi's gaze was too fervent, for Ruan Tang noticed her and looked back at her with a puzzled expression, unsure of what had stirred such excitement. Yet she smiled and nodded in acknowledgement that Yi's face flushed crimson, her excitement rendering her momentarily speechless. Envoy, will Yin meet the beast god? Someone asked anxiously. Normally, questions like these would be directed at Qin, the shaman. Yet they found themselves addressing Ruan Tang instead, as the one referred to as the envoy. Ruan Tang felt compelled to assuage their concerns. Yin is a strong warrior. The beast god will not take him prematurely. How wonderful! Thank you, beast god. Thank you, envoy. The crowd expressed their gratitude fervently. Ruan Tang felt a twinge of exasperation. She had already stated that she was not the envoy. Sighing, she reflected that her intention to seek assurance in this unfamiliar place had perhaps gone too far. Envoy, it's not good. The tribe leader is burning up. At that moment, someone hurriedly emerged from a cave, their first instinct being to seek out Ruan Tang rather than the still-dazed Qin. Upon hearing this, Ruan Tang promptly instructed someone to fetch a bowl of water before entering the cave herself. Once she confirmed that Lai's condition was not dire, she let out a sigh of relief and had someone use damp animal hides to cool him down, before hastily proceeding to prepare medicine. Initially, she inquired if there were any porcelain jars, and upon finding none, she reluctantly resorted to using a stone pot to brew the herbs. After all, this was merely a small tribe. It was hardly likely they would possess such items as porcelain jars. Given that two individuals were injured, both in urgent need, Ruan Tang had no choice but to divide the concoction into two pots. The heat of the stone pot was difficult to control, and Ruan Tang could hardly attend to both sides simultaneously, not to mention she needed to keep a constant watch on Lai and Yin's conditions. Thus, she scanned her surroundings and addressed a certain shy female who was blushing in her direction. "What is your name? May I enlist your assistance? I am E, and I would be delighted to help." E responded eagerly, her small face growing even redder. "Your name is lovely. Thank you for your willingness to assist." Ruan Tang replied with a smile, somewhat puzzled by the girl's flushed cheeks. Could it be that she was unwell? Ruan Tang carefully explained the precautions needed for brewing the medicine, and he listened attentively. When Ruan Tang finally asked if she understood, he confidently nodded her head vigorously. Chapter 86, Distorting the Truth Before Long. Ruan Tang had completed the medicine and instructed someone to administer it to Lai. She intended to check on Yi's progress when Qin's figure suddenly appeared before her. "What is it?" Ruan Tang inquired with a stern expression. Throughout her interactions, she had always greeted others with a smile. However, in the presence of the individual who had nearly caused her demise, she felt no inclination to offer any semblance of warmth. Qin's countenance stiffened momentarily before she quickly regained her composure, her tone maintaining the same as when they first met. "Thank you for not giving up on Lai. You need not thank me. I believe he may require your gratitude and apology more," Ruan Tang replied, her demeanor indifferent. Qin's expression darkened significantly, her hands clenching tightly as she clearly struggled to endure Ruan Tang's cold sarcasm. "I'm a shaman of the Golden Lion tribe. I do not require your instruction, and you are in no position to teach me. Do not forget, you are merely a young female brought back by Lai. Even if you were to be killed, no one would raise an eyebrow." Qin's voice turned frigid. Initially, Qin had hoped to cultivate a favorable relationship with Ruan Tang to learn some skills, but it appeared that such an endeavor was now futile. Thus, she resolved not to grant Ruan Tang any further courtesy, lest the latter gain an upper hand over her. Ruan Tang's expression also turned cold. She was taken aback to realize she had misjudged this woman. Upon their first encounter, she had thought her to be a decent person, but it now seemed she was nothing more than a self-important, egotistical individual. Just as she was about to retort, he suddenly stepped forward, positioning herself in front of Ruan Tang, meeting Qin's icy gaze. "Tang is a messenger sent by the beast god. You cannot harm her, or the beast god will bring down punishment." Ruan Tang looked at the small figure shielding her, her heart warmed by the unexpected support. Why was this girl defending her? Ruan Tang recalled a moment from earlier that day when someone had fallen while rushing to the roasted meat. She had helped them up and offered her portion of the meat. That person had taken it, too shy to meet her eyes, and had run away. Blushing in the crowd, she had not registered who it was. But upon reflection, it seemed to be this small female. Truly, she was an adorable little thing, even though she appeared to be trembling with fear. Look at her tiny fists, clenched tightly. The situation quickly drew the attention of others, who gathered around with curiosity. Qin scoffed, "What messenger sent by the beast god? Clearly, she is merely using the beast god's name to bring harm to our tribe. Think about it. Since her arrival, our tribe has seen a series of male members collapsing, even nearly dying." Ruan Tang was taken aback by how swiftly some individuals could change their demeanor and how repulsive it was. What an icy beauty! This was an insult to the term. She was nothing but a duplicitous, foolish woman. The onlookers reacted to the last statement with a change in their expressions, their concern and anxiety igniting discussions, compared to Ruan Tang, who had only been with them for a day. They were far more inclined to believe Qin, who had been their shaman for several years and had brought them numerous benefits. He stood resolutely in front of Ruan Tang, her small face filled with determination. She believed in Ruan Tang. Ruan Tang felt touched by the support of those around her, yet she was not inclined to allow someone who appeared younger than herself to protect her. She gently ruffled Yi's hair and stepped forward. Firstly, the appearance of the horned bull beast was beyond my control. Thus, when Lai killed the beast, any injuries he sustained were not my responsibility. Had he not abducted me, I would not have been embroiled in such a harrowing scene. I might currently be enjoying delicious grilled fish in my own tribe, peacefully sleeping, instead of here frantically tending to Lai. Secondly, I gathered herbs to save Lai. Otherwise, I could have simply ignored his plight and relished the grilled meat instead. The appearance of the broken flower snake was also not within my jurisdiction. I could hardly have anticipated that the snake would ambush Een. Moreover, I believe the shaman would understand better than I why Een was bitten by the snake. Ruan Tang seized the opportunity to state her case, leaving everyone momentarily speechless by the time they processed her words. They had nearly forgotten what she had said before, only recalling her last statement. What did she mean by the shaman understanding why Een had been bitten by the snake? Hadn't he, the shaman, returned already? What had transpired in between? What a cunning female. I ran away to call for help, but given the danger of the broken flower snake and the need to prevent further casualties among my kin, I suppressed my sorrow and did not inform others, even contemplating fetching a stone knife to rescue them myself. Qin's voice was filled with feigned tears, exaggerated to the point that Ruan Tang nearly laughed. It must be said Qin, who appeared so aloof, was ill-suited for playing the victim, that if she were to stand her ground, Ruan Tang could even respect her a little, lacking the ability to be a white lotus. Yet attempting to flaunt the skill of one was truly a sight to behold, and indeed a source of self-deprecation. However, Ruan Tang was utterly unprepared for the fact that those around her were genuinely moved by Qin's performance. It must be acknowledged that the people of the beast world had experienced far too little. Then I truly thank you. However, I generally prefer not to rely on others. Otherwise, I wonder if, when I become a skeleton, anyone will come to collect my remains. Many could not comprehend Ruan Tang's words, yet Qin did. Her face darkened ominously, her eyes brimming with animosity, as if she could kill Ruan Tang with a mere glance. Previously, she had not found Ruan Tang detestable, but now she felt an overwhelming loathing toward her. Ruan Tang was disinclined to engage further with them. After all, they were not her kin. Even if Qin betrayed her, it bore no consequence to her, as long as it did not interfere with her thereafter. The people of the Golden Lion tribe found themselves at an impasse, believing both the shaman and Ruan Tang were correct, ultimately deciding that neither was at fault. Thus, Qin's initial accusations against Ruan Tang were rendered moot. They had reached a stalemate, but was it truly a stalemate? A certain degree of suspicion, once it takes root, tends to be magnified incessantly, leading to a day when Qin will inevitably grasp the consequences. What difference does it make if one is a shaman? If one remains perpetually selfish and self-serving, they could easily cease to be a shaman. Among the masters of this matter, who, confronted with the situation, has yet to utter a single word, he gazes thoughtfully at Ruan Tang, lost in contemplation. Ruan Tang, indifferent to the intricacies of it all, resolves to endure until her kin arrives. The treachery and self-interest rampant in this tribe bear no relevance to her. At this moment, she cannot help but feel fortunate to have been reborn in the winged tiger tribe, which, at least, is comparatively united and amicable, with only the somewhat vain maid of vex her. Chapter 87. Eating grilled fish, Ruan Tang senses a subtle distance from those around her and chooses silence. Focusing solely on tending to the two injured individuals in this instant, she embodies the role of a healer, devoid of excessive grievances or thoughts. Qin casts a glare in her direction before retreating into the cave. Ruan Tang pays her no heed, instead carrying the medicine to administer to Een. Thank you, whose deep voice resonates. Een is significant to him. He does not wish to lose this companion, and no need for thanks. After all, he is also saving me, Ruan Tang replies, struggling to feed Een the medicine that a comatose patient is inherently difficult to medicate, especially without syringes or similar tools. The atmosphere grows somewhat hushed. just as Ruan Tang nears the completion of her task. Who resume speaking, Qin has served as a shaman in the tribe for several years, bringing numerous benefits. Her words command considerable trust. Ruan Tang raises an eyebrow, inquiring, "What relevance does that hold for me?" "She will inevitably depart from here." Hu gazes intently at her for an extended period. The words he intended to voice remain unspoken until Ruan Tang's departure. No one can discern his thoughts. Yet his gaze reveals a resolute determination to prevent Ruan Tang from leaving so effortlessly. As Ruan Tang finishes administering the medicine to Een and steps outside, she suddenly feels warmth and softness in her hand. Turning around, she finds Yi grasping her hand, her large, dark eyes filled with concern. "Tang, I believe in you. You are the best person." Yi's cheeks flush with color. A warm sensation envelopes Ruan Tang's heart. Indeed, not everyone is cold and unfeeling. Naturally, she cannot articulate much, as she is merely a stranger to them. "Thank you, Yi." Ruan Tang gently strokes her small head. Yi lowers her gaze, her face growing even redder. Ruan Tang muses on how easily this young girl blushes. Though timid, she had just summoned remarkable courage to stand before her and confront Qin. "Are you hungry?" By this time, most have retreated into the cave. Ruan Tang glances at the sky, contemplating the possibility of grilling a couple of fish. She had consumed beef for lunch, but had yet to eat dinner. Her current routine consists of 3 meals a day. Although the Golden Lion tribe has more game, they typically only have 2 meals, and it is rumored that soon they will reduce to a single meal to conserve food for the winter. Een nods before shaking her head, evidently reluctant for Ruan Tang to exert herself. "I will prepare delicious grilled fish for you," Ruan Tang exclaims as she rushes to retrieve her fish basket, extracting 2 fish that had perished due to lack of water. Upon hearing they would be delectable, Yi's expression displays some conflict, but ultimately, reason triumphs over appetite. Before she can voice her thoughts, Ruan Tang urges her to kindle a fire quickly. Otherwise, as night falls completely, they may encounter danger before they can enter the cave. Seeing Ruan Tang's unwavering determination, he cannot bear the thought of letting her face peril alone and swiftly goes about starting a fire. Ruan Tang observes Yi, who is nervously vigilant while tending to the flames, and cannot help but chuckle softly. He looks at her in bewilderment. "Don't be anxious. We'll be fine soon. Come, sit beside me." Ruan Tang reassures her. Having been seen through, feels her face heat up but is no longer overly anxious. Eagerly sitting beside Ruan Tang. "How old are you? Where are your father and mother?" Ruan Tang inquires as she grills the fish. "I will soon turn 12, and why father and mother? They have gone to meet the beast god, leaving me all alone."